Synopsis. After an unexpected encounter with a powerful being who calls him brother, our protagonist is promised a new life in the body of the future strongest in a new world. Sounds perfect, but things are never that simple. Now, he must face every challenge head-on and fulfill the destiny of becoming the strongest, no matter what obstacles stand in his way. Chapter 1. On Onichan. Rodney, you ass. Get your alarm clock out of my room. Rodney. Sigh. First he leaves the alarm clock in my room and he is now not waking up, just keep it in your room to begin with, bastard. The boy then walked towards the room where the so-called Rodney was and then knocked on the door. Rodney, wake up Rodney, I am entering, said the teenager as he entered the room. Bitch, so you had sex yesterday? Wait, is that Lisa? The teenager suddenly yelled, making the boy and the girl who were sleeping wake up from shock after hearing the yell. Rodney. What is the meaning of this? Oh, brother, well, if you have found out already then there is no use hiding it. Me and your girlfriend, Lisa, are having some intimate skinship for quite some time now, said Rodney with a malicious smirk on his face. Hearing that, the teenager got even more shocked and had his mouth opened wide. His eyes started widening as well as he looked towards the blonde girl named Lisa who was covering her naked body with the sheets. Is that true, Lisa? Asked the teenager with a shaky voice. Hearing that, the girl averted her eyes but soon blushed and moaned as Rodney who was beside her pinched her nipple. No need to his anything now, Lisa, tell him how you moaned and shakes your ass while you begged me for my dick, tell my oh so great brother about all that, said Rodney as he pinched her nipple even harder. The teenager gulped his saliva as he slowly walked towards his brother Rodney while looking down. What? You want to hit me for having sex with your girlfriend? The teenager didn't say anything and placed both of his hands on his brother's shoulders and said, Rodney, please remain calm. Please don't hit Rodney. Said Lisa trying to protect Rodney. You remain silent, bitch. Suddenly yelled the teenager as he punched the woman with full force, sending her crashing towards the nearby wall. Rodney, who saw that, was totally shocked by what his brother just did and how strong he was. He then gulped his saliva, preparing himself for his own turn. As I was saying earlier, Rodney, please remain calm and always remember that I loved you a lot as my brother, said the teenager. He then took a deep breath and said, Lisa has AIDS, and then looked down. Huh? Said Rodney. You are joking, right? Asked Rodney. Why do you think I never did anything sexual with her even though she is this sexy? Said the teenager and then showed a medical report on his phone. Rodney immediately snatched the phone from his hand and read the report. After reading that, his whole body became motionless and the phone fell down from his hands. Ha 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 ha. You are just bluffing with me, right? You are just trying to look strong and seem like you have the upper hand, right? That's the thing you have been doing from the beginning anyways. Yelled Rodney as he looked like he solved the biggest mystery ever. The teenager patted his shoulder and said, let's do the things that you want to do in the remaining time that you have left. Stop bluffing already. There is no way that you will date a girl knowing that she has AIDS. That bitch made me accept her confession while shoving a gun in my mouth. Yelled the teenager back at his brother. There is no way I would have been able to refuse her confession. It was just a coincidence that I was able to get a sample of her blood and check if she had any of those kind of diseases, since I knew I was in hell anyways. Said the teenager. Oh, so you didn't love me, huh? Suddenly both the brothers heard a voice and turned around to see Lisa, whose blonde hair were slightly covered in blood. Fine then, there is no need to date you anymore, she then looked at Rodney and said. Looks like my plan to make him jealous by using you failed, well from now on you are my boyfriend. Points a gun at him. Understood? With a smile on her face. You understood, said Rodney, gulping his saliva, seeing the gun aimed at him. You are so nice, now then goodbye, there is no use for you to stay here, said Lisa as she pointed the gun at the teenager and fired it towards his heart. Be brother. Yelled Rodney, making the teenager turn his head towards him and smile. He then raised both of his fingers and said, SS suffer in hell F for yucking me, and then his hands fell down lifelessly, telling to Rodney that his brother was finally dead. Currently in a completely white, no let's go with red, yeah, in a completely red room, the teenager who just got cucked by his brother and killed by his girlfriend was sitting in a cozy chair with a cup of tea and cookies in front of him. And that's how I got her blood sample, said the teenager to the small boy sitting on the table and nibbling on some cookies. Seriously, the boy was so small that even the cookie looked bigger than him. You really pulled a fast one on her, said the cookie-sized boy. The teenager took one cookie as well and then drank some tea. It was a good thing that I thought about getting those tests done, though I am the one who died before either of them, said the teenager with a slightly sad tone. Don't worry, I will let you have a second chance in life like I told you, said the small boy as he walked towards him and patted his finger, trying to comfort the teenager. The teenager smiled and said, "Ah, so sweet of you, I wish I could have you as my brother instead of that piece of shit." "No, calling him shit would be an insult to shit itself." "Why, you really mean that? Me being your brother?" The teenager smiled and then placed him in his palm and brought him near his face. "Sure, the few hours that I spent with you here were better than the 3 years that I spent with my step-brother anyways. Then let's become brother. From now on call me Ni-chan." The teenager chuckled at the boy's antics and just decided to go along with him and nodded his head. "Ah, but before that let me give you a second chance at life. Usually I would just reincarnate you back in your world, but as I am a super cool and reliable older brother I will let you reincarnate in another world," exclaimed the boy. "Do you like that?" asked the boy with a hopeful look on his face. The teenager widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Another world as in those manga and anime-type worlds?" "Yes," said the boy. "Can that be any world I like?" asked the teenager. The boy became sad after hearing that and said, "No, sorry, the options are limited. First is a zombie apocalypse world, second is a sci-fi space world, and your third option is any fiction material whatever you last consumed." Tears started to appear at the corner of the boy's eyes, seeing which the teenager panicked and said, "Ah, don't cry, those options are more than better for me." Sniff. "Does that mean I am reliable big brother?" asked the boy. "You are the best Ni-chan," said the teenager. He, thank you, so what do you want to choose? Can you at least check what was the last fiction material I consumed and tell me about it?" asked the teenager. "Omo, I can," said the boy, and he started to touch the teenager's hand. Soon a glow appeared in the tiny boy's hands, and after a while he said, "It is a world called Black Clover. You read its manga?" "Oh, then I choose this world. Do I get any cheats?" "Omo, leave it to me, I am the best big brother there is. I will send you inside the body of the strongest person in that world and will send that person to a different world before he is born," said the tiny boy. "There will be some other gifts as well, but I don't know what it will be since it will depend on your luck. I will send you now," said the tiny boy as he chanted something, and soon the teenager started dissipating from the red room. "My younger brother, we will meet after you are done with living in that world. We will have lots of fun after that," said the tiny boy with a happy smile on his face. The teenie just nodded and shook his finger with the tiny boy's hand and said, "Thanks a lot Ni-chan," and then disappeared from the room. Black Clover World. Currently in one of the houses a baby who was just about to be born started shining, but soon that stopped. I am there yet. Push. Push. Keep pushing. The baby's head is almost out. Seems like it, thought the teenager inside the baby's body. Damn, really reincarnation? It still feels like a dream, who knows, maybe it is. But whatever, let's see. The new Ni-chan told me that I will be the strongest person in this world, but who is the strongest? The manga didn't end yet. So is it something he chose from the current story? Then who might I be? Asked a. You know. Oh wait, I might even be Yami. Or a dark triad. While he was thinking, the baby was already out and was in the doctor's hands. Now it's time to spank that baby booty, thought the doctor as he spanked the child. UWA. UWA. Translation, what the fuck asshole? How dare you spank me? I am the strongest character here, you know. Do you know who my Ni-chan is? Just you wait for me to get bigger. Shit is real serious when you are the strongest character, you know. Seems like your baby is healthy. Congratulations Mr. and Mrs. Bronzatsa, you have a healthy baby boy. Bahaha, thanks you Elaine Baha, said the man with blonde hair as he looked at her wife while holding the baby in his hands, who was still crying, ranting. Show him to me as well honey, said the woman who was likely the boy's mother. Here, said the man as he placed the baby beside the woman who finally stopped crying, ranting. Oh, so you are my mom. Seeing that you have blonde hair, gasp, don't tell me that I am reincarnated as Julius. Hell yeah. This shit is real serious. Thought the baby. Hee, looks like you are happy, let's name you Sekke Bronzatsa. And it was at this moment the child stopped thinking as he became totally speechless hearing his new name. This shit really got serious, thought the child. No, Sekke Bronzatsa. Meanwhile in the red room. Hee, my new brother will be so happy. After all, I did my best and found about who the strongest person in that world was. Thank you Deadpool-san for helping me know what my brother would like. Haha, no problem kiddo, said a red suit wearing ninja as he looked towards you and whispered. I am really waiting for his brother's reaction. Meanwhile at the hospital where Sekke was born. No. Chapter 2. After Sekke was done crying his heart out, he lost consciousness and just fell asleep while with snot and tears on his face. He sure is a loud one Baha, said the Sekke's father as he took a wet cloth to wipe the boy's face. Be careful Zook, don't wake him up, said Sekke's mother as she slowly brought him towards his chest so as to feed him. Zook nodded his head and carefully wiped his face and said, "All right Elaine, I will go and tell our parents that the delivery was successful, rest here all right Baha," and gave her a kiss. Sure, and make sure that no one comes rushing in and wakes Sekke up, said Elaine as she hugged Sekke. Zook nodded and then left the room. A few days passed by since Sekke's birth. He still was not able to cope up with the tragedy that happened with him, but after a while he decided that there was no use crying because no one could understand his curses and it made his throat hurt a bit. What is this? Why is this happening to me? He told me that I will be in the strongest person's body here, does that mean Sekke was actually the strongest? Even if that is the case I still don't like this at all. Thought Sekke as he got angry and unconsciously pouted. Ah, Sei-chan. You are so cute. Stop that, it tickles. He, giggled Elaine seeing how Sekke was reacting and continued to play with him. Sei-chan, do you love mama? Asked Elaine with a smile on her face. Oh. I do, said Sekke and nodded his head. Haha, I love Sei-chan too, said Elaine as she kissed Sekke's forehead. Haha, it's fine in a way I guess, but I am still mad about being Sekke. Thought Sekke. Suddenly the door burst open and Zook entered with a smile on his face. Elaine. Sekke. I am back Baha. Welcome back. Aao. Dear, Sei-chan just told me that he loves me, said Elaine with an innocent smile on her face as she hugged Sekke. Oh. That's good. What about me Sekke? Do you live papa? Oh, said Sekke as he looked away from him, making the Zook shocked by the sudden act. Baha. Why? Your beard hurts me. Thought Sekke. Don't worry dear, it's just that he has not bonded with you yet, you were busy telling others about him after all, said Elaine and patted his back trying to comfort him. Yeah Baha. That must be it, come here Sekke, let papa show you how much he like you Baha. Aha stop. Don't do that. And tried to push his face away but was not able to. You forced me to do this, new father. Ultimate baby magic, cry of the pitiful baby. UWA. Sekke all of a sudden started crying at his max power, shocking the couple as Elaine immediately took him from Zook. Don't worry, mama will protect you little Sekke, it's fine now, see that man is not here now, said Elaine as she gave light pats on Sekke's back. Baha, I am sorry for scaring you Sekke Baha, said Zook as he looked towards him with a pained expression on his face. Auao, it's fine, don't touch me with that beard once again. It's alright dear, you just surprised Sekke, do not rush things with him like you usually do, Ahe will get used to your presence soon, said Elaine as she kissed Zook's cheek trying to comfort him. After that the couple played with him for a bit longer before Elaine decided to feed him. Sekke looked at the exposed chest of his new mother who was wanting to feed him and said, you, pathetic, but nonetheless still sucked on those almost flat breasts. Once he drank his fill he patted his mom's breasts and thought, I hope you get big, little ones. And then looked at his mom and patted her cheek and thought, don't worry, I still see you as a likable person. Fufufu, what is it Sei-chan? Already full? Sekke just nodded his head and was now looking at her with glittering eyes. Now for the best part of the day. Thought Sekke as he looked at his mom with an expectant look. Fufu looks like someone is excited, said Elaine as a book started floating in the air with a blue aura surrounding it. Glitter magic, glitter birds, said Elaine as small blue-colored glowing birds surrounded them and started flying around the room. Sekke looked at the birds with excitement and thought, it really amazes me that there is magic in this world. He then moved his hands up in the air trying to touch the birds, seeing which Elaine giggled and let the birds fly near him. After the birds got close Sekke tried to touch them once again and after struggling for a while was finally able to touch one of the birds and beamed with happiness. Seeing that Elaine chuckled and wanted to tell him that it was her that made the bird use his hand but just stayed silent and watched the boy. I want to house magic as well, if I am not mistaken, his magic was called bronze magic, right? Thought Sekke as he raised his hand once again and tried to use his magic. Hehe, Sei-chan, are you trying to make the birds from your hands as well? Said Elaine as she saw her some struggling to do something. But just as she said that she noticed a small marble form in front of Sekke's hand before it shattered into pieces. Sei-chan. You are able to use magic at this age. Oh, I can. Dear. Essie-chan just used magic in front of me. Is Sekke really the strongest character? Ha ha ha. All the people in the future be sure to respect and fear the Dark Lord Sekke. Thought Sekke as he raised his hand once again to use his magic and once again a marble formed in front of his hand and shattered into pieces. What can I say? I am just super talented you know. Thought Sekke with a smirk on his face and tried to make a pose which only made him look cute in his baby body. And just like that with a smirk and pose, who knows when the little baby who just used magic fell asleep because of magic depletion. Chapter 3. For years passed by as Sekke was born in this world as his life passed without much troubles. As a kid, he didn't have much to do, so he had enough time to do whatever he wants and decided to use that to train his magic. After living in this world for 4 years, he learned something that was different about him. First, his magic power was more than twice when compared to the children of his age, much to his relief. Also, it was much easier for him to use his magic when compared to other children of his age, who most of them were still not able to do things that he could when he was just a year old. Granted that he was not a kid inside, but he just ignored that. There was no need for the future Dark Lord to think about those trivial things after all. Sekke also made a huge discovery while he was playing around with his magic. Apparently he have 2 affinities instead of just one. Well, totally acceptable for the future Dark Lord, anyways. Leaving that aside, one of the affinities out of the 2 was, well, the bronze magic that he had in the original story, and as for the other, well, he was not sure. He had just used that magic a handful of times, as it doesn't work every time. Apparently it was electricity magic, as he was able to shock his father when he was being too touchy with his beard, and in the moment of crisis Sekke pushed him with full force and shocked him, though it was nothing dangerous, as it only seemed that his father was not able to move freely for a while. Which was enough for him to run away from him. He tried to practice this magic but was not able to see any effects of this magic, so he don't know how to use it, and thought that there must be some conditions to use that magic, and decided to find that about it later, as in his own words he said, well, nothing that big for the future Dark Lord to handle anyway. I have trust in my new brother, and I believe that he must have actually put me in the strongest body. Sigh, if only he knew. Keeping that aside, Sekke was now able to use spells which could be said to make some effects in fight, like firing a tennis ball-sized bronze orb at his opponents, making bronze plates to use as shields, and well, that's it. Anyway, he also learned how to use magic bullets. Well, it's a common skill anyways that even the children of his age were able to use easily, though the interesting part about this was the fact that the bullets he made were far stronger and faster than the ones that the other children were able to make, but still it was not that strong when compared to the ones children who were 3 to 4 years older than him were able to make. And that was how his 4 years of life passed on in this world, with him finally being able to accept the fact that he was now Sekke, and that Sekke was the strongest character after all and must really be the Dark Lord. Ha, jokes on you all. Those who made fun of Sekke in my old world were the very words Sekke used, totally believing in himself to become strong in future. Sigh, ignorance is such a bliss. Anyway, leaving our little reincarnatee's ignorance to the side, currently in the Bronzatsa's house, both Elaine and Zook were walking around the house with an excited smile on their faces. Suddenly the door of their house opened, and just as they saw a small blonde boy, their smiles widened and both of them yelled at the same time, "Happy birthday Sekke-chan." Sekke, who just entered the house, widened his eyes in surprise, but soon a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Thanks a lot, Moem, Dad." Walked towards them. Seeing him approach, Elaine hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. Sekke smiled at that, then felt a pat on his head and saw his father ruffling his hair. "Bah, ha, happy 4th birthday, said Zook, to which Sekke nodded with a smile on his face. "Say-chan, Mom made your favorite dishes today, so eat well." "Alright," and then pushed him towards the table. "Mom, don't push," said Sekke, but Elaine just giggled and pinched his cheeks. Sekke sat on his chair and saw the food on the table, and indeed most of the things that were made were something that he liked. He smiled and was about to put some food on his plate, but all of a sudden Zook stopped him and said, "Wait, before this let me give you your birthday gift," and then went inside his room and came back with a box. He then placed the box in front of him, seeing which Sekke glanced at him, to which Zook nodded his head. Sekke immediately opened the box and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw what was in there. "A short sword for my brave kid. Do you like it? I asked the local blacksmith to specially make one for you," said Zook with an expectant gaze. Sekke took the short sword, which was still sheathed, and thought, "This is awesome," and immediately unsheathed the sword with a huge smile on his face. "Thanks, Dad, I love it," said Sekke as he got down from his chair and placed the sheath by his side to look like a knight, and the thought, "Which kid don't like a sword, not to mention it's a real one?" and tried swinging it with an excited expression. "Wavelength matches, contract formation possible. Do you accept to become Growth Sword's new host?" All of a sudden Sekke heard a voice in his head and stopped playing around. He looked at his sword and was about to say something, but before he was able to, his mom snapped him out of his thoughts and asked him to eat before the food gets cold. Once the celebration was over, Sekke came back to his room and took the sword out of the sheath once again. "Do you accept to become the Growth Sword's new host?" Sekke became silent and then thought, "Is this one of Nichan's doing?" But no answer came. "Do you accept to become the Growth Sword's new host?" "Only if it is not something dangerous," thought Sekke. Conditions approved, nothing dangerous for the new host detected, contract formed, new host, Sekke Bronzatsa. "Ha, what the I didn't accepted it. Hello little brother, it's me, your Nichan, you finally accepted the contract, huh? By the way, happy birthday," said a familiar voice inside his mind. "Nichan? Is that you?" Yes, it is me, the best big brother. I am watching over you from here and am happy to know that you are enjoying. By the way, do you remember about the other things that I said that you will gain depending on your luck? Asked the tiny boy. Yes, I do remember that, but I do know what all I got after coming to this world. Don't worry. You will know all that today, so let us both see what you get. I too am excited what my little brother will get after all. By the way, this sword is also a part of those gifts, that's why I am able to speak to you like this. Said the boy with a happy tone. Sekke just nodded his head and all of a sudden words started appearing in the air around Sekke. You got all of them now, congratulations. Just wait a minute and I will tell you what those are. Growth sword, a sword that grows stronger with the host and cannot be stolen or used against the host. Child loved by mana, a person who is favored by the mana of the world itself. This will strengthen your spells and increase your magic amount as you grow older. Vritra's sacred gears, 4 sacred gears of the prison dragon King Vritra. Absorption line, delete field, blaze black flare and shadow prison. It says train and develop them. Sekke was left speechless after he heard what are the things that he got and just stood at his place without saying anything. Chapter 4. Are you fine? Were the abilities not to your liking? Oh no, not at all, these abilities are great, in fact I was just thinking how great they were. Hee I am glad that you liked them. Once again Sekke, happy birthday. I don't have much time left, so let's talk again next year on your birthday. Take care and live happily, bye. Bye Nichan, I hope that you remain happy, said Sekke. The words that were in front of him glowed and then entered his body. Sekke checked his body and after finding that nothing was different with that he stopped and thought, I am going to check this sword and my magic. He then went out of the room and was about to tell that to his parents, but stopping since he heard a series of HH and BHA from their room. He just left a note on the table and then got out of the house. Running towards the place where children usually practice their magic, Sekke ran through the streets of Katon, a town in a common realm of the Clover Kingdom and one that borders the Diamond Kingdom. The town has abundant rich natural resources, making it to be developed by the kingdom, and had well-maintained roads and buildings. Though because of the natural resources the town was also a target of the Diamond Kingdom and used to get infiltrated and attacked from time to time. But it was relatively safe since the town was important to the kingdom as well, and many magic knights guard and patrol around the town. This town also had its own specialized barrier that could be erected to further strengthen the defense. While running, Sekke greeted a few of his acquaintances. He was pretty popular in the town as he was quite talented in magic and also helped his mother in shopping from a young age. Not to mention his father was quite unique and was also super popular in the town. He works at mine, as a supervisor, and though he didn't earn much, it was enough for him and his family to live happily with above average living conditions. Sekke soon reached a clearing where children usually practiced their magic. He then went a bit farther and soon found a makeshift target that the children of the town used to practice their aim. Sekke aimed his hand forward and then started making a bronze ball. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw that the speed at which the ball was taking shape increased slightly and its size was bigger than what he usually could make with the amount of mana that he used. He then fired the ball and saw it hitting the target. Sekke went towards the target to check the damage that the attack caused and was satisfied that it was greater than the previous ones. He then used his other spell that was to make a bronze disc that he used as shield and was once again surprised that its size was now comparable to a normal shield and was slightly more durable. Satisfied with the results, he then took out his sword and was about to test it but stopped himself and thought. Let's first check what a normal sword can do first before testing this one. I need to ask Dad to introduce me to someone who knows how to wield a sword as well. He then took a deep breath and muttered, now time for the best thing that I got. He then looked around to check if someone was near him or not, and once he made sure that no one was there, he took a deep breath and said, I know that I can be a Chuyuni sometimes, but still, sacred gear. Sekke yelled as he thrusted his arm forward with a grin on his face, but nothing happened. What the, where is my sacred gear? Oh wait, don't tell me that it is still locked and cannot be manifested by me yet. If I remember correctly, Rias told Issei to imagine the strongest being shit or something, right? Thought Sekke as he closed his eyes, deciding to try that. No need to think much, Saitama it is. Thought Sekke as he tried to remember Saitama's strongest moment. Serious punch, thought Sekke, and punched forward with full force. Looks like that will take a bit longer to manifest while I still have many things to deal with anyway, so let's focus on the abilities that I currently have access to. Said Sekke as started practicing his magic once again to see how much his mana amount has increased. Later that day, Sekke returned home feeling happy on seeing the improvements in his magic. He then looked towards his father and asked, Hey Dad, can you teach me how to use a sword? Sword? Oh, you want to use the sword I gave you? Baha, that makes me so happy. Come here, Sekke. Bronze ball, said Sekke as he fired the ball. Bronze magic, Bronze wall, said Zook as his grimoire started floating beside him as a few pages flipped. Soon a wall of bronze magic came in front of Zook, blocking the ball fired by Sekke, who was soon caught by Zook in his embrace. Ah! Stop! Stop crushing me! Baha, don't be like that, it's father-son bonding, Baha, said Zook as he rubbed his beard against Sekke, as he knew that this annoyed his kid a lot. Leave me. Fine. Have it your way then. Mom. Dad once again went to peep at those blue rose magi. He soon put him down and said, I will ask around to help you learn how to use a sword. And I will keep this a secret for Mom, and no bear hugs from now on, said Sekke with a smirk, as he knew that he had the upper hand now. The father-son duo nodded their heads and shook their hands, agreeing to the deal, and just moved on to their delay ways. Chapter 5. A few days passed by since Sekke's birthday and the day when he got most of his promised abilities. He continued to train the abilities which were available. This also included with him using the sword, as he borrowed a normal one from a blacksmith and then compared his sword with a regular one, and just like he expected, it was better than the normal one and was able to slash a thick piece of wood in one strike. And currently on his way to deliver the lunch to his father, Sekke was walking through the streets of Katon holding a box wrapped in a cloth. Soon he reached the mine where his father worked and was greeted by a lot of miners who were already familiar with him. Dad! Your lunch. Alright, much break. Don't get late for the second shift. He was about to take his lunch, but Sekke smacked his hands, telling him to wash his hands. Once that was done, he nodded and then decided to leave. Ah, Sekke, I asked amongst my friends about a swordsman, Baha, check this address, some of them told me about him. He is hunter by profession and is proficient in sword, or so they say, said Zook as he gave a small piece of paper to him. Sekke took the paper and read the address and nodded his head. Thanks, Dad, said Sekke with a smile on his face as he walked away, thinking not going to meet this hunter. Sekke soon reached the address that was given to him by his father. He informed his mother at home that he will go and ask this hunter, and soon arrived at his place. He knocked on the door of the house and soon heard someone coming towards the door. Yes? Asked a man with brown hair as he looked towards Sekke. Are you the hunter by the name of Will? Yes, that would be me. My father gave me your address and told me that you were proficient in swordsmanship. I also wanted to learn how to use a sword. Will you teach me, if it is not a bother to you, that is? Come in first, said the man as he invited Sekke inside. Can we talk here? Asked Sekke, being slightly wary of the man in front of him, and thought, there is no way that I will enter someone's house whom I not even know. I don't even know what type of person you are. You were wary of me, okay, pass, now try to lift this up, said the man with a nod as he handed a few small sacks to Sekke. Before he could say anything, Sekke was holding the sacks given to him by the man and was surprised by how much they weighed. You can carry it too. Okay, I don't mind giving you a few tips while I am hunting. In return you will carry the small things that I catch and will act as a carrier. Is that fine? Asked Will. Sekke turned silent as he heard that. This man wants to make me work as a luggage carrier. Well, it's not like I have many options. Let's try it. If he don't teach me anything for a week, I will stop going with him. Fine, but do teach me, said Sekke. Okay, fine, I already talked about teaching you with your father, and since you agreed to it, let's get along from now on, said Will with a smile. Both of them shook each other's hands and agreed to their ends of the deal. A few months later, in a forest near Katon. Sekke, get me the big one, said Will. Aren't you getting too greedy lately? Asked Sekke. And that guy will be very tough to fight against, you know, said Sekke as he pointed towards a boar which was of the same size as him. It's fine, don't worry, I will be here to finish it if you were to get seriously injured. You need to gain experience, you know, said Will with a serious look on his face. You just want to eat that pork, said Sekke with a deadpan look, as he knew what this man whom he has been practicing under wanted. A few months earlier, when Sekke started learning under him, he was quite a bit skeptical of the way Will taught him. He just as he told him. Gave a few pointers from time to time, and showed some basic movements to him. After that he told him he just need to improve that and his battle instincts, and would usually toss him towards the prey he wanted to catch and let him fight for his life. Any way you look at it, this was not something Sekke was going to go along with, but the fact that there were no other sword users in the town made him stop and follow this link man. Seriously, if you don't have a good magic affinity, can't you just learn how to use sword and teach me? Thought Sekke as he ranted at the people of the town. Sekke slowly unsheathed his sword and careful came out of the bushes. He took his stance as he made a ball of bronze which was now slightly bigger than what he was able to make after getting the abilities on his birthday. He fired the ball towards the boar, who realized that someone was behind him a bit later but was too late to dodge the attack and was thrown slightly away because of the hit from the bronze ball. Sekke rushed towards the boar, who was still stumbling a bit because of the hit from the ball. Sekke soon appeared in front of the boar and slashed towards it. Seeing that the boar raised his head to let the sword hit its tusks, blocking the attack. Sekke frowned as he heard the metallic clank. Bronze shield, said Sekke as he made a proper shield instead of a disc in his other hand as he saw the boar trying to push him away. The boar struck the shield and pushed Sekke away, flipped a few times to balance himself. He soon readies him and started running around, changing his direction at every instant, making the boar confused, making him unable to choose where to charge. Seemed smirked at that and fired another ball of bronze towards it, making the boar jump to the side to dodge it, but to his surprise there was another ball coming towards him from the other direction, taking it by surprise and hit its head. Sekke, who saw that the boar made a loud noise because of the lane, didn't waste the chance and rushed towards him from behind and jumped on top of the boar before he pierced the boar's neck with full force. The boar started running around once it felt someone on top of it. Wah! Sekke yelled once the boar started running at full speed while also trying to make him fall off his back, but Sekke held on to his back, or more like to his sword, which was already pierced inside the boar. Bronze wall, said Sekke, making a small wall in front of the boar, making it crash into it. Sekke used the opportunity when the boar was stumbling and pierced the boar once again, but this time near its heart, and then jumped from top of it. Will, who was standing on the side, nodded his head as he felt that the fight was satisfactory, and then his grimoire started floating beside him. Earth magic, rising spike, and soon a spike pierced the already about to die boar and killed him. Sekke, who saw that the boar was dead, looked towards his hands, which were numb because of the head-on confrontation with the boar, and sighed, well, it's not like it's easy to become the Dark Lord. He then sat down on the ground and waited for Will to collect the boar before they went out of the forest. Wait, wasn't that my first real fight? Thought Sekke as he just realized that. I will celebrate later tonight. First fight and first kill at the same day. Now that's what you call improvement, and I didn't even feel that whole fuck I'm feeling nauseous and want to puke because I just killed someone thingy. Maybe I really am a Dark Lord, or it's just that I have seen Will do this thing in front of me a lot of times. Thought Sekke as he shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 6. 5 years passed by since Sekke started learning how to wield a sword under Will, and it's been quite harsh for him to deal with the hunter's way of doing things. He was constantly thrown in front of strong and dangerous beasts that the hunter wanted to hunt. He had to carry a large and heavy beasts either of them killed. Act as a bait whenever he wanted to lure a strong monster. If we think about it, he was just taking advantage of Sekke's innocence. But leaving that aside, because of all this, not only Sekke's swordsmanship and awareness improved, but his strength and speed increased exponentially as well. He wanted to learn ki as well, but not knowing how to do so was the thing holding him back. His instinct with fighting the beasts of the forest alone had honed his instincts enough that the speed of the spells of the people in the town that he knew were not a problem for him, and was not able to unlock ki. His mana amount has increased a lot as well, comparable to that of a normal magic knight, and his arsenal of spells increased as well, and now included swords that he could make out of his magic and fire it towards the opponents. A round shell around him to protect himself from all sides. His latest and favorite spell, a bike made of his bronze magic, which looked fine and not ridiculous like the one in anime. He also learned how to fly on a broom, and it is only Sekke who knew how many injuries he received by falling down from the broom. He hated the broom a lot, and by a lot he means a lot. His sword has improved along with him as well, just as it was told to him by his brother, but just for comparison. Previously it was able to cut a thick block of wood in a slash, and now cutting through a whole tree whose wood is special for its durability and hardness was just a normal swing for his sword. The area where Sekke didn't progress much was his other magic affinity, because the more he tried to use it, the more confused he got. At first he thought that it must be lightning magic, since some sparks used to come out of his opponents whenever he struck them with that spell. But later a black glow came out of his hand. He didn't even know what that spell even does, he just decided to leave that magic alone and wait for his grimoire to know what type of magic it is so he can progress in that. Now on to the most important part. The only power that Sekke was unable to use seems to be manifesting soon. Sekke for the past few days is having dreams about a black dragon, and without thinking much, he understood that his sacred gear was close to being manifested. He has been trying to do so for past few weeks, but all of his efforts were in vain. And just like that, currently Sekke was standing in the magic training ground where he would usually practice, looking totally beaten up and covered with sweat. Let's call it for today," muttered Sekke as he fired one last sword towards the target. He then bent down and started taking deep breaths. After a while he stood up, drank some water, and then looked around. Once he made sure that no one was there, he stood straight and took a stance. "Let's do this." Immediately he turned serious and clenched his fist tightly and then closed his eyes. Serious punch, though Sekke as he punched forward with full force. And yet again nothing happened, making the blonde-haired boy sigh. What am I doing wrong? Even that loser Issei could manifest his sacred gear, but why can't this Dark Lord do that? Are you saying that the Ape Dragon is better than the Dark Lord? He sighed and sat down in the ground and then stared at his hand for a while, and then thought, maybe if I think of something draconic then it might help. Issei too in the original used Dragon Ball Z ripoff help, right? Nah. Sekke then took out his sword as he stared at it and said, whatever who needs that shitty sacred gear that isn't even willing to manifest, I have my sword which is better than anything else. Now that I think about it, I haven't named you yet, right? What should I name you then? Excalibur, EA, Lost Vein, Ascalon. Oh, I know, let's call you Extase, since your speciality is sharpness. The Cutter of Creation, Extase. Suddenly the sword glowed as he heard a sound in his head. Name acquired, the Cutter of Creation, Extase. New features unlocked. Shape and size alteration. Charge and fire. Unique skill. Magic sharpness, the more magic given the sharper it gets. Hearing those words, Sekke became silent, but soon his lips curved in a smile as he immediately stood up and said, change to Excalibur. The sword glowed and changed to long sword instead of a short one. Without wasting any time, Sekke imagined how Saber used her Excalibur and raised his sword as well. He then started channeling the remaining mana in his body to the sword, which started emitting a glow. X. Sekke gripped the sword tightly and took a step forward. Caliber. A white beam of light shot forward from the sword and pierced through a bunch of trees, making a hole in their trunks. Sekke soon stopped giving his mana to the sword and inspected the holes and said, well, it's not comparable to the original, but you can say it's an EX rank replica which can work like the original as well, and nodded his head with satisfaction. Just then his hands started glowing, making Sekke close his eyes, but soon he opened them and saw a black-colored gauntlet on his left arm. Seeing that, Sekke became speechless and looked towards the sword and said, you really are my best buddy. Looks like you strengthened my imagination even further and make me manifest my sacred gear. Now if only you were to turn to a beautiful girl just now, all my fantasies about swords would be fulfilled. Said Sekke as he stared at the sword. Nothing, huh? Well, whatever, you are still the best, said Sekke as he changed his sword back to its normal form and kissed its blade before he sheathed it. He then looked at his gauntlet and said, now you little troublemaker, we have lot of work to do, said Sekke as thrusted his hand forward. Say-chan, let's go home, it's already late. I prepared your favorite steak tonight, said Elaine as she called her son. Well, let's interact sometime later. Steak is more important than self-important sacred gear, said Sekke as he turned around and ran towards Elaine. Chapter 7. The next day Sekke told Will that he won't go with him for the hunt as he wanted to test his sacred gear. Will had him a glare and wanted to tell him to go, but he knew that the kid in front of him had surpassed him long ago and it would only tarnish his name if he lost against a kid, so he just let him go. Sekke too now understood that there was no need to go with the hunter now, since there was nothing else that the hunter could help him with. The areas where he is accustomed to hunt is no longer challenging for Sekke, and with the new abilities of his sword, that was even more the case. He will ask if Will was interested in changing his hunting ground to a more dangerous and challenging area, but if he refuses, then it was time for him to part ways. Sekke soon reached the training area and saw that some people were gathered in there, which made him curious since not many kids are present during this time of the day, since they are either playing around or helping their families. Sekke walked in closer to know what happened, but stopped once he heard about some holes in the trees. He just turned around without saying anything. Bronze magic, bronze bike, said Sekke as he made a bike and got away from the spot. I will definitely be questioned if they know that it was I who did that, and I am not going to deal with that. The future Dark Lord will not show his abilities this soon, said Sekke as he went to another spot where he trains. Soon he reached an abandoned mine which his father told him about once. And once he made sure that no one really comes here, he used this place for training on days when the regular training area is full. This place though might not be as convenient for aiming and control, since there were no targets or magic firing range. This place was good to check the power of spells, since the damage dealt here didn't matter much, and there were a lot of ways to do physical training as well. Not to mention inside the mine were some mana beasts that started living there and made this mine abandoned. Sekke checked if some mana beast was nearby or not and then said, absorption line. Light gathered around his hand and soon a black gauntlet appeared on his left hand. So let's start testing you, and is this the only gear that is awakened right now, or the other three are there as well? Asked Sekke, but soon shrugged his shoulders and said, let's think about that later. After playing around with his sacred gear for a while, Sekke understood a few things. Firstly, it was the only sacred gear that he has unlocked yet. Secondly, the line coming out of the gauntlet had a range of about 10 meters, which might increase later. He needs to test that out. Thirdly, he can control the movement of the line, though only slightly. He needs to train to make it work like a wobbly tentacle from Untai, and he promised himself that he will make it happen since he was the Dark Lord. He could also use it to carry things by wrapping it around the objects, but there was a limit. Sekke nodded his head and thought, this is fine and all, but let's get on to absorbing the mana part. He then looked towards the mine and then decided to test it out on some mana beasts. He stood there at the entrance of the cave since he didn't have any light source to take it with. Oh wait, I got this, said Sekke as he unsheathed his sword and then passed mana through it, making it glow. Now that's what you call a cool flashlight, said Sekke as he uses his sword to be the light source. After waking inside for a while he noticed a group of spider-like mana beasts traveling on the walls. Looking around he found a weak-looking one, alone near the wall and slowly let his absorption line get near the beast. Yes, just like that, slowly, not slowly, now tie it around, perfecto. Thought Sekke as he wrapped the line around the slider's body very lightly so as to not make it uncomfortable and let it alert the others. He then tried to pull the mana out of its body and soon Sekke started feeling some mana coming inside his body. He played around with that ability for a while to check what all it can do and how long it would take to absorb and efficiency of the sacred gear. Once that was done he left an orb made of his bronze magic near the beast to let him eat it. He soon got out of mind and checked if some mana beast was following him or not. After that was done he felt that it was about lunchtime and decided to return back. Once he reached home he opened the door and was surprised to see that his father was there as well, which was quite unusual. "Oh Sei-chan, welcome back. I am home. What happened Dad, you are home at this time?" "Well, I will be going out for a while because of some work Baha, it seems like there are some issues with the ore distribution from our mine so I need to check that," said Zook with an exhausted tone. "Where you will be going?" asked Sekke as he washed his hands and sat on the table as well. "Forsaken Realm," said Zook with a dramatic dark tone. "Dad. Can I go with you too? I haven't seen the Forsaken Realm yet, I want to go." "Baha," said Zook as he was surprised seeing his son excited about going to the Forsaken Realm. He thought that he would be scared or would be not that interested in the Forsaken Realm since the people from the Noble and Common Realm don't really like them. "Aren't you scared Sekke? Haven't you heard what type of people live there?" "Human type," said Sekke making Elaine chuckle and Zook look at him with a deadpan look on his face. "Isn't it fine, why not take him with you if he wants to? I will also go and visit my parents in the meantime," said Elaine as she placed Sekke's food in front of him and smiled at his son who returned the smile back to her. "Promise me that you will follow what I say Baha," said Zook. "I will try," said Sekke totally meaning that he won't. Now Sei-chan, even if you are strong and brave, you still need to follow your father's orders there, otherwise I won't allow that," said Elaine as she pinched Sekke's cheeks. "Okay, I promise that I won't get in trouble," said Sekke as he pulled his mother's hands away. Elaine smiled as she kissed Sekke's cheek, failing to notice that he still didn't agree to follow his father's orders. Chapter 8. The next day with their things packed Sekke and Zook were ready to go on their trip. "Alright Sei-chan, take care of your father, and make sure to not get into some trouble, alright? Make sure your father don't play around, alright?" Don't worry, I will take care of Dad," said Sekke earning a chuckle from Elaine. "Alright Sekke, let's go Baha," said Zook as he checked his stuff once again. He wanted to take the magic broom but it was not possible with him having luggage and Sekke at the same time. He sighed and put the bag on his back. Sekke nodded and then rushed inside and fetched a broom. "Let's go then," said Sekke as he sat on the broom and gestured his father to come along. "Sekke, we just have 2 brooms at home and your mom is taking one Baha, and we cannot move on just one broom, you know," said Zook as he shook his head. Sekke tilted his head in confusion and said, We can't." Hearing that, Zook and Elaine nodded their heads. Sekke felt confused because as he can remember he had carried something twice as big as his father on the broom without any difficulty. He took the broom, placed it below his father and then got on top of it as well and said, "Don't worry, I am the Dark Lord for nothing, you know," said Sekke with grin and soon started levitating up in the sky with his father behind him. Zook and Elaine were surprised seeing how easily Sekke was able to lift all of that on the broom along with him and were speechless. "Okay Mom, bye, say hi to Grandpa and Grandma," said Sekke as he took off with his father. Zook, who snapped out of his trance and looked at his son in amazement. "Sekke, are you fine? You are not forcing yourself, right?" No need to worry Dad, it's not that difficult, just tell me the directions," said Sekke as he just hummed a tune not thinking much about it. Zook told him the direction and just stared at him for a while. He knew that his son was a bit unique because of his actions he showed from time to time. Like calling himself Dark Lord or not using Baha while speaking. Not to mention his mana pool was quite large compared to even adults. If not for the fact that there was resemblance between him and his son, he would have thought that he was not even his son. Even their affinity were same and he saw Elaine give birth to him. He sighed thinking that his son would become a great person in future and felt proud of him. "Sekke, I am glad that you are my son Baha," said Zook as he patted Sekke's shoulder. "Now just start using Baha and I can say that there was nothing wrong in your upbringing Baha," said Zook. "No," said Sekke and continued flying. After flying for a while Sekke looked around with slight excitement as it was the first time he was leaving the town. "Sekke, change directions from here, there will be some mana beasts residing in this region." "Okay." Sekke changed the directions and continued their journey but soon both of them heard a screech. They turned around with a surprised look on their faces and saw a big bird following them. "Is that the mana beast that you talked about Dad?" "Yes, but why is it coming here? We didn't infiltrate their territory." It's searching for a food with large amount of mana me, said Sekke without any worry. Is that so? How do you know that? Well, I have faced off against these types of birds before, they always try to eat me up and are able to sense me. Let's deal with this soon, said Sekke as he turned around and headed towards the bird. Dad, take control of the broom for a while, said Sekke as he took out his sword. Bronze magic, sword strike, said Sekke as multiple swords appeared around him and fired towards the beast. The beast who saw that tried to dodge, but two of them still struck the beast. Sekke increased the speed of the broom and got directly above the bird and said, "Take care Dad, I will meet you on the ground," and jumped off from the broom. Well then Ixtase, it's your first prey after you got your name, let's use your unique ability, said Sekke as he channeled his mana to the sword making it glow. Soon he landed on the bird's back and sliced its neck with his sword which passed through its skin, muscles band bones without much resistance and chopped off its head cleanly. As soon as the bird lost its head Sekke started falling down along with the bird. Now this is troublesome, muttered Sekke as he kept on falling towards the ground. I didn't think of a way to deal with after it is dead, well anyway bronze magic, hamster ball. A round transparent shell appeared around Sekke as he gripped his sword tightly. A blunt broadsword, said Sekke as the sword changed to the desired form. He then pointed his sword towards the ground and said, "Extend," and the sword's blade started growing and rushed towards the ground. After falling for a while Sekke felt the sword hit the ground and his fall started slowing down and after a while it totally stopped. Seeing that he was still quite up in the air he slowly started pulling the blade back and started descending and soon reached the ground safely. Getting out of the shield Sekke looked around and soon found the body of the beast that he killed. "Sekke!" yelled Zook as he rushed towards his son. "Oh hey Dad," said Sekke as he waved his hand. "Don't hey Dad me, what the hell was that, are you fine? See you injured somewhere?" "Don't worry, these things are small fries for me, no need to care much about it," said Sekke with a shrug making Zook look at him with a deadpan expression on his face. "Sekke, first of all that beast you just killed is not a small fr, second, how the hell did you all that?" asked Zook. Hearing that Sekke told him about what he usually do with the hunter but still kept high other training a secret. After hearing that Zook nodded his head and said, "All right, no need to bother with that hunter anymore. I was wondering why he was so willing to get you as his assistant and make you work as a hunter. He even offered us money so as to adopt you. I was wondering where he got that kind of money, but seeing how you can easily deal with this beast which at least would fetch 10,000 yo, it's not surprising he got that much." "Wait a minute, you are telling me that this beast could be sold for about 10k? asked Sekke, to which Zook nodded. Immediately Sekke frowned and said, "That bloody bastard of a hunter, he told me that it only sold for about 2000 yol and only gave me about 500 yol for this. Forget it, he will feel the wrath of the Dark Lord once I go back," said Sekke seriously as a malicious smirk appeared in his face. Chapter 9. After defeating the mana beast, instead of continuing their journey, the father-son duo decided to deal with the mana beast first, since first, it will sell well. Second, if the corpse was left behind, various animals and other mana beasts will gather in the area and could be dangerous for other people. "Ready Sekke?" asked Zook as his grimoire started floating up. "Yes." Bronze creation magic, large carrier. A carrier big enough to hold the whole mana beast appeared. Sekke and Zook then loaded the mana beast on top of it and then came in front. Bronze creation magic, Zook's shining star. Bronze magic, bronze bike. Both of them then connected their bikes to the carrier and then started pulling it along. Soon they reached a nearby village where the people were slightly wary of them since they made such an entrance. But still none of them stopped the two since they didn't want to bother the people who could defeat such a mana beast. Both of them stood in front of the place where they could sell the mana beast. Zook went inside to talk about it while Sekke stood behind to keep an eye on their catch. A lot of people are gathering to look at the mana beast, while the Dark Lord himself defeated it, no wonder all of them are amazed by it, thought Sekke as he puffed up his chest. "Anyway," muttered Sekke as he looked around the village and thought, "This village is poor, need to make sure that no one tries something funny with Dad. Mom told me to take care of him after all." Sekke sttled there for a while and then noticed a few people coming closer to look at the beast. Sekke just let them be, if they want to look at his achievement then they are more than welcome to do so. Ugh. Sekke heard some noise and turned his head to see a young kid wearing a robe to cover its face trying to look into the carrier. Though because of its height the kid was unable to look. Sighing, Sekke used his magic and made a platform for the kid to stand up on. Wadash helped the kid as the ground below its feet suddenly raised up. The kid looked at the platform and then at the carrier. Noticing that it was the same type of magic, the kid turned towards Sekke and nodded its head. Sekke, who saw the kid turn towards him, now recognized the kid as a girl or a trap. Still Sekke nodded his head in response and then waited for his dad. "Sekke, bring it to the back," said Zook as he called from inside the building. Sekke nodded and then walked towards the back of the carrier. You should get away from it since I am going to move it now, said Sekke to the girl who was looking at the beast. Ah, yes, thank you for earlier, said the girl as she politely thanked him and got off the platform. Sekke nodded and then connected his bike to the carrier once again and pulled it towards the back of the establishment. There the people from the establishment checked the beast and after making sure that everything was alright they went back to bring in the money. Meanwhile Sekke secretly used his sacred gear to absorb the remaining mana of the beast to recharge his own mana and then asked the people in charge of butchering the beast to give them some of the meat from the beast as well. Isn't that meat too much, Baha? What are you even going to do with all that? It seems like the people who bought the beast were too excited to get their hands on a mana beast after a long time and gave slightly larger portion to Sekke when he asked them about it. Sekke didn't refuse them as it was his profit anyway. Sekke smiled and looked towards Zook and said, I will ask a stall that I saw on the way to prepare it for us to eat. Zook smirked at that as well. He knew that mana beasts whose meat is edible taste great. And knowing that his son was going to let someone prepare it for them made him slightly excited. Soon both of them came to the stall which Sekke talked about and asked the owner about him preparing the meat. The owner agreed to that. Though he said that he wanted some of the meat for himself as well, to which both of them had no problem since it was way too much for them anyway and by this they didn't need to pay for the preparation. Baha, that was some good meal, thanks to Sekke I was able to eat something so great, said Zook as he ruffled Sekke's hair. Sekke just laughed as both him and his father had their bellies bulging out since they ate a lot. But still quite a bit was left behind and it would surely soil JF not consumed soon. Well don't worry much Baha, we will finish it all by the evening even if we have to overeat again, said Zook as he patted his bulging belly. Sekke just sighed at his father's antics and just walked silently. Wait here Sekke, I will go and ask for the directions to reach an inn, said Zook to which Sekke nodded. Once Zook was gone Sekke turned his head to the side and saw a kid peeking towards him and said, You can come out, I know that you are there. The kid panicked and wanted to run away but stopped himself as he knew that it wouldn't change anything. He walked out of the corner and showed himself to Sekke. You have been following us for a while, unfortunately for you I have quite some experience being looked and followed like a prey and you were not that good at hiding, said Sekke making the boy slightly embarrassed. So what do you want? Asked Sekke. Can I have some of that food? Asked the boy. Sekke who heard that question glanced at the boy and then towards an alley further away from them and saw a group of children younger than the boy in front of him looking towards the boy. Sekke then glanced back at the boy and asked, I don't mind but what can you give me in return for this? Asked Sekke. Hearing that the boy fell into dilemma, he started thinking about what to do before he started searching through his pockets and then took out everything he had and showed it to Sekke and said, This is all I have, you can take whatever you want. Sekke looked at the boy's palm which had a lot of things and sighed seeing which the boy got disappointed thinking that Sells was not interested. But suddenly he felt someone touching his arm and saw Sekke taking something from him and said, Here, take this. It should be enough to let you and the other kids that are waiting for you be full for today. Also a word of advice from me, start practicing magic so that when you receive your grimoire you could at least earn enough to fill your stomach through your hard work. It's not necessary for you to get a good affinity, but hey there is always work for every affinity. Heck I know someone who will become great without even having magic. Sekke then gave him the quarter of what he had left and let the boy go. The boy though teared up and thanked Sekke for help while also promising him that he will do as he said. Sekke smiled as he saw the boy and the other kids jump in joy and thought, well even the great Dark Lord has a heart, it feels good doing good things for others. Now then, on to the main topic. Sekke took a deep breath and took out something from his pocket and thought, why the hell does that kid have a fucking magic stone? Yelling mentally Sekke looked at the golden decagon stone in his hand with a 4-sided star made on top of it. Chapter 10. This magic stone, though it's great to have one, it's dangerous as well. As soon as Patali gets the wind that I have a magic stone, he will come after me, though on the other hand he must still be busy with gathering his other elves since that salamander contractor must still be in Diamond Kingdom and it's not like he will surely know that I have a magic stone. Also it is unlikely of him to attack the town in which I live in since there are a lot of magic knights, yet since he still needs to recruit his army, should I keep this or not? Sekke started thinking about what to do with the stone. Surely there was danger with him keeping the stone, but he also knew that it was advantageous for him to keep it. Since he had a theory that sacred gears could absorb things if their wielders wills it, like how Issei absorbed Ascalon. He just need to wait for all his sacred gears to manifest and have Vritra gain consciousness and then he would be able to do it, theoretically that is. Let's just keep it for now, it's not like no let's not raise any flags, said Sekke as he controlled his mouth. He took out his sword and changed its shape so as to make a space in the hilt to keep the stone hidden and put it inside that. Seriously you keep helping me with everything, are you sure that you are not my waifu? Ekstace-chan said Sekke as he kissed the sword's hilt and then sheathed it once again. Soon Zook returned back and told him that he found a fine inn and both of them went there to check if it was fine. On the way Zook asked what happened to the food as he could clearly notice that some of it was missing. Knowing that his father didn't have a liking towards peasants and poor, he told him that he sold some of it to someone who asked him and showed him some of the money that he brought with him from his home. Well, technically it was his earnings from the what he hunted with Will. Zook nodded his head and praised Sekke for finding a way for them to not waste the meat. Soon they reached the inn, which looked slightly better compared to the normal buildings of the village, and entered inside, ringing a bell which was connected to the door. Sekke looked around and saw a woman standing at the reception, and seeing her ass and assets he could tell why she was there. Knowing that his father would get swayed by her as he could already see him drool a bit, he stepped forward to deal with it. "Welcome to our inn, how can I help you?" asked the lady, looking towards Sekke with a smile. Sekke looked at her and thought, I can guess how much load is on her shoulders, forget anime, those were in the realm of hentai. As he looked at the button which was suffering to hold the clothes together, Sekke took a deep breath and asked with a smile on his face, "Big sister, can me and my father get a room here for tonight?" Older sister, do I really look that young?" asked the lady, holding her cheeks which were blushing. Sekke didn't reply to, he just looked at the pitiful button and thought, I pity you, but please break in front of me. I promise that I will catch you. You wanted to book a room, right? Let me see, yeah, there are rooms available, would you like to stay for tonight? We would love to, Baha, said Zook as he appeared out of nowhere and leaned against the counter. The lady, who saw the man who came with the boy who was talking to her earlier, smiled as she immediately went to her business mode. "Oh my, a handsome man like you would be staying at our lodging, looks like we are very fortunate," said the lady with a sultry tone. Zook and all the other males who were nearby shivered a bit as they heard the sexy and alluring voice. Even Sekke lost his cool for a bit but soon recovered as he thought. "Calm down, Sekke, you need to make sure Dad don't mess up. Mom entrusted you with that." He then used his other magic, which he tested once, and touched Zook, whose body immediately stopped moving, but still he glanced at Sekke, knowing that it was his doing. "Big sister, how much is the cost for spending one night here? We would like to have a double room," asked Sekke, totally ignoring his dad. "Oh, a double room, sure, 500 yuls for the stay, although if you add 200 more we will add tomorrow's breakfast in it too," said the woman with a normal smile towards Sekke. She felt that it was better to talk normally with a kid like Sekke who spoke well with her than to engage with men who were attracted to her sex appeal. "Really, thanks big sister, we will like to book a room here for the night," said Sekke as he took out 1,000 yul from his father's purse and gave 750 yuls to the lady, 50 yul extra because he still pitied the unfortunate button. "It's alright, little guy. Just rest for a while. No one will be angry at you, well, except for the lady, but all of us including me will praise you," thought Sekke as he kept the remaining 250 yul in his pocket as a fee for keeping his father in line. The lady then wrote Zook's name in her register and gave a key to Sekke while also giving him a wink for the extra tip. She will make sure to add a bit more in the boy's portion in tomorrow's breakfast. Sekke smiled as he took the key from her and pushed his father towards the room that the lady told him about. Chapter 11. Sekke entered the room along with Zook, who snapped out of the spell's effect some time ago. Once they got in the room, Sekke stared at his father and said, "If you don't want me to tell Mom about how you act." 1,000 yuls, said Zook as he took out the money. 2,000, or this will reach Mom's ears, said Sekke as he moved his hands forward. Zook immediately took out the money and gave it to Sekke and said, "Keep what you saw up to yourself, Baha." Sekke nodded and said, "Alright, but no flirting during the trip, Mom told me to take care of you." "It was the other way around, Baha," said Zook, but he knew that it was Sekke, who had more power right now. Sekke narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you really think that you can keep the Dark Lord under your control? If I told Elaine about what this Dark Lord has been doing in the forest, Baha, your freely going out would be banned," said Zook. Both father and son stared intensely at each other and Sekke said, "Let's pretend this conversation never happened," said Sekke as he walked towards the door. "Where are you going, Baha?" asked Zook. "Well, it's my first time out of the town, so I want to look around. I will come back before it turns dark," said Sekke. "Wait, then I will go with you too, Baha," said Zook as he kept the luggage in the room and then went out with Sekke and said, "It's our first father-son trip, so let's enjoy it together, Baha," and smiled at Sekke. Sekke smiled back at him and nodded his head, no matter what type of person he was or how much he tried to make him learn the Baha. Sekke liked this man as his father since he really reached out to and helped him. Both of them walked around the village getting attention from the others since many people knew them as the ones who brought the mana beast, though most of them thought Zook as the stronger one since, well, the Dark Lord was too good at deception. Sekke also took care of the remaining meat by selling it to the inn lady, who was excited to get some mana beast meat, and by that Sekke earned the money for their dinner. "So is there anything that you want, Sekke, Baha? We have quite a bit of money to spare, so think if you need something." Let's see if I can get a new sheath for Ixtace, this old one is quite worn out after all," said Sekke as he showed the beaten up sheath to Zook. You gave a name to that sword which I gave you such a long time ago. Bah ha, hey, why not buy you any? Stop right there, Extasian is my soul mate and I am not parting with her, said Sekke as he tightly hugged his sword and glared at Zook. Zook was surprised by the sudden outburst from Sekke and became speechless and thought, did he love my birthday gift that much? But that was just some last-minute thing that I got since I forgot that it was his birthday. He then became slightly guilty about that but felt happy that his son liked the gift that much. Alright then Baha, let's look for a new sheath for your sword, said Zook as he laughed out loud. Sekke stared at his father for a while before he put his sword back on his waist and started following him. After looking around for a while, Sekke found a new sheath for his sword. A dark leather and metal sheath, and though it didn't have any design, Sekke thought of making one later. No way, something that belonged to the Dark Lord would not have his mark, were the thoughts that Sekke had. Happy with the purchase, Sekke admired the sheath for a while, seeing which Zook felt happy as well. He just stared at his son and felt happy that he came together with him on the trip. On the way, Zook's eyes fell on a liquor store and stopped for a while before he glanced towards Sekke. Sekke, who understood what his father's dilemma was, said, it's fine if you want to go, but don't spend too much on alcohol, we already have quite a bit of luggage with us, so adding more would be troublesome. Go, I will wait here. Zook smirked as he gave his son a thumbs up and said, here I come Baha, and rushed towards the store. Now then, let's deal with the main task for which I wanted to go out, thought Sekke as he looked around with a normal expression on his face. Doing that, he noticed at least two people keeping an eye on him. It really was a bad idea to sell something like the mana beast in a village like this. Should have taken the longer route to go to the bigger town. Though Sekke, as he could guess what these people wanted with him and his father. But he just let them be as long as they don't mess directly with him or his father. He didn't want to get his father falling into trouble because he needlessly stepped forward. He just stared directly at the two men and released his magic power, clearly indicating that he knows where they were and that his magic power was not something appropriate for his age. Shit, if he has that much of mana, how much would his father have? It's not safe to deal with them, thought one of the men who were looking towards Shun. He tapped his partner's shoulder and told him to leave them be. The partner didn't want to, but knowing that it will be dangerous since that man was strong and his son seemed competent enough as well. So their plan of taking his a hostage would not go well. Reluctantly walking away, the two people sighed, seeing which Sekke sighed as well, knowing that the situation would not. Yes, let's stop there, no need for flags. Waiting around for a while, Sekke soon noticed a familiar-looking cloaked kid he met in the morning coming towards him. Mister, can you please tell me if there is an inn nearby? Me and my brother are looking for one. I am new here too, so sorry I cannot help much, although I can tell you about the inn me and my father are staying at, said Sekke. Hearing that, the girl thought about it for a while and said, let me tell about this to my brother, said the girl as she ran away. Soon she returned back with another cloaked figure, clearly a boy older than her. Sekke also noticed a few people following the two of them in shadows and thought, these guys are not simple, either some big shots, or someone trying to lower our guard to rob us. Ni-sama, this is the person I told you about, basis the girl. Ah, what have my beautiful eyes laid their sight upon, though you are not that ugly compared to the others, said the boy in a dramatic tone. Sekke, who heard that, thought, forget that they are just a pain in the ass. Chapter 12. So is that your brother? What do you want to do then? He then looked towards the girl since he thought it would be troublesome to talk to the boy. Humph, I cannot let the not so beautiful you taint my sister, said the boy as he came forward and stood in front of the girl. Sekke didn't say anything and asked, so mister, do you want to know or what, cause I would be on my way once my father comes back. The boy wanted to say something but the girl came forward and said, Oni-sama. Humph, I will let you tell what we want to know in your not so beautiful voice, said the boy. Sekke ignored him and looked towards the girl and asked. Is he always like that? Anyway, let's leave it, I don't want to know. The inn, you see, go straight from here and once you encounter a barber shop go left and after that take the first right, keep going straight and you will reach the inn called Sleep With Me. You will recognize it from the outside since its construction is slightly better compared to the normal in this village, said Sekke as he told the directions to the little girl. Barber shop, left, right, sleep with me, okay, said the girl as she called out the key points. Her brother though looked at her with concern and asked, Mimosa, can you remember that? Hearing her name out of the boy's mouth, Sekke confirmed their identities. Mimosa Vermilion and her brother, whatever his name was Vermilion, were the ones standing in front of him. He glanced at both of them and saw them bickering with each other, though it was just the brother making sure that his sister won't get lost by remembering the wrong directions. If you are so much worried about that, I will tell you the directions and you can correct your sister if she is on the wrong path, said Sekke as he knew that the narcissist in front of him didn't hear the directions. The boy widened his eyes in surprise and looked towards Sekke and said, You are very smart. Well, common sense is not so common after all, thought Sekke as he just shrugged his shoulders and told the directions once again to the brother. Fufu, even though I am superior to you, I will at least thank you for telling us the way. Let's go Mimosa, said the boy. No prob weirdo, said Sekke as he was thinking when the hell would his father come back. Wah. Do you even know whom you are referring to like that? Just so you know I am a Roy. Listen here, don't tell out that you are a royal. In a place like this, you will just look like big bags of money to the kidnappers in this village, said Sekke. Both the sibling got tensed as Sekke said that, but the brother soon snapped about and removed Sekke's hand from his mouth and told him, how dare you taint my beautiful face, and how do you know that we are royalty, even before I mentioned that. The boy then moved Mimosa behind her to protect her, seeing that Sekke pointed at both of them and said, even though you are wearing cloaks, your jewelry is still visible when you are this close, not to mention the girl is wearing vermilion crest accessory. Both the sibling immediately looked towards Mimosa and saw what Sekke told them about. I am sorry Onie-sama, said Mimosa as she lowered her head. It's fine Mimosa, just keep that in mind from the next time, said the boy as he patted his sister's head and then looked towards Sekke. You sure took your sweet time Dad. And it seems like you went a bit overboard in there. Sekke sighed, seeing that his father had both his hands full with booze, which was clearly too much for him to finish today. Anyway, let's go, we can talk about this later, basis Sekke as he started at Zook for a while before he turned around and said. Well then we will be going now, let's talk if you guys come to the same inn. Sekke then walked away with Zook, who was having become problems handling all the bottles, but Sekke didn't help him. It was his own fault and will have to deal with it on his own. Once they reached the inn, Zook's legs moved towards the receptionist, but Sekke moved him towards the room and greeted the lady, who greeted him back. Once they were in the room, Zook went to his job of arranging his luggage to make space for the bottles, while Sekke just jumped on the bed to relax. In the evening, while having dinner in the cafeteria, Sekke noticed the royal siblings at the reception, who seemed to be looking at him as well. Sekke waved his hand towards them and saw Mimosa returning the wave, whereas her brother just looked away. Sekke didn't mind though, as he focused on his food, and once he was done he went back to his room to rest. Sometime later his father was lying wasted on his bed when Sekke suddenly heard a knock on his door. Opening the door, he saw the two royal he met in the morning and said, "Good evening." "Good evening," said Mimosa with a smile on her face. "Humph, even though you are not as beautiful as me, helping me in the morning will make you even more beautiful, so be grateful. Anyway, there's one thing that I want to ask. What is your name?" asked the boy. "It's common etiquette even amongst us to introduce ourselves before asking for introduction," basis Sekke as he closed the door of the room and came out. "Ah, sorry I forgot, I am Mimosa," said the girl. "Be amazed by hearing my beautiful name. My name is Kirschworm Dash," said the boy in a dramatic pose, but was once again stopped by Sekke from telling his family name. "At least learn from your mistakes. My name is Sekke and I don't have a good first impression from you," said Sekke as he stared at Kirsch. Kirsch glared at him and removed his hand from his mouth and started telling Sekke that he should know what are the consequences of acting like that towards a royal and how generous he was in not reporting about it. Sekke just turned his brain off as he heard the narcissist royal, while Mimosa just facepalmed, feeling embarrassed about how her brother was acting. "You have it really tough, dealing with him on a daily basis," said Sekke as he patted Mimosa's shoulder, who looked at him with a grateful look. Sekke then asked why they were in front of his room, to which Mimosa told him that they came to thank him, and Mimosa wanted to talk as well since she was bored. Well, it was mostly because she was tired of her brother's monologuing and wanted to not think about that for a while. Sekke just looked at her pity and then glanced back in his room, seeing that his father was still asleep and would not wake up for a while, and agreed to the girl's proposal since he too didn't have anything to do. Chapter 13. "So what are you planning?" asked Sekke as he looked towards Mimosa with a curious look on his face. Let's go to our room, we can talk there," said Mimosa. "Absolutely not, I cannot let someone like him taint my beautiful room where the beautiful me will have a beautiful sleep," said Krish. But neither of the two listened to him as Mimosa led Sekke to their room while she asked him some questions. "That commoner already tainted my sister in such a small time. Commoners really are scary beings," said Kirsch. "I need to purify my sister. Wait for the beautiful me, you too," said Kirsch as he followed the other two. Once they got inside the room, Sekke looked around and said, "They really prepared a better room for the nobles." "Of course, they know how to treat the people above them," said Kirsch. Sekke didn't say anything in return and just found a wooden chair to sit upon. He was not willing to hear the endless rambling from the narcissist royal for sitting on his bed. And by seeing how the royal gave him the stink eye when he sat on the chair, his doubt was confirmed. "So Sekke-san, what type of magic do you use?" "Well, I used bronze magic. What about you, Mimosa-san?" "Me, I use plant magic." "Fufu, my magic is just as beautiful as me," said Kirsch as he stood in a dramatic pose and sprouted cherry blossoms around him. "Oh, cherry blossoms really are beautiful, I agree with you on that," said Sekke, but in his mind there was only one thing that was going on. "Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kagyoshi." Sekke closed his eyes as he thought, damn, that would be hella cool if I could use that. But sadly not even Ixtace-chan can help me with that. At least you know how beautiful my magic is, even though you are a commoner, said Kirsch. Hearing that, Sekke snapped out of his thoughts of him using the bankai while standing with a cool and composed expression on his face. Sekke just nodded his head and all three of them continued their talk. And today my dad told me the actual value of that mana beast and I came to know how much that person took advantage of me, said Sekke as he told them about his experiences. Even though all people cannot be as beautiful as me, hearing all that I can tell that man is even below and uglier than trash, said Kirsch with a slight frown on his face. It's really horrible of him to use a child as a bait and then taking advantage of them even further, and to do that with Seksan who is so kind, said Mimosa. Hearing that, both the boys looked at her curiously and thought, how did she got that impression from him? Both the boys then glanced at each other and gestured asking if the other knew what is she talking about. Noticing that the room got awkwardly silent, Mimosa looked towards the two boys and said, I saw Seksan helping a poor kid and his friends during the day, he really is kind. Hearing that, Sekke widened his eyes as he didn't expect someone to see at that time. Well, thank you, I guess, though I am not kind, it just happens to be that we had excess of the mana beast meat left with us, and it would have gone bad if not consumed, so I gave it to the boy and his friends, said Sekke. You are poisoning them, you know, said Kirsch. Well, you can say that, but it's fine. I felt good by doing that and they too felt happy when I gave them the food which will allow them to live longer. I also advised the boy what he should do to get a better life, so now it's up to him. I cannot help him every time, said Sekke. Humph, whatever, I cannot change your mentality if you have already etched it that strong, said Kirsch. So where are you two heading? It must be rare for royals like you to go to the Forsaken Realm. As if the beautiful Miwao. Father had some work in one of the villages, so we too tagged along with him as well. He need to make some round around the kingdom from time to time anyway. What about you, Seksan? Asked Mimosa with a smile, making her brother stare at her. My father too had some work in a village where the ores from the mine he supervises are sent. Apparently there are some issues regarding the distribution there. So I tagged along with him since I was curious about the Forsaken Realm as well, said Sekke. Where are you headed to? Asked Kirsch. Sekke thought about what his father told him and then replied to Kirsch. Kirsch and Mimosa on the other hand widened their eyes in surprise as Mimosa immediately stood up from her spot and held Sekke's hand. Seksan, we are heading there as well, why don't you tag along with us too? Asked Mimosa. Hey, that cannot be all. Kirsch tried to say something but Sekke interrupted him and said. Sorry, but we cannot, Dad will need to deal with this soon, so he will be required BTO arrive there soon as well, and with your schedule of making a round around the kingdom it will take a lot of time. Sekke said that with an apologetic expression on his face which made Mimosa sad, seeing which both the boys felt that they did something wrong. How about this, Mimosa-san, if I am still around by the time you arrive in that village, we will meet again, said Sekke. Hearing that, Mimosa's eyes shined as she nodded her head and said, all right, I will make sure to reach there in the time you are still there. Humph, looks like there is a chance that the beautiful me have to bear with a commoner like you once again, said Kirsch as he crossed his arms and snorted. Sekke just sighed as he was already familiar with the narcissistic way of talking and just nodded his head. After that, the royals told him about the noble realm and continued their talk for a while before Mimosa yawned, informing that she was sleepy, seeing which Sekke told them that he was sleepy and went back to his room. Chapter 14. The next morning Sekke and his father woke up quite late. Since Sekke slept quite late after talking with the royals while Zook was simply too drunk. Once they woke up, Zook groaned because of his hangover while Sekke got refreshed and then went down to get something to cure his father's hangover. On his way he met Mimosa and Kirsch, who were standing along with a man with gaudy clothes whom he assumed to be their father. Not knowing how their father was, Sekke decided to ignore the two of them to avoid any useless troubles and got a hangover medicine from the receptionist lady who was torturing the pitiful button. Getting back to his room, he gave the medicine to his father and started packing up their stuff while his father recovered. Once that was over, Sekke pushed his father towards the cafeteria and made him take a seat so that they can have their breakfast and leave. And just like the lady promised to herself, she did gave Sekke a larger share and a sweet as an extra service. Once the breakfast was over, Sekke and his slightly recovered father decided to continue their journey. Sekke though just said a goodbye to Kirsch and Mimosa as he was going out and went away along with his father on the broom, making Mimosa yell at him for not saying his goodbyes properly. Kirsch just stated how ugly his farewell was and told Mimosa not to think much as they may meet him at the village they promised to meet. On his way towards the village, Sekke was getting a little too annoyed while maintaining the broom's height. Hey Dad, get a hold of yourself or I will drop you here, said Sekke for the nth time, though his dad was not able to maintain his balance and continued to wobble. Seeing that there was no other way, he headed towards the ground and then forcefully made him vomit. Once he was calmed down enough, he looked at Sekke with a confident look on his face and said, Baha, I am in my top form, Baha. Sekke just stared intently at him, making the man flinch at his son's gaze. Sekke then once again continued their journey and soon they reached the place where his dad had to work and Sekke was excited about this place. Not because he wanted to look around the village or that it was very beautiful. But the fact that he could see the giant head from the air at quite a distance from that place made him excited. What was the name of that place? Something like Mage or Rage? Well, whatever, let's go and visit the protagonist's village, or more likely the giant head. I want to see it up close, thought Sekke as he landed on the ground. After finding the place where Zook needed to work, both of them found a lodging at the same place and Zook said, "Listen Sekke, I will be busy from now on so I can't accompany you, promise me that you would be a good boy." "Baha. The Dark Lord is always at his best," said Sekke. "And what do you mean by good, Baha?" asked Zook. "I will go around on my own without disturbing my hard-working father and making troubles for him," said Sekke with an innocent look on his face and thought, "I will deal with those troubles on my own anyway." Zook sighed and patted Sekke's head and said, "Just be safe, I care a lot for you, Baha." Sekke smiled at him and said, "I care a lot about you too, Dad, I will be fine, so don't worry. If you care about me then start saying Baha already." "I won't tarnish my title of the Dark Lord," said Sekke with a serious look on his face. Zook just sighed seeing his son's reluctance and went to do his job, leaving Sekke alone. Sekke, who was now alone, took the broom with him and got up in the air and headed towards the giant skeletal head. Overlooking the village, Sekke noticed that it was by far the most underdeveloped place he had seen. Though he hadn't seen much of the kingdom. This place just has wide grasslands with a few houses scattered around and a lot of cultivation fields. The only big buildings that this place had was a church and the Grimoire Tower, and that was all there was. "Sister Lily, please marry me." Hearing that yell out of nowhere, Sekke got startled and almost fell down from him broom. "What the fuck? How did I hear that yell all the way up here? No, forget that, how loud must that person have yelled to even make me, who was so up here, startled by his yell? Is this what you call the power of the protagonist?" Muttered Sekke as he looked towards the church from above and saw a boy lying down on the ground totally wet with some water around him. "Yeah, let's not meet them for now," said Sekke as he turned his broom towards the giant demon skull. "This really looks cool and spooky, but more of cool," said Sekke as he stared at the giant skull. He then lowered his broom as he spotted the statue of the first Wizard King, or the petrified Wizard King, and landed beside him. He stared intently at the statue for a while as he checked him out from top to bottom. He then moved his hand towards the statue's little brother and slapped him there. "So he really is just a statue right now, pity to you, dude, your sword is not stuck in stone and is rock hard at that," said Sekke. "He must have died as a virgin too, and that too after having such an handsome face and money," thought Sekke as he shed a tear for the sealed Wizard King. "Now then, let's see which one of your holes belong to mine," said Sekke as he moved his hands towards his pants and unsheathed his sword, Ecstase. He then held the sword which had the magic stone embedded in it and took it out of the hilt before matched it with the hole it goes into. "So directly above the crotch, huh? Well, I will lend it to you when you need it, but I will keep it for the time being," said Sekke as he placed the stone back in his sword's hilt and sheathed it. He then sat down beside the statue and said, "Man, I am really tired, I really want to rest up and live a lively and comfortable life." He then laid back onto the skeleton head and thought. But knowing what all is going to happen in the future and the fact that I may not be able to survive like the real Sekke in those kind of events, makes me quite restless, that I cannot help but push myself all the way I can, in some sort of way, knowing future is bad for the person. He then looked towards the statue beside him and said, "You were at the top at your time, right, and made yourself such a figure that people started giving the title you had as an award to the current top dogs of this kingdom, so be proud of yourself." He then smirked and said, "And know about this as well, that I will become the new one and will make sure that the title, Dark Lord, gets to be as important and influential as the title of Wizard King and is passed down too." "I feel stupid talking to a statue, but I know that he is still alive," thought Sekke as he sighed. He then looked up at the sky and said, "Wizard King, how in the world did he possess that kind of mana when all the other humans at that time feared the elves because of their high mana capacity, and most of those who have high mana in these times are the reincarnations of elves. Though royalty have their own high mana capacity, it is still incomparable to that of elves. Was he just like me, someone loved by mana, or just a protagonist of his time? Too many questions. I really want to know if there was a way to gain that much mana without the help of my blessing." He then glanced towards the statue and said, "Give me some kind of answer, my fellow brother who died being a virgin." Suddenly out of nowhere he felt something rushing towards him and immediately bolted up to attack. Sekke then turned around and saw a bird with a flower in its mouth coming towards him. Is that Nero?" thought Sekke as he dodged the incoming bird. The bird, who was suddenly dodged by Sekke, was surprised by that and went past him, but Sekke caught its neck with relative ease and said, "Whoa there, you surprised me for a while. Now that I look carefully at you, your eyes look fierce and you are too fluffy as well. Wonder how will you taste?" Sekke then licked his lips, making the bird flinch and struggle to get out of Sekke's grasp. "What should I do with you, little birdie, roast you or fry?" What do you think will make you taste more delicious? Hearing that the bird paled, in all her life she not have once been caught like that, and to hear that someone would want to make her their lunch was something she had not ever imagined in her life. The bird gulped her saliva and stared intently at Sekke without any change in her expression, though Sekke could feel that the bird was trembling. Sekke sighed and said, "Relax, I am not going to eat you all right." And then thought, even though you are a bird now, you are still a human, and the thought of eating a human is not something that I will have when my life is not an overly extreme fooped up shit. He then loosened his grasp around the bird's neck, making it breathe a sigh of relief, and said, "Go." The bird looked towards Sekke for a while before it turned around and placed the flower that she had in her mouth in front of the statue. "Paying respect to the Wizard King, aren't you quite a loyal citizen of Clover Kingdom, little birdie?" said Sekke as he patted the bird's head. The bird didn't say anything but pecked Sekke's finger, who immediately moved it away. He then stood up with a smile, seeing that the bird was not able to hit him, and asked, "Do you even know who he is?" Hearing which the bird nodded its head and then flew up to sit on the statue's shoulder. "Don't poop on him, okay? This guy is a historical character in this kingdom," said Sekke, making the bird angry as she flew and got above Sekke's head and started pecking it. "Ouch!" said Sekke as he pushed the bird away, making the bird go and sit back on the statue's shoulder. Chapter 15. Sekke, who visited the village where the protagonist of this world was living, was currently sitting on top of the huge demon skeleton beside the first Wizard King statue. "Here, try this," said Sekke as he placed a cloth on the ground, and on top of it were 3 different type of cookies. "Out of these 3 there is one which is awfully bitter cause they were burnt. Let's see if you are lucky or not. Oh, just so you know, the other 2 are absolutely delish," said Sekke as he looked at the bird in front of him. The bird, whose face was totally expressionless, tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what the boy in front of him wanted to do, but thinking that the food in front of her might actually be good, she decided to give it a try. If it was a prank to begin with, she would peck the boy's head so hard that it would make a hole in its head. The bird looked at the 3 cookies with an intense glare, and after a while chose a cookie and stood in front of it and raised her wings, telling the boy that she chooses this one. Sekke nodded and then broke it into bite size for the bird and gave it to her. The bird moved forward and looked back at Sekke once again, wanting to know if this was a trap or not. Feeling nothing dangerous from the cookie like poison or something else, the bird pecked Sekke's hand and ate the small part given to her by Sekke. Sekke looked at the bird, and even though her expression didn't change, he could tell that it tasted good, since the bird didn't peck the hell out of him and even relaxed a bit. "Humph, Mom's cookies always are the best, as long as she don't burn them," thought Sekke as he picked up one of the remaining biscuit in the cloth and put it in his mouth. Cough. Cough. "Shit, that was the bitter one," said Sekke as he coughed and took out a container from his bag which had some water in it. After removing the bitter taste from his mouth, Sekke offered some water to the bird, who drank without any hesitation. "As I said earlier, you are quite smart for a bird. You are still near me even after I tried to catch you once, means that you realized that I am not dangerous and got attracted by my irresistible charm, right?" said Sekke with a smirk on his face, and then said, "Well, can't help it, I am so dreamy after all." The bird looked at the boy in front of him, flew above its head and smacked it with its wing before she started pecking it. "Hey! Ouch, ouch! Stop! You really are quite a haughty one, like real girls. Say, do you want to become my familiar?" Sekke asked, making the bird widen its eyes in surprise. Sekke smirked and said, "There are a lot of things that you can gain with this, 3 meals a day that would be good in both taste and for your body, a warm place to sleep, and being the honor of being my first follower." The bird looked at him with a deadpan expression and wanted to peck him once again, but was not able to since she was caught. But still she thought that it was quite peculiar of someone asking her to be a familiar. She had never experienced something like that in her life before. Sekke caressed her feather, making the bird feel slightly ticklish and tremble a bit. He chuckled and then said, "Ah, right, since you're going to be my familiar, I cannot keep calling you bird or something like that, right?" Sekke started thinking, while the bird just stared at him, thinking that the boy already thought that she would become his familiar. "My name is Sekke, and since you are a bird, let's call you Seeker. See, we now have rhyming names. I noticed that for the first time too," said Sekke, though the last part was said in a way that only he could understand that. The bird on the other hand widened her eyes in shock before it turned back to normal as she started remembering her old days. "Seeker, huh?" thought the bird as she turned her head to look towards the statue as she stared at it for a while. "Maybe it will be fine." Though the bird as she pecked Sekke's hand, who was distracted, making it move his hands away in surprise. "Ow, stop doing that already," said Sekke as he stared at the bird, who flew up and then sat on top of its head, but didn't find it quite comfortable. "Oh, so you accepted my proposal, Fufu, you won't regret it, Seeker," said Sekke as he thought, "wow, I really just joked about her being my familiar. Well, anyway, Seeker is cute and it's not like it would be a burden to take care of her." "Come here," said Sekke as he moved his hand in front of Seeker, making it jump on it. "Get in here and check whether it's fine," said Sekke as he revealed the pocket on his t-shirt, which was big enough for Seeker to sit in. The bird got inside the pocket and just nodded its head. Sekke nodded as well as he patted the bird's head and said, "Let's get along from now on, Seeker," but didn't receive a reply. "Well, I spent quite a while here, I need to go back before the sun sets," thought Sekke. He then turned towards the statue once again and said, "Say goodbye to the Wizard King, Seeker, we need to go or my dad will be worried." The bird stared intently at statue for a while before she bowed her head, seeing which Sekke nodded his head and said, "Thanks a lot for what you did 5 centuries ago." He then turned around and asked Sekke, "Are you ready, Seeker? We will be going now," but just received a yell of a cock in response. Sekke took his stuff and jumped on the wooden broom and then took off towards the village his father was in along with a new companion. "Seeker, let's be good friends to each other and show the world how great and strong the Dark Lord is," to which once again Seeker didn't respond and just let it be. Though there was no change in her expression, she still felt quite happy that someone asked him to be his friend and just nodded its head. Sekke grinned as he made his way to the other village, with Seeker in tow. Chapter 16. A few days passed by since Sekke got Seeker as his familiar, though Zook still doesn't know about it and thinks that Sekke was just playing around with the bird. Currently they were still in the village. Zook came to work and not having much to do anyway, Sekke decided to use the terrain around the village to go on an adventure and train. Being untouched by humans, the forests were very good place for Sekke to play around as both the nature and the mana in the area was good, so using magic in the area will be slightly tougher than usual, making it a good training spots. Though he heard from the villagers that it was only a bit difficult and nowhere near close compared to the strong magic regions, it was still better than nothing. "Seeker, ready for today's run in the forest?" asked Sekke as he looked at the bird in his pocket. Seeker came out of his pocket and started flying beside Sekke. She has been living along with him for quite a few days and she has to say it was better than living in the open, comfortable cushion to sleep on, 3 meals a day. Though they were just shares from Sekke's meal, it was still good since the boy shared it along with her and eat together with her, which was also a new feeling for her as she usually is all alone, and here was Sekke who, being alone and his father being busy with work, was left with Seeker alone and did all sorts of things to her. No, we are not talking about those kind of things. Though with all good came bad as well, since Sekke tried to make her learn some tricks, like catching the break crumbs that he would throw in different directions, making her wear cool clothes of her size. Which she of course didn't do at all, making Sekke sad, though he just decided to continue persuading her. But the worst of all was the time when Sekke would take her out of the room so as she could defecate, for that Sekke always received a thorough beating on his head before the bird would fly somewhere away from him and would come back after doing the deeds. But still overall her life was good and she really appreciates what all Sekke do for her, but the fact that made her interested in Seeker the most was Extase-chan changed to Excalibur, said Sekke as the short sword changed its shape and became a beautiful longsword which soon started glowing. Feeling the amount of mana that the sword and Sekke were radiating made Seeker look at him intently as she couldn't help but stare at that massive and beautiful mana. This was what was making her interested in him, as she could not tell why he possessed that kind of mana. She has already met his father and knew that his mana was nowhere near as strong or huge like his son's. Excalibur! Yelled Sekke as he fired a beam from his bastardist Excalibur. And even though the power behind the attack was nowhere near comparable to the real one, Sekke was really happy whenever he uses that attack. How was it, Seeker? It was awesome like always, right? Seeker flew down towards Sekke and sat in his shoulder and nodded her head. Sekke puffed his chest in pride and said, "Well, I am awesome, no doubt about it, but it's all thanks to Extase-chan." He then turned his sword back to its normal form and kissed its blade. Seeker just stared at him and thought, "I don't know why he do that, but that sword is really something else, I wonder how he got it." Sekke then stared at Extase for a while and then said, "Seeker, can you take some distance, I want to try something." Seeker just flew up and sat on top of a nearby tree. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Just as the name of the spell signifies, around 10 swords, made up of his magic, appeared around him and floated in the air. He then summoned one of the swords near him and held it in his hand and took Extase in his other. "Now let's just make sure it doesn't break," said Sekke as he stared at the bronze magic sword. Soon the sword split in half from the middle, making 2 symmetric swords. Sekke then changed Extase's shape similar to that of the bronze sword and then placed it in between the sword halves and sandwiched it in between them. "Now Extase-chan, just don't cut th," said Sekke as he let the bronze sword covered Extase float in the air, but just as it got a meter away the bronze shell around it broke and Extase fell on the ground. "The bronze coating, looks like I need to work on my spell's toughness rather than speed and power." Sekke then took Extase and sheathed it before he held 2 of the bronze swords and let the other float behind him and said, "Let's go Kirito for a while," said Sekke as he made the other sword move away from him and then pointed all of them towards himself. "Inhale. Kirito mode on," said Sekke as all the swords aimed at him shot forward at a great speed, but to Sekke, who had experienced quite a bit while fighting in the forests along with what was accustomed to such speed and his senses were great as well. Sekke then started dodging and slashing at the swords coming towards him, trying to practice dual wielding since, well, why not? After making himself forced to not use his dominating hand to block the incoming swords and instead use a combination of both the hands, Sekke practiced like that for a few minutes. After doing that for a while, Sekke fell down on the floor covered with sweat and taking deep breaths. Sekke, who saw that, thought, well, I did agree to become his familiar and he fulfills the conditions too. And then flew up and dived into a bag that Sekke brought. She then pulled a towel out of the bag and flew towards Sekke before dropping it on top of his face. Thanks, Sekke, said Sekke with his face covered with towel. Sekke didn't reply and just landed beside Sekke and stared at him. He still have that much mana left even though he used that many spells, thought Sekke as she looked at him. Sekke, I know that I am handsome, but if you stare at me so much I will blue, ouch. Sekke pecked his forehead as he said something stupid and then looked away. Ah, you pecked me so hard that blood came out, said Sekke as he wiped the blood of his forehead without much thought since it was just a small wound that would hardly cause him any pain. Sekke on the other hand looked towards Sekke with her expressionless eyes slightly widened but met Sekke's back. She hopped towards the side where Sekke was looking and saw him wiping the blood. What happened, Sekke? Asked Sekke holding the cloth against his forehead. Sekke just stared at his forehead covered by the cloth and thought, sorry, I didn't mean to hit that hard. Let me see it. Sekke noticed her looking intently at him and thought, is she really captivated by my face, but I just joked about it. Thought Sekke, but then he noticed the bird flying towards him and landing on his shoulder before she pulled the cloth. Oh my wound. Don't worry, Sekke, you are not strong enough to hurt me, it's just a bit of blood. Said Sekke as he removed the cloth and showed the small scratch on his forehead, seeing which Sekke mentally sighed and felt slightly embarrassed for jumping into conclusions, but none of that was expressed on her face. Sekke caressed her head with his finger and said, anyway, thank you for worrying about me, and learn from this and don't attack me without thinking, alright? Sekke stared at him and thought, don't say stupid things if you don't want to get hit. But still nodded her head. Sekke smiled and then stood up from the ground and said, now let's continue for a bit more and then let's have lunch. Sekke, help me find where that big rock is which we used yesterday. Sekke flew up in the air and started looking around the area from the sky to look for the spot where the huge rock was. Sekke on the other hand just applied some ointment that he always carried with him on the scratch and then followed Sekke, who soon came back to inform him. Chapter 17. It's been quite a while since Sekke made Sekke his familiar. He met the royals once again back at the village they were staying at but returned back home soon. Since his father had done his job and though Mimosa was slightly upset at that, she still said goodbye to him with a smile, promising to meet again. Though 6 years have passed since that day and no such meeting occurred. Anyways, Sekke, who was easily able to convince his mother to let Sekke live with them even though Zook said that the bird looked weird earning quite a bit of pecks on his head, had major developments in his magic. Firstly, his mana amount grew by leaps and bounds, shocking even Sekke, who could feel that his mana was almost as large as the first Wizard King. Even though he was still growing. The bronze spells got stronger and tougher as well, making him easily manipulate ecstasy enclosed in a bronze coating. He even started using the bronze-covered ecstasy as a hoverboard, something which he was very proud about. I mean, who doesn't live hoverboards? He also unlocked the 2 more of his sacred gears and now only the delete field was left to be unlocked, and let the dragon residing inside him gain consciousness. The 2 new sacred gears, namely Blaze Black Flare and Shadow Prison, became a great deal in his arsenal. He now just trapped the mana beasts in his shadow prison, which is like an aura that comes out of his body and restrains the other, while using a combination of Absorption Line and Blaze Black Flare to scorch their enemies from kill them easily using a flaming whip. He also compared his sacred gear restraints with the restraining magic from other magic knights and knew for a fact that it was very superior to theirs. Heck, the Blaze Black Flare could even burn the other flames from different magicians. I have Fu. King Amaterasu. Were the words that Sekke used the moment he discovered this, making Sekke look at his screw-loose partner with a deadpan look on her mental face. She just remained expressionless on the outside. Now going to his bronze magic, Sekke didn't try making new spells as he was busy with improving the durability of his bronze while increasing the speed at which he could cast spells as well. But he still had a few new spells in his arsenal. Like coating his limbs with bronze to increase attack and defense, which was already pretty high because of his regular hunting sessions. He also made a spell to fire bullets made of bronze instead of pure mana, man, be them more durable and penetrable depending on their shape. Though despite all this improvements, he once again failed to improve his second magic affinity, which for fuck's sake was getting more complex the more he tried. But all that ends today, because currently on his bride bike, Sekke, with Sekke sitting on in his pocket, we're going to a nearby town to get his grimoire. Yes. Sekke turned 15 years old quite recently and was now eligible to get his grimoire, though not having a grimoire tower in his town he need to go to a nearby town which had one. So after making some preparations and getting a good luck from his parents, where his father was crying so much that even the neighbors got disgusted looking at his tear and snot covered face. Anyway, leaving all that, let's get back to Sekke. Hey Seeker, those shades are fine, right? Asked Sekke. Seeker, who had a small pair of shades covering her eyes which were matching the ones that Cells was wearing, raised her wing and made a thumbs up, feather up. Whatever, you understood it right? Sekke smirked, seeing the response. He had a hard time training the bird certain tricks and making her look cool, but finally he was able to make her accustomed to wearing those shades. His life with Seeker's arrival got a bit more easy. She works like an alarm clock, informs if there was some dangers. Scouts the forest from up above, making his hunt easy, covering him with a sheet whenever he would pass out working on some magic. In short, she was very reliable and caring partner, though he still need to lock her out of the room whenever he needs to relieve something, but that was just for the greater good. The scene when he found the bird looking at him doing the deed from the window so intently with those piercing and emotionless eyes still sends a shiver down his spine. He learned front that and now makes sure that every window and door is closed before he gets into business. Seeker, I am looking good, right? Don't want to mess up on the day I receive my grimoire. Secret looked at Sekke, whose face now looked quite good, and nodded her head, though it was not better than the prince she served before, it was still good in her opinion. Sekke smiled at that and caressed the bird with his finger and said, "Alright then, let's increase our speed," said Sekke as he started going even faster on his bike, making Seeker get a bit deeper in his pocket. After a while, Seeke soon reached the grimoire tower and saw a huge crowd of children all around him. Damn, there are so many of them. How the fuck does this tower have any grimoires left after dealing with this many people every year? He then glanced towards Seeker and asked, "Anyone dangerous you suspect, or someone with high amount of mana?" Seeker, who was sitting on his shoulder, took flight to observe the area from above and soon came down and pointed out the people she felt high amounts of mana from. Sekke, who now knew whom to check out in this whole crowd, compared his mana to theirs and was happy knowing that his mana was way above there and puffed his chest in pride. Knowing what the boy was thinking, Seeker shook her head and thought, "You still compare that vast amount of mana to others, at this point you just want to boast about yourself, you know?" And pecked his head once. "Ow, don't do that, Seeker. Oh, looks like they are starting this, wish me luck, Seeker." Seeker patted his head with her wing and then flew away, since only those who were about to get their grimoires were allowed to enter the tower. Seeke soon entered the tower and saw an old man sitting on a carpet floating in the air with a very long beard. That's so cliché, I mean, what does he want to do with his beard? Clean the floor with his mop-like beard? He might even have ticks and lice in there for all we know. I will make sure to keep my distance from him. Hello everyone, I am called Fantina, the witch of this grimoire tower. She is fucking reverse trap. With a beard. Yelled Sekke in his mind and stopped listening to whatever she was saying and now decided to not even get close to that man, woman, even by accident. Extase-chan, my eyes saw something horrible, I want to unsee it. Thought Sekke as he held the hilt of his sword that was resting on his waist. Now, raise your hands and let the grimoires choose you. Said the bearded witch. Ni-chan, give me luck. Thought Sekke as he raised his hands as well. Soon the books present in the tower started shining and started flying towards various people. Ah, mine's so small. Hee, mine is big. Shut up, loser, look, mine is bigger and thicker than yours. But aren't you a girl? Huh, so what, that you pervert. Sekke started laughing listening to the nearby people who got their grimoire and then looked forward to see what his grimoire gonna be. Soon his grimoire came in front of him as well, making him surprised as he thought, why the hell are there two grimoires floating in front of me? All the people who were near Sekke had the same thought as they saw the two glowing books in front of him, one with light blue cover emitting a similar colored aura and the other a red cover with a similar red aura around it. Soon the people started making noises about this and soon the area around him cleared up, making Sekke that center of attention. Okay, this is awkward and fitting for the Dark Lord. Thought Sekke with a smirk as he took the two grimoires in front of him and said, two grimoires and both of them being 3 clovers at that, I hope that you don't mind me taking them. Sekke made eye contact with the bearded woman who was looking at him in amusement and said, those grimoires chose you, there is no way I can interfere in that, right? Alright then, you two will be the Dark Lord's possessions from now on, said Sekke as he looked at the woman once again and nodded his head and turned around to get out. But before he exited he stopped and turned around. By the way, not being rude, but what is your magic affinity? Asked Sekke looking towards the old man, woman. Hair magic, why? Are you jealous of my glossy hair? Yeah, nope, said Sekke as he got out of the tower, deciding to get away from there as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Sekke rushed away from the tower at full speed, followed by Seeker, who came and sat on his shoulder and saw 2 grimoires in his hands. Did he steal someone's grimoire? He is running as away from the tower as well. Thought Seeker. Oh hey Seeker, you won't believe it, I got 2 grimoires in there, you know, 2 grimoires, it's a huge deal, right? Well, considering me, it could be said, as expected. Said Sekke with bit of pride in his tone, making Seeker surprised as well, since she have never seen someone getting 2 grimoires. Anyway, let's go and get a grimoire holster first. We will need one big enough to carry both of them. Extension will be on one side of my waist so we can't have both of them on different sides. Sekke got inside his pocket and Sekke made a bronze bike and got on top of it to go to the marketplace. After buying a holster big enough for both his grimoires, Sekke decided to go to the open field to check out grimoires. After letting Secret search for a good spot to try out his abilities, Sekke soon arrived there and found himself close to a lake. Once he made sure that no one was nearby, he willed his bronze magic grimoire to come out. The blue grimoire started glowing and came out. It started floating in front of Sekke and the pages started flipping and finally stopped at a page which had something written in it. Let's first check how many spells are in there. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Bronze magic, bronze body. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Bronze creation magic, magnum cannonball. Bronze creation magic, golem. Okay, am I overpowered? Wait a minute, I am overpowered. He soon looked back at his grimoire and said, okay, bronze rider must be evolved form of my bike. Weapon make should be for my swords and bullets, bronze body for my armor type, I guess rest of them are new spells, and by name I can guess Midas touch would be awesome. Not sure about the golem though. Well, I am strong and that's what the fact is. Let's test them out after I check my second grimoire. I have waited for 15 King years to know what the hell is that magic. Sekke kept back his bronze grimoire and then willed for the red one to come out. The grimoire started floating and came in front of Sekke and started flipping its pages. Too many pages are blank. Well, can't help it, I didn't train this magic after all, so what type of magic it is? Lightning debuff magic, paralysis touch. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Poison debuff magic, poison touch. Not what I was expecting, but it should be fine, I guess. I mean, I will have a full series of different debuff spells, but it would be difficult to practice these spells since it will not show any effect without having a target. Said Sekke and then took a glance towards Sekke. Sekke immediately reacted and jumped back, seeing which Sekke's lips twitched and he said, I am not going to try them on you, I want you to scout some mana beasts to check these spells on. Sekke sighed at that and then took flight and started looking around for mana beasts. After a while she came back and landed on Sekke's shoulder. You found some? Sekke nodded her head in response. Great, point where an average one would be. Decree nodded her head and then pointed her wing towards the direction. Sekke nodded and was about to make his bronze bike but stopped himself and thought, let's use the grimoire. His bronze magic grimoire started flipping pages and soon stopped. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. As Sekke called out the spell's name, his bronze magic started taking shape of a bike vastly different from the one he used to make with his magic. Once the bike appeared, Sekke was left speechless with his eyes widened a bit. Sekke, I just fell in love, said Sekke as he looked at the bike in front of him. He touched the bike carefully as if it was a baby, feeling its entire body up, and took a deep breath. He then smirked and said, a ride fitting for the Dark Lord. He then took his seat on the bike and noticed that it was similar to the bikes in his own world. He supplied mana to the bike and was shocked once it noticed the output it gave from the amount of mana he inserted. He rotated the accelerator and immediately the bike moved forward at a fast speed, which made Sekke tone down the mana he was supplying. Sekke, wanna join me? It's fun. It looks dangerous, thought Sekke, who saw what the new bike that Sekke made could do, but soon she started descending towards Sekke and thought, but it sure looks thrilling and fun. Yeah, she got a bit corrupted living with Sekke for all this time. Sekke took her usual spot, inside Sekke's pocket, and looked up at him. Oh, right here, said Sekke as he took out a pair of shades and put them on while also placing the small shades on Sekke, who looked in front. Ready, go. Said Sekke as he passed the mana through the bike, which launched forward at high speed. Ha ha ha. This is Fu. King great. Yelled Sekke as his bike rushed through the road, making the scenery appear like a blur to both him and Sekke. After driving for about 10 minutes, Sekke realized something and slowly stopped his bike in the middle of the road, making Sekke confused. Sekke, where were the mana beasts again? Asked Sekke, making Sekke widen her eyes in surprise as both of them stare at each other for a while. But after some time both of them shook their shoulders and Sekke said, whatever, we will see what my magic can do sometime later. Now back to biking, YHH. Said Sekke as he passed mana through his bike once again and rushed towards Katon. Chapter 20. A few months passed by since Sekke went to the grimoire acceptance ceremony and got his new grimoires. At first everyone was shocked at the reveal of him having two grimoires, some even suspected him to have stolen one from someone else. But seeing him able to use both of them, the people started to believe him and even called him unique talent, which was well received by Sekke. He trained the spells that he got from the grimoire and even unlocked some more spells, and was happy to see that his spells were very powerful. The training also helped him notice something that made him even more confident. Unlike other people who have just one grimoire. He can fire 2 spells simultaneously by using both of his grimoires at the same time, and although it took a lot of concentration to fire 2 spells of totally different attributes simultaneously, nothing was impossible for the Dark Lord and his hard work. And now currently in front of his house, Sekke, who had his stuff all packed up, looked towards his parents, who were looking at him with a confident look in their eyes. "You didn't forget anything behind, right?" asked Elaine, asking the same question for the nth time. "Yup, no need to worry Mom, I have everything, and if there was something that I want I will just buy it there," said Sekke. "Look here young man, it's not nice to waste money Baha, you know," said Zook. "Really, Mom, make sure to not let him buy alcohol from now on, it's not like he will die because of that," said Sekke. "Okay, as Sechan said, no alcohol from now on dear," said Elaine with a smile as well. "Baha. Hey, that's unfair." "Nope, it's not unfair, we are just making sure to not waste money," said Sekke with a smile on his face. Sekke chuckled seeing his father panic and then looked at his mother and said, "I will send back some money from time to time Mom, so please use it." Elaine smiled hearing that and said, "I will wait for your letter." "Bah, you are saying that before the exam has even started, pass the exam first and then talk, it's not easy you know, even the great me was not able to pass the exam Baha," said Zook. Sekke smiled and asked, "Do you think that there is a way that I would not be selected?" Hearing his question both Zook and Elaine widened his eyes in surprise, but soon their eyes softened and they smiled at him. Elaine came forward to hug him and said, "Best of luck Sechan, I will miss you, do come home from time to time, or whenever you are in some trouble. And if someone tries to bully you just tell them how mighty and strong your father is," said Zook. Sekke ignored Zook and hugged Elaine back and nodded his head. Elaine soon broke the hug and looked at Secret, who was sitting on top of Sekke's head. "Take care of him Seeker, Sechan will most likely get in some kind of trouble," said Elaine. Seeker nodded her head and then got inside Sekke's pocket. "All right then, I will be going now, take care you too, and tell me if there is any trouble I will rush back here and deal with it," said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze Creation Magic, Bronze Rider. Seke's bike appeared in front of him and he got on top of it. "Bye Mom, bye Dad," said Sekke as he started his bike and got on the road to attend the Magic Knight entrance exams. "Seeker, there is something important that I want to ask," said Sekke while he was still riding. Seeker looked up at his partner and knew that it wasn't one of his trivial talks since he was serious. "Will you follow someone else if you found someone interesting there at the exams? Like there will be the captains of different squads who would be way powerful and stronger than the current me, or there might be some people who might interest you more than me. So would you like go separate ways if that were to happen?" asked Sekke. Seeker tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what Sekke wanted to ask, but without giving it much thought she shook her head and leaned it against Sekke's chest. "I am really happy that you became my familiar you know. If you were a human girl I would have kissed you right at this moment." Seeker became motionless after hearing that before she jumped out of his pocket and started pecking his head. "Ow ow ow, stop that Seeker, I am riding right now," said Sekke as he tried to dodge the bird. Seeker soon got back into his pocket and didn't listen to whatever he said. Seeing that Seeker was not responding, Sekke sighed and thought, "I shouldn't have made a joke like that. Well, I will buy something for her at Kika to make her happy." And Kika is the town in the common realm of the Clover Kingdom where the Magic Knight's entrance exam takes place. Soon he saw a large amount of people heading towards the same direction as him and knew that they were either peddlers or examinees. After covering most of the distance, Sekke stopped his bike and thought, "Let's just save my mana just in case I need it." And deactivated his spell. He then stretched his body and looked at Seeker and asked, "If you want to stretch your limbs then you should do it." Seeker simply got out of his pocket and flew above him, seeing which Sekke started moving towards Kika once again. After an hour or so Sekke saw the town of Kika from afar and could tell that it was heavily crowded. Sekke raised his hand and gave a whistle, hearing which Seeker came and sat on his hand. "Keep an eye from above if someone tries to do something suspicious," said Sekke. Seeker nodded and got back up in the air and kept an eye on the people near Sekke. Reaching the town of Kika, Sekke was amazed seeing how great the town was built compared to the other towns he has visited. Even Katon, his hometown which is famous for its resources, is not this developed. "Well, the noble realm is just around the corner, can't help it, anyway let's get something to eat for myself and Seeker," thought Sekke as he called Secure back and started looking around the stalls. Once Seeker was able to decide what she wanted to eat, Sekke went and bought it for both of them and found a place to sit and enjoy his snack. Once he was done eating and was finished with making up with Seeker, both of them headed towards the Magic Knight's Colosseum. On his way towards the Colosseum, Sekke noticed Seeker fidgeting a bit and said, "Alright, your inner demons must be taking over you now since there are a lot of people gathered here. Go Seeker and let your demon out, go and do whatever the shit an anti-bird does." Seeker looked at Sekke for a while before she jumped out of his pocket and smacked his head with her wing before she flew towards the Colosseum. This body is really troublesome, always fidgeting to mess with people with low mana, but what is this feeling? It's like there is someone there who had severely low levels of mana. Thought Seeker. Sekke saw his bird flying away and thought, I hope you don't change your mind, Seeker. And walked towards the Colosseum as well. Chapter 21. Sekke soon reached the Colosseum and passed through the gates. He then stood in line to get himself registered for the test, but just as he stood in the line he felt a magic power comparable to his. He looked forward with his eyes narrowed and soon found a black-haired boy with a handsome face looking back at him with his eyes slightly narrowed as well. No doubt about it, that guy is Yuno and that twerp must be Asta. Both of them stared at each other for a while before Yuno turned away and Sekke smirked, getting a bit excited. After waiting for a bit his turn came and he went to the counter. The people around him were already going for clover grimoire guy and all. What's so great about a 4-leaf clover? I have 2 grimoires, you know, fuck that rhymes. I am Sekke Bronzatsa from Katon, said Sekke to the person behind the counter and showed both of his grimoires to the man. The man's eyes widened and said, You were the rumored 2 grimoire guy, and looked up at Sekke's face with astonishment. Don't know about the rumors, but yeah, I do own 2 grimoires, so will you register me? Ah, yes, you are entry number 169, said the man as registered Sekke's grimoire. Oh, my lucky number is at the end, said Sekke with a smile as he entered the Colosseum. Just as he entered he noticed people looking towards Asta, who was swarmed by anti-birds. Seeker is there too, thought Sekke as he saw Seeker sitting on top of the grey-haired boy. Seeker noticed him, seeing which Sekke smiled and gave her a thumbs up and then walked around the Colosseum to check it out. Soon both him and Yuno got the center of attention. Neither of them had any anti-birds around them and their looks were quite good as well. Sekke walked towards Yuno, who noticed him and looked at him. You are the one who have the 4-leaf clover grimoire, right? Asked Sekke. Yes, so what? Asked Yuno. Can I see it? Asked Sekke with slight curiosity as he really wanted to see the 4-leaf grimoire up close. Yuno was slightly surprised by his request as he was sure that there would be quite a lot of people who will come up to him to pick a fight because of his grimoire. Sure, said Yuno as he took out his grimoire and showed it to Sekke. Sekke looked intently at the grimoire and thought that it looked beautiful. But for the Dark Lord, rather than beauty, it is coolness that matters. And my grimoires looks cooler than his. Thought Sekke as he returned the grimoire back to Yuno and thanked him. I am Sekke Bronzatsa, thank you for showing it to me, said Sekke as he moved his hand forward. Yuno, and it's fine, said Yuno as he shook Sekke's hand. Sekke nodded but soon heard some commotion coming from behind and turned around. There he saw a muscled-up man with black hair crushing the head of Asta. You know him? Asked Sekke. Nope, never saw him in my life, said Yuno, not wanting other to know that he was close to the idiot who was iron-clawed by a squad captain. Oi. Yuno. Sekke looked towards Yuno, who just stared at Asta without any change in his expression and refused to look towards him. Sekke shrugged his shoulders and thought, well, the birds have flown away anyway, let's go and meet Seeker. He then looked at Yuno and said, best of luck to you, and then walked away. Was all that Yuno said before he focused on the captains who started coming in. Sekke looked at the captains for a while before he looked around searching for Seeker, who soon came back and sat on his shoulders. You had your fun bullying the people with low mana? Asked Sekke, hearing which Seeker just stared directly at him. Anyway, which captain have the most amount of mana? William Vengeance and then Fugolian Vermilion, well, as expected of nobles. The masked captain have his speech and then said, let's start the exam, and used a spell. A huge tree descended from the sky whose branches started extending forward and turned into broomsticks. Sekke took the broom that was in front of him and checked the broom's efficiency by sending his mana through it. I am so going Harry Potter right in this exam. Thought Sekke as he grinned. He is so going to go overboard in this exam. Thought Seeker as she looked at his grin and flew away from him. Alright all of you, we would like to see how you all are at flying using brooms, which is a magic knight's most common mode of transportation, said William as a member of Golden Dawn demonstrated how to fly on the broom. Best of luck to you all, you may start now, said William. Sekke immediately mounted onto his broom and was about to fly but stopped and thought, let's do it the Dark Lord style. And stepped on top of the broom. Whoosh. With a swift gust of wind, Sekke got up in the air on top of his broom, shocking not only the other examinees but the squad captains as well. What the? Who the hell was that? The 4-leaf guy? No, he is still there. Then who? Sekke, who made a round around the whole Colosseum at a fast speed, slowed down a bit to show his face to the demanding audience. It's the dual grimoire guy, said William as he noticed the 2 grimoires on Sekke's holster. 2 grimoires. Talk about creepy. Sekke went closer to Yuno and asked, how was it? Your control is good, said Yuno as he continued flying. Sekke nodded and said, I know, and then continued flying slowly as he sat down on the broom so as to not use much mana while waiting for the other S to finish up. He looked down towards Asta who had veins popping out all around his body and thought, don't know about him but blood will fly out of his body if he don't stop soon. After that some other tests occurred like magic firing, moving target practice and all with Sekke and Yuno competing for the top in all the exams. That guy is good, but I don't know if this is because he is a protagonist or because he trained. Thought Sekke as he glanced towards Yuno. All of you did great in this exam and I really appreciate that you all showed us how capable you all are. I hope you show all that spirit for one final time today in our next and last exam, a battle, so pair up, said William. Hearing that the examinees got startled not as they started murmuring about how it will be if they lost to their opponent. Sekke who heard that just stood at his spot and waited for someone to ask him for the match, but first he had a job to do. He looked around and soon found a muscle-head type of man and went past him. Man, it seems like the best opponent to have right now, is someone who will lose miserably against me. There was a boy who can't do good in any exam, right? Let's search for him, said Sekke as he went past the muscle-head type of man. The musclehead smirked hearing Sekke's idea and then started looking for Asta and soon went towards him. And that's my good deed for today, really I am so kind. Thought Sekke as he saw the guy asking Asta for the duel. That boy is going to end his entire career, muttered Sekke. Soon enough Asta beat the living daylights out of the guy making all the spectators shocked by his performance. Sekke looked at the huge anti-magic sword in Asta's hand and started to get a bit tempted by it. Stop yourself Sekke. You already have your Ecstase-chan, no need for any other sword. Thought Sekke as he caressed his sword. After that a few matches took place including Yuno's where he did a one-sided slaughter to the noble. Sekke smirked seeing his magic's power as he thought that his spells were more powerful than the one Yuno used. Hey you, two grimoire creep. Sekke turned his head as he saw a tan-skinned boy coming towards him. What? Wanna duel me and know your own place by the hands of the great stain, said the boy. Are you strong? Asked Sekke. What do you mean by that? I am a noble, of course I would be leagues above you. Oh, so you are rich, I am so glad, said Sekke. Sure let's do it, said Sekke. What does it have to do it with my wealth? Are you asking me to bribe you to let me win easily against you? Sekke got in the middle of the Colosseum and said, no, it's just that, I won't have to worry about your treatment fees after younger you as handed by me. The boy came in the middle of the Colosseum as well and got infuriated at what Sekke said, you will pay for your arrogance. His grimoire started flipping and soon the boy yelled. Wood magic, forest emergence. And soon a large amount of roots appeared in front of the boy and shot towards Sekke. Sekke widened his eyes in surprise and said, wait a minute, you are a Hashirama ripoff, alright now this will be fun, you don't get to beat Hashirama every day you kmo, said Sekke as he just walked away from the trajectory of the incoming roots. Now let me show you how powerful the Dark Lord is. Wood magic, strangling forest. The boy used another spell as the roots shot towards Sekke once again but this time instead of a cluster they spread apart a bit to increase the area. It's a beautiful day outside, oh well sun's about to set anyway, said Sekke as he looked at the sky while his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. A large amount of mana started gathering in front of Sekke as a huge animal skull-like structure appeared in front of him. Gaster blaster. Just as he said that a large amount of mana gathered inside the skull's mouth which opened up a few seconds later and fired strong beam towards the roots disintegrating them to nothingness in an instant. Fuck you Hashirama. Mentally yelled Sekke as the beam engulfed the Hashirama ripoff who could just widen his eyes in shock as the beam got in front of him. Maybe it was too much to use Gaster on a ripoff anyways, that was awesome. Thought Sekke with a grin as he deactivated his spell and looked towards the referee. Yeah referee nodded and said, the winner is Sekke Bronzatsa. Sekke nodded and then walked back leaving the authorities to deal with the rip-off. Chapter 22. Once the matches were over William Vangeon stood up from his seat and came forward. Thank you all for participating in this year's Magic Knight selection exam, I am really glad to know that there are so many people out there who want to protect our kingdom, said the captain of Golden Dawn with a small smile on his face. But all of a sudden his time changed and he said, but this is where the things get serious, you all will now know whether you will be selected to join a Magic Knight squad or not. We will call you all according to the numbers that have been given to you and if a captain wants you in his squad, then the said captain will raise their hand. In case there is a participant whom multiple captains wants to recruit, the participant will have the right to choose whichever squad he would like to join amongst the ones willing to recruit him her. So now will participant number 1 step forward. Participant no, 164. Hearing the number Yuno stepped forward and not even thinking twice about it all the captains raised their hands making the other participants gasp at the sight. In the end just like the canon, he chose to join Golden Dawn making other participants envious of him. Participant No. 165. Asta stepped forward with a nervous look on his face. Soon he looked up and was shocked seeing that no one had raised their hands for him, making the other participants whisper and laugh at him. Yami then explained him why he wasn't selected despite being strong and all, and showed his display of power, making even Sekke take a step back from him. Shit, this is hella amazing and dangerous. That amount of pressure that he is generating from releasing his mana is absurd and totally badass. Thought Sekke as he looked at the man terrorizing Asta. Asta being the shounen protagonist, he has used talk no ju, no talking magic, believe is myself, making Yami give out a hearty laugh and making him accept the magic less muscle twerp. A few rejections later. Sekke looked at the participant with no. 168 getting rejected and thought, better luck next time dude, now it's time for this Dark Lord to bask in the light of glory. Participant No. 169. Sekke walked forward looking straight and then stood in front of the captains. I can already hear the gasps from the people behind me, it must be an all-captain hand raise. Thought Sekke and looked only to become motionless the moment his gaze fell on the captains. Why the hell only 2 hands are raised? You captains assholes. You are embarrassing the Dark Lord. Mentally yelled Sekke as he looked at the captains with a surprised look on his face. The captains who noticed his gaze closed their eyes and Fugolian stood up and said. I will have to say that not only you have huge amount of mana for your age and that your magic is strong as well, we cannot help but be suspicious of you having an ability or a magic to be able to steal someone else's grimoire, and that is something I would not like to have in a member of my squad. Hearing that, Sekke became shocked while the other captains who didn't raise their hands nodded their heads. What? Oi idiot. I am the future Dark Lord, there is no way I need to steal something from people lower than me, and what is this suspicious business? You just saw a man accepting a kid with no magic at all, show some your guts idiots. Thought Sekke but kept his face from changing expressions. But still it seems like 2 of us have faith in you and are willing to accept you in their squads, so whom do you choose, Golden Dawn or the Black Bulls, said Fugolian. Of course he will choose the Golden Dawn, damn, even if he got just 2 offers he received one from Golden Dawn, what the hell is happening today? Said a person from behind, making other participants put their opinions as well. Sekke sighed knowing that the other captains would not be raising their hands anymore and said, I would like to join the Black Bulls. Okay, looks like that Moss. Wait, what did you just said Yami as he looked at Sekke as if he had a donkey's head. I want to join your squad, you raised your hand right? Said Sekke as he looked at Yami. Ha ha ha, in your face Willia, no in your mask William, said Yami as he looked at the masked captain who was slightly surprised as well. But seriously, why do you want to join my squad? You should have heard our glorious tales, right? Well, only you and the captain of Golden Dawn raised their hands and I have some personal problems with that squad, so, said Sekke. First time I heard about someone having an issue with that squad. Okay dumbass, tell me about it. Like I said, it's personal, said Sekke, not really willing to say that. A few veins popped on Yami's forehead, but seeing the genuine unwillingness on Sekke's face, Yami took a smoke from his cigarette and said, well, not that I care much about it anyway, shoo now go away, and gestured Sekke to go away. Sekke sighed and then turned back and saw how the other participants were looking at him with shocked expression on their faces. Sekke didn't say anything and started moving away. Please wait. But all of a sudden Sekke heard a voice making all the people in the Colosseum look at the person who called him. Oi William, don't try to tempt my new member, said Yami as he looked at the Golden Dawn captain who called Sekke. Trust me Yami, I have no such intentions, I just want to know what is it that my squad has done to cause some problems for him so that I can look into it, said William. Yami sighed and said, hey you, do you want to answer his question? Sekke sighed and turned around, I don't really want to. There you have it, said Yami as he looked at William. William looked at Yami before he turned his gaze towards Sekke and said. I don't know what problem do you have with my squad, but still I apologize to you if my squad have caused you any inconvenience. I know that you don't want to bring that subject up. But if you tell us what was the problem, then I can look into it and prevent it from happening in the future. Sekke stared at the captain and thought, well, there are 2 reasons why I don't want to join Golden Dawn. One being Padley knowing about the magic stone and coming after him, and the second dash. Sekke sighed and said, very well. Oi, how come you agreed to him and refused me, said Yami without much care, he was more interested in the story after all. Sekke glanced at Yami and seeing his expression turned towards William and said, a few months ago a drunk member of your squad tried to sexually harass my mother. Hearing that, all the captains widened their eyes in shock, and so did the participants as they looked at Sekke, but soon turned their gaze towards the captain of Golden Dawn. Do you know that name of that magic knight? Asked William with a slightly angry tone. Sekke shook his head and said, he was too drunk to answer anything. All I know that he is a noble with light blue hair, slightly chubby body, and have a green-colored grimoire. I did take care of him though, so I apologize for beating the hell out of your squad member. William leaned back on his seat and told the Golden Dawn member that came with him something. No need to apologize, that is a totally justifiable action and I sincerely apologize once again for that kind of behavior from my squad member. Said William as he lowered his head, making the participants shocked seeing the almighty captain of Golden Dawn bowing in front of a kid. You need to train your boys a bit better, William. This is not the kind of behavior that we expect from a magic knight, said the captain of Blue Rose as she side-glanced at the Golden Dawn captain. I am really disappointed with that kind of behavior from a magic knight, much less a noble, said Fugolian as some flames came out of him. Absolutely disgusting, said the captain of Silver Eagles. By the how much did you beat him? Asked Yami. Enough to make his eggs scrambled, said Sekke. Ooh, must be very painful for that noble. I really want to see how his face would look when he asks for the doctor to treat Hi, ahahaha. Laughed Yami. Sekke sighed and soon walked back to stand amongst the crowd as Seeker landed on his shoulder. The final score of the poll about the squad that he should join is: Black Bulls, 77 votes. Golden Dawn, 18 votes. Crimson Lions, 69 votes. Damn, even though Crimson Lion lost, they do scored a great number. Chapter 23. After the selection ceremony was over, Sekke went towards Yami, who was along with his 2 squad members. Oh, the dual grimoire brat, said Yami. Sekke Bronzatsa, said Sekke. Dual grimoire brat, said Yami without any change in his expression. Sekke stared at his captain for a while before he looked at the guy beside him and asked, where is the other one? Taking a dump, said Yami as he blew some smoke. Anyway, I am Finral Rollercase and the guy with the cap is Gordon Agrippa. Hello, let's be friends from now on, said Gordon with an extremely low volume. Sekke didn't hear what the guy said but just nodded his head. Where the hell is the other brat? Said Yami. I am here. Said Almig, cough Asta as he came running towards the group. What took you so long, twerp? The thing took too long to come out, you should have seen its size, it was this by. Who asked you to explain about your stuff, said Yami as he clutched Asta's head. Let's get back to the base then, said Yami as he glanced towards Finral. Finral opened his grimoire and then used his magic. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel Gate. A portal soon appeared in front of them and Yami threw Asta into the portal. There he goes, said Yami and then glanced at Sekke. I am good, said Sekke as he was about to walk through the portal but stopped as said. Seeker. Hearing him suddenly yell like that, the Black Bulls were confused, but soon they saw a bird coming towards them and landing onto Sekke's shoulder. Sekke then walked through the portal and said, the selection went totally out of my expectations, and her I was bragging to my dad. Seeker, who was sitting on his shoulder, parted his head with her wing trying to comfort her partner. What is that? Asked Yami as he came out of the portal. She my familiar, Seeker. Seeker looked at Yami who was looking back at her. Alright, then let's introduce you two to the squad, said Yami as he looked at Asta who was on the ground. Asta immediately stood up as Yami said that and said, let's go. And then moved towards the totally unusual building. So how do you like our base? Asked Yami. Who the hell designed this thing? Said Sekke. Huh? What was that? It's unique, said Sekke. Yami nodded and then motioned Sekke to move forward. So this is where my journey starts, said Asta as he opened the door. But as soon as he touched the door it exploded into flames. Sekke widened his eyes in surprise and turned towards the others. Yami was smoking without any worry, Finral was facepalming and Gordon was muttering something as he looked towards Asta. Welcome to the worst magic squad, said Yami with a smirk as he patted Sekke's back. All of them went towards Asta who was rolling around to put out the flames. Shouldn't we put off that fire? Asked Sekke. He will break his limits and put it off on his own, said Yami without much care as he looked at the other members of the squad. Hot, said Asta as he flailed. Yep, that's hot, said Sekke as he looked at the pink-haired woman only wearing her bra and panties. Seeker, who noticed that, pecked his head making him yelp in pain. After the chaos that was happening inside the base was stopped by Yami and made every one of them sit in front of him like obedient pets, he looked at the newcomers and said, introduce yourself. I am Asta from Hage. And I want to become the Wizard King in future. Wow, he came from Hage, that's way too deep in the boonies, commented one of the members. I am Sekke Bronzatsa, and I am from Katon, let's get along. Alright then, introduce yourselves to the newcomers and work them up, but make sure to not kill them, I am going to take a dump, said Yami and then walked away. Is he always like this? Asked Sekke to Finral, who seemed to be the only normal person here. Most of the time, but you will get used to it. Anyways, let me introduce the other squad members, said Finral and started introducing the others. Once the introduction was done, Magna stood up and said, well you heard that, 2 weak-looking people wants to join our squad, I barely sense any mana from you too. Hearing that Asta got nervous but Sekke just smiled, pissing Magna even more. He brought his face closer to Sekke's and asked, what the hell is so funny? Ah, it's been a while since someone called me weak, so I was just amused a bit, said Sekke as he released his mana, making all the people in the building widen their eyes from shock, except for Asta, who was looking cluelessly at the others. So Mr. Delinquent with Shades, do you sense any mana now? Said Sekke as he took a step closer towards Magna, making him move back a bit. He. Suddenly Luck started to giggle as his eyes turned dangerous while looking towards Sekke. So what if you have mana? You still look weak to me, and there is no way Magna Swing will accept you two that easily in the squad. Sekke stopped releasing his mana and said, but Yami-san accepted the two of us, so are you questioning the decision of your captain? Magna's eyes widened from surprise as he heard Sekke's question. There is no way I will question Yami-san's decision, said Magna with his fists clenched. Alright then, give me my robe, said Sekke with a smile on his face, making Magna's face scrunched up. He was really not liking this. If you want to wear these robes then you need to earn them by proving yourself, said Magna. Soon he smirked and said, and that calls for your initiations. I want it as well, said Asta, raising his hand, making the others look at him. Magna was about to say something, but out of nowhere Luck came in front of him and said, I will take his initiation, and looked at Sekke with a smile. Oi Luck. Don't interrupt me. But Luck totally ignored him and said, let's fight, alright. Is that necessary? Asked Sekke. Of course, it is your initiation ceremony, bastard, said Magna. Alright then, said Sekke, making Luck excited. Chapter 24. All the Black Bulls got outside their base to look at the initiation ceremony. Firstly, it was Asta's turn, since he wanted to get his robe as soon as possible and asked Sekke to let him go first. Sekke, being the generous Dark Lord he was, let him go first as his own were. The final boss shows up at the end. Asta and Magna played fire baseball and Asta got his robe, well, rather easily. After the others were done congratulating him, it was Sekke's turn, who along with the overly excited Luck stood forward. Oi, you all take some more distance from the two of them, said Yami, who came out of his base smoking this cigarette. All of them were surprised seeing Yami come out, but nonetheless were happy about it and followed his order. Hey, let's begin already, said Luck as he was literally jumping from excitement. Alright then, you want to start? Asked Sekke. Since Magna didn't let his opponent start, I will let you make the first move, said Luck. Sekke took a deep breath and turned serious and said, don't make excuses after losing to the Dark Lord, okay? Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Ha, he was just all talk, where the hell is your spell? Laughed Magna out loud. But Sekke just smirked at that, making Yami narrow his eyes. Up, thought Yami as he glanced towards the sky. Gaster Blaster. A large amount of mana which was gathered inside the mouth of the animal head shot forward towards the ground, producing a bright light. Luck looked up with a smile as he saw the beam coming towards him. Ha, amazing, said Luck as the beam hit the ground. Sekke smiled seeing the attack hit its target, but all of a sudden he heard a crackling noise and turned around. You really are powerful, it will be fun, said Luck, who was standing in front of his eyes. Lighting magic, lightning god boots, said Luck as he rushed towards Sekke. Bronze creation magic, magnum cannonball. A spiky shell appeared around Sekke, protecting him from all sides. Too slow, said Luck, who was standing behind him inside the shell. Nope, you were just too fast to notice, said Sekke as his hand suddenly changed into a club. Bronze magic, bronze body weapon make. Sekke then smashed his club with full force towards Luck, sending him flying out of the shell, which opened for Luck to be sent flying before it closed. All out firing, said Sekke as bullets made out of pure mana started firing towards Luck out of the spikes. I felt that one, said Luck as his grimoire started flipping pages. Lighting magic, lightning god gloves. A pair of gloves made out of lighting appeared on Luck's hands as he started dodging and slicing through the bullets. Damn, he have got a fucking Chidori for a hand, thought Sekke as his hand, which was covered in a bronze coating, started changing. Bronze magic, weapon make, minigun. Luck, who was now close to the sphere, suddenly saw Sekke's hand come out of the shell and change into something he haven't seen before. The gun started rotating and projectiles started coming out of it at a great speed. Fast, thought Luck as he immediately jumped back and started running around. But because of the Magnum Cannonball, which was an omnidirectional defense and attack spell, Luck was not able to outright attack him, giving Sekke enough time to rotate the shell. You are getting better and better, ha, said Luck while laughing as he jumped far away from Sekke. Sekke though didn't stop firing and said, what happened, giving up already? Haha, don't worry, said Luck as his face turned threatening, though he still had a smile on his face. I am just getting started, said Luck as he vanished from his spot, making Sekke's eyes widen from surprise. Shit, I can see his with Magnum Fireball active. It is not easy to follow his movements. Bronze Creation Magic, Golem Assist. A huge arm made of bronze magic appeared out of nowhere and threw the ball up in the air, much to everyone's surprise. Hey, now who is running away? Said Luck as he looked up at the ball. No one, suddenly said Sekke, who appeared in front of Luck with Ecstase in his hand. Ha dash, said Luck as he looked at the sword coming towards him. In the next instant he took a great distance away from him. What was that dreadful feeling just now? Thought Luck as every hair on his body stood up when he looked at the blade coming towards him. I have caught you now, said Sekke. Huh? Said Luck as he looked at his hand, which had a glowing rope-like thing wound around it. Sekke smirked as he threw Luck up in the air with the absorption line. Bronze Creation Magic, Giant's High Five. Two huge hands sprouted from the ground and then started moving towards Luck with great speed and clapped Luck in between them. Sekke smiled. From this spell he has squashed an army of elephant-sized mosquito mana beasts, and smashed boulders without any difficulty, and was quite confident in the spell's power. But suddenly electric speak started coming out of the huge bronze hands, and in the next instant they explode, making Sekke frown in anger. Lighting Magic, Thunderclap Crumbling Orb. Luck bolted out of smoke caused by the explosion covered with blood and started firing orbs made of pure electricity towards Sekke, who started dodging the attacks. He immediately retracted the absorption line and used its long whip to smack the orbs away. But contrary to his thoughts, the orbs started exploding out of nowhere. He is blinding my vision, never though a battle maniac to use that. Thought Sekke. Don't get distracted or I will kill you. Luck suddenly appeared to Sekke's and left with a wide grin on his face and his lightning glove heading towards Sekke's head. Right back at ya, said Sekke with a grin. His left hand started glowing all of a sudden and a long and solid pillar came out of his hand and smashed into Luck's gut, making him spill some saliva. Bronze Magic, Bronze Club. Haha, don't think that the Dark Lord will give you up, awawawawa. Luck, who was smashed by the bronze club, tried to move away and touched the bronze club, and it was at this moment Sekke got fooked up. Since Sekke didn't have the power of plot, electricity passed through the bronze club and electrocuted Sekke. Luck got on top of the bronze pillar and saw Sekke getting electrocuted. And soon a malicious smirk appeared on his face as his grimoire started flipping pages. Lighting Magic, Thunderclap Crumbling Orb. I thought the newcomer was very strong, didn't know that he had such a weakness, said Vanessa. It's a tribute disadvantage for the brat, said Yami as he looked at the fight. Beat the crap out of him, Luck. Show him his place. Ah. Marie. Sekke's magic got cancelled as he lost concentration due to getting electrocuted and fell on his knees. Hee, it was fun, but it looks like you lost, said Luck as he walked towards the fallen Sekke. Heh, you must be kidding me, that wasn't even my two, you know, said Sekke with a pained smile in his face. Really? Doesn't look like it, but show me what you can do, it's exciting after all. Sekke sighed and said, looks like I need to show you what a Dark Lord's 2 is, said Sekke as his other grimoire came out of the holster and started flipping pages. What is this? What the hell is this pain? Thought Luck as he looked forward to see Sekke standing once again totally fine. Body Debuff Magic, Damage Transfer. You wanted to see more, right? Let me show you one of the most dangerous moves which haven't killed anyone. Sekke then rushed towards the fallen Luck, who being in an adrenaline rush stood up almost instantly ready to intercept the attached head-on. Mana Bullet, Rasengan. Yelled Sekke as he went past Luck and slammed the spiraling orb of mana on his back. Shit. Thought Luck as his face met the ground once again, only this time he went deeper into the ground and got engulfed in an explosion. By this time Sekke had already taken his distance from him and looked at his opponent getting engulfed in the explosion. I need to find a bed and sleep before the recoil hits me, but first let's make sure that he is stopped for good. He then went towards the crater where Luck was lying covered in blood, still able to move, and was trying to get up. No you don't, I need to sleep. Bronze Transformation Magic, Midas Touch. Sekke touched Luck's body and his body started turning into bronze. Wah. Just sleep already, I will fight you someday again, said Sekke, making Luck stop, and a few seconds later an identical status of Luck made out of bronze was in front of Sekke. Chapter 25. Sekke walked back to the rest of the Black Bulls and looked at Magna and moved his hand forward, robe. Seeing that, Magna smirked and said, here you go, that was some amazing fight there, and threw a Black Bull robe towards him. Sekke smiled and said, that was nothing, and then wore the robe and said. Well, looks like I formally joined the squad now, let's get along. The others just smirked as Asta said, whoa, you are buffed up too. Said Asta as he saw Sekke's muscles through his slightly burnt clothes. Of course I will be, I am the Dark Lord after all, said Sekke as he flexed his muscles, making Asta even more excited and flex his muscles as well. Anyway, where's Luck? Asked Magna. Oh, he is there in the crater, though he is currently a bronze statue right now. He will be back to normal soon, so don't worry, said Sekke as he pointed to the statue. Suddenly Seeker landed on his shoulders and pecked his head, once gaining his attention. Sekke looked at her and saw her trying to tell him something. Suddenly Sekke's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the other black bulls who were curious about why he was so shocked. It's bad, hurry up and tell me where my room is, said Sekke. What hap? Ask the questions later, I am in a great need to find a place to sleep, said Sekke as if the world was about to end. Yami picked him up and threw him inside the base, sending him crashing on the sofa. Shut the hell up already. And that SWO. Oh, thank you Captain Yami, I will sleep here then, said Sekke as he laid down on the sofa and pointed his finger at himself like a gun and used his magic. Debuff magic, sleep. Sekke's eyes started turning heavy and not even a minute later he fell asleep, shocking the other members of the Black Bulls. Magna, seeing that he was being disrespectful to Yami, decided to wake him up and yell at him, but just as he was about to touch him, Seeker appeared and pecked the hell out of him and stood on the sofa to guard Sekke from anyone trying to wake him up. You damn bird, I will roast the hell out of you, said Magna as he gathered fire in his hands. Stop it, I am already tired, I will deal with the brat in the morning, said Yami as he yawned and went to his room. He gave Sekke one last glance before going back to his room, something which was ignored by everyone in the room. Magna wanted to wake him up, but Vanessa stopped him and told him to lead Asta to his room, much to Magna's disappointment. The next morning Sekke, who was left alone in the hall to sleep, woke up quite early and looked around, thinking about the unfamiliar surrounding. Oh, I joined Black Bulls yesterday, thought Sekke as he sat up on the sofa and then looked at his side and smiled, seeing Seeker sleeping peacefully. He stood up and stretched his body and said, well then let's get to work, and took his sword with him. Seeker woke up hearing his voice and flew towards him before she got inside his pocket and fell asleep once again. Was there any problems after I passed out yesterday? Seeker just shook her head with her eyes closed, seeing which Sekke nodded and thought, I just hope I am not asked around that much. And went out of the base to check the terrain. La, eat this, you must be tired from your fight, said the short girl as she shoved a plate full of food in front of Sekke. I will take you up on that, thank you, said Sekke as he ate something from the whole pile in front of him. It's delicious, said Sekke with his mouth full of food, making Charmy happy. I know La, eat more, don't be shy, said Charmy as her sheeps made more food. Who the hell is making ruckus so early in the morning? Said Yami, who came into the hall while scratching his stomach. Good morning, Captain Yami-san, greeted Charmy and Sekke, the only ones present in the hall. Huh, you woke up, huh, good, now go and clean the mess you made out there, said Yami as he took a seat and picked something up from Sekke's plate. You do know that Luck was the one who caused most of the damage, right? Asked Sekke. So? Asked Yami back. Shouldn't it be Magna who should clean this all up? How the hell did Magna came into all this? He was the one who said to do the newcomer initiation, said Sekke. Good morning Yami-san, said Magna, who came down as well. Oi Magna. Go and clean the mess you made. Huh? Why? Wasn't it caused by Luck? And? Asked Yami back as he chewed his food. It will be done Yami-san, saluted Magna as he rushed outside. Sekke smirked seeing Magna rushing outside and then focused back on his food. By the way kid, what the hell was that sword and that whip thingy yesterday? Asked Yami as he looked at Sekke. Sword was a gift from my father and that whip was from my other magic, said Sekke without explaining the details about either of the two. Yami stared at Sekke for a while before he closed them and asked. And how the hell did you dare to sleep last night when I was asking you something? Huh? Asked Yami as he gripped Sekke's head. Ow ow ow, release me Yami-san. You are hurting me. Answer me you dumbass, said Yami. It hurts, said Sekke. 5, 4, 3, said Yami. What the hell are you counting down? Your time left in this world, said Yami casually. Sekke immediately held Yami's hand and used his magic. Bronze magic, bronze body. Sekke, using that spell along with his already strong body, was able to push Yami's hand a bit away from his head, making the black-haired man widen his eyes from surprise. It was to not experience the recoil from my magic, said Sekke. Huh? Said Yami as he pulled his hand back. Sekke sighed in relief when he saw Yami pull his hand back and said. You remember the magic that I used to make Luck fall yesterday after I got electrocuted yesterday? That spell allows me to transfer the damage that I have taken to any other nearby living object, as well as I have the mana to transfer it away. A pretty useful spell you got there, said Vanessa, who appeared a few seconds ago and sat beside him. Yeah, it is, but there is a price to pay, after the spell is used. The moment that I stop using this spell I have 15 minutes of bliss. Once those 15 minutes of pain I will be subjected to 10 times the pain I transferred for 10 minutes straight. Said Sekke. Actually I have a total of 1 hour but let's not tell that to others. Thought Sekke. After all a Dark Lord will never show his weakness. That's it. Said Yami with a snort. Sekke looked back at Yami and stared at him as well and then said, I will use that spell on you, it can even transfer your urge to poop to someone else and will have you experience 10 times the pressure later. Yami's eyes widened from shock as he said, I take that back, this spell is hella dangerous. But if that is the case it is pretty complex spell to be used in a fight, said Vanessa as she thought about it. Well not that much, I will just have to keep the spell active to not trigger the countdown. Thought Sekke. It is, but I am awesome you know, so it's not that much of a problem to me, said Sekke as he pointed at himself making Vanessa laugh while Yami was still thinking about how dangerous that spell is. I will ask the brat to use that spell's poops feature in that braided guy from Silver Eel. Owl, well whatever it will be funny to watch. Thought Yami as he started laughing out loud thinking how a certain silver-haired magic knight captain will look with 10 times the pressure. Chapter 26. Sekke who done with the breakfast and answering Yami's questions asked Luck, who was now back to normal to show him around the base. Hey, let's fight, said Luck. In the evening, alright. I need to look around the base first and write a letter to inform my parents. Alright, I won't lose today, said Luck. We will see, said Sekke as he continued looking around. After looking around for a while Sekke went to find Yami and asked, Yami-san can I have the empty on the second floor? Huh. Sure, knock yourself out. Sekke nodded and then went back skipping happily. On his way he found Asta being led around by Magna. Oi, Sekke you won't believe this. Magna-senpai gave me the honorable task of feeding Captain Yami's pet beasts. Is that so? Good for you Asta, said Sekke. Anyway where are you two going? Asked Sekke. I am showing the shrimp around the base, wanna join us? Said Magna. Nah, Luck showed me around already, said Sekke. But was totally ignored by Magna who wrapped his hand around him and took him along as well. While they were on their way they met the other new recruit along with the two of them. A wild, a royal tsundere just appeared. Thought Sekke. Well it will be my first time seeing a real-life tsundere. Thought Sekke. Asta being Asta just marched forward towards the silver-haired girl and moved his hand forward. Hello. I am Asta from Hage. Let's get along with each other. The girl narrowed her eyes as she looked at him and then moved her gaze towards his hand and smacked it away. Who gave you the permission to speak, with such low amount of mana how dare you approach me, you lowly insect, said the silver-haired girl. Ah. It's the beginning phase that every tsundere goes through, abuse the idiot in beginning then fall for him at the next or at the end of the episode. Thought Sekke as he gave a sagely nod ignoring what his two fellow rookies were talking about. He then snapped out of his thoughts and saw Asta no towing in front of the girl. He looked at Magna who had a slight frown on his face and asked, what happened? Hey Sekke did you that she is from the Clover Kingdom's royal family? Said Asta as he continued to no tow. And? Asked Sekke. Asta and the other stopped and looked at him and immediately Asta realized something and stood up. Hey! How the hell did you call me an insect? Humph, I am a royal and to me you are just an insect, said the silver-haired girl called Noelle. Asta and Magna continued to argue with her about how rank didn't matter and all and her being insistent on that rank does matter. Sekke who had lost interest in the argument simply turned around and walked away. Now where the hell am I? Thought Sekke as he got lost in the Black Bull's base. Luck didn't show me this area, what are these strings for? Thought Sekke as he easily evaded the strings. Wait a minute these strings must be made of Vanessa's magic. She might be able to help me find my new room. Thought Sekke. Vanessa-san. Called Sekke in a loud voice and after a while a door further away opened and revealed the pink-haired beauty's face. Oh, the taller new recruit. What is it? Do you need something from me? Sekke whi saw her like that felt slightly awkward and just focused on her face. I am a bit lost here, Luck didn't show me around this area so I don't know where to go from here, seeing these strings I thought that it must be made out of your magic and thought that you can help me, said Sekke. He passed through the hallway without activating any traps. Thought Vanessa as she noticed her still intact threads and said, alright, where are you heading to? The empty room on second floor, said Sekke. Vanessa nodded and then led him to the room. Alright we are here, but why this room, it's just like you said, it's totally empty, asked Vanessa with curiosity. I asked Yami-san to give me this room and he agreed, said Sekke as he took out the cleaning tools from another room. My, getting such a big room for yourself, aren't you a lucky one, said Vanessa as she looked at Sekke. Sekke encased the mop with his bronze and said, well yeah, I am lucky, and then started cleaning the room. Vanessa just stood there and watched Sekke controlling 4 mops at the same time with his magic and was impressed by his control. You said you were a commoner, right? Asked Vanessa. Sekke turned around and asked, you were still here? Sorry I didn't notice. Here, take a seat, said Sekke and made a black from his magic for Vanessa to sit upon. Vanessa sat down and was slightly angry when she heard that she was totally ignored by him. I mean, a pretty girl and nothing but just her underwear is here. Be aware of it a bit if you are normal. Thought Vanessa. Yeah, I am a commoner as far as I know, said Sekke answering her question. Really? Your control and mana doesn't reflect that. Well you can say I am simply blessed, plus hardworking, both of them coupled with my handsomeness and coolness. I am a perfect package, said Sekke with his chest puffed up. But then he noticed something and looked down. Oh, Seeker, you are awake, said Sekke as Seeker peeked out of his pocket still feeling a bit sleepy. Wow, what that? Asked Vanessa with slight surprise. Well, she is an anti-bird as you can see, but she also have the privileged nod being my familiar. You can say she is blessed as well, said Sekke as he caressed the bird making her eyes close once again. Sleep a bit more, you look tired, said Sekke as he took her out of his pocket and made another block for her and placed her on top of it before covering her with a handkerchief. Vanessa chuckled seeing Sekke acting so carefully with the bird and asked a few more questions from the newcomer. Once Sekke was done cleaning the room, he stretched his hands and then placed the cleaning items back at their places. Now I need to get some basic stuff in here, said Sekke. There is some extra furniture there in the girls' wing, you can take it, offered Vanessa, which Sekke accepted without any troubles. Once he was done setting up his room, in which Vanessa helped him to decorate it as well, both of them along with Seeker went to find Charmy to eat something. You were given an offer by Golden Dawn and you still chose the Black Bulls? Asked Vanessa with a surprised tone. Sekke just gave a dry laugh and told her that he had some personal issues with that squad and left it at that and went downstairs along with her. In the evening he had his promised spar with Luck, where once again Luck lost because this time Sekke had some knowledge on how he fought. Though it was the same for Luck, which made the things even more challenging for both of them, though they do had to admit that the spar was fun. Later in the evening, after finishing the spar, Sekke and the other males of the Black Bulls were in the bath. Impossible, said Magna. How? Said Asta. A snake, said Yami. Sekke, who was now in the bath, was being sued by the other members of the Black Bulls. That size, it's in the same, no, even Yami-san, said Magna as he looked at Sekke. How the hell did you wear your pants with that? Asked Yami as he looked at the one Sekke's little brother. Normally, said Sekke as he covered his crotch with a towel. Damn, I won't lose to you, Sekke, yelled Asta. That's the spirit, Asta, don't give up. Size is not the only thing that matters. Haha, look, Magna have a peanut in between his legs, said Luck laughing out loud. Luck, yelled Magna as he started throwing fireballs at Luck, who dodged them with a smile on his face. So you brats, how was your first day at Black Bulls? Regretting joining this squad yet? Nope, said both Asta and Sekke simultaneously as they copied Yami. It's my first step to become Wizard King and I am really loving it, said Asta. It's fun here, and I don't regret choosing this squad, said Sekke. ZZZ. Don't sleep if you are asking us something, yelled Sekke as he saw Yami size off. Don't yell, you assholes, yelled Yami as he suddenly woke up and smashed the nearby wall with his mana-covered fist, blasting bit away, showing the outside scenery. Chapter 27. The next morning, Sekke, who was sleeping in his new room, suddenly got woken up by Seeker pecking his head. Ow, ow, I am up, said Sekke as he protected his head from the bird. Seeker, who had done her job, went back to her bed and stared at Sekke. Sekke just patted the bird and said, good job, and then left the room. Gotta do the deed before Yami goes on his dumping quest, thought Sekke as he rushed to the toilet. Once Sekke was refreshed and finished with his morning routine, he went back to his room, took his sword and Seeker, and went out of the HQ for his morning training. On his way back, Sekke felt some noises near him and decided to check. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge water ball crashed into him, making both him and Seeker wet. What the hell was that? You okay, Seeker? Seeker shook the water of her body and then gave a thumbs up, feathers up to Sekke, indicating that she was fine. Sekke sighed and then looked at Seeker and said, well, I am glad that you are fine, go and dry up, and let Seeker go and dry herself up under the sun. Sekke, on the other hand, went towards the source of noise as he guessed what probably the source of the noise was. Not just as he expected. After walking for a bit, he came across a silver-haired Sundra practicing her magic. Sekke, being the fearless Dark Lord he was, didn't hide and just stepped forward. Good morning, said Sekke as he greeted the silver-haired girl. The girl yelped in surprise as she heard Sekke's voice and turned around to see who it was. You! What are you doing here? Well, that's now how you greet someone who wished you good morning, but it's not like everyone can have good manners like me. Anyways, I was just on my way back from training, when all of a sudden I got hit by a huge water ball and decided to check. Said Sekke as he showed off his wet clothes. Noelle got nervous seeing that her misfired magic hit the boy in front of him and said, "Hmph, it's not all of a sudden, I was aiming for you to begin with. You didn't even know I was here until I called you," said Sekke as he stared at the silver-haired noble. Noelle blushed as Sekke pointed out her mistake and just averted her eyes. "Anyway, what are you doing here, looking at the tree and the target? I think that you are practicing your magic, though seeing how dry the tree is from being hit by water magic. Let's not like her more," thought Sekke as he said, "Anyway, show me your magic, I am interested in seeing how powerful it is." Noelle looked up at Sekke who was looking back at her and said, "Why would I show my magic to an insect like you? Language, lady, if you call yourself a royal then carry yourself like one too," said Sekke with a stern tone making the girl flinch. How dare you dash," said Noelle, but Sekke released his magic power and glared at her making her stop. The noble turned around and pointed her hands towards the tree and gathered her magic making a huge water ball appear in front of her hands. That's some magic power she gathered in a single spell, but the control is just shitty, thought Sekke as he saw the ball totally missing the target. Seeing that her attack missed once again, she prepared herself to be mocked again and looked down. "If you are having trouble controlling that much magic, then lower the output to the point which you can control," said Sekke as he walked towards her. Surprised by what Sekke said, Noelle looked up and saw him coming towards her and said, "What do you mean by how dare you come closer to me like this? I am a royal, you know. And I am the Dark Lord, the one who is at the very top," said Sekke as he snorted and said. "Now do as I told you." "Why should I?" asked Noelle. "Because I said so, and I am currently your superior here," said Sekke. "When did you become my superior?" asked Noelle. "From the moment you showed me you cannot control your magic, while I can," said Sekke. Noelle opened her mouth once again to say something, but Sekke gave an annoyed sigh and said, "Listen here, if I am going out of my way to help you improve a bit, then just keep that mouth shut and accept it. Not everyone has the privilege of getting help from the Dark Lord." "Humph, I didn't ask for your help, and what is this Dark Lord thing anyway?" said Noelle as she crossed her arms. "You don't need to know that right now, I will tell you when you get to my level. Anyway, see this," said Sekke as he raised his hand. Noelle was about to say something, but then she noticed some mana gathering in Sekke's hand. "Ha, what are you even going to accomplish with that meager amount of mana?" said Noelle as she pointed at the small amount of mana glowing on Sekke's hand. "Smack you," said Sekke as the mana bullet flew towards Noelle and flicked her forehead. "Ow! How dare you hit a royal like this," said Sekke as he fired another magic bullet at her. "Ow! Why you? Now try to do the same with your mana, slowly," said Sekke. Noelle glared at Sekke and raised her hand to attack him. Sekke, who saw the water ball forming in front of Noelle's hand, sighed and thought, "It's getting unstable." Sekke's sacred gear appeared on his hand as the whip shot forward from the black gauntlet and wrapped around Noelle's hand. "Wah!" said Noelle as she saw her hand getting caught by something. Sekke started absorbing the excess mana from her spell and said, "Try to control this much, aim at the target." Noelle looked at the smaller water ball in her hand and then at Sekke, who was just staring at her. "What does he want to do anyway?" thought Noelle as she pointed her hand towards the tree and fired once again. And as Sekke expected, it still misfired. "Yup, just like I thought, a totally shitty control," thought Sekke, and then looked at Noelle, who was looking down. "Since you are doing this without even using your grimoire, it would be pretty difficult to lower the power output," said Sekke as he started thinking. "Why are you doing this anyway?" asked Noelle. "No reason, I have nothing better to do anyway, the other are still sleeping and I am already done with my training, although if you want a proper reason, you can say that you are a bit similar to my dad," said Sekke. "Dad, not mom," thought Noelle as she felt a bit pissed hearing that she is similar to man. "He too puts too much and ruins most of the things and never accepts that and try that again, a total pain in the butt, if I have to say so," said Sekke with a deadpan look on his face, making Noelle even more pissed at the insult. "I am accustomed to taking care of that old man of mine, and seeing that you, who is somewhat acting stubbornly like him, makes me work on my own. In a way you can say I am just preventing you from annoying me," said Sekke, making Noelle look up at him with a confused look on her face. "That doesn't make any sense," said Noelle. "Doesn't matter, it made sense to me," said Sekke, making Noelle stare at him. "Anyway, I am feeling a bit cold in these wet clothes, I better go and change," said Sekke as he pulled the line back from Noelle's hand and deactivated his sacred gear. You on the other hand try using that mana bullet I used to flick you earlier. I will come back after changing my clothes and will babysit you until breakfast is ready, said Sekke as he rushed back to the base. I don't need someone to babysit me. And don't come back. Chapter 28. Sekke, who was rushing back towards the base, saw Asta come out while yawning, but decided to let him be. I need to check if Sekke is dry or not. Can't have her catching cold, thought Sekke as he hurried back to his room. Soon he got in there and saw Sekke sitting near the window trying to dry up. He sighed and said, like hell you are going to dry up in the room. Go out and you bird brain, said Sekke as he picked out some dry clothes and a towel. Sekke looked at him and then flew towards him and landed on his lap. Sekke took the towel and wiped her carefully so as to not injure the bird. Once Sekke was all dried up, she flew around the room flapping her wings like crazy to get rid of the still stuck moisture. Do that outside, Sekke, I need to change, said Sekke as he opened the door for Sekke to go out. Sekke didn't took much time and got out of the room and let Sekke change his clothes in peace. What the hell is that Sundra doing? Thought Sekke as he suddenly felt a large amount of mana gathering near the base. Well, she is a part of the protagonist's team, she would be fine. And continued changing his clothes. Once he was done, he went out towards the source of the mana disturbance and was soon joined by Sekke, who landed in his shoulder. Sekke, is it very dangerous out there? Sekke shook her head in denial, seeing which Sekke nodded and then peeked out of the window. Holy shit. If not for her shitty control, then she could have easily destroyed the base, no quarter of the base with her magic. Soon he arrived near the other black bulls who were gathered there and said, good morning. Good morning, said Vanessa. It's really a good morning, let's fight, Sekke, said Luck. It really is a pleasant morning, I would really like to spend this day with my friends, mumbled Gordon, which no one was able to hear. Marie. Looks like she lost her control. What are you going to do, Yami-san? Asked Sekke. Don't know, if we use attack magic there is a high chance that she will die, if only we had someone who can negate magic, said Yami casually as he took a smoke. Suddenly, as if his wish came true, Asta came flying towards him. Yami just moved his hand forward and caught Asta. Good timing, brat, I was just thinking about you, said Yami. About me? Yeah, you see that, said Yami as he pointed towards Noel and something made of water. Yes. Good, go and deal with it, said Yami. Alright. Wait, how will I deal with that? I don't even know how to fly. Shut your trap, idiot, yelled Yami as he started releasing his magic. He then gripped Asta tightly and said, just do something and break your limits. And threw him towards the royal. You do know that he will die if he couldn't do anything and get stuck in there as well, said Sekke. No problem, we have a graveyard nearby, said Yami as he took a smoke. He then looked at Sekke and asked. Can you deal with that? Well, it's not that difficult, replied Sekke. Then why didn't you say that earlier? Asked Yami. No one asked me, said Sekke. Sounds fair, said Yami as he closed his eyes. Should I save them from the fall? Nah, Finral, said Yami. Yes, I know, said Finral as he used his magic to make a portal below Asta and Noel. Soon the other end of the portal appeared in front of them and Sekke took a step to the side. Asta and Noel soon came out of there as Asta landed at the place where Sekke was standing earlier. You alright, Asta? Asked Sekke. I am fine, said Asta in his unusually loud tone, and then went towards Noel. And now he used the protagonist magic on her and make that Sundra fall for him, and thus his future of getting physically and verbally abused for no logical reason at all is set. The end. Thought Sekke as he nodded his head. Once everyone from the Black Bulls were done saying their piece of how she is one of them now and how she can believe in them, Sekke stepped forward and mana bulleted her once again, telling her to practice how he asked her to do, causing a slight argument amongst them. After all that was over, he asked Charmy to cook him something to eat, which she immediately agreed to with a huge smile on her face. In the evening, Sekke along with the other two rookies was there in the hall. So what are your plans for now? The others are busy doing their thing, asked Sekke. Noel and Asta stared at him and then thought for a while. I have nothing in mind, said Asta. I know that your head is empty, no need to tell that, said Sekke. Okay, wait, you just insulted me, yelled Asta as he stood up and pointed his finger at him. I have no idea as well, I still don't have much mana after what happened today, said Noel. About that, how did it suddenly get that out of control? Asked Sekke. Hearing his question, Noel looked down as she remembered the thoughts that she had at that time. Seeing her like that, Sekke patted her shoulder and said, no need to tell if you don't want to, the thing that is important, is that we need to make her learn how to control, otherwise it will create problems during missions. And how will we do that? asked Asta. We will use that thick, long and black thing of yours to help her, said Asta as he looked at Asta. Noelle blushed as she heard what Sekke said and was about to yell at him. Oh. Don't worry, I will use that to help her. You can count on me. Asta then patted Noelle's shoulder and said, let's do our best, Noelle, me and my sword will take care of you. Noelle got red from head to toe as she heard what Asta said. Sekke just looked away and covered his mouth to not laugh out loud. Why you? Bacasta. Chapter 29. A few days passed by since Sekke joined the Black Bulls and was living his life without any troubles. Good food prepared by Charmy, a big room all for himself, good sparring partners and no one nagging him for what he does. A life he could call a total bliss for himself. But this cannot go on. Thought Sekke as he stood up from his bed and said, to gain recognition the Dark Lord needs to spread his name, and the way to do it, is undertaking missions. He then took his robe from the chair and then rushed outside the room, followed by Sekke. Yami-san. Don't yell. Said Yami as he looked at Sekke. Sekke looked around and saw that only him and Yami were there. Yami-san, do you have a mission I can go on? Mission, oi, Gauche. Soon Gauche with a picture in his hand appeared and said, what happened, is today the day I can go and see my angel Marie? No, I need you to go on a mission, take the brat along with you, said Yami as he pointed at Sekke. A mission? What kind of? Just the usual, bandit crushing, though you will be joined by some other squad, said Yami. Troublesome, I would rather adore my Marie's photo, said Gauche as he looked at the photo. I wasn't asking, said Yami as he gripped Gauche's head. Alright, I accept it, oi, you don't drag me down, the sooner we finish the sooner I can look at Marie's photo, said Gauche as he looked at Sekke. Well, a troublesome one to deal with, but still it's fine. Thought Sekke as he gave him a thumbs up and said, alright, do guide me though. After that Yami gave them the mission details and both him and Gauche went to prepare to set out. After half an hour both of them came out and met Luck and Magna outside the base. Hey, Sekke, come on, let's fight, said Luck with a smile on his face. Sorry Luck, I just got a mission, said Sekke. Magna smirked at that and said, your first mission, eh? Do well and don't drag our name down, said Magna while cleaning his specialized broom. Seeing that broom, Sekke smirked and used his magic. Bronze creation magic, Bronze Rider. A bike soon formed in front of Sekke, seeing which Magna had its eyes widen from shock. He admired the design of the bike and gave Sekke a thumbs up and said, it's awesome. Oi. What are doing? Gauche-san, come with me, it will be faster than using a broom, said Sekke, which was enough for Gauche to accept Sekke's offer. If it saves time it would be added to his merry time. Sekke sat in front followed by Gauche who sat in the side cart made by Sekke, and finally it was Sekke who sat in his pocket. Take care of the photo Gauche-san, it might get blown away if you held it lightly, said Sekke, making Gauche frown as he kept the photo in his pocket. Sekke then passed his magic to the bike, which immediately shoot forward at an amazing speed. How is it Gauche-san? You are fine, right? Slow down, you bastard, yelled Gauche as eyes and mouth were open from the wind crashing into his face. Sekke laughed at that as he slowed down and thought, I really like scaring the first-timers like that, I will try this on Yami-san. After that he rode at comparatively normal souls, enough for Gauche to handle himself. Gauche-san, you are losing too much blood from your nose, you know, said Sekke as he looked at him. It's fine, look in the front, said Gauche as he continued staring at the photo. Feeling awkward, Sekke thought of conversing with Sekke, but found her sleeping peacefully in his pocket. So what kind of girl is you sister, Gauche-san? Asked Sekke. I will kill you if you are having thoughts about my sister, said Gauche as he released a hive amount of bloodlust at Sekke. Don't worry, I am not interested in young girls, just thought of asking how your sister is since you keep talking about her all the time, said Sekke without even flinching. Gauche stared at him for a while and then told him about how wonderful his sister was. After listening to the praises that Gauche sung for his sister, Sekke nodded and said, seems like a good girl to me, however Gauche-san, just an advice from me, it's fine if you dote on her right now, since she is still young, do give her some personal space and control your emotions a bit if you don't want to be hated by her. Gauche widened his eyes in shock as he imagined himself getting hated by Marie and immediately turned pale and started mumbling something. There is no way an angel like Marie can hate someone, said Gauche. Sekke shook his head and said, trust me, I am saying from experience, little siblings are like that. It was hell dealing with my Nissan and convince him to show some moderation. Thought Sekke as he remembered how hard it was for him to calm down his Nii-san who would talk to him on his birthday every year. Ugh dash, said Gauche as he made a pained expression. By the way, up to what level can we damage the bandits, asked Sekke. Just kill them, it's fast and efficient, said Gauche. And what is usually requested of us to do? Kill only when necessary, otherwise just hand them over to the prison, said Gauche. What about bounty? Asked Sekke. Depends, if they have it on their head, but you will need to show some proof of that, said Gauche as he stared at his sister's photo. If there is going to be one with bounty, I will take care of it, said Sekke. As long as you finish it quick, I don't have any problems, said Gauche with blood dripping from his nose. Soon they reached the town where the mission was supposed to take place and waited for the people from other squad to join them. Where the hell are they? Yelled Gauche in anger. The other magic knights had still not arrived, which was making Gauche very angry at them. Well, it cannot be helped since Sekke was much faster than those brooms, but he just kept that fact up to himself. It's alright Gauche-san, just think of it as you getting extra time to stare at the photo, said Sekke, making Gauche look at the photo of his sister. Soon both of them saw two people on brooms heading in their direction, and once they recognized them as magic knights, both of them sighed. The other magic knights landed near them and then started walking towards them. So we will be working along with the Crimson Lions, thought Sekke. Soon the two of them came near then, and the man with brown hair said, looks like you two arrived pretty early. Anyways, I am Ruben Chagar. Gauche Adley, said Gauche without even looking at them, making Ruben frown at him. Sorry about him, he is just a bit upset since we had to wait for a long time. Anyways, I am Sekke Bronzatsa, said Sekke with a smile and moved his hand forward. Ruben nodded and was about to shake his hand, but the person beside him held Sekke's hand first, surprising both of them. Sekke looked at the black-haired girl who was beside Ruben and thought, what was that? Anna Flair, let's get along, said the girl in an emotionless tone and shook Sekke's hand. Chapter 30. Getting out of his trance, Sekke pulled his hand back from the girl and nodded his head. What happened? Don't tell me she fell for my handsome looks, thought Sekke as he looked at the girl. Don't mind her, she is just a rookie and is kinda unique, said Ruben. It's alright, so shall we start the mission? Asked Sekke. Ruben nodded, hearing that, and thought, it's the first time that I met someone from the Bulls who is not weird and easy to talk with. Gauche-san, stop bleeding, we are going to start, said Sekke, making Gauche look up from the picture. A pity that he is in that weird squad, thought Ruben. Alright, from what we have been told by the captains, we can say that there must be a group of bandits in the forest close to the town. What we don't know is where and how many of them will be present, said Ruben. Before we start, is anyone here a support type or all of us are attackers? Asked Sekke. Hearing that the two Crimson Lions knights just stared at him, which was enough to answer his question. Alright then, that means that we don't need to worry that much about someone on the team. Now what matters is how we approach the forest, said Sekke. Let's split up in twos and dash. Ruben was saying something, but suddenly the girl beside him raised her hand and said, I would like to go with Sekke-kun. Both Ruben and Sekke stared at her with and thought at the same time, she is acting so obvious. Sekke gave a wry smile and said, as much as I would like to team up with you, I don't think it would be a good idea since we don't know how we fight, so it might cause problems. I am just a rookie like you, so I don't have much experience working with him. Our magic attributes clash with each other anyways, said Anna as she pointed at Ruben, making him twitch his lips. She is acting more like a member of Black Bulls than him, thought Ruben. He then looked at Sekke and asked, as much as I would like to deny her claim, it is true that my sandstone magic and her fire magic are not the most compatible when fighting together, that too in a forest. So you are asking two rookies to pair up, and that too on my first mission? Asked Sekke with a dumbfounded expression on his face. It's my first time as well, said the girl in her monotone voice. Don't phrase it like that, thought Sekke, but was suddenly grabbed by Gauche, who glared at him and said, just team up with her and start this mission, you are wasting my precious time. Hey! Support your fellow squad member, you damn siscon! Mentally yelled Sekke as Gauche rushed through the whole planning phase. In the end, Sekke got paired up with the Anna girl, and both of them first decided to check the town for any clues while also asking around about the bandits from the people. They look like they have not eaten or slept for days, thought Sekke as looked at the people of the town and said, we need to take care of those bandits soon. The girl who was beside him nodded her head and said, yes, I agree with that, it is looking very bad for them. Sekke looked at her and thought, she certainly is strange. First she was acting like that and now all of a sudden she turned serious. Taking a look at her, she is better looking than Noelle, who is a royal, and those are big too. The girl noticed Sekke look at her and said, don't worry, I will protect you. Did she just say that she will protect me? Thought Sekke. Listen her Anna, your duty is to protect them, not me, and always keep in mind that the Dark Lord Sekke doesn't need protection unless the situation is totally foo. Get up, said Sekke as he pointed his finger at her. Alright, I will protect Sekke-kun if the situation becomes too difficult to be handled, said the girl in her monotone voice. I will make sure that such a situation doesn't arise, and I will probably save you if that were to happen, said Sekke and looked forward. I don't want other to think that someone got injured because they were saving the great me. It will really tarnish my reputation as a Dark Lord. Thought Sekke. Meanwhile the girl who heard Sekke would save her if she gets in trouble didn't has any expression on her face, but her heart was pounding very fast after she heard that. While walking and asking around, Sekke suddenly felt someone pull his clothes and turned around to see two children, a boy and a girl, looking at him. "Hello, is there something you need?" asked Sekke. "Big brother, if we can tell you where the bandits are hiding, will you bring our mom back?" asked the boy. A cliché quest just got triggered. Thought Sekke as he crouched down and asked, "Do you really know where they are hiding?" The children nodded their heads and started telling him about the way they should go, but considering they were children the directions that they gave were too high level for Sekke to understand. "You know what, you two are coming with me," said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider sidecar. His bike along with the sidecar appeared in front of them as the children looked at it with awe, making Sekke puff his chest in pride. "Heh, bask in the Dark Lord's majesty," said Sekke as he picked up the kids and placed them in the side cart. He then took his seat and turned around to call Anna, who was standing beside him. "Get on the back," said Sekke as the black-haired girl nodded and sat behind Sekke. "What the, I never knew that riding a bike with a girl comes with this softness," thought Sekke as felt two big and soft sensations on his back. He slowly turned around and with a smile on his face said, "You should hold on tightly so that you don't fall and get injured." The girl didn't need it to be asked a second time as she wrapped her arms around him and held him a bit tighter than before. "Is this fine?" asked Anna, to which Sekke just gave a thumbs up and said, "Perfect," and then channeled his mana through the bike. "I will make sure to go over every bump that will come on the way," thought Sekke as he told the children to tell him the way. Chapter 31. "The road sure is very uneven for the bandits to travel across it," said Anna as they yet again passed over a bump. "Yeah," said Sekke as he looked forward to look for the bumps. Sekke, who was sleeping inside the pocket, woke up because of the disturbance and peeked out of the pocket. "Oh, Sekke, you woke up, huh?" said Sekke as he felt some movements in his shirt. Sekke looked at Sekke, who was riding the bike and the hands wrapped around his chest. "Is he with someone?" thought Sekke as she jumped out of the pocket and saw the kids in the side cart who were looking at her with curiosity. She looked at the kids for a while before she hopped onto Sekke's shoulder and saw the expressionless Anna, who was clinging to Sekke's back. She then looked down towards the huge mounds pressing against Sekke's back and turned her head towards Sekke and noticed a small smile on his face. Feeling slightly upset at him, Sekke prepared herself to peck his head. "Sekke, if you are thinking about pecking, do that later. I am not driving alone this time, you know. They might be injured if I lost control," said Sekke as he felt Sekke's intent to peck him. This was the instinct that he developed by living with her for so long. Sekke stopped herself as she heard what Sekke said and thought, "He is right," and then jumped down on the bike and took her spot. "What is that anti-bird?" asked Anna, since she noticed that Sekke responded to what Sekke asked of her. "She is my familiar, her name's Sekke, she is very smart and takes care of me too," said Sekke as he glanced at Sekke, who was sitting in front of him. Sekke turned her head to look at Sekke and raised her wing in response to what Sekke said. "Big brother, we are getting close," said the boy, hearing which Sekke stopped the bike and said, "We will be going on foot from here on." Anna and the children got off the bike, after which Sekke deactivated his magic. "Sekke, go ahead and check out for the enemies, we will be hiding here," said Sekke. Sekke nodded and flew away to check whether the location was fine or not. "Anna, take off your squad robe, it is standing out here in the forest," said Sekke. Anna did as Sekke asked him to as he led the kids and the girl towards the bush to hide. "Alright, listen here, you kids will have to be near us all the time, since there is no way of sending you back right now. Don't worry, I am super strong, so I promise you two that you will not be harmed," said Sekke as he patted the kids' heads. The kids nodded in response, though they were still quite scared of the idea of going near the bandits. Sekke nodded and then looked at Anna and asked, "How strong is your magic, Anna, and what type and range you are comfortable to fight against?" "I cannot explain how strong my magic is, since I don't know about the bandit strength, about range and type, except for close combat opponents. I will be able to fight at any position," said Anna. "Alright, you will be the rear guard, I will be in the front, make sure to not include me in your attacks," said Sekke. Anna nodded and then both of them waited for Sekke to return. After a while Sekke saw Sekke coming back and just kept hiding. Being an anti-bird, Sekke was very conscious box mana and could easily tell where Sekke was and headed towards the bushes. Once she got in, Sekke asked what all she could answer in the gestures and said, "Well, they are indeed here, but there are too many of them. You will be fine, right?" Anna, who heard Sekke question, nodded her head, seeing which Sells nodded and took out a small piece of paper and wrote something on it. "Here's Sekke, find Ghosh-san and give it to him," said Sekke as he rolled the paper and tied it to Sekke's leg. Sekke took off in the air and thought, "Really, whatever would you do without me?" and then started looking out for Ghosh. Once Sekke was gone, Sekke and Anna along with the children came out of the bushes and Sekke said, "Let's get going," but before that, hamster balls. Two round transparent blue shells appeared around the kids, seeing which the kids looked at it with surprise. "You will be a bit safer in there, now follow what we ask of you, okay?" "Okay, big brother," said the kids with determination, seeing which Sekke smiled. Anna, who saw that, looked at Sekke and thought, he hasn't changed. And her lips curved up a bit. Sekke then picked up the big hamster balls in his hands like they were nothing and looked at Anna. "Let's go," and started running, seeing which Anna started following him as well. Sekke, who was in the front, made sure to not run too fast for the girl to be left behind, and soon he noticed a few structures built further ahead. He raised his hand to stop Anna and then gestured her to look towards the structures, seeing which she turned serious. "Alright, seems like we came at their base," said Sekke. "How should we approach them?" "Reveal that we are magic knights and ask them to surrender and then proceed to fight." "It has bad idea written all over it," said Sekke. "Then what, attack from the get-go?" asked Anna, but in return Sekke just gave a smirk, seeing which Anna nodded her head as well. Sekke put the hamster balls down as both him and Anna stood side by side. Their grimoires started floating and flipping pages, and Sekke said, "Looks like the bandits are in for a bad time." Sekke looked back at the kids and said, "Follow us, but stop once we stop as well and stray beside Anna." The kids nodded, seeing which both Sekke and Anna looked in front and started running, seeing which the kids ran behind them as well. Bronze creation magic, weapon make, Gaster Blaster. Sekke used his magic even before they jumped out of the bushes, not willing to give the bandits the chance to know what happened all of a sudden. Chapter 32. An animal skull made out of bronze just appeared out of nowhere, shocking the bandits. But before they could do anything, the skull's mouth opened and a beam was fired at them, sending most of them flying away, crashing into rocks and trees. It's a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, bandits like you should be. Fire magic, incinerate orb. A huge orb made of fire shot forward towards the bandits and exploded, engulfing the bandits that were unfortunate to get caught in the blast to be burnt to crisp. "Burning in hell," completed Sekke, and then thought, "She took me quite literally. What just happened? We are under attack. Magic Knights. Run. Wait. There are only 2 of them." "Huh, just 2, it's alright guys, we can deal with them. Hey, there's a hit chick amongst them too. And a good-looking boy, boss will love that ass." Sekke, who heard what the bandit said, took out his other grimoire as well and thought, "Alright, they are done for." "Anna, no mercy," said Sekke as both his grimoires started flipping pages. "Don't worry, I am not in the mood for that anyway," said Anna in a slightly angry tone. Bronze creation magic, 100 swords. Lighting debuff magic, paralysis touch. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. Fire debuff magic, blaze touch. Sekke used various magic in succession as hindered swords made of his bronze magic appeared in the air. Once they appeared, all the swords started changing colors as 25 swords turned to different elements that cells used. "Now I will show you what messing with the Dark Lord results to," said Sekke as he raised his hand, making all the swords that were behind him POing towards the bandits. "Anna, how many do you think their numbers must be?" "Around 50 or so," said Anna. 2 swords for each of them then," said Sekke. Seeing the swords aimed at them, the bandits gulped their saliva and looked at Sekke with fear. "Any last words?" asked Sekke. One of the bandits rose his hand and said, "Can I go to the bathroom?" "I don't know. Can you?" said Sekke as 2 swords shot forward towards the man and impaled into his stomach. "Ah. Huh. Hey, it doesn't hurt. Since none of you have any more last words, let's get this over with," said Sekke as all the swords shot forward towards the bandits. The bandits, who now realized that they were in danger, started running and dodging the attacks, but despite that most of them were not able to prevent the sword from hitting them, which either paralyzed or frosted them in an instant. "Ugh, attack together," said some of the bandits and started using their magic as various wind blades, roots, water and fireballs were fired towards Sekke. "I won't let you touch him," said Anna. Fire magic, raging flare. A large amount of mana gathered in front of Anna as a wave of fire generated from that spot and moved forward, intercepting the incoming attacks. "She is good. But the Dark Lord is better," thought Sekke as he unsheathed ecstase from his waist and jumped back and took Anna in his grasp as well. "Use that spell again when I give the signal," said Sekke as he dodged an incoming earth spike which was slashed in half by Sekke. Anna nodded as she heard what Sekke said and stated, preparing her spell. Sekke dropped her on the ground and then immediately rushed forward with ecstase in his hand and some of his debuff swords flying behind him. Seeing Sekke and the swords coming towards them, the bandits started firing their spells at Sekke, who just used his bronze swords to intercept the attacks. Ekstase be a little less sharp, I don't want to cause a scene in front of the kids. Thought Sekke as the Ekstase edge became a bit duller compared to before, though it was still able to slash through the bandits with relative ease. Now who was the one who said that he will fuck me, there he is, he don't deserve his dick. Thought Sekke as he rushed towards the said man and without taking any time slashed him twice, once at his chest and once at his back. Blood gushed out of the said man as he fell down on the floor. Circle sword, said Sekke as all his swords returned back and started revolving around him. Surrounded by so many swords the bandits looked troubled as they could hardly dodge the swords. Anna now, said Sekke as he made sure that the remaining ones were in a straight line. Anna nodded as she used her magic once again. Fire magic, raging flare. The waves of flame once again shot forward as Sekke's swords dispersed and gathered every bandit in the wave's attack range and just jumped off to the side. He then watched the bandits burn and scream in flames and then said, "Stop it Anna, if their face gets unrecognizable we won't get the bounty." Anna nodded as the fire instantly disappeared. Her control is good too, who the heck is she? Thought Sekke as he captured the injured bandits in a huge hamster ball. Well, that was easy, said Sekke as he looked at the bandits. They were really weak, said Anna as she came towards Sekke. Well it can't be helped they were up against Beef Dark Lord. But it was boring. Said Sekke as he looked at the kids and said, "Get the kids, I will look out for the money and people that must be taken away by them." Said Sekke as he walked around the area in search for money and people. After some time, Ghosh and Reuben arrived as well and Reuben was surprised to see that Sekke and Anna already took care of the bandits, though they still scolded them since their method was very crude which was just ignored by the two rookies. They gathered all the people and money that was there at the bandit base and led them back to their town. Sekke decided to let the seniors do the boring job of taking the bandits to the prison while he and Anna were left back to keep a lookout if any more bandits are left and are looking to cause any more trouble. During their stay a lot of people came by to thank the two of them which coupled with how the kids were explaining the fight to the people made for a very happy mood around the town. Sekke along with Seeker were sitting on a block made of bronze while Anna was standing beside them leaning against the wall. Where the hell are they? Thought Sekke as he waited for Ghosh to come back. You sure Anna you don't want to take a seat? Yes, I am fine like this, said Anna. Where are you from Sekke? Katon, you. Rook. Rook, huh? What happened? Well I have been to that town before, when I was a kid, I slayed a mana beast nearby so I needed to sell that. A mana beast at that age? Well, a Dark Lord is born strong you know, said Sekke as he laughed. And? Asked Anna. And what? Asked Sekke back. What else did you do that in the town? Asked Anna as she stared intently at him. Well I got a lot of mana beast meat from the people who bought it, met a couple of royals there, and, yeah that's it, said Sekke. Anna stared at Sekke for a while before she averted her eyes from him. Sekke noticed that Bit just shrugged his shoulders and took out Ekstase to clean it, since there was still no signs of Ghosh. I helped a couple of kids there as well, now that I think about it, said Sekke as he glanced at his sword which had the magic stone embedded in it. Really? People don't help others in that town. Don't compare the great me to others, though I just did that on a whim too anyways, said Sekke. What kind of help was it? There was a kid who was following me in that town, I called the kid. Asked the problem AD found that he was looking for food for other small kids, so I decided to share some of the excess mana beast meat with them. Though it wasn't for free I took one thing that the kid had in its possession. Said Sekke and then thought, and that is my most profitable exchange yet. Anna who heard what Sekke said was looking at him with her eyes widened and a small smile on her lips. She was about to say something but Sekke interrupted her. Well if the kid took my advice he must have become a fine man by now, maybe I should go and look for him. Not like he will remember me, said Sekke as he chuckled. Anna stopped herself from speaking and thought, he thought I was a boy back then. Sekke on the other hand just laughed and cleaned his sword and waited for Ghosh to arrive so that he can go back. Chapter 33. A few days passed by since Sekke completed his first mission, which resulted in him getting annoyed by the no magic twerp for 3 whole days since he went on a mission without telling him and got a lead. In response for annoying the Dark Lord Sekke took a few more missions without telling them and in total had completed 5 whole missions out of which 3 were solo ones, well not technically but Finarel just acted as his transport. And currently after a few weeks passed like that Sekke was watching Asta feeding the Yami's pet mana beasts. Is it really safe? Asked Noel who was standing beside him. Does it look like that to you? Asked Sekke. Nope, shouldn't you help him? Let him break his limits or bones, said Sekke as he looked at Asta getting chewed by the beast. How is your training getting along Noel? Asked Sekke as he looked at the royal. I am doing good, and it was great that no one was there to nag me every time, said Noel sarcastically. Want me to stop helping you altogether? asked Sekke as he looked intently at Noel. Humph, you cannot, I am royalty so you need to follow my. You really want to try me, Noel? Asked Sekke with a smile. Noel blushed from embarrassment as she tried to say something, but suddenly Sekke pulled him towards himself. Wah. Asta. Take something longer to feed them, you idiot. You alright, Noel? Humph. Whisper. Thanks, said Noel as she looked from Sekke and looked at Asta. You are welcome, said Sekke, whose senses were better because of his hunting practices in the past. Noel snorted and then went to look after Asta. Seeker, who was in his pocket, came out and sat on his shoulder. I am so glad that you are not at Sundra, Seeker, said Sekke as he scratched the bird's belly. Seeker just tilted her head as she didn't understand what the word that Sekke used meant and just shrugged it off. Sekke was about to go out of the room but stopped as his eyes widened in surprise. He moved his hand in front of Seeker's eyes and said, Don't look, Seeker, and forget whatever you saw. Kaya! Screamed Noel as she turned around with a blush on her cheeks. Captain Yami. Magna-senpai. Why are you two like that? I am going to give you your first Magic Night mission, you brats, said Yami without caring about what Asta said. Hell yeah. I finally get to do some Magic Night stuff. So, in short, you two lost badly. No, that word don't do justice to your purse. Anyway, you two lost in gambling against a mayor of a village and promised him to do a task for him to pay off your debt. Said Sekke. Haha, aren't you a smart one? Absolutely right, said Yami as he stood proudly without any clothes. Noel, whatever happens, don't open your eyes, whispered Sekke as he covered her eyes as well. I don't need you tell me that, said Noel. Oh, Asta is stripping down too. Yelled Noel as her eyes shot open only to see Asta still in his clothes. I don't need you to tell me that. Huh? Said Sekke as he imitated the silver-haired Sundra, who just blushed in response and looked away. Anyway, Magna, explain the mission to them. I need to break some limits, said Yami. The number of times you go, I think that the thing breaking first would be the toilet, said Sekke as he looked at Yami, who just yawned in response. Ha, we got our first mission as well. Just you wait, I will catch up to you in no time. Dream on, Asta, unlike me the mission you are doing is a non-paying one, said Sekke as he smirked at the twerp. Can you tell me again why all of us are here? Asked Noel. Well, you guys are going to have your first mission tomorrow, so I thought that you both could get some stress off before that, and so here we are, playing snakes and ladders, said Sekke as he threw the die. Humph, I am royalty, I won't get stress from something like this, said Noel. It's fine, just think of me wanting to help my friends also pass some time. Ah, Asta got bit by a snake, said Sekke. Arg. I won't give up. I will climb all the ladders that come in my path and become the winner. Also thanks, Sekke. Said Asta. No need, Asta, no need, said Sekke as he gave the die to Noel. Sekke, want to eat some nummies with me? Said Charmy as she barged into the room. Hey, let's go fight, said Luck, who came in as well. Oi. Have you seen Asta and Noel Jew? Wanna spend some time like friends usually do, muttered Gordon. Oi. Tell me more things that will make me looks good in front of my Angel Marie. Hey, what are you three doing? asked the drunk Vanessa. Huh? This wasn't the toilet. Sekke looked at the members of the Black Bull who just barged into his room. Well, having a big room was going to result into this at some point anyway. Thought Sekke. Wanna join us? Asked Sekke. The other members of the Black Bulls came closer to the three of them and saw a board-like thing made of Sekke's magic, which is small figurines of the three of them on top of the board. What is it? Some kind of spell? Nah, it's a board game called Snakes and Ladders, wanna try it? Asked Sekke. Huh? A new game, alright, let's bet and the winner takes all. You just lost everything today. Yelled the three rookies as they were just ignored by their captain, who already started placing bets. Well, whatever, you will drown in despair and dead after losing against the Dark Lord anyways, said Sekke as he placed a coin as his bet. That day all the Black Bulls stayed up quite late playing the new game that Sekke introduced, and needless to say Magna and Yami were buck naked once again. Even Vanessa is wearing more clothes than the two of them. Thought Sekke as he collected his earnings earned from the bets. Chapter 34. The next morning in front of the Black Bull's base, the rookies along with Magna were talking to each other. How come you both don't know how to fly on a broom? That's the basic of the basics. I don't have any magic. Said Asta. Humph, did you forget? I am not able to control my mana. Don't be proud about that. Yelled Magna as he looked at the two irregulars. Fine then, let's do this, said Magna as he went towards the storehouse and took out his self-customized broom. Hee, we will go on my crazy cyclone, said Magna as he looked smug about his broom. Sekke's bike was cooler than this, said Asta as he looked at the broom. Sekke fist pumped at that as he looked at Magna with a mocking expression on his face. "TCH, I can't even deny that," muttered Magna as he clicked his tongue. "Anyway, you really aren't coming with us, Sekke?" asked Asta as he looked at his fellow rookie. "Sorry Asta, I have gone on quite a number of missions recently, so I want some time to relax and focus a bit on myself. Anyways, best of luck on your first mission to both of you," said Sekke as he looked at Asta and Noel. "Ha! Alright then, this mission will be over in no time and soon I will become the Wizard King." "Humph, I am royalty, you know. I don't need your encouragement to complete my first mission. Do try to be useful though, and don't mess up, especially you Noel," said Sekke as he looked at his fellow rookies with a grin. Both Noel and Asta snapped at him as Sekke just carefully put his hands at the back of his head. "Alright you two, stop wasting time," said Magna as he sat on his broom. "Go with them and come back to inform me if they are in trouble," said Sekke as he glanced at Seeker. Seeker, who understood what Sekke meant, jumped off his shoulder and flew towards Asta's head. "Huh? Seeker? Looks like she wants to go on the mission as well. She won't trouble you, so be nice to her," said Sekke as he looked at the three of them. "No problems, if Seeker likes to go on the mission as well then let's go," exclaimed Asta as Magna took off. Once they got out of sight, Sekke stretched his hands and said, "Well, Seeker is gone, looks like it's just you and me now, Xtachan," said Sekke as he looked at the sword on his waist. "I haven't used it that much for a while, let's go and do the dash." Yawn. "Huh, it's already morning." Sekke turned around as he heard the voice behind him. "Good morning, Yami-san." "Ah, so you were up as well, huh, brat?" "Yes, just sent of Asta and the others on their mission." "Oh, they are already gone, huh?" "Yes, well, see you later, Captain. I'm going to have some fun with my Xtachan," said Sekke as he moved towards the base to get some stuff from his room. "Who the hell is that?" asked Yami. "My sword," replied Sekke without turning back. "Your sword, huh? Oi brat, come with me for a bit." Sekke looked at his captain for a while before he started following him as well. "Where are we going, Yami-san?" "Don't know, somewhere open, I guess," said Yami without caring much. "You should go to a covered area though, if you want to take a dump," said Sekke. "Huh? Who said that I want to take a dump?" "Now that's some breaking news," said Sekke. "Alright, it should be fine here," said Yami as he stopped walking. Sekke stopped as well and looked around only to find himself standing in an area of broken trees and charred ground and wood. "Looks like Magna and Luck had a fight here," said Sekke. "Hey brat, take out that sword of yours," said Yami as he took out his katana as well. "Huh? Yami-san, if you are thinking about having a sword fight, I will ask you to stop here. Xtachan will cut your sword in half in no time." "Heh, like hell you will have a sword that dash," said Yami as Sekke just took out his sword and let it drop vertically downward, making the sword pierce through the ground with no effort at all. "Oi, brat. What the hell is that sword?" Clang clang. Yami looked at his sword which was lying down on the ground. "Oi, katana, break your limits," said Yami as he took the sword once again and repeated the process once again. Clang clang. "Yami-san, don't bully the poor katana," said Sekke as he took Xtace out of the ground. "Whatever, it will break its limits soon anyway. Now, then brat, if that sword is too sharp, make one out of your magic," said Yami. Sekke nodded and made a bronze sword. "Good, now come at me," said Yami as he looked at Sekke with an uninterested look. Without questioning, Sekke gripped his sword tightly and took his stance. The ground below Sekke cracked as he rushed towards Yami. Sekke was looking at Yami without any hesitation and slashed towards the black-haired man. Yami easily parried the attack and took his stance to attack the rookie. Above, thought Sekke as he looked at Yami and positioned his sword to block the incoming attack. Sekke immediately frowned as he saw the katana coming towards him from high right and moved his hand to block the strike. Clink. The two swords clashed for just an instant before Sekke's posture was broken by Yami. Sekke immediately took distance from the captain, who just stood at his spot and scratched his head. "Come again," said Yami as still looked at Sekke with an uninterested expression on his face. Sekke narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yami, who was looking back at him. Sekke immediately rushed towards Yami and started attacking him rapidly. Yami parried and blocked every blow coming towards him, though Sekke didn't stop and continued his assault on his captain, who slowly getting pushed back by Sekke. "His strength and agility is good," thought Yami as he dodged the incoming slash and said, "You rely too much on your instincts," said Yami as he slashed towards the blonde boy. Sekke, who was once again not able to predict the slash, was only able to block it at the final moment and had to retreat once again. "Why the hell is that happening?" thought Sekke, a bit frustrated seeing how Yami was not even breathing roughly from all that. He himself was also not breathing heavily, but he was still annoyed at the man. Kid, you rely too much on your instincts, you are just swinging that sword without any stance, right? Yes, said Sekke. If that is the case you will not be able to damage me, I know someone who is even better than you when it comes to fighting with just instincts, said Yami as he rested his katana on his shoulder. Can't be helped, you know, it's the only type of swordsmanship that I know of, said Sekke as he thought of his days of hunting in the forest with ecstasy in his hand and his whole body covered in wounds and scratches. Huh, who said it can't be helped, break you limits. Come at me until you are able to land a slash on me. Hone your instincts even better and match the stance if you need to, do whatever you want, but keep in mind that you need to break your limits. Said Yami as he light up a cigarette and took a smoke. Come on then, break time over, said Yami as he provokingly gestured Sekke to come towards him. Chapter 35. The next day after Sekke had a training spar with Yami and got his ass kicked by the captain was in a very bad mood, bad enough for not even Luck was asking him to fight him. Hey, do you think he is alright? Asked Vanessa. I don't know la, shall I give him something delicious to eat, said Charmy as she ate some cake. My friend is in a really bad mood and it really pains me to see that I cannot do anything to help him, muttered Gordon. Should I as a senpai take him and hook him up on a date with some girls? Asked Finral. Maybe looking at my Angel Marie's photo will cheer him up, but I won't give it to him, said Gauche. Oi Finral. There is no toilet paper in here. Just drown in that shit then. Yelled Sekke as he looked at the toilet door with an annoyed look on his face. He then stood up from his spot and said, I will be going out for a while, and walked out of the base. Phew, that took long, said Yami as he came out of the toilet. We are back. Yelled Asta as he entered the base along with Noel and Magna. Clang clang. In the forest close to the Black Bull's base, Sekke was practicing the few movements that Yami showed him yesterday. He made a thick pillar of bronze using his magic and was repeatedly striking it in the way Yami showed him yesterday. Fuck it. To hell with break your limits. Clink. After striking continuously for a few hours, the sword made out Sekke's magic shattered from taking too much damage, making Sekke stop and fall down back on the ground while taking deep breaths and his whole body being covered in sweat. Seriously, I really don't like how pitiful I looked yesterday, said Sekke as he took deep breaths. Suddenly out of nowhere a towel fell on his face, making Sekke move it away from his face and look at the one who brought it for him. Seeker. You already came back. Sekke sat up and wiped his face, seeing which Seeker flew and landed in front of him. She looked at Sekke, or more like his hands, which were bleeding a bit, and jumped towards Sekke's pouch. She then took out a small box out of it and hopped back to be in front of Sekke. The ointment? Don't worry Seeker, this is nothing for the Dark Lord, said Sekke with a grin on his face. Seeker just looked at him with her usual expression as she pushed the ointment forward, telling him to use it. Both of them stared at each other for a while before Seeker took the ointment in her mouth and hopped onto his shoulder and shoved the ointment in front of Sekke's face. Alright, no need to act that stubborn, said Sekke as he took the ointment from her and used it on her wounds. Seeing that, Seeker opened her wings and patted Sekke's head as if telling him that he did a good job. Oh Seeker, you will make me blush. Anyways, how was the mission? Asked Sekke. Seeker just gave him a wings up, seeing which Sekke smiled and said, well, let's go and meet Asta and Noel then. Seeker just jumped back into his pocket since it was the most comfortable spot for her and she really missed it for the whole day she spent away from Sekke. Aren't you acting spoilt? Well, it's fine with me though, said Sekke as he patted the bird's head. I am back, said Sekke as he came inside the base and saw Asta, Magna and Noel laughing out loud. Yo, brat, said Yami as he raised his hand and gestured him to come closer. What is it, Yam? It was you right who told me to drown in shit, said Yami as he grabbed Sekke's head and started crushing it. Ow ow. Yelled Sekke as he tried to move the hand away from him. I will kill you, said Yami as he used reinforcement magic to increase his strength. Sekke used his magic and turned to bronze so as to strengthen his strength and defense to move the hand away from top of his head. Seeing their captain going on like that, the rest of the members also got wild as a fight broke out between Magna and Luck, which soon pulled Asta in it as well. Oi. Stop breaking everything. All of them immediately stopped and apologized to Yami, and just after that Yami realized something. Oi, brat, said Yami as he looked at Asta. Yes. Looks like the Wizard King appreciated your work on your first mission and it seems that we won a star, said Yami as he took out a golden star and showed it to everyone. Asta, being Asta, immediately got excited over it, only to question what the star was. How much stars do we have, Captain? We cannot lose to that Golden Dawn. Yami smirked and said, with this star, we finally get at a total of -30, exactly 100 away from the Golden Dawn. It will take forever to defeat Yump like that. Yelled Asta. Yami totally ignored him and then glanced at Sekke. And about you brat, it seems like you did quite good on your missions, the Wizard King have awarded you a total of 7 stars, said Yami as he took out another 7 stars and showed it to Sekke. Sekke widened his eyes in surprise and said, 7 stars from just 5 missions, sometimes my talent and excellence even scares me. Sekke smirked as he looked at Asta and said, congratulations on getting a star from 1 mission. Sekke, you bastard. Just you wait, I will beat you in no time. Sekke just laughed in amusement after hearing that, seeing which Asta just got more pissed at him. After that Yami gave them their salaries, which made even Sekke's jaw drop for a moment seeing how large the sum was. Alright, you all can take a day off tomorrow, so do whatever you want, said Yami as he was immediately pestered by Luck and Gauche. Chapter 36. The next morning Sekke woke up rather late thanks all the frustration and practice he went through the previous day. Sekke too decided to not wake him up and let him rest a bit since she knew that it was a day off for him. Once he woke up and was refreshed, Sekke went downstairs towards the living room and noticed that the hall was totally empty. Looks like they went to town on their own. Well, since Charmy is not here, I am not getting any breakfast as well, Sekke. Let's go, we are going to the town as well. Sekke went out and took Ecstase out of its sheath and made it big enough for him to stand on and coated it with bronze. Sekke sat on Sekke's shoulder as Sekke jumped on top of his sword, and soon he left for the town as well. After reaching the castle town, Sekke just walked around with Sekke on his shoulder and heard some people talking about the fact that a lot of Black Bull members were there in the town and to be careful against them. Looks like it was good that I didn't take my robe with me before coming here, and why the fool? Would they even wear their robe on a day off? Said Sekke as Sekke, who was on his shoulder, nodded her head. So Sekke, anything special you want to eat? Asked Sekke as Sekke started looking around and pointed her wing in the direction she wanted Sekke to go. After visiting several stalls, Sekke's hands were full of various types of food, seeing which Sekke stopped leading him to different stores. Understanding that it was enough for the two of them, Sekke started looking around for an empty spot where they can sit down and eat their food in peace, and thought, let's go to the Colosseum, there should not be that many people there right now. Sekke, see if there is an empty spot nearby, if not let's go the Colosseum, said Sekke as nodded her head and took off. While waiting for Sekke to return back, Sekke felt someone looking towards him and became slightly cautious of his surroundings. He then slowly turned around so as to not look suspicious to the person looking at him and saw someone familiar who was looking at him. Anna? Asked Sekke as he waved his hand towards the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl looked at Sekke for a while before she rushed off to somewhere, making Sekke a bit surprised by her actions. Looks like she doesn't want to meet me, thought Sekke as he shrugged his shoulders. Good morning Sekke-kun, what a coincidence meeting you here, said Anna, who all of a sudden appeared beside him. Sekke took a step back from her after seeing her appear out of nowhere and just widened his eyes in surprise. What the heck was that? Did she just teleport here? Thought Sekke as he looked at the expressionless black-haired girl. Good morning, it's been a while since we met, how have you been? Asked Sekke. I am fine, how about you? I am awesome as ever, heck I even earned 7 stars for the squad, replied Sekke with a smirk. You really are awesome, I only earned 3, said Anna with a slight admiration in her voice. Really? Then as I expected, you are powerful as well, well not as great as me but looks like I must keep an eye on you as well. Said Sekke as he felt a bit surprised seeing that the girl in front of him earned more stars than Asta and Yuno, the protagonists of the series. Good, looks like Sekke-kun is impressed. Thought Anna as his lips curled up a bit. What are you doing here? Asked Sekke. Oh, I ditch. Cough. I am on my day off, said Anna without any change in her expression. She just said ditch. Right? Thought Sekke, but just let her be. What about you Sekke-kun? Our squad's official day off, said Sekke as he looked around. Are you looking for someone Sekke-kun? Asked Anna. Yeah, my girl just flew off to somewhere and I am currently waiting for her to be back, said Sekke, hearing which Anna's eyes immediately widened in shock. Gee girl? Don't tell me dash. Oh here she is, said Sekke as he saw Sekke coming back and landing onto his shoulder. Seeing the one that Sekke referred to as the girl was the bird on Sekke's shoulder, Anna sighed in relief and looked at the bird. You found a spot Sekke? Asked Sekke as he turned his head towards the bird and saw her nodding her head. Sekke smiled and said, good then show the way. Sekke nodded and then started giving him directions with her wings, making Sekke nod and follow the directions. I never thought that I would feel jealous of a bird, thought Anna as he saw Sekke paying the bird more attention than her. Anna, who was looking at Sekke's back, suddenly saw him turning around. Want to join us Anna? Asked Sekke as Anna looked at him with a small smile and nodded her head. The three of them just followed Sekke's directions as they soon found an empty spot with slightly less crowd in the area. This is a date spot, thought Sekke as he looked around and saw a lot of couples sitting around and then looked towards Sekke, who looked back at him. Sorry Anna, I didn't know it will be a place like this let. It's alright, I am fine. But T. It's alright, I am fine, said Anna as she looked intently at Sekke. Oi oi, you are making yourself obvious once again. Thought Sekke as he saw Anna talking a seat and patting the area beside him, gesturing him to suit as well. Alone with Sekke on a place like this will make it a date, thought Anna as she totally ignored the bird on Sekke's shoulder but still mentally thanked her for bringing them to this place. Sekke, who saw that Anna was already sitting, looked at Sekke and said, of all places you had to choose a date spot, well whatever, not like it bothers the Dark Lord, said Sekke as he walked towards the seat. Sekke on the other hand, who just heard what Sekke said, widened her eyes a bit and looked around. It didn't look like a date spot from above, thought Sekke as she flew off Sekke's shoulder and landed beside Anna so as to make some gap between the girl and Sekke. Anna looked at Sekke for a while and tried to move he away, which only resulted in her hand getting ruthlessly pecked by the bird. This bird, just be half that you are Sekke's familiar or I would have roasted you by now. Though Anna as she saw Sekke looking intently at her. No seducing him, his mom asked me to take care of him. Thought Sekke as she looked at Anna and then glanced at Sekke and thought, does he like this girl? But soon shook her head and saw Sekke eating his meal and decided to eat as well. Chapter 37. After the three of them were done eating, Sekke sat back in a comfortable position and looked at Sekke. Looks like you had fun. Sekke looked at Sekke as raised her wing in response. Sekke smiled and caressed her head, making Anna, who was seeing him, feel a bit jealous of the bird. I never thought that a bird will make me this envious. Thought Anna, but suddenly her eyes widened a bit as she looked directly at Sekke. Sekke, there is something on your face, and without even giving him time to reply, she took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Sekke, who had him mouth forkfully being wiped by the girl beside him, looked at her and thought, let's just think that she is just touchy. Anna soon stopped wiping his mouth and nodded her head with satisfaction. But all of a sudden she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, all three of them saw another woman with crimson lion robe looking at Anna with a worried look on her face. Anna, hurry up, you will be scolded by Captain if he found out you were skipping the patrol, and grabbed her hand and started pulling her away. Why dash, said Anna, but was totally ignored by the other girl, who dragged her back. Well, there she goes, let's continue exploring, said Sekke as Sekke jumped onto his shoulder, feeling a bit happy after a good meal and having her alone time back with Sekke. Walking around for a while, Sekke enjoyed his free time without any problems. He also met some of the members of his squad along the way but decided to let them have their fun too and continued his walk. Oi. Sekke. You are her too, huh? Some kind of friend, you are leaving me all alone at the base, said Sekke as he looked at Asta. Hey. I tried to wake you up but that bird of yours stopped me from doing so. Yo, Sekke, what have you been doing here? Asked Vanessa. Well, met one of my acquaintances, had some street food, bought some medicines and other stuff and just looked around, said Sekke as he stopped Sekke from attacking Asta. What about you all? Fufu, wanna join us and let me guide you? Asked Vanessa, to which Sekke just nodded his head and followed them. You guys sure are popular around the town, said Sekke as he looked at Noelle and Vanessa. Well, being magic knights do have its perks. Where is your robe, by the way? Asked Vanessa. Today's my day off, no need to wear it, said Sekke, making the three of them look at him with their eyes widened a bit. Now that you said it, muttered Noelle as she held her robe. How can you, Sekke, we worked so hard to earn it? Said Asta as he hugged his robe. You do take it out to wash it, right? Asked Sekke, making Asta grunt and take a step back. And now it's your choice if you want to wear it or not, said Vanessa as she led them to the black market. Hey, where are we going? It's just a dead end here, said Asta as he looked around. Vanessa chuckled at that and said, follow me, and continued walking towards the wall and passed through it. Asta and Noelle widened their eyes in surprise while Sekke just stood forward and said, alright, platform 9, here I come, and ran straight through the wall as well. My, aren't you excited, said Vanessa as she looked at Sekke, who immediately came in after her. Well, you get to experience that daily, you know, said Sekke as he stepped aside for Asta and Noelle to come as well. Soon the other two rookies joined them and they started looking around the black market. Finding some of the items that interested Sekke, he separated from the girls who were looking out for an item to help in controlling Noelle's magic. Hey Asta. Wanna try this? What is this, a book? It's the latest edition of Under the Witch's Robe magazine. My dad had some of these, one of the best research material, in my opinion, said Sekke as he looked intently at the magazine that was present on the shelf in front of him, protected by the shopkeeper. Research? Sounds troublesome to me. What kind of research? Sekke looked around and noticed that no girl or secure was near him and brought his mouth close to Asta's ear and whispered something to him. Asta's eyes immediately widened in surprise and said, but isn't that shameful behavior for as magic knight? A magazine which have pictures that are playing as a video with all kind of stuff. Think about it, Asta. Those bouncy tits jiggling in front of you. That bubbly ass bae, oi Asta, Asta. Yelled Sekke as he looked at Asta, who was fallen on the ground with some blood coming out from his nose. That made him nosebleed. Looks like he will have trouble having sex with his partner in future. Thief. Thief. Where? Asked Asta as he started looking around. There, pointed Sekke as he saw a man running out of the black market. Come on Sekke, we need to help, said Asta and rushed towards the man. Already on it, said Sekke as he pointed his finger towards the thief and made a magic bullet. Paralysis bullet, said Sekke as the magic bullet fired towards the man, hitting on his neck and shocking him with electricity and paralyzing him as well. Asta, who ran towards the man unknown to the fact that the thief was paralyzed, took out his huge sword and slammed it in the man, knocking him out in an instant. I hope that the guy is left alive after that, thought Sekke as he saw Asta saying something to the man while Noel and Vanessa along with an old lady approached him. Sekke too walked towards them and got thanked by the old lady and received a coin from her as a reward. If I remember it correctly, then this granny must be the Wizard King, thought Sekke, not really sure about it. Later that day back at the Black Bull's base, everyone returned back rather late and started telling about their experiences out loud. Oh right. Yami-san. What is it? Asked Yami. I got a gift for you, said Sekke with a smile and gave him a box. Huh? A gift for me? It's the first time that someone gave me a gift. What now? Should I open it? Sekke just gestured them to go on, seeing which all of them looked at the box. Huh, ain't it shiny? What the hell is it? Asked Yami as he opened the box, which revealed some kind of metallic tool inside it. It is a magic toilet paper maker. You just need to pass magic energy to it and it will make toilet paper for you. Just install it in your toilet, said Sekke with a smile. Who the hell made this uselessly useful thing? Said Yami as he looked at the thing in his hand with some surprise. Wait, are you saying that I go to take dump touch? Said Yami as he looked at Sekke and narrowed his eyes. Sekke just averted his eyes and said, Charmy, what is in today's menu? Law. Oh yeah, for today. Oi, dumbass, you dare ignore me, said Yami as he walked up to Sekke and grabbed his head. Sekke just groaned in pain as his head got clenched by Yami, who let him go after a while when he went to break his limits. Chapter 38. A few days passed by since the Black Bulls had their day off. The things went rather normally for them, with the squad getting no missions for the time being. Seeing this as a break from all his work, Sekke decided to make up for all the days he was busy with his missions and focused on training, which now included a few stances he copied from Asta and Yami. He also helped Noel along with Asta, who still had shitty control over her magic, but still she was improving slowly. Currently in the HQ's living room, Sekke was having a chat with Asta and Noel when suddenly all of them noticed Finral's magic portal opening in front of them. Oh, Yami-san is back, said Sekke as he looked towards the portal. Welcome back, Yami-san, said Sekke as he saw the captain come out of the portal. Yami on the other hand remained silent and smoked as he looked at Sekke and the other two. Alright everyone, I have an announcement to make, said Yami as he gathered everyone's attention. Apparently a new dungeon has appeared in the Clover King. A new dungeon. I need to carry all the gold that I can gather there. New spells would be a welcome addition to the Dark Lord's power as well, and having Seeker with me, it won't be a problem to locate the treasure room or something which will have a matching mana like me. Thought Sekke as he ignored what Yami was saying. You two, looks like the Wizard King himself selected you two to take this mission, said Yami as he looked at Asta and Sekke. Everyone in the room got surprised after hearing that as they looked at the two boys with shock. How the hell were these bastards got selected by the Wizard King? Did the two of you bump into him? I understand about Sekke, but how is even Asta selected, said Noel as she looked at Asta with a doubtful look on her face. Oi. What the hell did you mean by that? Anyways, Noel, you will be going along with them, said Yami. Huh? Me? Asked Noel with a slight surprise in his tone. Everything will let you gain some experience, said Yami as he took a smoke. Luck, accompany them, you will lose your touch if you stay cooped up too much. Really? Yay. Will it be right? Asked Noel with uncertainty as she looked towards Luck. Looks like that is the place, said Sekke as he saw the opening of the dungeon. Yay, we are here, said Luck as he walked towards the dungeon. Sekke and the other two followed him as well, and soon the four of them were in the dark cave. Asta, who had a torch with him, lit it up and walked beside Luck. Hey, can you not stick to me while walking, said Asta as he glanced at Noel, who was hiding Asta's shirt. Looks like a royal is scared of the dark, said Sekke as he glanced at Noel. Who said that I am scared of dark? Said Noel. I never said that it was you who is scared, said Sekke as he chuckled, hearing which Noelle growled and soon tripped her feet, making Asta fall down along with her. Welp, there goes our source of light. Oi Luck, did you find it yet? Not yet, said Luck as Sekke and Luck walked side by side and were followed by Asta and Noelle. Oh, here it is, said Luck, who found some light coming out some gaps in the wall and removed one of the bricks which revealed the inside of the dungeon. This place really is full of mana, said Noelle in amazement. It sure is, said Sekke as he looked around the dungeon with distorted space. I want to feel mana as well, said Asta as he fell down on his knees and started complaining about his lack of mana. Sekke and Noelle looked at him for a while before Sekke looked away from him and shook his head. He has tried to give Asta some of his mana using his sacred gear, but that too didn't work on the mana-less boy. Stop that, Luck, said Sekke as he saw Luck was about to step on another trap. Huh, that was fun, said Luck as he looked at the three rookies. How the hell was that fun? Said Asta and Noelle in unison, hearing which Luck laughed once again. Now then, muttered Luck as he started checking the area, and soon his eyes turned dangerous. Want me to help you? Asked Sekke. No, I want to enjoy myself as well, you know, said Luck, knowing that Sekke must have felt the mana from the enemies as well. I leave the dungeon exploration to you guys, said Luck as he dashed towards the enemies that he sensed earlier. Wait. Where are you going? Have fun. See you soon. Now then, looks like we are on our own, said Sekke as he looked at the other two rookies. The two of them just sighed and looked at Sekke, who have a fake cough, and said, by logical thinking, I am promoting myself as the leader. Huh, how does that work? Asked Noelle. Taking into consideration that you don't have any co-trip over your magic and the fact that Asta is an idiot, I think that it is logical for me to be the leader, not to mention that amongst the three of us I have done the most missions, said Sekke. Hey, what do you mean by I am an idiot? You bastard, said Asta as he looked at Sekke with an annoyed look on his face. Anyway, let's continue the dungeon crawling, said Sekke as lead the group. I will show you that I am not an idiot, declared Asta as he rushed forward with his anti-magic sword in his hand. Noelle, what do you see? Asked Sekke. An idiot, said Noelle with a deadpan look on her face as started triggering trap after traps. If you want, I can give you two some space to spend some alone time, said Sekke. Noelle immediately blushed as she looked at Sekke with a furious look on her face. What are you talking about? Why would I want to spend some alone time with Bacasta? Sekke looked at the noble with a teasing smirk and said, I never mentioned that the alone time has to be spent with Asta though. Noelle's blush deepened at that as she looked towards Asta, which made her heart start pounding. Sekke, who looked at the royal Tsundra, flicked her forehead and said, don't get too overboard, okay? He then looked towards Asta and said, Asta, I will check some other route and will return back in 10 minutes. Make sure to keep our fellow rookie safe. Alright. Leave it to me. Noelle, come with me. Sekke smirked and gave Noelle a slug push and went with Seeker to look at a different route. I am such a good guy, aren't I, Seeker? Asked Sekke, to which the bird just sighed. I just left you guys for 10 minutes and you are already doing tentacle play. Man, you guys are fast, said Sekke as he looked at his two teammates held up in the air by some tentacles. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Seeing his fellow rookies held up by hentai vines which were clearly outlining Noelle's intimate areas, Sekke pointed his hand towards the trap and fired a big magic bullet at it, causing an explosion and engulfing the main body of the beast. The vines that were holding the two black bull rookies loosened up and Asta and Noelle started falling down. Wah! Said both Noelle and Asta in unison as they started falling down. Sekke, on the other hand, turned serious as he felt some presences near him and was about to attack when all of a sudden he noticed a small twister appearing below Asta and Noelle. Wah! What is this? Wow, Noelle, you wear something quite mature for your age, said Sekke as he looked at the silver-haired royal whose dress was flipped up by the wind, giving a clear view of what the girl was wearing underneath. Noelle, who heard Sekke's comment, was confused for a while when she suddenly noticed that her skirt was flipped. Wah! Where the hell are you looking at? Sekke, on the other hand, just gave her a thumbs up and then turned around to look at the newcomers. How long are you guys to keep hiding there? Asked Sekke as he looked towards a certain path where he felt the presences from. Soon 3 people wearing golden dawn robes came out, looked towards Sekke and his comrades. Yuno. Asta, so you are here as well, said Yuno in a calm tone. Yeah. We have a mission to explore this dungeon and conquer it. Noelle followed him but stopped beside Sekke and slapped his shoulder, which was successfully evaded by the Dark Lord. Humph, why the hell did you help those troublemakers? Said the man with glasses and light blue hair. He then pushed back his glasses and said, our only mission is to reach the treasure chamber as soon as possible. We don't need to deal with fools like these. Well, ain't he a friendly person, muttered Sekke in a sarcastic tone. Humph, how dare he call a royal like me a fool, and what's with that tone, he is very rude, said Noelle as she heard Sekke's comment. Sekke looked at her and said, you talk like that to us for the first time we met too, you know. Hearing that, Noelle got embarrassed and started giving her reasoning to do so, like her being a royal and all. Sekke just ignored her and shoved her head away, which she had brought a bit too close to yell at him. Asta started bickering with the glasses person as Yuno looked at the two of them with slight amusement which was hardly visible on his expressionless face. Hello Noelle-san, good to see you here, said the girl from Golden Dawn as she came towards Noelle. Sekke just looked at Noelle, who was looking away from the said girl, and thought, seems like our royal is troubled. We haven't seen each other since the last year's royal banquet, how have you been? Asked the girl. Someone you know? Asked Asta as he looked at Noelle. Sekke just let the three of them talk as he walked towards Yuno. Thanks for helping them get a safe landing, said Sekke. It's fine, I was just repaying my debt to Asta, it would have been better if you haven't helped them as well, said Yuno. Well, your friend is a huge troublemaker, so I need to make sure he doesn't escalate it too much and drags me into trouble as well, said Sekke. I apologize for his troublemaking tendency, thank you for taking care of him, said Yuno as he bowed his head. Recently our team was rewarded a star by the Wizard King for completing a mission, said Mimosa with a smile on her face. Hearing that, the light blue-haired guy snorted and looked the black bulls. Hearing that, both Asta and Noelle placed their hands on their waists and puffed up their chests. Wow, ain't that cute, said Sekke as he smiled as well and looked at the Golden Dawn members, who looked at Sekke with a confused look on their faces. We too earned a star by completing a mission, you know. More so, Sekke was rewarded 7 stars by the Wizard King, said Asta with a boasting tone. Not even taking a second, long Kaluz came forward and pointed his finger at Asta and said, liars. Ha! Reacted Asta. There is no way that the newbies from Black Bulls would be awarded stars so easily, said Klaus as he shrugged his shoulders. Asta was about to argue, but Sekke stepped in and said, then according to that, the missions that were given to Black Bulls must be harder than the one given to you. After all, you said that Black Bulls would not be given stars easily. Hearing that, all of them looked at Sekke, who was looking at Klaus with a smile. Wow, you got a star by completing an easier mission than ours, ain't you great, said Sekke. Hearing that, Klaus's brows started twitching as he glared at the Dark Lord. Who the hell do you think you are to mock me, who is not only a member of the strongest squad but also a noble? The name's Sekke Bronzatsa, the Great Dark Lord, nice to meet you, said Sekke as he gave a casual salute. Klaus glared at him for a while and then snorted. I have no time to deal with fools like you, even appointing people like you on a mission like this is a mistake, said Klaus. How dare you? The Wizard King himself gave us this mission. Such a ballant lie, said Klaus. I am not lying, replied Asta, making the noble snort. That person from your squad really is a pain in the butt, said Sekke, hearing which Yuno just remained silent while Mimosa just gave a wry smile. She then glanced at Sekke and asked. Did you just say that your name was Sekke Bronzatsa? Sekke, who heard her, looked at the ginger-headed royal and said, yes, and I believe that you must be Mimosa-san, it's been a while since we met. Wait, you might not remember me since it's been quite a while. Fufu, don't worry, I remember Sekke-san very well, it's really been a while, how have you been? Said Mimosa with a smile. As you can see, I am great as ever, how about you? I am doing great as well, as you can see I am now a magic knight too, replied Mimosa. Wait, you two know each other? Asked Noelle as she looked at Sekke and Mimosa. Well, you can say that we do know each other, said Sekke. Yes, Sekke-san is someone I met when I was a kid, said Mimosa. Though we haven't seen each other for years now, it's really a surprise that the both of us remember each other, considering the fact that we have only a couple of times, and that too a few years ago, said Sekke. Fufu, well, Sekke-san's farewells left quite an impression on both me and my brother after all, said Mimosa with a smile. Well, in my defense, I would just like to say that at both the times when I was leaving, your father was near you too, and I didn't know how to approach you at that time, said Sekke as he remembered the time he just left them without even saying goodbye to them. Whatever you say, that was quite rude, you know, complained Mimosa. Sekke just nodded without thinking much about it and then looked at Asta and Klaus, who were still bickering, and thought. Wasn't that guy saying something about completing the mission soon or something just a few minutes ago? And looked at Klaus with a deadpan look on his face. Chapter 41. Asta and Klaus continued to bicker for a while, and after some time both of them got breathless, making them stop for a bit. As far as I know there should be one more person with you, where is your senior? Asked Klaus. Hearing that, both Asta and Noelle stiffened up. There is no way we can say that luck just ditched us here. Though both of them. We separated ways because our senior, who is also a great censor, felt something odd in the dungeon and decided to look into it, though he didn't want us to ditch the mission and asked us to continue without him, for a while. Said Sekke as he looked at Klaus making the glasses wearing mage serious as well. Something odd. What could it be? Thought Klaus but just kept it at the back of his mind. He didn't want to ponder much on something that is being done by the Black Bulls and just snorted. Whatever, just don't get in our way, said Klaus and said some more insulting things about the Black Bulls making Asta bicker with him once again. I really don't know how there isn't a rebellion yet against the nobles, muttered Sekke as he looked at Asta and Klaus. He then looked at his pocket and saw Sekke who looked back at him and shrugged her wings. Sekke sighed and talked with Mimosa for a bit before Klaus interrupted them and called out Mimosa. Mimosa replied to him with a smile and used her magic making a plant appear near her and a projection of the dungeon appearing over it. Sekke glanced at the map and noticed that it only showed the paths of the dungeon and not the traps or layout of the structures. It's just a rough sketch, but still it's good in times like this. Thought Sekke and then looked at his familiar and asked, but why use the map when you have GPS right, Sekke? Sekke who didn't understand what Sekke meant by that word just nodded her head and jumped on top of his shoulder. Humph, you know, said Klaus as wind started gathering below the members of the Golden Dawn and the three of them rode small tornadoes to get back to exploring the dungeon. Seeing them leave into the cave, Sekke smirked and took out his shades. Alright, let's get going as well, we need to win, right? Said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider sidecar. And immediately Sekke's bike with a sidecar appeared in front of him. Seeing the bike, Sekke took out her shades from Sekke's pocket as well and put them on and sat on the bike. Seeing his familiar sitting on the bike, Sekke shook his head with a wry smile on his face and sat on the bike and gestured his friends to get in as well. The two of them nodded their heads though they felt a bit scared as they knew how fast Sekke usually drives, but despite that they still decided to sit on the bike since they wanted to defeat the Golden Dawn members. Once all of them were seated, with Noel occupying the side cart and Asta sitting behind him. Sekke channeled his magic power to the bike and immediately went forward. What? Said both Noel and Asta as they tightly held the sides of the bike so as to not fall down. Yeah. Make some noise. Sekke as if encouraging him raised her wings while sitting in his pocket with her shades on. Soon Sekke notices the Golden Dawn members who looked back at them with shocked look on their faces. Alright guys, look to the right and smile, said Sekke, hearing which both Noel and Asta shut their mouth and looked towards their left with a smirk on their faces. The closer Sekke got to the Golden Dawn members his speed slowed down and finally he came close to the Golden Dawn members. He looked at Klaus and smirked, making the glasses wearing noble frown a bit and said, "On your left." And immediately increased his speed leaving behind the Golden Squad. That bastard," said Klaus as he clutched his fists in anger as he looked at Sekke's bike going forward at full speed. Yuno and Mimosa looked at their senior for a while before they turned to look at Sekke's figure, which was getting smaller and smaller. Oi. Sekke. Where are we heading to? Do you know where the treasure chamber is? I don't, but Sekke can lead us, said Sekke. But this direction, said Noel. Yeah, we are going to get luck too, you must have felt them by now as well, right? Asked Sekke while looking at Noel. Noel nodded her head and gulped her saliva. She could tell by the mana around her that a fight was going on near them and luck was there as well. Stopping his motorcycle a bit further away, Sekke and the others got off it and Sekke dispelled his magic. Hey, why aren't we going on that? We can reach him faster, right? Yes, but it will also notify the enemy about us coming towards them and we won't be able to ambush the enemy if we need to. Said Sekke, making Asta complain for a bit, saying that magic knights don't ambush others, which earned him a lecture from the Royal Tsundra. Finally getting what they wanted into Asta's head, the Black Bulls rookies started moving towards the location where they felt Luck's mana from. Chapter 42. Sekke and the Black Bull rookies soon reached the room where they could feel the fluctuations of mana, except for Asta. All three of them really peeked inside the room and saw Luck trying to attack a middle-aged man with back hair and being surrounded by smoke. Sekke looked at Luck, who was not even able to land a single hit on the Diamond Kingdom mage, and then said, Luck is at a disadvantage and it seems like that man has a debuff type magic as well, since Luck is moving so slow. So that's why Luck was moving so slow in a fight. I thought Miss Vanessa made him drink some booze which is making him wobble like that. How the can you call that slow? Said Noelle as she looked at the fight where she cannot follow Luck's movements at all. Now then, let's think of a way to hell dash, said Sekke, but before he was able to, Asta jumped down and took out his sword. And there goes the idiot, said Sekke as he looked at the mana-less boy. That idiot Bacasta, said Noelle with an annoyed tone. What should we do now? Asked Noelle as she looked at Sekke. Well, seeing that the idiot had gone straight ahead, let's do the same as well, no need to sneak attack now, said Sekke as he grabbed Noelle like a sack and jumped down as well. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Shut up or I will drop you, said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, helping hands. Soon a large amount of mana gathered near Sekke, getting the attention of both Luck and the Diamond Kingdom mage as they looked at Sekke. Good grief, more black bulls and youthful ones and that, said the Diamond Kingdom mage. Ore! Yelled Asta, who appeared above the Diamond Kingdom mage with his sword ready to smash the guy. My that's a huge sword you have there, said the Diamond Kingdom mage as he jumped back and avoided the sword. Boom! Just as the sword crashed on the ground, a huge crater formed there, making the Diamond Kingdom mage looked at Asta with a deadpan expression on his face. He was about to hit me with that. Sekke, who was now standing on top of a huge hand's palm with Noel beside him, looked at black-haired man and said, "Mosquito killer." Just as Sekke yelled the name, another huge hand made of his bronze magic appeared above the Diamond Kingdom mage and smashed towards the ground. Seriously, what's with smashing elderly to the ground? Sigh. Youth these days, said the black-haired man as his grimoire flipped and a thick cloud of smoke appeared around him, slowed the huge hand, giving him enough time to dodge the attack. Would you do me a favor and let this old man catch his brie? Giant's flick. Said Sekke as both him and Noel descended to the ground while still being on top of the palm. The other hand, which was near the old man, immediately flicked its finger, sending the old man flying. You all right, Luck? Asked Sekke as he came to the ground and deactivated his magic, making the giant hands disappear. Luck, who was yelling at Asta for interrupting his fight and was attacked by his protagonist's talk magic, had a change in his heart and looked at Sekke with a smile on his face. Yeah, I am fine, I was just about to defeat him but you interrupted me, said Luck. Sekke just shrugged his shoulders and said, you were taking too much time. It's only been 30 minutes though since I left. Yar, you really don't show mercy to this old man, I have 3 daughters to take care of at home, you know. Said the Diamond Mage as he stood up with some blood coming out of his mouth. Then you should take care of them and stay back at home, old man, these days people are not that good, who knows what can happen to them in your absence, said Sekke as he looked at the black-haired man. By the way, what's your name? Asked Sekke. Thanks for your advice, and you should introduce yourself first before asking others about their name. My name is Lotus, from the Diamond Kingdom, a kind and peace-loving old man, said Lotus as he looked at Sekke. You can call me the Dark Lord, said Sekke as he walked beside Asta and smacked his head. Ow! Who the hell told you to jump just like that? Said Sekke as he looked at the mana-less idiot. Said Asta. Can't you just use your brains for once and not just run into a fight, said Noel as he looked at Asta. Said Asta, totally shocked hearing what his friend said. Well, it was fine though, it's good to jump into fights, said Luck. Luck, said Asta with a grateful look on his face as he glanced at Luck. Don't encourage the idiot, said Sekke as he looked at the old man who suddenly slammed his hand on the ground. Smoke creation magic, prison of the fallen king. Smoke suddenly started to surround the black bulls, seeing which Sekke narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. Well, you made the old man get serious, you know, said Lotus. And you made a huge mistake by making the Dark Lord a bit serious. Bronze creation magic, sword strike. Multiple swords appeared behind Sekke and shot forward towards Lotus, who immediately made some smoke clouds and hid inside it to dodge the attack. Arg! Yelled the old man from behind the smoke. Looks like he got hit by one of them, said Sekke as he and his teammates got surrounded by the smoke. Asta and the others tried to push away the smoke but soon realized that it was not just normal smile and that it was solid. Even Asta's anti-magic was not working since the smoke immediately shifted to cover up for the lost smoke. Well then, farewell youths of the Black Bulls, it was nice meeting you all, especially you Dark Lord Kuan, said Lotus from behind the tower of smoke. Sekke, who heard the sound, turned his head to look towards the direction from where the sound came from and said, where are you going? Asked Sekke. Well, I need to finish my mission soon and go back to my daughters, after all I cannot leave them back at him alone for a long time, right? Sekke, who was now sure from where the sound came from, smirked and said, yeah, right, and took out his sword. Extend, said Sekke, making the sword's blade lengthen, and then looked at the others. Run at full speed once the path get clear. The 3 of them nodded, seeing which Sekke rapidly moved his hands, cutting through a huge chunk of the smoke wall, dispersing the smoke and making a path for them. Retract, no time to waste, said Sekke as him, Asta and Luck shot forward at full speed, leaving behind the royal lime dust. Hey! Yelled Noel as she was left behind, and immediately Sekke's scared gear tentacles wrapped around her and pulled her out. Don't leave like that, old man, you will make me sad, said Sekke as he looked at the old man who just facepalmed and said. Sigh. You are forcing me to use my trump card, you know. Sekke, Asta, and Luck immediately got ready to take on the attack which was about to come towards them as they saw the aura around the old man turn serious in an instant. I only use this technique when I know nothing else is going to work on my enemy, so brace yourselves, said the old man in a serious tone, hearing which Luck got excited while Noel gulped her saliva. Sekke prepared himself to immediately form a shield in case he need to block the attack and thought, what type of attack is it going to be? A concentrated attack, an AoE attack, or some kind of debuff or something? Lotus smirked as a lot of smoke gathered around him, alerting Sekke and the others. Nijarundeo, said the old man as a vehicle made of smoke shot forward from the huge cloud of smoke and rushed towards the exit. You dare pull a Joestar on me? Yelled Sekke as his grimoire started flipping pages. Yar yar, said the old man as he increased his speed as he felt a large amount of mana gathering behind him. Lotus also gathered his fallen subordinates from the ground and then looked behind to see what was happening. Bronze creation magic, lightning debuff magic, Gaster paralyzing blaster. A huge animal head made of bronze appeared in front of Sekke as mana started gathering inside it. That doesn't look good, though Lotus as he looked at the huge animal head. Lotus immediately used his magic to make a huge smile screen blinding all of them. Huh, we can still sense your dash, said Luck with a smile, but all of a sudden it vanished as he muttered. His mana just split all of a sudden. Sekke frowned at that, but then he realized something and smirked. A good technique indeed, but it's useless in front of the Dark Lord, said Sekke as he fired the blast at the smoke screen. Ah! Multiple screams came out of the mouth of the diamond mages as they were hit by the blast. Next time hide the mana of your subordinates as well, said Sekke as he saw the mana disappearing and soon saw a group of heavily injured diamond mages inside a barely standing smoke vehicle. All of a sudden Lotus came out of the group of mages with a lot of wounds on his body and said, I will keep that in mind, Dark Lord Katon. I hope you will, said Sekke as he saw the man collapsing on the ground along with the smoke-made vehicle. Chapter 43. There was a time when my cute daughters would swarm around me asking me to carry them in my arms with a cute expression on their faces. But now, forget the hugs, they don't even want to have my clothes washed off together with theirs, said Lotus with a nostalgic and sad look on his face. Not gonna lie dude, I can't that I know how that feels. But that gotta be sad seeing someone you care about give you a cold shoulder like that. But all children go through this phase nowadays, so it is not that uncommon, said Sekke as he looked at Lotus. Lotus just gave a tired sigh and looked down. He nodded his head and then kept quiet for a while. Currently after the Black Bulls defeated the Diamond Kingdom mages, Sekke used his sacred gear to absorb all the remaining magic out of the mages and then restrained their hands with his magic and also connected all of their cuffs with a chain, so that none of them tries to run away. Hey, Sekke. Is it really fine to bring them like that? It's fine. Our mission is just to get the treasure chamber before the Diamond Kingdom does. Not killing them, plus we don't have any personal grudge against them, right? They too were ordered to do this for their kingdom's sake. So I will just let the Clover Kingdom deal with them. And it's not like they can defeat us and get away from here, said Sekke as he tried to ease the Noel's worry. Sekke, you are pretty unusual, you know. Even though you are smart enough to know that we are enemies from a rival kingdom, you still take that decision. Sekke looked at the black-haired diamond mage and said, well, dealing with you all here and now is an option, but just like you told me, you have a family to support, so killing you will leave a bad taste for me, if your daughters get treated badly because of your death. Sekke gave a kind smile, seeing which Lotus gave a sigh and thought, he is a good kid. Plus if we hand you all over to the authorities, they will get a chance to interrogate some soldiers from the Diamond Kingdom, and we will get merit because of that, which will help me get a promotion, said Sekke with as he gave a thumbs up to the Diamond Kingdom mages, making them look at him with a deadpan look on their faces. And who knows, that your kingdom tried to negotiate to get you all back since, you all are slight high-ranked soldiers. Well, except for the old man who is a top dog. And if the negotiations were to be successful, you all get to go back to your families, said Sekke as he patted Lotus's back and said. So cheer up. All the people around him except for Asta and Luck looked at him with an unsure expression on their faces. They were not sure whether to think that he was a kind person or not, but they just let him be like that. Well, whatever, there is no use thinking about it anyway, let's just hope that everything remains fine for the both of us, said Lotus as he looked at Sekke. If not for the Clover and Diamond Kingdoms to be enemies, I would have asked you whether you want to marry one of my daughter or not, you seem to be a fine guy to be around, said Lotus. Sorry, not interested old man, I am still too young for that, your daughters would hate you more if you bring that topic to them, you know, said Sekke. Huh, I already know that, said Lotus as he gave a dry laugh and looked down with a saddened look on his face. He has already done that, thought Noel and Sekke along with the rest of the diamond mages as they looked at Lotus. Well, it's not like you are going to win anyway, so it's alright if you don't want to accept my daughter, said Lotus as he looked at Sekke and the other black bulls with a mysterious smile on his face. Don't raise the flag, old man, said Sekke with a smirk as well and looked at Sekke. Are we still far? Asked Sekke, to which Sekke shook her head. Hearing that, Sekke stopped fooling around and walked forward while telling Luck to look after the diamond mages who were still recovering their mana. A word of advice, Dark Lord Kuan, never be arrogant in your abilities, it will surely drag you down in future, said Lotus. A solid fact for you, old man, it's not arrogance, it's pride, and I have the prowess to back that pride up, said Sekke without even looking at him. Lotus just shook his head after hearing what Sekke said and just walked silently. He had faith in the trump card that he brought with him, and if the kind boy from Clover was not willing to follow his advice, then there was nothing that he could do. Sekke on the other hand just walked forwards while being attentive of the surroundings, though he didn't worry much as he had the best tracker guide sitting on his shoulder leading him towards the treasure room. I don't know about daughters, but I am very happy to have you, Sekke, said Sekke as he caressed the bird on his shoulder with a smile on his face. Sekke didn't show a change in her expression but still nuzzled her head against his finger for a moment. My daughters are a lot prettier than that bird of yours, you know, said Lotus as he looked at the bird that sells praised. Sekke just ignored the old man and said, Sekke is the best geezer, you cannot compare her to anyone. Sekke praised his familiar with a confident tone as he replied to Lotus. Sekke, who heard that, looked at him and thought, you are a great person too. And then patted his head with her wing, trying to calm him down and prevent him from bickering with the diamond mage. But as they were doing that, Luck, Sekke and Sekke immediately felt a huge disturbance in mana as a crazed smile appeared on Luck's face. It is strong, said Luck. Meh, so, nothing for the Dark Lord, said Sekke. Huh? What happened? Both their grimoires started floating up and the pages started flipping. Lighting creation magic, Thunder God's boots. Bronze creation magic, Bronze rider. Immediately lightning enveloped Luck's feet while Sekke's bike appeared in front of him. Stay here for a bit, okay, said Sekke as his other grimoire started floating as well. Dark debuff magic, Dark touch. Sekke's hand got enveloped in a dark aura as he moved forward to touch the Diamond Kingdom mages. Wah, what are you doing? Hey, I can't see, yelled one of the Diamond Kingdom goons. Sekke didn't speak anything and just touched all of them, robbing them of their sights, and then grabbed Asta and Noel before he put both of them in the side cart and then rushed towards the source of the mana outburst. Chapter 44. Sekke and the others were currently being led by Luck, who was running with a huge grin on his face. Luck! Don't jump off on your own. Ha ha ha, the one who reaches that person first, gets to fight him, said Luck as he looked back at Sekke. Sekke, can you lead us at this speed? Asked Sekke as he looked at the bird. Sekke just shook her head in denial, clearly stating that their speed was too much for her to keep up with. Sekke sighed and just Luck do what he wanted. He will just jump in if Luck or the others gets their asses kicked badly. Though he didn't think there was a need for it, as both Luck and Asta are strong and Noel had her new defensive magic to protect herself and others. Sekke just focused on driving through the dungeon paths, which Luck changed at a random basis, and soon felt the mana signature to be closer and stronger. Looks like your friend is going on a rampage, said Sekke as he looked at Asta. You know, muttered Asta as he turned serious and narrowed his eyes. We are there, said Luck as he jumped off the opening that appeared in front of them. Hold on tight, said Sekke as he didn't slow down his speed, seeing which Noel gripped the side cart tightly while Asta stood up as his grimoire started floating beside him. Leroy Jenkins, yelled Sekke as he appeared out of the tunnel on top of his bike, grabbing the attention of everyone present there. Sekke smirked as he held Noel by her collar and jumped off the bike, which along with Asta went staring towards the huge sword made of crystals. What? Screamed Noel as she suddenly found herself being grabbed by her collar. Brace yourself, said Sekke as his grimoire started floating beside him. Bronze magic, Bronze body. Sekke clenched his teeth as he landed on the ground with his bronze-enhanced body making a huge crater on the ground. That went well, said Sekke as he looked at himself and smirked, seeing that there was no injury. Like hell that went well. You idiot. Oh, you alright, Noel? Asked Sekke as he didn't feel anything from her attack. Ugh. Groaned Noel as she glared at Sekke. It seems that you are fine, now go and protect the others, we will deal with the— oh look, Asta has already destroyed that huge-ass sword, well it's only natural since dealing with magic is his speciality, said Sekke as he looked at the other who were looking at Asta with disbelief, except for Yuno and Luck, who had a smile on their faces. Well, can't have him outshine us, let's go Noel, said Sekke as he moved towards the other magic knights. Oh okay, said Noel as she followed him as well. You alright, Mimosa? Asked Sekke as he saw the ginger-head noble lying in a bed of flowers with a wound on her body. Sekke-san, yes I am fine, I will heal in no time, said Mimosa with a slightly pained tone. Sekke gave a nod and then gestured Noel to look after her. Noel snorted in her normal tsundere way and then moved towards Mimosa. Sekke looked at Yuno and Klaus who were badly injured and just said, "So you two got your asses kicked, huh?" Hearing that, Yuno just looked at him and said, "I was just about to get serious there." Klaus on the other hand just ignored him as he was still shocked after seeing Asta effortlessly dealing with the mage they were losing against. "Hey Sekke," called out Luck with an excited tone. Sekke looked at Luck who pointed at the various crystal golems and said, "Let's see who destroys more of them." Hearing that, Cels smirked, seeing which Luck's grin widened. Both of their grimoires started flipping pages as both of them looked at the golems coming towards them. Lighting creation magic, Thunder God's gloves. Bronze creation magic, giant fists. Luck who now had his lightning gloves dashed forward and started fighting the golems. Sekke on the other hand just stood at his spot as he took his stance, who was copied by the huge bronze fists floating above him as the fists moved towards the golems and started smashing the golems like mosquitoes. "Oi, you have been whining for a while now, stop being a bother already," said Noelle as she destroyed a golem heading towards Klaus with her magic, which somehow was able to hit it. How can this be? How is that peasant able to do things like that? How can that kind of power be in the hands of a peasant? Asked Klaus with disbelief. "Well, only he could possibly have that power in this world, you know," said Sekke as he smashed another golem. "That was my 17th. Yelled Sekke as he looked at Luck. "Being someone without magic at all is the requirement to get that power. Do you think that you would have survived being someone without any magic till you get your hands on a grimoire?" Asked Sekke as he looked at Klaus, who just remained silent. Sekke just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Whatever, it's not like you will understand that," and then looked towards the Asta who was clashing against the crystal guy. Sekke then pointed his hand towards Klaus and fired magic bullet of the size of his fist, which passed beside Klaus and destroyed a golem that was behind him. "So just snap out and do your job as a magic knight, or you want to grate me to save your ass," said Sekke as he looked at Klaus. Klaus adjusted his glasses and said, "Shut up, that is not the way you talk to a noble," and immediately various spikes made out of his magic emerged from the ground and started piercing through the golems as well. But Sekke just ignored him and looked at Noelle and said, "Nice one Noelle, your magic finally but its target." Sniff. "I am so proud," and wiped off a single tear that came out of his eye. Hearing that, Noelle blushed from embarrassment and started telling it Sekke, seeing which Sekke just laughed. But soon Sekke stopped laughing as they heard rumbling coming from the direction of Asta and the crystal guy, and turned around only to see the crystal guy cladded in a crystal armor swatting Asta away like a bug. "Well, Asta got swatted, time for the Dark Lord to jump in," said Sekke with a smirk on his face as he raised his hand up and moved forward. "Hey, no fair, I want to take on that guy," solid Luck as he looked at Sekke. But you got your head start on the earlier enemy, right? It's my chance now." "Wait a minute," yelled Asta, who suddenly emerged from the rubble with most of his upper body in full display to the others. "It is my fight. I have to show that I can beat the guy who even Yuno couldn't beat." "Who said that I couldn't beat him? I was just about to counterattack that guy with a very strong spell which would have defeated him easily. Move back, I can deal with him on my own," said Yuno as he joined the other three as well. "Huh, what the hell are you all even talking about? It's clearly my turn now, you all got your chances before." "But didn't you beat that guy from before, so it's my turn," said Luck. "I am still not down. My turn isn't over yet." "If we are going by that, then I am not down either, so it should be my turn," said Yuno as he looked at Asta, making him glare at Yuno. "Arg. You were clearly being beaten by him, so your turn was over. And so was you, so it's my turn, you idiot," said Sekke as he pointed his finger at Asta. "Who the hell are you calling an idiot, you bastard?" replied Asta. "Huh, you of course, you idiot," said Yuno. "Ha ha ha, this is getting exciting, hey let's all fight each other," said Luck with an excited tone. Seeing the four magic knight arguing amongst themselves, Klaus, Mimosa and Noelle were left totally speechless and were not sure what to say about it. "Are they really quarreling about who is going to fight that monster?" asked Klaus with a frown on his face. "Those idiots," said Noelle as she face-bombed and glared at her teammates. "Aren't they a lively bunch," said Mimosa with a wry smile on her face. Mars, the diamond who the magic knights were battling right now, looked at the group of magic knights who were talking amongst themselves and entered a flashback. Once he was done remembering the beautiful days he spent with his friend, he snapped out of daze and glared at Asta and the others. "Don't stand in my way, you pebbles," said Mars in a cold tone as he and his giant crystal armor moved forward and moved his hands to smash all of them to the ground. Meanwhile, Sekke and the others who were having an intense battle of rock paper scissors totally ignored the crystal giant. "Stop copying me, you plot-armored idiot," yelled Sekke as he smacked Asta, who has been using the same action as him for the past few turns, ending the game in a draw. Suddenly Sekke noticed the giants coming towards them and glared at it as well. "Can't you see that we are in middle of something? yelled Sekke as he used his magic, making the giant fists that were made by him earlier to combine into one massive fist before it moved forward toward the crystal giant, sending it crashing against the wall and destroying all the crystals in an instant. Boom! The whole dungeon shook for a few seconds because of the impact, making every one of them to look towards the place where the crystal giant was sent flying. Soon they noticed an unconscious and wounded Mars falling down towards the ground, which made them realize what Sekke just hit. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, said Sekke with a stiff smile on his face as he stood proudly and looked towards the fallen Diamond Kingdom mage. You bastard! Yelled Asta as he immediately started shaking Sekke's body, earning himself a smack from Sekke which pummeled him into the ground. Chapter 45. Stare. Stare. Will you two stop that already? Said Sekke as he looked at Asta and Yuno, who were staring intently at him. I will defeat you. Said Asta as he pointed his finger at Sekke. You are way stronger than I expected, but I will surpass you, said Yuno as he looked at him with a confident expression on his face. Seeing the two of them like that, the other magic knights felt awestruck at their declaration, since after watching how easily Sekke dealt with the diamond guy that was currently being sealed by Klaus's magic. But still felt a bit confident themselves and thought that they will become stronger as well. Well, there is no harm in trying, so good luck, said Sekke with a deadpan look on his face. Why, you bastard! You are totally making fun of me. Sekke widened his eyes in surprise and said, you are smart enough to tell that. Various tick marks appeared on Asta's face as he could guess that Cells was saying that he was stupid. Pfft. All of them suddenly heard a snicker as they immediately turned towards Yuno, who was looking away while covering his mouth. He laughed. He clearly laughed. Yuno can laugh. How dare you laugh at me? Yuno turned around and stood straight with an expressionless face and said, what are you all talking about? Whatever, let's stop talking about this, said Sekke as he stretched his body, when suddenly his eyes caught something, seeing which a mischievous smirk appeared on his face. He slowly moved towards Noelle and whispered, oh my, someone is intently looking at Asta's exposed body. Noelle immediately flinched in response and turned around to look at Sekke with a huge blush on her face. Who said that I was looking at his bobod, that? I never said that it was you. Ah, whatever, enjoy your youth, Noelle, said Sekke as he patted Noelle's shoulder, making her even more embarrassed as she was about to yell at him once again. Ah, and congratulations on being able to hit your spell correctly in the previous battle, you have improved a lot, said Sekke as he gave a pat on the back of the silver-haired royal. He praised me, yes. I totally hit that spell earlier. Mentally cheered Noelle as she felt slightly embarrassed on being praised. She snorted and said, humph, of course I have improved, I am a royal, you know. Yeah, you are great, said Sekke with a deadpan time, making Noelle annoyed, but soon a smile appeared on their lips as they both felt happy for this improvement. Thank you, muttered Noelle in a low tone, but Sekke, who was just beside her, was able to hear it and said. You are welcome, Noelle, making that Sundra even more embarrassed. Oi, what are the two of you doing? Asked Asta as he looked towards Noelle and Sekke. And nothing. Replied Noelle as she hurriedly beloved away from Sekke, only to lose her balance after a few steps, which resulted in her getting saved by Asta, who caught her from falling. Oh my, Noelle is so bold, said Sekke with a playful tone as he looked at Noelle. Mimosa, who saw that, covered her eyes with her hands but still peeked through in between her fingers and said, how bold of you, Noelle-san. Are you fine, Noelle? Asked Asta, who was holding Noelle's body. What do you think you are doing? And besides, aren't you embarrassed? Asta, who heard that, looked at his clothes and widened his eyes in shock. My robe's all tattered up. Magna-senpai will kill me. Don't worry, Vanessa will fix that up in no time, said Luck as he showed a thumbs up. Cough. Anyway, getting to the important point, since we are the ones who reached here first, then that means that we are the winners, said Klaus as Yuno and Mimosa stood beside him. Huh? Said Asta as he looked at the glasses wearing Noble. Hey now, wasn't the best about reaching the treasure room first? How come you are the winners? Huh, what are you talking about? This is the treasure room, right in front of you. Yeah, how did you know that this is the treasure room for sure? Did you perhaps already looked inside? Asked Sekke, making all of them look at him with surprised look on their faces. For all I know, this room could be here to deceive people, and there are a lot of traps set inside there, said Sekke as he shrugged his shoulders. Hearing his thoughts, the other magic knights started thinking about what Sekke said, except for Asta, who was chewing onto some leaf. Sekke, who done distracting the others, smirked as his glance fell onto Seeker, who just landed on his shoulder. You weren't injured, right? Asked Sekke, to which the bird just shook her head. Sekke smiled hearing that as he caressed the bird's head. Anyways, since we were the ones who reached here first, we will be the ones who will check it and find out if this room is the treasure room or not, said Klaus as he shifted his glasses. Hearing which Sekke just smiled and said, "Be my guest," and then gave a bow while pointing his hands towards the door. "Oi, Sekke, they will win," complained Asta. "Idiot, focus on your injuries first. What kind of wizard king are you gonna be if you get this injured after every fight," said Sekke. "Just you wait and see. I will be a great wizard king and will then marry my beautiful sister Lily." Cough cough. Noel on the other hand started coughing after hearing the declaration. "That's some damage," said Sekke as he patted Noel's back trying to ease her out a bit. "You do know that door is made up of magic, right? And it will take a lot of time to open that normally." "Yeah, it will give us enough time to grab a bite. I am hungry," said Sekke as he took out a small bag that was hanging on his waist and took out a lunchbox from it. "I asked Charmy to make us something. Want to eat it?" asked Sekke as he opened the box, which revealed a lot of different types of sandwiches in it. "Yes please," said Asta as he was about to take out some from the box. "Wash your hands, you idiot," said Sekke as he pulled back the box and pointed at the pond where Mars was sent flying earlier. After the black bulls were done cleaning up, all of them found some rock to sit upon and had their snack while also curiously asking the Golden Dawn about their situation, which made Klaus pissed at them as he watched the black bulls enjoying the meal. "Here," called Sekke as he walked towards the Golden Dawn members and called them out. All of them turned around to look at him and saw him offering them a box. "We had way too much stuffed in there, so might as well share some with you all," said Sekke as he handed the box to Mimosa. Thank you," said Mimosa. "Humph, there is no need for that," said Klaus in a slightly pissed off tone. Now, Klaus-san, no need to be that salty, you guys need a break too besides," said Sekke as he looked at Asta and gestured something to him. "You guys are taking way too long," said Sekke as Asta appeared in front of them and cut off a huge chunk of the door, making an opening for them to go in. Sekke's eyes widened from shock after seeing all the gold in there to the point that he even forgot to breathe for a second. He then stepped inside the room and said, "All right, the black bulls reached the treasure room first, we win." "Yeah," cheered Asta as he raised his sword up in the air. But immediately after that he started bickering with Klaus about how it was technically Golden Dawn's win. This is amazing, but how are we going to take all this back?" asked Noel. Sekke turned around and looked at her, but soon noticed Mimosa nibbling onto a sandwich and stared at her for a while. Seeing that, Noel followed his gaze and also saw Mimosa nibbling onto the sandwich and stared at her as well. You know who had a sandwich in his own hand looked at the two of them and looked away so as to not get stared at by those two. Mimosa, who felt the gazes on her, looked back at Sekke and Noel and tilted her head in confusion. And immediately both Noel and Sekke felt a jolt to pass through their bodies. "That was cute," thought both of them at the same time, and then looked at each other only to avert their eyes as they understood that the other person had the same thoughts as well. "About that, we will have someone carry the news about the dungeon back to the Magic Knight's headquarters and then we will wadash," said Klaus. "Read the mood at least," said both Sekke and Noel in unison as they looked at Klaus, making the spectacled man took a few steps back because of shock. Sekke and Noel snorted as both of them turned back to their normal selves and started looking around the room, which was soon followed by the others as each of them started roaming around. Seeker, who also felt something, nudged Sekke and the flew off. "Probably the new anti-magic sword. Anyways, let's start searching for something useful as well," thought Sekke as he was finally alone. Now then, from my understanding of Dungeoning 101 in anime and manga, a protagonist will get everything that is in the storage room if it's the first dungeon. And for that the protagonist must have some kind of storage magic or dash, thought Sekke as he started going deeper and deeper into the treasure room. A storage ring nearby, a coffin or a skeleton, thought Sekke as he soon came across an opening which led to somewhere and soon passed through the dark path and saw a majestic coffin kept on a raised platform. What can I say, I am just smart," said Sekke as he flicked his hair. Chapter 46. Sekke stared at the majestic coffin for a while and then looked around the huge room he was in and whistled, see how majestic and beautiful the room actually looked. He then walked forward and was about to enter the hall, but just as he took the first step he got stopped by an invisible wall. "A barrier?" muttered Sekke as he placed his hand on the invisible wall and then knocked it a few times. Taking a step back, Sekke looked at the hall and took out his sword. "Well, Ixtace-chan, do what you are best at," said Sekke as he passed his mana through his sword. Swinging his sword towards the barrier, Ixtace easily sliced through the layer of the barrier, opening a way for Sekke to enter inside the hidden room. It was a pretty high-level barrier to not show any excess damage after taking on my Ixtace attack. "I hope the things in there are valuable as well," muttered Sekke as he entered the huge hall. Just as he entered the hall, Sekke looked up and saw that the inside of the hall was totally different from how it looked before he looked through the barrier, and was even more awestruck by the scenery inside the huge dungeon hall. "It's like a huge garden in here, a garden from a castle," said Sekke as he looked around the garden. He then kneeled down and touched the soil and grass and found out that it was real and not something made out of magic. This place is messed up, thought Sekke as he looked back at the entrance from where he came from and noticed that the hallway he came from was totally dark and had totally different feel from the room he was in. Well, no use fretting over it, this is a dungeon, and despite being the intelligent Dark Lord I am, I don't know much about them, said Sekke as he looked at his surroundings and said. I really want to show this place to Sekke, Mom and Dad. The black bulls will make a mess of this place, so it's better to not take them here, said Sekke with a smile on his face. He then turned serious and then looked at the coffin that was surrounded by flowers and then walked towards it, being careful to not crush the flowers under his feet. Without thinking twice, Sekke placed his hand on top of the coffin, and after making sure that there was no trap on the coffin, he decided to remove the lid and check what was in there. Please don't be alive. Please don't be alive, thought Sekke as he tried to lift the lid, which for some reason was not even moving a bit. What the hell is this coffin made of? Said Sekke as he stopped lifting the lid. Immediately after that, his grimoire started floating beside him and pages started flipping. Like hell it can stop the Dark Lord, said Sekke. Bronze magic, bronze body. Immediately after that, Sekke's body changed to one made of bronze. Grabbing the lid once again, Sekke used his full muscle strength along with his magic's enhancement and started lifting it up. Rumble. Hearing the rumbling sound, Sekke smirked as he felt that the lid moved a bit. He clenched the lid even tighter, causing the shape to the place where he was holding to be deformed immediately, and soon after that the lid was thrown away by the motivated Sekke. Boom. Hearing the huge noise, Sekke looked towards the place where the lid got thrown and saw a huge dust cloud that rose up because of the weight of the lid. That was probably heavier than Rock Lee's training weighs, muttered Sekke as he looked towards his hands which threw such a heavy thing away. All of a sudden Sekke suddenly felt something on his shoulder and turned around only to find a skull staring at him while placing its bony hand on Sekke's shoulder. Sekke looked at his shoulder and saw the bony hand and touched it with its finger. He then looked back at the skull, who stared back at him for a while when suddenly its mouth started moving. Clank clank. But instead of words, only the sound of bones smacking against each other was heard. Sekke, being the fearless and great Dark Lord he was, slowly removed the bony hand from his shoulders and took a few steps away from the skeleton. He then took a deep breath and said, Holy F. CK. The skeleton stopped moving its mouth and jumped off its coffin and tried to his behind it as soon as Sekke yelled out loud. How the hell are you able to move? I don't feel any mana coming from you at all. And who the heck are you? The skeleton in response pointed its own finger at Sekke and started moving its mouth once again. You do know that you are not actually speaking any words, right? Pointed out Sekke, making the skeleton stop itself. Then, as if the skeleton noticed something, it looked at its bony hands in surprise as he looked down at its body. It started to touch its skull with its bony hands but soon stopped. Seeing that it finally stopped, Sekke was about to ask something else, but all of a sudden the skeleton stood up and started running around while holding its skull and its mouth wide open. Hey! How the hell are you even shocked? And that too even more than me. But despite what Sekke said, the skeleton didn't stop running and then ran away. What the hell even was that? Asked Sekke, but soon shrugged his shoulders and focused back on the coffin and moved towards it. Looking inside, he found that the insides were totally clean and didn't even seem like it housed a skeleton inside it just a few moments ago. But ignoring that, Sekke's gaze fell on a single page that was kept there. Lifting it, Sekke went through what was written in it and snorted. I cannot read this. What the hell is written in here? It looks like a page from a grimoire, which would make sense as no one other than the owner of the grimoire could understand what is written in it, or someone who has learnt the ancient language written inside of grimoires, whatever. It doesn't matter. Where is that storage magic item that I need? Said Sekke as he looked inside the coffin once again. But just as he said that, the page in his hand started glowing, and so did his bronze magic grimoire as it started flipping. Sekke watched the scene with surprise as the page flew from his hand and landed on top of his grimoire and merged with it. The grimoire and the page stopped glowing and the grimoire closed itself and fell in Sekke's hand. Huh. Sekke looked at the grimoire in surprise as he immediately opened it and started flipping through the pages, and soon his eyes landed on the new page that had some new words written on it. What the eternal safe? Don't tell it is the storage magic. You mean to tell me that the page that was in my hand was a Shinran in disguise? Said Sekke in disbelief as suddenly a large amount of thoughts passed through his mind and grabbed his head. No! Yelled Sekke as he started realizing what all could he have asked for. Meanwhile, the skeleton who ran away earlier just came back and looked at Sekke as if he was an idiot. Chapter 47. After guessing that the page that was present inside the coffin could have been a one-time Shinran, Sekke sat down beside the coffin while embracing his legs, feeling dejected. The skeleton was also sitting beside Sekke and was patting the Dark Lord's back, seeing that the human for some reason was feeling down and tried to cheer him up a bit. If only I knew it beforehand, muttered Sekke in a slightly sad voice. He then felt the bony hand on his back and turned to look at his side only to find the skeleton patting him and looking at him without any expression on its face. Skull. Well, he is a skeleton after all. Thought Sekke as he sighed. Can you understand me? Asked Sekke, to which the skeleton just gave a nod. Did you know what the page present along with you in the coffin was? The skeleton tilted its skull a bit, looking confused, or that's what Sekke felt, since the skull had no expressions on its face. Whatever, it's not like I can reverse time and do it over again anyway, said Sekke with a slightly annoyed tone. So what's your nom? Alright, you cannot speak. Alright, I will call you Ains from now on, said Sekke without even giving the skeleton, now named Ains, a chance to respond. The skeleton stared at Sekke for a while before giving a nod to Sekke. Sekke smirked and then pointed at himself and said, Good, now let me introduce myself. I am Sekke Bronzatsa, also known as the Great Dark Lord. The skeleton stared at the smug Sekke for a while before giving a nod once again. So let me ask you a question that Professor Oak always asks, are you a boy or a girl? Asked Sekke and looked at the skeleton. Boy? Asked Sekke, to which Ains once again nodded. Alright, Ains Kuan, do you know what place is this and if there is any treasure in this area? Ains just shook its head in denial, making Sekke give out a sigh of disappointment. You were of no use, Ains, Sasuga Ains Sama. My ass, said Sekke with a disappointment look towards the skeleton, who slumped its shoulder and looked down on being called useless. Well, what are you doing here anyway? Forget it, you cannot speak right now. Hey, do you get any urge to kill humans or anything like that? Asked Sekke. Ains immediately jolted its body and looked towards Sekke and shook its head furiously. Sekke smirked and said, Is that so? Then you are a good person, skeleton, I guess. Hearing his answer, Ains stopped shaking its head and looked at Sekke for a while before giving a nod once again. Sekke nodded as well and then decided to check his grimoire. His bronze magic grimoire started flipping pages, and soon the page that Sekke knew was not present before appeared. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. So that page changed my wish to a magic that will go along with my affinity. Let's test this out. Sekke stood up and looked around before his gaze fell on the coffin behind him. Mind if I use this, Ains? Asked Sekke as he looked towards Ains. Ains shook his head, giving his approval. Go ahead. Sekke nodded and then pointed his hand towards the coffin. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. Soon magic flowed out of Sekke's body as he widened his eyes a bit at the amount that it took. Still, it's not an unreasonable amount, thought Sekke as he focused back on the spell. Soon a huge safe appeared in front of Sekke, surprising both him and Ains. But before they could admire the design, the front of the safe opened and revealed its inside. Sekke's eyes started shining as he saw the inside of the safe, since it looked really nice and futuristic from inside. Not even saying anything, Sekke got near the safe and stepped inside. Greetings, my lord. Suddenly Sekke heard a voice in his mind and got a bit surprised and started looking around. Hey Ains, did you hear anything? But Ains just shook its head in denial. Was it the voice of the safe, and is it like that only I can hear it? Thought Sekke. It is precisely like that, my lord. Cool, thought Sekke as he heard the voice once again. Sekke then started looking around and soon his gaze fell on a display. It is touch screen. Thought Sekke as he looked at the screen and gave a tap on it. Immediately after that the screen glowed and various options appeared on the screen. Sekke started fiddling around with the screen, and seeing that he was busy, Ains got in the safe as well and started looking around. After fiddling with the screen for a while, Sekke understood the basic things that it can do. First of all, the storage space in the safe was unlimited, and was capable to suspend the time inside the safe if needed. It was also able to store in both living and non-living things. It can also store everything on its own if the target is already decided by the spellcaster. It can also make various spaces inside it, making it possible for Sekke to have his own room inside a safe if he wanted to, as well as manage the size of the room if required. All the functions of the safe are manageable by the screen that he was interacting with, and only he could interact with it. Though various functions like making different and personal spaces, automatic storing, etc., required Sekke to use his mana, so he decided to not test all of them at the moment. All of a sudden Sekke felt a huge amount of mana coming from the treasure room Asta and the others were. He immediately jumped out of the safe, and without noticing Ains, who was about to come out as well, closed the door of the safe and deactivated his spell. Chapter 48. Sekke, who just came out of the hall, was now back into the dungeon area as the surroundings turned back to normal. I need to hurry up, said Sekke as his grimoire started floating. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Sekke immediately jumped and got on top of the bike that appeared in front of him and passed his mana through it. Vroom. Giving out a roar, the bronze motorbike rushed forward, leaving a trail of dust behind it. The treasure chamber. Back into the treasure chamber, Mars, who just woke up and was covered in a robe of flames and a huge armor made out of crystal, started walking towards the treasure room. I will destroy them, thought Mars as he advanced towards the treasure room and noticed the two girls standing in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, Mars focused his magic to find his grimoire and immediately felt a reaction from the room in front of him. What is happening? Asked Klaus as he saw that the grimoire freed itself from his hand and started releasing mana. Kaluz-san, said Mimosa as she looked worriedly towards him. Immediately after that, a large amount of crystals started coming out of the ground and captured Klaus, and Luck, making them immovable. Wah! Mimosa! Yelled Noelle as she came in front of Mimosa and shielded her from the incoming barrage of crystal projectiles. Mars, who just came in the room, looked around with an expressionless face, but soon a small smirk appeared as he noticed the mana-less Asta standing with a shocked look on his face. Noelle! Yelled Asta as he started to run towards Mars with an angry expression on his face. Where is the other person? Asked Mars as various swords made out of crystals appeared in front of him and started rotating. How dare you! But without even listening to his question, Asta took out his huge anti-magic sword, willing to beat the hell out of Mars. It's useless, I already know you abilities now, said Mars with a composed tone and fired the fast-rotating swords towards Asta and started advancing towards him. Asta parried off the rotating blades with slight difficulty but soon started getting troubled by them as the speed of the projectiles increased. Various wounds started appearing on his body, making him a bit tensed. I will show you what happens to those who are weak, said Mars, who was now standing in front of Asta, and punched him with his huge crystal armor. Asta got sent flying straight through the wall, seeing which Seeker, who was in his path, moved away and saw Asta crash and destroy the wall and moving past it into a secret room. Well, he did got in there, but I need to find Sekke. Where is he? Thought Seeker as she started looking around. Humph, as I thought, only the strong will survive, said Mars as he looked at the destroyed wall and then started advancing towards Asta. I need to let him know about the sword, otherwise considering his usual behavior he might even ignore it. Sekke's search needs to wait. Thought Seeker and then rushed towards Asta. Noelle-san. Noelle-san. Don't worry, I will heal you. Said Mimosa as a dress with wings made of plants appeared on her body and a green glow started coming out of her hands. Mars, who heard some noise nearby, glanced towards Mimosa, who was healing the dying Noelle, and narrowed his eyes. He then turned around and started moving towards the girls. The strong will survive and the weak will die, said Mars with slight anger as he saw that the girl was trying to save the weak girl who was about to die. Various swords appeared around Mars once again and started rotating. Mimosa. Noelle. Yelled both Luck and Klaus as they saw the armored Mars preparing the attack. Mimosa, who heard their shout, got a bit terrified and turned around to see what was happening and noticed a giant in front of him. Justice Crash, who was sent flying after Sekke, rammed him with his motorbike. Sorry for the delay, said Sekke as he landed in front of Mimosa, who was looking at him with her eyes widened. Sekke took out his sword and destroyed the incoming projectiles and then looked back towards Noelle. Oi Noelle, you still alive? Asked Sekke. Noelle. I can see you exposed boobs. You creep, said Noelle with a pained tone as she moved her hand to cover her chest only to find that it was covered. So you were alive, good job holding back till now, said Sekke as he walked towards the injured royal and looked at her face. He then glanced at Mimosa and said, can you heal and save her? Mimosa, who was being called out by Sekke, immediately snapped out of trance and blushed. Why yeah sure. Leave it to me. Don't you dare die on me. Alright, I still need to train that shitty control of yours, said Sekke as he glanced at Noelle. Humph, snorted Noelle as she looked away from Sekke. Why you? Sekke suddenly heard a noise and looked up only to find Mars looking at him with an enraged expression on his face. Oh, you are still up. Oh wait, you have that recovery magic thingy going on, right? Well, let's get ready for round 2 then. Said Sekke as he walked forward in front of Noelle and Mimosa and made a wall of bronze in front of them for their protection. Stay there, said Sekke as he looked at Noelle and Mimosa and then glanced back at Mars. Oh, by the way, where the hell is Asta? And as if being called, Asta came out of the hidden room with various wounds and bruises on his body and a new sword in his hand. Yeah. I am here. Shut up, you are too loo dash, said Sekke as he glanced at Asta and saw the wound on his half-naked body. You, said Sekke in a cold tone. ANF glanced at Mars. What the dash? Whoa. How? Thought the people who could perceive magic in the hall and looked at Sekke with a shocked look on their faces. Sekke, who was releasing a huge amount of mana, started walking towards Mars with his grimoire floating beside him. How dare you do that to Asta? Sekke, there is no problem, I will be fine once I go back and get treated. These wounds will most probably take a week at most dash, said Asta with an embarrassed look on his face, seeing that Sekke got worried about him. Who the hell do you think is going to do the chores if Asta got injured, asshole? Yelled Sekke as a huge fist made of bronze alley in front of Mars and sent him flying up towards the ceiling. said Asta with a shocked look on his face as all the thoughts about Sekke caring about him vanished from his mind. Chapter 49. Sekke looked at the fallen crystal giant and then turned towards Asta. Go and free the others, I will handle him. Oi Sekke complained Asta but stopped as Sekke continued to stare at him with an expressionless face. Gee got it, said Asta as he took a step back and gulped his saliva. Seeker who was coming towards him stopped after seeing the look on Sekke's face and sat down on top of Asta's head. I will kill you, said Mars with a muffled voice as he tried to stand up on his feet. Glancing towards the crystal giant Sekke sighed and muttered, guess there's no sparing him. All of a sudden a violet light came out of Sekke's hands and legs and his various sacred gears appeared on his body. Mars who was now standing glared at Sekke with bloodshot eyes and gave a war cry as he started running towards him in pure rage. Looks like he lost it, said Sekke as he looked at the giant crystal armor-wearing boy with pity and pointed his hand towards him. Absorption line. A glowing rope shot out of the gauntlet present on his hand and moved towards Mars at an incredible speed. Seeing the small rope coming towards him, Mars snorted as his grimoire started flipping and various rotating swords appeared in front of him and moved towards the line to cut it. Don't mock the Dark Lord by using a spell of that level, said Sekke with slight anger as he saw Mars using the same spell on him that he was using against others. I will crush a PBB. Yeah got it, just shut the F. CK up, said Sekke as he interrupted Mars and then moved his hand to use the absorption lineage as a whip and destroy the incoming projectiles in an instant. He then shot forward the line from his mother gauntlet as well and then moved the lines to encircle the rushing crystal giant. Ha! Mars's scream got louder as he closed in the distance between him and Sekke. Seeing that, Sekke smirked and wrapped the lines around the giant's body. Arg! Groaned Mars as he started struggling to get out of the bind. Rejoice, I am going to show you what kind of strength the Dark Lord possess. Bronze magic, bronze body. Sekke clenched his fists as he looked at Mars with a crazed smile on his face and spread his arms wide. Immediately after that a loud cracking noise was heard as the other magic knights looked at the scene with their mouths wide open. Mars too had his eyes wide open in shock as he saw how effortlessly Sekke destroyed his huge armor in an instant. No, thought Mars as his grimoire started flipping once again. Sekke smirked seeing that Mars was still trying to put a fight and felt the large amount of mana that was being gathered by the Diamond Kingdom mage. This is not good, that much mana is way too much. Said Klaus with a scared look on his face as he sensed the mana that Mars was gathering. Hey! You! Black Bull, get out of there! Don't worry, whatever he is trying to do is totally useless against me, replied Sekke with a confident look on his face as he retracted the line from his sacred gear. I will crush you pebbles. Declared Mars as a huge sword one way bigger than the one he made during his fight against Yuno and Asta appeared. Now that's something big. Sekke! Get out of there. Sekke took a deep breath and then with a confident expression on his face looked towards Mars and said, there is a saying of a very smart person that I am recalling right now, let me enlighten you as well. Sekke smirked as his shadow turned darker and started spreading out. What a drag, said Sekke as he looked at the sword which was coming towards him with a bored look on his face, but all of a sudden it stopped moving. What? Said Mars as he saw some kind of darkness extending out of Sekke's shadow which stopped the sword from coming towards him. Never forget that say. Ore. Sekke, who got interrupted by the sudden yell, turned around to see Asta running towards him with his new sword in his hand. Oi! Stop, you idiot! But Asta totally ignored him, thinking that Sekke was trying to save him from danger. Gripping the sword tightly, Asta took aim at the huge sword which was suspended in mid-air and threw his new sword with full force. Fuck! Cursed Sekke as he immediately shot forward his absorption line to stop the anti-magic sword. But in the end the anti-magic sword reached the huge sword earlier but first made contact with the shadowy aura which was stopping the giant sword. You idio! Yelled Sekke, who was immediately attacked by Mars, who skillfully dodged the anti-magic sword and used the giant crystal sword to attack Sekke and sent him flying. Asta, I will beat the crap out of you once we go back, you asshole! Yelled Sekke as was still in the air. Sekke! Yelled Asta. Sekkesin! Said Mimosa. You idiot! I warned you earlier. I will kill you all. Said Mars, who used his huge sword and sent it to attack the rest of the magic knights. Not on my watch, said Sekke as he caught the anti-magic sword which was thrown earlier by Asta and used it to destroy the giant crystal sword. Shit! This one's gonna hurt a bit. Using his enhanced strength from his bronze body spell, Sekke braced himself for the impact. Boom! Crashing into the dungeon's wall, Sekke's eyes widened and some saliva spilled out of his mouth. He then started falling down with rubble from the broken dungeon wall coming down with him as well. I am gonna lock Asta in Yami-san's toilet for a whole day, said Sekke with a frown on his face as he once again braced himself for the incoming impact from the fall and the huge rubble that was about to fall on top of him. Meanwhile Asta and the others who were now back to focusing on Mars were getting the crap beaten out of them as the mad and enraged Mars was spamming spells after spells on them without caring for mana consumption. Who got desperate and wanted to save everyone got his shounen moment as he noticed that the time got stopped and the small horny fairy appeared in front of him and blew a mouthful of air from he. Ha! But as if not being bothered by the time stop, Sekke blew away the rubble and appeared with his sword in his hand. Let's do this. You really gonna get a one-way ticket to hell? Eh? And the small fairy looked at Sekke with a surprised look on their faces as Sekke felt an unknown but strong magic source in the surrounding and immediately glanced towards the wind spirit. He stared at the wind spirit for a while but soon a small mocking grin appeared on his face. X! Yelled Sekke as a huge amount of mana burst out through the blade of his sword and the time flow started getting normal. Caliba! Said Sekke as he swung his sword down as wave of magic energy got fired towards the giant crystal sword in Mars. As if realizing something the wind spirit's face scrunched up as she too blew out her breath filled with magic and sent it towards the giant sword. She then looked at Sekke with a look which said, I won't lose. But Sekke Tadal ignored her and rushed shot his absorption lines forward and grabbed Asta, Noelle and Mimosa with them surprising Mimosa who got scared of being wrapped around by a tentacle all of a sudden. Boom! A huge explosion engulfed Mars and his sword which shook the whole dungeon making the magic knights except for Sekke widen their eyes from shock. That was my win. Declared Sekke as he glanced at the wind spirit who looked at Sekke with an angry gaze. Sekke who was only able to feel the spirit's mana was unable to see her expression but still had a triumphant smirk on his face. She vanished, muttered Sekke as he stopped feeling the magic power of the spirit from his surroundings. The dungeon is about to collapse. Yelled Klaus as he saw the dungeon which got way too damaged by Sekke's and the spirit's combined attack. Bloody hell, muttered Sekke as he saw the damage caused by his and the fairy's attack earlier as he saw that their attacks destroyed and passed through more than 10 whole rooms. Chapter 50. Seeing the collapsing dungeon Seeker immediately rushed towards Sekke and sat on top of his shoulder wanting to know his plan to escape. Seeing the bird looking at him curiously Sekke smiled and said, don't worry it is going to be fine. He then looked at Asta and the girls who were wrapped in his sacred gear's tentacles and said, Mimosa can I trust on you to keep Noelle alive? Mimosa who snapped out of trance after hearing Sekke's question nodded her head without thinking but soon she turned serious and said, I will not let anything happen to Noelle-san. Sekke nodded and then looked at Asta and said, just wait till we reach back the base, I will make Sire that you experience what he really is. Oi! What was that for? We need to get out of here. The dungeon is going to collapse. Arg! Groaned as he felt a bit difficulty in carrying all of them and dealing with the falling rubble. Seeing that Sekke started firing the magic bullets to destroy the rubble which was being left out by Yuno's wind magic. Seeker, go on top of Asta's head, said Sekke. Seeker started at Sekke for a while but soon widened her eyes and shook her head in denial. Sekke sighed and said, don't worry I know what I am doing, has there ever been a time when I have been wrong? Hearing which Seeker gave a nod making Sekke stare at her without saying anything. But I have never been in danger, right? To which Seeker shook her head in denial once again causing another state off between the Dark Lord and his familiar. Seeker dash, said Sekke but Seeker pecked his head once and then patted her chest with one of her wings and then moved it forward. Seeing Sekke grinned and then smacked his chest twice and then fist bumped with Seeker. Well then, together as always partner, said Sekke to which even Seeker's apathetic expression cracked up and a smile appeared on her face. Asta, Luck, Noelle make sure to get out of here alive, said Sekke as he looked at his squad mates. Huh? Sekke. Oi. Sekke. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Sekke-san. Sekke who was falling down used his magic. Bronze creation magic, Gaster Blaster. Bronze creation magic, Countless Swords. Sekke also made his sword big enough to stand on top of it and covered it with bronze and floated on top of it. Hey! Make sure to not make my hard work go to ruin. Reach the surface safely. All of them yelled at Sekke trying to say something but were not audible to him at all. Even Asta's voice was not reaching him. Sekke waved his hand as he saw the other magic knight's figure getting smaller and smaller. Well I helped them in the hard course of the route now let's get on the job, said Sekke as he looked towards Seeker. Seeker tilted her head in confusion wanting to know what her partner was planning in a deadly situation like the one they were in. Sekke smiled and said, let me show you a new spell that I learned. But suddenly both of them felt new magic signatures entering the area making them turn to look in the direction of the source. Oh, the Dark Lord is still here said Lotus as he looked at Sekke with a helpless smile. Sekke looked at Lotus and his subordinates who entered the treasure room and concluded that his spell's effect wore off. How about this Dark Lord Kun Wan? But before Lotus could finish, Sekke's grimoire started flipping. Bronze magic, eternal safe. As Sekke used his spell, the safe appeared behind the Diamond Kingdom mages. Sekke supplied more magic to it to make a new room for inside it, after which the safe opened and sucked the Diamond Kingdom magic knights inside along with some of the gold treasure. Sekke, who saw the new spell, widened her eyes in surprise as then looked at Sekke, who looked back at her with a grin on his face. Amazing, right? To which Sekke gave a nod. Sekke laughed out loud and said, I will show you the insides once we get out of here, but before that. Making the safe move towards him, Sekke used the screen at the front and made a new space inside the safe. The safe opened once again as it started sucking up all the gold and other treasures inside. Haha, I am rich. I am rich. Sekke looked at her partner and face-palmed after seeing his antics. Soon she realized what kind of a situation they were in and started looking around and then smacked Sekke's head with her wing to bring him back to reality. Wah, Sekke. That was rude of you. Oh, don't worry, said Sekke as he looked back at the safe which was still sucking in the treasure. Sekke looked a bit worried, but Sekke patted her head and as he focused on destroying the rubble which was about to fall on them. Once Sekke made sure that most of the treasure was sucked up, he took a deep breath and said, let's get going then. Sekke, you know what to do, right? To which Sekke gave a nod and started pointing her wings in the direction which lead to the exit. Sekke immediately rushed forward as he flew on top of his sword. Avoiding and destroying the rubble falling into him, Sekke increased his speed as he felt the mana of the dungeon dissipating, which meant that the dungeon was about to disappear soon. It's disappearing faster than I expected, muttered Sekke, to which Sekke, who felt the same, started worrying. But contrary to her, Sekke smirked as his mana started radiating out of his body. Feeling the mana that was coming out of Sekke, Sekke looked at him with a confusion. Feeling her gaze, Sekke looked at his familiar and said, don't worry Sekke, we will get out of here safe and sound and then ask Charmy to prepare a feast for us, believe in me who believe in myself. Sekke's grimoire started shining brightly and so did his sword on which he was flying. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Sekke's hands started glowing brightly as he raised it upwards. Giga drill break. Forming a huge drill on top of his hand, Sekke's grin widened and he thrusted his hand forward as the drill started rotating. Ecstase. Booster. Sekke. Said Sekke, making Sekke snap out of trance as she started guiding him once again. Seeing that Sekke was back in action, Sekke smiled, seeing which Sekke smiled as well, and both of them drilled through the rest of the way. Soon Sekke dropped her wings down and then gave a thumbs up, wings up, seeing which Sekke gave a thumbs up as well. Sekke then took a deep breath and then looked up and saw the light in front of him. I know, we made it, declared Sekke as they drilled through the ground and made it outside. Sekke's in, said the magic knights as they saw Sekke and Sekke coming out of the dungeon. Chapter 51. Sekke, said Asta as he ran towards Sekke, who just came out of the ground with the drill in his hand. Sekke looked at the injured Asta and released his spell and landed on the ground. Phew, that was some adventure, said Sekke with a smirk and then immediately punched the incoming Asta. Wow. Why? If not for you interfering there, I could have taken him down without causing that much destructing and making it out like this. Consider it your punishment, said Sekke. What? I didn't understand what you mean. Just think of it as you getting punished for doing something wrong, said Sekke. I still don't understand what you mean, but I am sorry. Sekke sighed and then said, it's alright, I am used to taking care of your mess anyway. Sekke took a deep breath and then sat down on the ground. Ah, finally some fresh air, said Sekke and then lied down. Sekke, who was sitting in his pocket, came out as well and stood on top of his chest. Told you we will come out totally fine, said Sekke as he patted Sekke's head. Sekke-san, said Mimosa, who came running towards him and then started panting as she finally arrived. Are you alright? Asked Mimosa while still trying to calm herself down. Yup, totally fine, said Sekke. I will just check you just in case, said Mimosa with a blush as she could see some part of Sekke's stomach because of his clothes being torn up a bit because of the battle. Hey! What was that back there? Did you want it to die? Well, was having trouble carrying all of us while avoiding the incoming debris, so I just decided to be the man and do the manly job of let others out of there safely, said Sekke. Huh? What manly job? That was a straight-up death wish there. You wouldn't say that if you were a man, said Sekke with a smirk. Ha. Are you saying that I am not manly? Sekke just shrugged his shoulders and then stood up. Who knows, anyways, looks like the expedition is over. Hearing his words, all of them turned silent and looked towards the collapsed dungeon which started to disappear. Looks like it, said Klaus as he looked at the dungeon and then towards Sekke. Anyways, I am glad that you made it back safely, said Klaus. My, Mr. Noble is worried for me, said Sekke, making Klaus a bit embarrassed as he started giving excuses about how that was not the case. It's fine now Mimosa, save up your mana or you will be troubled lat dash, said Sekke as he tried to stop Mimosa, but all of a sudden the ginger-head royal stumbled a bit, seeing which Sekke caught her and supported her body. Well, looks like it's already too late, we should rest up for a bit before we decide to go back. Anyone having problems in my proposal? Asked Sekke as he looked at the other, totally not noticing the blushing royal in his arms. No problems, said Klaus, hearing which nodded as well. The Black Bulls gave a nod as well and Sekke gestured Noel to come and take care of Mimosa. Oh, and take this for the meantime, though it might not be of the quality that you are used to. I don't think you would like to move around showing that much skin, right? Said Sekke as he gave his slightly damaged shirt to Noel, leaving him only in his tank top, which was damaged a bit as well. Noel, who now once again got reminded of her current outfit, blushed a bit and snatched the shirt from Sekke's hand. Humph, be glad that a royal like me is going to wear something like this, said Noel. But hearing that, Sekke immediately snatched his shirt back and said, how can I cause such a discourtesy of making a royal wear clothes like this? Noel got slightly angered hearing his response and started bickering with him, only to end up properly asking and thanking him for his consideration. Suddenly out of nowhere Asta came behind them and enveloped the two of them along with Lick into a hug and said, we all made it, guys. With a huge smile on his face. Hearing that, all the Black Bulls smiled, seeing which and Mimosa smiled as well as they saw their friends being happy and being able to find a place where they were welcomed. Later that day, once everyone was able to recover their mana and Asta got healed by Mimosa, all of them decided to go back to their respective HQ. Well, it seems like we will be on our way now. Hey, let's fight the next time we see each other, said Luck as he stood in front of Maybe, replied See you later Noel-san. Yes, see you later. I will defeat you the next time we meet. No, I will defeat you next time, said and then glanced at Sekke and said. I will defeat you too. Try your best, said Sekke with a confident smirk, seeing which both and Asta felt annoyed. Take care of yourself Mimosa, said Sekke as he looked at the royal, who looked back at him with a smile and nodded her head. Why, you too Sekke-san. Alright, let's get going then, declared Sekke as all of them nodded. How are we going back? Asked Noel. The rest of the Black Bulls looked at each other with a questioning look on their faces. We can use Sekke's SWO-, said Asta. Like hell I will allow you to taint my ecstase-chan. Said Sekke as he looked at Asta. Ha, let's start running now to go back. The last one to reach home will have to fight me. The rookies just stood silently and mentally ignored Luck's suggestion as they were too tired to react to his antics. All of them then turned towards the Golden Dawn members who were preparing to go back. Said Klaus, hearing which nodded and his grimoire started flipping. But suddenly out of nowhere both and Klaus felt someone grip their shoulders, making them turn around. Give us a lift, said Sekke and Asta with a serious look on their faces. Hey, we met again, shall we fight now? Asked Luck as he stood in front of with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 52. After landing close to their HQ, the Black Bulls finally parted with the Golden Dawn members and continued their journey back to their base. After finally seeing their HQ, all of them became a bit relieved and then rushed to their destination. We are back. Haha, it was a fun mission. Charmy, make something for me to eat real quick. The boys immediately declared about their presence as soon as they entered the base, gathering the attention of everyone who were present. Oh, you guys are finally back. How was your mission? La. Alright Sekke, leave the food to me la. Oh. Seeing the condition you guys are in, it seems like you went through hell back there. Sekke snorted at that and then immediately spotted Yami reading a newspaper and went towards him. Yami, who noticed someone coming towards him, put his newspaper down and looked at Sekke and stared at him for a while. You, who the hell are you? Said Yami as he narrowed his eyes while looking at Sekke. Sekke's fist clenched in anger as his grimoire started flipping. Looks like you need to know what 10 times the pressure actually feels, said Sekke, and immediately Yami's eyes widened from shock as a look of horror appeared on his face. Yami immediately stood up from his seat and raised up his hand in surrender. I remember you are the new brat from my squad who has a few screws loose, now don't use that 10 times poop urging Gansy shit. Gotta go. Right now. Said Yami as he held his stomach and rushed towards the toilet. For those who forgot, check CH25. Oi. How dare you do that to Yami-san? It's his fault for leaving us back there like that. How the hell were we supposed to come back when we didn't even have a flying broom with us? Said Sekke, making all of them silent. But I am pretty sure I gave a communicator to Asta to contact me when you were done with your mission. The whole squad looked at Asta, who tilted his head in confusion. What's a communicator? Asked Asta. Hey, Asta, I gave you something when I dropped you all there, right? Said Finral in a pleading tone, since if not it was technically his fault. Oh, you mean this? Said Asta as he took out a broken communicator from his pocket. Seeing that all of them facepalmed except for Luck, who started laughing. Sekke then looked at Finral and asked, Finral-san, just what did you see in Asta that made you believe that it was totally fine for you to entrust such an important object to him when you don't even have mana to use it? Hearing Sekke's comment, all of them looked at Finral with a disappointed look on their faces. Hey! You don't think that it is my fault, right? Right? Finral, just because of you Yami-san is suffering, said Sekke. Hey, that was totally your fault. Objected Finral, but Sekke just ignored that. Because of you Asta needed to ask his rival for a lift, which lowered his non-existent self-esteem, said Sekke. Yeah. Wait, what is self-esteem in the first place? Huh, what's bad with that? Said Finral. Because of you Luck became like this, said Sekke as he held Luck's head. He let's fight, hey Magna let's fight, said Luck with a smile on his face. Wasn't he already like that? Said Finral with disbelief. Because of you Noelle traveled through most of the way, flashing her cleavage through her torn clothes like a pervert. Hey. WW, what are you even talking about? Huh, really? That's pretty erotic, I wanna I mean that's pretty horrible. Nah, that not big of deal, said Sekke, flatly denying Finral's statement. It is a big deal, you idiot. Yelled Noelle as she kicked Sekke's leg, only to regret a second later as Sekke was in his bronze body spell in preparation to deal with Yami if needed. Noelle immediately crouched down and held her leg, which pained like hell to her. And now you even caused this, said Sekke and pointed at Noelle. Hey, that was totally not my fault. Said Finral. That's not how I see it, said Sekke and crossed his arms. If we were able to come back here using your portal this wouldn't have happened, you know, said Sekke as he shrugged his shoulder. Ugh, fine I get, I apologize for my mistake, as your senior I will. You dumbass, I will kill you. Said Yami as he came towards them. Didn't thought he will come this soon, muttered Sekke AMD, then immediately held Finral's shoulders and said. Hey, Yami-san, did you know? Finrak just claimed that you got into that mess because of his fault. Sekke said and then gave Finral a push towards Yami. Huh? Said Yami as he looked at Finral. No Yami-san. That's not. Well then everyone, I will see you all later, said Sekke and then immediately rushed off inside the base. Why yeah, me too, I cannot be in these commoner clothes for very long, said Noelle as she too immediately left the scene before she got caught in the mess. Seeing her, the smart people in the squad left as well, leaving only Magna, Asta and Luck still standing in the room along with an enraged Yami and a scared Finral. Oi! Sekke! Sekke, who was now back in his room, took a deep breath and sighed. That was a close one, Finral, I will replay your sacrifice later. Now then, the moment I have been waiting for, muttered Sekke as his grimoire started flipping once again, and soon a small rectangular transparent plate appeared in his hand. Oh, so the safe can be managed like this as well? Said Sekke as he looked at the small smartphone-like plate in his hand. After he passed his magic through the plate, he started examining it and soon saw the list of items that he had stored. I need to dispose off the dungeon rubble, there are those Diamond Kingdom mages as well, huh? Thought Sekke as his eyes widened in surprise, and immediately he used his spell and the huge safe appeared in his room. Once the door opened, Sekke's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Ains. Ains the skeleton, who heard his name being called, looked at the open door in front of him and immediately rushed towards Sekke and started smacking him too with his bony fists while moving his jaws trying to say something. Sekke looked at the skeleton with a confused look on his face and said, I still cannot understand what you are saying, hearing which Ains looked up at Sekke and started at him with his hollow eye sockets and out of nowhere head-butted Sekke. But the bronze body Sekke didn't feel anything from the headbutt and just rubbed his forehead and said, oh yeah, the dungeon got destroyed, so most probably you don't have a way back to that garden zone. Ains stared at Sekke in disbelief and then fell down on his knees, seeing which Sekke felt that the skeleton was feeling sad and decided to pat the Skeleton's shoulder, trying to comfort him a bit. Meanwhile, Seeker, who saw how Sekke was interacting with the skeleton, was looking at the scene with a deadpan look on her face as she started thinking how strange her partner could actually get. Chapter 53. After comforting Ains for a while, the depressed skeleton finally raised its head and then looked at Sekke, seeing which Sekke stopped patting his shoulder. Once again, sorry for your loss, but I don't think that there is a way to return back to that dungeon. I am pretty sure it vanished after sustaining too much damage, which was totally not caused by me, said Sekke with a sincere look on his face. Both Ains and Seeker, who was looking at the human skeleton pair from afar, stared at Sekke with a deadpan look on their faces. Ains opened its mouth, but realizing that he cannot speak anyway, he closed it and then stared at the ceiling. So what are you planning to do now? Asked Sekke, to which Ains responded with a shrug. Do you have anywhere to go other than the dungeon? Asked Sekke, to which Ains responded by shaking his head in denial. Hey Ains, do you know how to write the language that I am speaking? Asked Sekke. Ains looked at Sekke and nodded his head, hearing which Sekke stood up and took some writing material from his desk and brought it to the skeleton. Ask me the questions that you have and I will try to answer them, said Sekke as he gave the paper and pen to Ains. Ains stared at Sekke for a while but soon took the items from him and started writing. Oh, your writing is good, even though you don't have proper hands, said Sekke. Ains, who heard the praise, scratched his skull, acting a bit bashful, but soon got back onto writing the questions. Where are we? We are currently in my magic squad's base in the Clover Kingdom. What year and month is it? Sekke read the questions that Ains wrote and answered them. Seeing that nothing problematic was happening, Sekke came down and sat on Sekke's shoulder, which led to Sekke introducing the two of them to each other. Make sure to not mess with Sekke, I will become your opponent if you harm her, said Sekke and scratched Sekke's chin. Sekke, food is ready. Called Charmy. Sekke stood up hearing the call and then looked at Ains. Ains, who noticed Sekke's gaze, looked back at him and then tilted his skull in confusion. He is thinking something totally problematic, thought Sekke as she looked at her partner, but just left it at that as she was feeling a bit happy after Sekke's declaration just a few moments ago. Sekke, who entered the dining room of the headquarters, looked around and found a totally beaten up Finral and gave his apologies and respect to his fallen senior. There were Asta and Magna, who were quite beaten up as well, most probably because they stood back and would have gotten caught by an angered Yami. Hey everyone, said Sekke as he called out his squad mates. Hearing Sekke's call, Finral immediately glared at him while the others just stared at him, wondering what Sekke called them for. There is someone that I want you all to meet. We met at the dungeon, said Sekke. Hearing that, Noel, Asta, and Luck looked at Sekke with confusion, thinking what Sekke was talking about. Oi, did you bring someone to our hideout without my permission? Asked Yami as he bit into some meat. Rather than bringing him, he got caught up with me and was forced to come here, said Sekke. Huh? Said Yami as he looked at Sekke with an expression which said, what the hell do you even mean? Well, meet him first and then we will continue the talk, Ains. Said Sekke, and soon all of them heard some footsteps. Soon enough Ains came in the room as well and stood beside Sekke. Seeing him, everyone's, even Yami's, eyes widened in surprise, seeing which Ains started feeling uncomfortable. Thinking that it was getting awkward, Ains decided to introduce him and raised his head and opened its mouth to say something. KYA! Screamed Noel, which made the other snap out of trance as most of them immediately moved away. Hey! What the hell is that? Is that really a skeleton? Asked Noel. That skeleton is moving on its own, commented Vanessa. Oi! I will kill you if you try anything with my angel. What the hell is that? Asked Asta. Stop making the ruckus. Yelled Yami as he raised his hand to smash the table. La! Save the food. Oh, so you are my friend's new friend, then that means we are friends as well, said Gordon in his low voice. Boom! Yami smashed the table in anger, silencing everyone in the room as all of them looked at him for his orders. Ains, meet my squad mates, said Sekke with a totally unfazed expression on his face, seeing which both Ains and Sekke stared at him with a deadpan look on their faces. Oi, brat, who know what the hell is that? Did you kill someone and brought them back with some magic which made him look like that? Wow, talk about creepy, said Yami as he looked at Sekke with a grossed out look on his face. Sekke stared at Yami for a while and then said. Anyways, guys, meet Ains, a skeleton that I met at the dungeon who got caught up with my spell and was forced to come here, and Yami-san, close your pants zipper, showing that off in public, how gross. Immediately all of them looked at Yami's pants and saw that the zipper was indeed open, and Yami immediately closed his zipper. He then stared back at Sekke, who looked back at him with a smirk, and both of them continued to stare at each other. 5 minutes later. Hey, how long are you both going to stare at each other? Till that brat brute blinks his eye, said both Yami and Sekke as they continue their state-off match. 5 more minutes later. Just give up already. Yelled Yami. The Dark Lord never gives up. You give up. Ha. As if I will lose to a brat like yo. Achoo. All of a sudden Asta sneezed, making some questionable fluids land on Yami's shoulder. Ah, sorry about that, Captain. I will kill you. Said Yami as he grabbed Asta's head. Yeah. I win. Ah. Captain Yami. How dare you get your snot on me? Yelled Yami as he shook the manaless twerp like a can. Ha ha ha. This is getting exciting. Just you wait, you bastard. Yelled Magna as he chased after Luck. La, if no one's eating, then that means more munchies for me. Cheered Charmy as she started eating. Ah, we all get along like good friends, said Gordon with a relieved tone. Oh wait, Charmy. I want some as well. Meanwhile Ains just looked around seeing all the eccentric and weird people in the room and didn't know what to feel about the situation. Chapter 54. It feels really great to eat something after a mission, said Sekke. La, yeah, food tastes even better after work. La, eat more Sekke, said Charmy as she put some more food in Sekke's plate. Oh, this is something new, said Sekke as he found a new dish that Charmy put in his plate. La. I learned making that just a while ago. Here's Sekke, want a bite? Asked Sekke as he took some on his fork and moved it in front of Sekke. Sekke stared at it for a while and then pecked into the food. Seemingly enjoying the taste, Sekke took some more from the fork, seeing which Sekke took some from his portion and put it on another plate before placing it in front of the bird. Enjoy. What about you, Ains? Sure that you don't want anything? Asked Sekke, hearing which the skeleton who was sitting beside his while testing its head on his hand shook his head. He was still not able to believe how the people around him were just ignoring a literal moving skeleton and were busy doing their own stuff. Not to mention he was openly accepted by them and was given a place on the dining table as well. Ains looked at the man beside him and saw him happily enjoying food with a short girl and a bird. Not knowing what to think about that, he looked around and saw a man staring at a picture with blood coming out of his nose. A spooky man looking intently at him, murmuring something which Ains could only comprehend as a curse. Keeping it at the back of his mind, he looked further away and saw a passed out beautiful with a foolish smile on her face wearing just her underwear surrounded by bottles of alcohol. Another girl with silver hair occasionally glancing at the man, a less shirtless boy with a blush on her face. A pair of boys fighting around the room throwing around lightning and fire without any care, with the lightning boy having a smile plastered on his face while the delinquent kept cursing at the smiling boy. And finally the man whom all of them referred as the captain, sitting silently drinking some booze and picking his nose. Hey, you ignored me, didn't you? Said Finral as he looked at Ains and pointed his finger at him. Ains immediately started shaking his head in denial as he raised up his hands in surrender. Oh yeah, there was a skeleton here, huh? Said Yami as he noticed Ains. You totally forgot about me. Mentally yelled Ains as he looked at the Yami. So what's the deal about him? Asked Yami. Well, the story goes like this. And that's how I met this skeleton, said Sekke after he was done telling his story. That's pretty deep, said Yami with his eyes closed. Anyways, Finral. Get some more booze. By the way, what should we do with the mages from the Diamond Kingdom that I caught? Asked Sekke. Go to the Magic Knights HQ with Finral tomorrow and hand them in, who knows, you might get some rewards as well, said Yami. Yes. Said Sekke as he did a guts pose. So what should be done with this skeleton now? Asked Noelle as she pointed at Ains, which made all the squad members focus on him. Seeing the gazes that got fixed on him, Ains tensed up a bit and started looking around in panic. About that, Yami-san, can he join the squad? Asked Sekke. Huh? Said both Asta and Noelle as they looked at Sekke with shocked look on their faces. You want me to let him join the squad? I don't think there is any squad out there which have a skeleton amongst their ranks. It sounds cool as well. Then he can ride dash, said Sekke, but before he was able to finish, Yami interjected him. But why should I let him join? I will give you 2 barrels of your favorite booze as a present, said Sekke. Magna. Get a robe for our new member. I mean, as you say, Yami-san. Well then, welcome to the team, Ains, said Sekke. Wait a minute, how is that possible? How can one become a magic knight without giving the exam? Oi. I am the captain, do you have any problems with my decision? But can he even use magic? Asked Noelle. Well, even Asta can't use magic, so that's a special case. Hey Ains, can you use some sort of magic? Asked Sekke. Hearing his question, Ains nodded his head, surprising most of them except for Yami and Sekke. But then where is your grimoire? And I don't feel any mana from you as well. He is suppressing his mana, said Sekke. To a great degree at that, continued Yami as both of them looked at Ains, who just scratched his skull. Anyways, show us your magic first, said Yami as he looked at Ains. Ains, who heard the question, became hesitant all of a sudden and then looked down. Hey now, don't put the effort that the Dark Lord put for you go to waste, said Sekke as he placed his hand on the Ains' shoulder. Ains looked at Sekke, who gave him a thumbs up and said, just do it. Ains stared at Sekke for a while and then gave a nod, seeing which Sekke smirked and gave a nod as well. Ains stood up from his seat and took a few steps back, and immediately after that a huge amount of mana filled the room. Ho, said Yami as he looked at the skeleton who just released his mana. What? What is happening? So much, said Luck as sparks started coming out of his body. That's something, isn't it, Seeker? Said Sekke, to which Seeker gave a nod as well. Ains opened his mouth and soon a red glow appeared inside his mouth and something started coming out of his mouth. Soon after that an object materialized in front of Ain's mouth which all of them recognized as a grimoire. That grimoire doesn't belong to any of the four kingdoms, thought Yami, as he didn't found any symbol on the book from which he could identify his affiliation. So what kind of magic do you use, Ain's? Asked Sekke. Mana gathered on Ain's fingertips as a small orb started floating over it. Soon it launched forward and went towards Asta, surprising everyone as all of them got prepared for a fight. Wait! Said Yami as he ordered his squad to stop the attack. Phew, looks like my magic is still as effective. I didn't think that being able to speak again would feel this good, said Asta as he stood up and stretched his body. Hey Bakasada. Are you alright? What happened to your voice? I am not Asta, I am what you Sekke call as Ains. This is my magic, possession magic, said Asta, or Ains who have possessed Asta's body. Wow, interesting, then does that mean that the skeleton? Said Sekke as he looked towards the skeleton but saw that the skeleton was fine as well and was waving his hand. Don't worry, my body is fine as well and so is your friend whom I have taken over, said Asta Ains. But still this body really have no mana, how strange, said Asta Ains, as he tried to use the man in his body. Well, I will give the control back to your friend, said Asta Ains, and suddenly a burst of red glow came out of Asta's body. What the hell was that? Yelled Asta as he started feeling his own body, trying to make sure that everything was fine. Someone was inside you just now, said Sekke. Well, it's fine, right, Yami-san, no problem with him joining the squad? Asked Sekke. Huh, what are you talking about? He is already in. Hey Ains. What else can you do? Can you fight? Shall we fight right now? Let's become friends from now on, said Gaucher as he placed his hand on Aim's shoulder, though to Ames it felt like he was being cursed by the man. Even if you are a skeleton, I will let you see my angel's photo, said Gauche as he showed his sister's photo to the skeleton. Well, aren't you a popular one, Ains Kuan, want to have a drink? Said Vanessa as she approached the skeleton with a bottle in her hand. Ains, who was suddenly surrounded by the squad members, got flustered and didn't know what to do. Alright, here you go. Said Sekke as he took the robe from Magna and placed it around Ains' neck. Oi! Make sure to take great care of that robe. Hey Magna-senpai. What about his initiation ceremony? Oh. I wanna do it. I wanna do it. Oi brat, don't forget about the booze that you promised. Said Yami as he looked at Sekke. What booze? Asked Sekke, looking at Yami with a confused look on his face. Oi. Don't go back on your word. What booze are you talking about? I said that I will get you 2 barrels of your favorite booze, so you will get the barrels not the booze, said Sekke with a smile on his face. You messing with me? How dare you rig me off? I don't know what are you talking about, now I am going to sleep, bye. Congratulations Ains. Said Sekke as immediately rushed off the dining room, seeing which Yami got up and chased him as well with a katana in his hand. Ains, who saw the group of irregulars surrounding him, was not sure how to feel about this situation, but in the end he still felt happy being accepted by them. Thank you Sekke, thought Ains as he looked at Sekke, who was being whirled around like a rag by Yami. Chapter 55. The next day after Ains was accepted into the squad, Sekke woke feeling refreshed after completing the mission and dealing with the hassle named Yami, who kept attacking Sekke for quite a while for tricking him. Standing up and stretching his body a bit, Sekke scratched his back and looked around the room and saw Seeker sleeping in her bed and decided to let her rest for a bit longer and quietly leave the room to finish his morning routine before Yami wakes up. After finishing his morning routine and training, Sekke returned back and saw that a few people were already awake. Good morning, said Sekke. Seeker, who heard his voice, looked at him and saw that Sekke was completely drenched in sweat and went to the room to get him a towel. Oh, good morning my friend, it's a beautiful morning, let's do something fun together, muttered Gordon. Good morning Sekke-kun. Want to eat something la? Sure. Replied Sekke with an excited tone, and then saw Seeker, who came to him with a towel in her beak. Thank you Seeker, said Sekke as he took the towel from her and wiped his sweat. Sekke-kun, we will be going to the HQ, so make sure to be prepared, said Finral. Alright, by the way, where is Ains? Asked Sekke. Asta is giving him a tour around the base, replied Finral as he looked up from a book he was reading. Oh, looks like he is getting along, well, good for him. Said Sekke and sighed in relief. He felt a bit guilty for bringing Ains out of his home like that, but seeing that the skeleton himself didn't mind that and was getting along with others made him a bit relieved. After having his breakfast and taking a bath, Sekke came to the main hall of the HQ and stood in front of Yami along with Finral. Alright Finral, take him to the Magic Knights HQ and deal with the troubles, make sure to deliver the goods properly, said Yami. Why are you saying it like we are going to deliver some drugs, questioned Sekke. Yami just ignored him and took out a letter from his pocket and said, deliver it to Julius, and gave it to Sekke. Huh. We are going to meet the Wizard King. Well, he selected the brat for the mission, so I am sure that he would like to meet him, said Yami. Alright, said Sekke as he put the letter in his pocket and looked at Seeker. You coming? Asked Sekke, hearing which Seeker just flew and sat on his shoulder. I want to go as well. No, you will be called if you are required to report, said Yami. But Sekke is going as well, said Asta. He is going to send the diamond guys that he caught. Now go you two, shoo, said Yami as he sat back on his seat and shoot Finral and Sekke. Finral sighed and opened the portal and said, let's go Sekke-kun. Alright everyone, see you later. See you guys later, said Sekke as he entered the portal along with Finral. It feels really good to be here in the capital, exclaimed Finral as he looked around. Oh, a beautiful lady is over there, said Finral as he immediately moved towards the first beautiful girl that he saw. Sekke looked at the man who was the one who was going to lead him and sighed, seeing that he easily drifted away. Well, let's just leave him as a compensation for having him take on Yami-san yesterday, muttered Sekke. Well then, Seeker, looks like we are the only ones to do the job. Seeker patted his head with her wing, comforting her partner. Well, aren't you a caring one? Now, let's head towards the Magic Knight's building. After walking for a while, enjoying the view of the streets and ignoring the few people who sneered seeing his robe, Sekke and Seeker reached the Magic Knight's HQ. Entering the building, Sekke looked around and was shocked seeing how beautiful the building's interior was and thought, just how much gold is used to decorate this place. Looking around for a while, Sekke headed towards the place that looked like the reception and saw a handsome man and woman standing there. Excuse me. Sekke stood in front of the man and called out to him. The man looked at Sekke and was a bit surprised seeing that it was a man who called out to him, since most of the times the one dealing with males was the lady beside him while he mostly dealt with females. And to be honest, he felt a bit relieved that he talked to him, since always dealing with women was too much for him. The man even disregarded the fact that the person in front of him was a black bull and greeted him with a smile. Greetings, welcome to the Magic Knight's HQ. What request do you have? I along with my squad were sent on a mission and I caught some mages from the Diamond Kingdom, so I would like to hand them over, said Sekke nonchalantly. Immediately after, he said that most if not all the eyes and ears were on him, looking at him with shocked looks on their faces. The man gave a cough and said, Is that so? Just wait a minute, I will relay this information to the higher-ups immediately. Can you please tell me your name and the mission that you were assigned to? Sekke Bronzotsa from the Black Bulls, and the mission assigned to us was about the recent dungeon exploration near the border between the Clover and Diamond Kingdoms, said Sekke. After hearing what the mission assigned to him was and knowing how important was it, the people near Sekke started to look at him in disbelief, thinking how could such an important mission could be handed to the Black Bulls. The receptionist on the other hand immediately left to inform the higher-ups about the case, leaving Sekke amidst of a curious crowd. Did you see how shocked they were, Seeker? Well, not their fault, the Dark Lord is just that awesome, you know, said Sekke in a low volume as he looked at Seeker, who sighed and thought, I knew that he was acting like that on purpose. Seriously? Seeker looked at Sekke, who had a smile on his face, and just shook her head and thought, well, that kinds of things makes him unique and interesting and are the things that and just enjoyed the happy aura that Sekke was radiating. Chapter 56. Sekke, who was left in front of the reception desk, started looking around, checking out the room he was in. Seeing the Magic Knight, the others in the room started whispering to each other, wanting to know if Sekke belonged to a noble family or not. How about it, Seeker? Are there any high mana capacity people here? Seeker, who heard Sekke's question, closed her eyes and started focusing and then pointed at the female receptionist. So is she not just looks, how is it compared to mine? Asked Sekke, to which Seeker just gestured that it was just so when compared to his. Suddenly both Seeker and Sekke widened their eyes in surprise as both of them felt a huge amount of closing in towards them. Both of them turned, looked towards the direction they felt the presence from, and soon noticed the captains of Crimson Lions and Silver Eagles coming out. Immediately all the eyes that were on Sekke shifted towards the two royals who just came in the hall, as the people who wanted to butter them up started thinking of ways to approach them. Even the female receptionist started fixing her appearance, checking if there were any problems, and then looked towards the captains with a smile on her face. But the two captains who just came out stopped on their tracks and glanced at Sekke, as they too felt the huge amount of mana in his body and recognized him as the dual grimoire boy. Sekke, who saw the two captains looking at him, did the Magic Knight salute, seeing which the captains gave a nod to him and then started walking away. Wasn't that the dual grimoire kid who rejected William? Asked Fugolian. Yes, replied Nozel. I heard from Marks that the Wizard King has been keeping an eye on him for a while, said Fugolian. He keeps an eye on anyone that seems interesting to him. It's not surprising that he is interested in someone who possesses two grimoires, said Nozel. Haha, he is interesting. Some of my squad members joined him on a mission and they told me that it was a loss for normal person with outstanding abilities was sent to the Black Bulls, said Fugolian. Doesn't matter, he is still not out of suspicion, said Nozel. Fugolian didn't say anything and just looked at the silver-haired man and then decided to part ways with him and go to their own squads. That was something. Who thought that I will see 2 squad captains here, said Sekke. Excuse me sir, said the receptionist man who just returned. Yes. The Wizard King is requesting your presence, said the man. Sekke nodded and was then led by the same man to the room where the Wizard King will be meeting him. This is the room, said the man as he gave a nod and then left Sekke, who was looking towards the door with a shocked look on his face, and the same was with Sekke. That's some crazy amount of mana that is coming out of this room, muttered Sekke, to which Sekke nodded as well, as both of them felt that the amount coming from the room was equal if not slightly greater than Sekke's. Sekke soon calmed himself and then decided to enter the room and gave a knock on the door. Who is there? Called a voice from inside. Sekke Bronzotsa from the Black Bulls. I was told that I need to come here and meet the Wizard King, replied Sekke. Soon after that the door opened and a slim man with mushroom-cut blue hair appeared. Come in, the Wizard King is expecting you, said the man as he walked in, making way for Sekke to enter. Sekke entered the room and saw a blonde man who was emitting the huge amount of man sitting behind a desk wearing a red cloak. Welcome Sekke-kun, I have heard quite a lot about you, said the Wizard King. Sekke immediately gave the Magic Knight salute and said, It's an honor to meet you, Wizard King. Oh, so you know me, said Julius. Well yes, but actually no. Feeling your mana amount I guess that you should be the Wizard King, said Sekke. Oh, so he is able to feel my mana even after I suppressed it that much. How is he doing it? Is that some kind of magic? Thought Julius as his eyes started glittering. Julius's gaze soon moved towards Sekke's grimoires and immediately curiosity took over him as he disappeared from his chair and appeared in front of Sekke and asked. Hey, you have 2 grimoires right? What type of magic do you use? Does both grimoires use different magic? Was that a magic by which you were able to feel my mana? Why is there an anti-bird on your shoulder? Seeing Julius rapid-firing his question, Sekke looked at him awkwardly, not knowing what to answer first, and said. About my grimoires, yes, both grimoires allows me to use different magic. First is my bronze magic grimoire and the other one is a debuff magic. Said Sekke. Oh. A metal-based magic. And debuff magic. What kind of magic is that? How does it work? Julius-sama. You should not act like that. Julius, who heard Marx's complaint, looked at him with his glittering eyes and said, But Marx, aren't you excited after hearing about this new magic? Julius-sama, you still have work that you need to do, said Mark without any change in his expression. Seeing that Julius's shoulders slumped down, seeing which Sekke said, That magic is rather complex to use, but is very effective if you know how to use it. I can also combine the spells from different grimoires in certain conditions. Oh. Can you show me? That kind of spell, combination magic, is very rare and hard to pull off. Not to mention you can use 2 spells at the same time. Said Julius as he got excited once again, seeing which Marx frowned and looked at Sekke with a blaming look on his face. Seeing Marx's gaze, Sekke ignored the mushroom-cut man and said, Oh, before I forget, Yami-san told me to give this to you, and handed the letter Yami gave him, to Julius. Said Julius as he snapped out of his nerd mode and took the letter from Sekke and opened it. After going through it for a while, Julius smiled and thought, Looks like there is no need to worry. Sekke-kun doesn't seem to have grimoire stealing abilities, if what Yami wrote in here is true. Julius then looked at Sekke and said, Now then, forgive me for this, but let me introduce myself formally. I am Julius Navachrono, the 28th Wizard King of the Clover Kingdom. Sekke Bronzotsa of the Black Bulls, said Sekke. Alright Sekke-kun, shall we get on to the main topic for now? Yami wrote in this letter that you have captured some high-ranking people from the Diamond Kingdom, said Julius. Yes, there is an old man named Lotus and a boy named Mars, who are high-ranking individuals amongst the ones that I captured, said Sekke. Good job, but where are they? Asked Julius. They are trapped in one of my spells, should I take them out? Asked Sekke. You have storage magic as well? Yes, I recently acquired it, said Sekke. Oh. Show me. Show me. Julius-sama. Sekke, right, I appreciate the fact that you captured them. Please follow me to the prison and let them out there. I will go as well, said Julius as he looked at Marx with his glittering eyes, and before anyone could say something he grabbed Sekke's shoulder and started pushing him towards the prison. What am I even going to do with that man? He should know how to behave in front of the new Magic Knights. Chapter 57. Sekke, who was forcefully taken to the prison by Julius, just looked at his surroundings and saw a lot of people behind the cages wearing similar type of clothes. That lady is looking kind of sexy, thought Sekke as he looked at one of the female prisoners who had a beautiful appearance. But soon looked away from her when he saw her servicing one of the rather bulky looking man who most probably is at the top of the hierarchy of the prisoners. I will suggest them to separate the prisoners by gender later. Thought Sekke as he looked away, not missing the bird who was staring at him. All right Sekke, show that magic to me, said Julius as he finally stopped inside an empty jail cell and then urged Sekke to show his magic. Just wait a minute you magic nerd, yelled Marks, who finally caught up to them and then slumped down and started taking deep breaths. At least get some guards here, before you do that, said Marks, whole panting. It's alright Marks, I am quite confident in my ability, you know, said Julius. Those people were no match for the Dark Lord before, and that case still will be the same, said Sekke. Marks looked at the two weirdos in front of him and just massaged his temples to ease his headache. Alright then, if you are that unsure, why not you just stand outside the prison cell, I will take them out after that, said Sekke. I cannot do that, I cannot just leave the side of Julius-sama, said Marks. Now, it's alright Marks, don't worry that much, now then Sekke, said Julius. Sekke gave a nod and then his grimoire started floating beside him and started flipping. Bronze creation magic, eternal safe. As Sekke used his spell, a huge amount of mana gathered which surprised Marks, while Julius's eyes started glittering at the sight of the spell. Soon the futuristic-looking safe appeared in front of them as Julius just started admiring the safe and started touching it all over. Oh my god, there is so much mana contained in this structure, its structure is quite unique but it looks like a safe, I cannot open it, said Julius. Only I can do that Julius-sama, so can you please step back so that I can open it, said Sekke. Oh, is that so, cast a recognition as well. What a great spell. Sekke then opened the safe, and as the door of the safe opened, both Marks's and Julius's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Dark Lord Kuan, good morning. Good morning old man, you seem oddly calm, said Sekke. I am very calm and collected person after all, but seriously get me out of here, something is poking my behind and I do not want to know what that is, said Lotus as he looked at Sekke. By the way, who are these people? Your friends. Where are we by the way? Let me introduce you. Julius-sama, this is the old man called Lotus, the leader of the mages whom we confronted back in the dungeon. And old man, the one in front of you is the wizard king of our kingdom, you are in a prison by the way, said Sekke. Yahoo, nice to meet you, said Julius as he raised his hand to greet the person who was stuck in the pile of gold and rubble. Oh, such important people came to see me, I am honored, said Lotus with a respectful tone, and he nodded his head to greet the wizard king back. It's not a big deal, by the way, what type of magic do you use? Asked Julius with glittering eyes as he turned into his nerd mode. Now is not the time for that, said Marks as he came forward and used his communication magic to call some people to catch the people from Diamond Kingdom. How many of them are there in total, Sekke? Is he the only one? Mumbled Sekke as he then used his magic to turn the safe's mouth downwards as everything inside of it started falling out. Hey, there are elderly in here. These many people, and this is all the treasure that I was able to gather, said Sekke. Of course the rest of the treasure is stored in other place of the safe. After all, just having people in that big safe would have aroused suspicion. So I just threw in some gold and rubble in there along with the men. I am genuinely Dark Lord. What else can you expect of me? Thought Sekke as he looked at Julius without any change in his expression. As much as of an idiot he is sometimes, his brain really does work in matters regarding this. Not to mention, his poker face is great as well. Thought Seeker as she looked at her partner as she knew what Sekke has done. Good work Sekke, you were not only able to catch them but also, gather some treasure from a collapsing dungeon, you are a very brave magic knight, said Julius, hearing which Sekke smirked and said. It was nothing. Sekke then looked at the people whom he caught and then noticed that an heavily injured Mars was there as well with flames surrounding him. So he was there as well, he is barely alive though, muttered Sekke as he walked towards the injured Mars. Dark Lord Kuan, thank you for saving us, but it doesn't look like he can survive, he is barely hanging on to his life with his magic, though it is all over once that is used up as well, said Lotus as he looked at Sekke with a grateful look and then shifted his gaze to Mars. Sekke didn't say anything as he didn't feel much about it since the man who was barely alive tried to kill his teammates. Not to mention Noel was injured a lot because of him. You fought well. That was all that Sekke said to Mars and just took a step back from him. Seeing that all the Diamond Kingdom mages who were still conscious looked at the boy who had some flames surrounding him and then looked towards Julius. Julius, who was now the center of attention, just looked at the scene with a calm look on his face. Seeing how you all are acting, it seems like that boy is someone important to the Diamond Kingdom, we cannot let such a valuable source of information die just like that, now can we Marks? Said Julius. Sigh. It's just as you say Julius-sama, said Marks as he helplessly shook his head knowing what the Wizard King was thinking. Julius pointed his hand towards Marks and in an instant his wounds started healing at a rapid speed and soon all the deep wounds were healed, making the injured Mars, who was frowning from pain, look a bit relieved. "He will be fine now," said Julius. Sekke just stood silent and just watched the scene in front of him, but then his gaze moved towards the Wizard King. Good for him, thought Sekke as he collected back the gold in his storage and then left the prison cell after the guards came and cuffed the Diamond Kingdom mages using some magical cuffs which prevented them from using magic. "Julius-sama. What is it, Sekke-kun? If it is not too much to ask, would you have a mock battle with me?" said Sekke with a determined look on his face. Immediately Marks, Julius and Seeker stopped walking and looked at Sekke with shocked look on their faces. "Hey, what are yo dash?" said Marks, but Julius raised his hand making the blue mushroom head stop. "Why do you want to do that, Sekke-kun? I want to see how much time will I require." "For what?" asked Julius with a confused tone. "To surpass you," said Sekke, surprising all of them once again. Julius stared at Sekke for a while and thought, how much time will I require, huh? It seems like he is confident that he will surpass me. Julius smiled, seeing which Sekke smirked as well, knowing that he will get the chance to fight the Wizard. "Sorry, Sekke-kun, not possible," said Julius, making Sekke's whole body stiffen up at the totally different answer to what he was thinking. Chapter 58. Sekke, who was outright rejected by Julius, silently walked out of the Magic Knights HQ since Julius was taken away by Marks before he could even ask why he was rejected in the first place. "Damn, didn't expect it to be rejected so straightforwardly. Alright Seeker, let's just go around the town and ease my sorrows," said Sekke as he sighed and then headed towards the market area of the town. Seeker, who patted his head with her wing trying to comfort him, seeing which Sekke chuckled and soon kept the whole matter with Julius at the back of his mind. "Well, I will surpass him one day anyway. Just focus on my goal and let's be the great Dark Lord I am," thought Sekke as he and Cells soon found Finral with a slap mark on his cheek. "Not a word," warned Finral as he saw Sekke, who opened his mouth to say something but soon closed it after he heard the warning. "Well, I am done with the matter at the Magic Knights headquarters." "Eh? Really?" "Yes, so now let's go and get something to eat. You must have tired and exhausted after." "Well, let's just go," said Sekke as he placed his hand around Finral's shoulders and soon started leading him towards a restaurant. "You really don't have any respect for your senpai," said Finral in a dejected tone. "Hey, how can you say something like that? Even though not much, I still respect you." "Increase the respect, you idiot," complained Finral, to which Sekke just laughed. A week passed by since Sekke and the others returned from the dungeon. During the week, Asta, who got his new sword, decided to get familiar with it, and Noelle got back to her magic control training. Sekke, who felt responsible for Ains, decided to help him blend in and got him some clothes that covered his body and a mask and wig to hide his appearance. Ains himself tried to get along with the group of irregulars and mostly used Asta to tack to others since his body was the easiest to take over compared to others. Sekke himself got back to his routine of training, even getting a day to get trained by Yami, which in short could be summed up as Yami kicking Sekke's ass very easily since they only practiced with the sword. Just like that, the days of the rookies if the Black Bulls passed by, and currently standing in front of Yami, Asta, and Noelle were being given some instructions by their captain. "It's been a week since you all returned back from the dungeon. You both need to go to the Magic Knights HQ to submit your reports on that mission," said Yami. "Eh? We are going to the capital? Yay, I can fight a lot of strong guys there." "Luck, you will be going with Magna on a mission," informed Yami. "Okay, let's go, Magna," said Luck with a smile on his face as he fired some electricity at Magna. "You bastard. I will kill you." "Wait a minute, then whom are we going with?" asked Noelle. Well, letting Luck go to the capital would have caused trouble. Where is that other brat?" "Sekke. He must be doing his training. Call him as well." "All right," exclaimed Asta as he saluted and ran out as well to fetch Sekke. "What the hell am I doing here?" thought Noelle as she was left behind with Yami as the situation started turning awkward. Yami blew out some smoke from his mouth and said, "What the hell is taking him so long? He only went a minute ago," thought Noelle as she looked at her captain, who had an annoyed look on his face. "Oi, brat." Yes," said Noelle in a loud tone as she stood straight. "Tell me a joke," ordered Yami as he sat back on his seat and looked at Noelle. Noelle, who was suddenly ordered by Yami to tell a joke, looked at him wanting to ask whether he was joking or not, but decided to shut up seeing the annoyed look on his face. "What the hell are you waiting for?" asked Yami. You Captain Yami. I am back and I brought Sekke as well." Asta. "Thank God I am saved," cheered Noelle in her mind as she looked at the man-a-less shorty. "Shut up. You are too loud." Why? What's the matter, Yami-san?" asked Sekke, totally ignoring Asta, who just sent flying by Yami's kick. Oh, brat, you need to go to the capital to report about the mission. Is that so? Fine, I will go and take a bath real quick, said Sekke, who was feeling sweaty after the training, and left the room as well. Hey kid, I am still waiting for the joke, said Yami as he looked at Noel. Why me? Alright, let's get going, said Sekke as he and the other two rookies came out of the portal. That man is the worst, screamed Noel as she let out her rage. I know, but we can't do anything about it, said Sekke as he patted Noel's back to calm her down. Hey, what are you two talking about? Asked the clueless Asta, which earned him a smack from Noel. Sekke just let the royal Tsundra calm herself down, and once she was done he started leading the two of them to the Magic Knights HQ. Hey, those guys are here as well, said Sekke as he pointed towards the Golden Dawn members who joined them on the dungeon raid. Oi! You know. Hearing his shout, the Golden Dawn members stopped and then turned around. Oh! Asta, Sekke. Are the two of you alright? Hey, be in your character. Hearing what Sekke said, Klaus stood straight and then adjusted his glasses. I am so glad that you two are fine, said Klaus as he patted Sekke's and Asta's shoulders. He is totally ignoring Noel, thought Sekke, but just remained quiet as he felt that it was the best choice. Chapter 59. After Klaus was done checking up on Asta's and Sekke's condition, he sighed in relief that the two of them were fine. You know, thanks for giving us a ride at that time, said Sekke. Don't worry, it wasn't a big deal. Still, when we reached back to our HQ we came to know that our way of returning was with Asta. Knowing him, he would have not even been aware of that. Yup. Oi. Don't make fun of me. Oh. Mimosa, thanks to your magic I am totally fine. Yeah, thanks to your magic I didn't suffer that much, said Sekke with a grateful tone. Even though Sekke didn't receive any fatal wounds, there were still some on his body that would have hurt a lot, and despite being used to that much pain he was glad that Mimosa healed his injuries. Mimosa, who was being praised by the two of them, immediately turned around and ran away. Wah! What was that? She must have been scared by your abnormally short height, said Yuno. Hey! What do you mean by that? Well, he is not wrong, you are short, Shrimpsta. Sekke, you bastard. Seeing the boys talking amongst themselves, Noel, who was totally ignored by them, went towards Mimosa. Hey Mimosa, what's wrong? Asked Noel. Noel-san, I don't know what is wrong with me. Huh, what happened? Are you still injured somewhere? But Mimosa shook her head and then looked towards Noel with a blush on her cheeks. Why, you know, whenever I look at Sekke-san my chest feels tight, said Mimosa as she glanced at Sekke. Huh. Ever since that day, the only thing that I can think of is Sekke-san, said Mimosa as she. What? Exclaimed Noel as she heard what her fellow royal just said. Wait a minute Mimosa, Sekke is just a commoner and is crude, and even though he helps me a lot with my magic control and talks kindly to me and is very dependable, wait, why am I praising him? Oh, so he is a kind person as well, though I guess that's what he was like, he was kind back when we first met as well, said Mimosa with a happy expression on her face. Noel, who saw her bright smile, felt embarrassed and then glanced towards the boys. I guess he is not that bad despite being a commoner. But, I will see whether he is good enough for Mimosa or not, thought Noel as she looked back at Mimosa, who was blushing and was making weird sounds. It's fine Mimosa, I don't think there is anything wrong with you, said Noel as she tried to reassure her fellow royal. Noel-san, are you really sure that there is nothing wrong with me? Yeah, I am sure about that, after all I am experienced as well, you know, said Noel with a proud tone as she puffed up her chest. Experienced in what? Asked Mimosa with a puzzled look on her face, seeing which Noel turned silent as she started imagining various events that happened with her and Asta. Ugh. Noel held her head and started blushing as well, seeing which Sekke, who was at a distance where he couldn't hear them at all, shook his head and patted Asta's shoulder. What? You are a sinful man. Huh? Why? All right, enough chit-chat, let's continue heading towards the Magic Knight's headquarters, said Sekke as he clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. Yes, we should not waste our time here, let's start moving, said Klaus as all of them once again started moving towards the Magic Knight's HQ. If I remember correctly, this is the way to the Magic Knight's HQ, muttered Klaus. Don't worry, I came here a week ago so I know the direction, just follow me, said Sekke as he took the role of leading them. Soon all of them saw the building that they were headed to, and immediately Asta got excited seeing such a huge and magnificent building. Even Yuno was awestruck by the sight in front of him. But Sekke pulled them out of trance and continued to walk towards the building. Alright Asta, I know there is no point is telling you this, but please make sure to mind your behavior, said Sekke. Don't worry Sekke. I know how to behave. Sekke and Yuno just looked at Asta with a deadpan look on their faces and just shook their heads. I don't have much expectations from him anyway, thought both of them as they looked back towards the building. As they got closer to the building, Sekke felt a familiar magic energy and immediately got serious. Why, your majesty? Muttered Klaus with a shocked expression as he saw Julius standing in front of them. Mimosa and Noel and same expressions as well, and soon the three of them kneeled in front of him. Hey, who is this flashy old dude? Asked Asta. Yup, no use of asking you to mind your manners, said Sekke as he facepalmed. Idiot. How dare you say something like that to the Wizard King Julius Navachrono-sama? Hearing that, both Asta and Yuno got shocked and Yuno kneeled as well. Asta was then forced by Klaus to kneel, after which the bespectacled noble looked at Sekke to kneel as well, only to find him heading towards the Wizard King himself. Greetings Wizard King Sama, my captain asked me to hand this letter to you, said Sekke as he took out a letter that Yami gave him. Oh, Sekke-kun, thank you for this, and greetings to you as well. Now why don't all of you follow me, said Julius as he took the letter from Sekke and gestured them to follow him. Seeing that the ones who were kneeling stood up and started following Julius, who was reading the letter that he got from Sekke. Soon all of them were taken to an empty area where no one was nearby to hear them as they gave the mission report to the Wizard King. And just like Sekke expected, the Wizard King immediately turned into his nerd mode as he saw Yuno's grimoire and Asta's new anti-magic sword. Once they were done explaining how their mission went, Asta immediately came forward and asked, can I ask you something? Yuno, who noticed how Asta was acting, understood what he wanted to ask and came forward as well. How does someone become the Wizard King? Asked both of them in unison, hearing which Julius started laughing. Oh, so the both of you want to become the Wizard King, huh? You idiots! Yelled Klaus as he looked at the Yuno and Asta. How can you two be so tactless and ask His Majesty something like that? Listen, you two having a noble heart and trust from the people of the kingdom. But Julius interrupted Klaus by raising his hand and said, no, it's merit that matters the most. Having a noble heart means nothing if you can't protect the people, and trust can be gained by gaining merit. He then looked at Asta and Yuno with a serious look on his face and asked, do you know what the people expect from the Wizard King? In response to the question, both Asta and Yuno just stared intently at Julius. It's the merit that makes the people of the kingdom expect that the Wizard King can protect them, that makes them realize that you are the best, said Julius as he looked towards Sekke. Do you aspire to be the Wizard King as well? It's similar. My dream is to surpass all the Wizard Kings. To become such a great person that not only does my name goes down in history, but also make others to look up to me and think, I want to be like him. Just like how the first Wizard King was. Till this day his title is given as an honor to someone. Well, in simple words, my dream is that I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Said Sekke. Hearing that, all of them looked at Sekke in silence, but soon a smile appeared on Julius's face and with a sagely nod he said, that is indeed quite a great and difficult dream you have. It's a dream that is worthy of being called the Dark Lord's dream, replied Sekke with a confident and proud expression on his face. Well, nevertheless, your dream as well requires you to gain a lot of merit, and if you want to be the very best, then the merit that you will require is way more than you can imagine. It won't be fun if it would have been easy in the first place. Is that so? Well, anyways, before you guys came here we were in the middle of holding a decoration ceremony for the knights who were rewarded an outstanding number of stars, said Julius. Decorat said Asta with a puzzled look on his face. Decoration ceremony, it is a ceremony to reward those who have done really well. I would like if you all could join. Really? Exclaimed Asta. Yeah, now follow me, said Julius as he led them to the room where the ceremony would occur. Now Asta and Yuno, you said that you wanted to become the next Wizard King, right? In that case, do both you think that you can accumulate more merits than these guys? The door then opened and the sight of 3 squad captains and some members of their squad came enter their eyes. Chapter 60. Entering the room where the decoration ceremony was about to take place, Sekke immediately felt an intense gaze making him stop for an instant. Turning his head towards the direction where he felt the gaze from, Sekke saw a familiar black-haired big-chested witch looking at him with an expressionless face. Well, I guess Anna is being Anna. Smiling awkwardly towards the Crimson Lion Magic Knight, Sekke waved his hand, seeing which Anna waved back at him. Julius, who was talking with Marks about something, looked around the room, making all the people who were present in their curious. But soon Julius smiled and said, well, looks like everyone is finally here. Following Julius's gaze, everyone saw a portal appear near the door and soon Yami came out with a cigarette in his mouth. Yo! Hearing Yami's casual greeting, everyone in the room frowned except for the Wizard King, who just smiled, and the Magic Knights captains who facepalmed at Yami's greetings. Yami-san. Why are you here? Why do you think? It's all your fault, you brat. Because of you I was not able to go to the pub. Looking at Sekke with an annoyed look, Yami smacked his head. Huh? What does that even mean? Now that all of us are finally here, let's start the decoration ceremony. Everyone once again focused back on Julius, making Sekke stop himself from retaliating against his captain. "Psst, brat," whispered Yami. "What? You see that braided bangs guy? You mean Capitaine Nozzle? Yeah, braided bangs guy, when I give you my signal use that poop urge enhancing spell of yours on him." Immediately looking at Yami to check if he was serious or not, Sekke was left speechless by what just came out of Yami's mouth. "Are you really serious?" "Yeah, it will be a good sight," said Yami with a smile. Nodding his head, Sekke turned back to look towards Julius, who was done with the introductory speech of the ceremony. "With 7 stars earned, Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lion Kings, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class." A boy from Crimson Lion stepped forward and walked towards Julius, who presented him with something that looked like a medal. He then gave some words of praise and some pointers to the young Vermilion before the boy went back to stand amongst his squad members. "With 6 stars earned, Anna Flare of the Crimson Lion Kings, I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class." Hearing her name called out, Anna stepped forward, and the same events followed, with her getting a medal and some praise and advice from the Wizard King. After getting her medal, while returning back, Anna glanced at Sekke, who on noticing her gaze smiled and gave her a thumbs up, making the expressionless girl feel happy. The ceremony continued with members from various squads being called out and getting awarded by Julius. Sekke, who waiting for Yami to give his signal, was totally not interested in the ceremony, as he knew that if he screwed up what Yami asked of him, he will get his ass kicked by his squad Katon. And finally, with 10 stars earned, Sekke Bronzatsa of the Black Bulls, I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, 3rd class. Sekke, who was not focusing when heard his name being called out, gave out a surprised voice and looked towards Julius with a confused look on his face. Everyone in the room, even Sekke's friends, looked at him with surprised looks on their faces, since none of them ever thought that a Black Bull member will get such an award. Finally snapping out of trance, Sekke moved forward and stood in front of Julius. Smiling at the blonde-haired boy in front of him, Julius gave the medal to Sekke, who looked at it with a smile. "Although being just a newly recruited magic knight, you showed how capable you are with your strong and durable magic." Taking the medal from Julius, Sekke smiled with a confident look on his face. "I thank you, Your Majesty." Returning back towards his squad mates, Sekke noticed Anna, who was looking at him with an expressionless look on her face and with her fists clenched. Seeing that Sekke was looking at her, she gave him thumbs up, seeing which Sekke chuckled. "See, Seeker, my first step to be recognized as the Dark Lord, the first chapter in the tale of my glorious purpose." Seeker, who was sitting on top of Asta's head, returned back and sat on Sekke's shoulder and looked at the medal. "Congratulations, Sekke." Klaus, who saw that Sekke was back, immediately congratulated him. He sincerely felt happy for Sekke, seeing which Sekke felt good as well. "Thanks. See this, Asta, Noel, do you know what does this mean?" Seeing that his fellow rookies shook their heads, Sekke grinned and said, "This means that from this moment on I am actually your superior." Immediately the two frowned as they heard what Sekke told them. Asta was about to retort, but Yami stepped forwards and said, "Good job, brat. Now did you see how was it your fault that I was unable to go to the pub? If you didn't get that many stars, then I would not have to attend this, whatever it is called, ceremony to begin with. You better treat me to some booze." "You got that?" Sekke, who was excited after getting his medal, immediately agreed to treating Yami. "I know that it will put a burden on my salary. But still, it's fine. He did help me a lot by arranging all those missions for me, though I guess he was just pushing them on me, but still I really appreciate his help." Sekke thought as he looked at Yami with a grateful look on his face. Interrupting Sekke and the others, Julius smiled and said, "Well done all of you. Now then, there's a simple reception set up for you, so go and enjoy yourselves. Oh, I almost forgot, I've invited some special guests today, make sure you get to know each other well." Saying that, Julius soon left the room as Marx informed him something. While Julius was leaving, everyone was focused on him, seeing which Yami immediately gave his signal. Not even wasting a second, Sekke gathered magic energy on his fingers without using his grimoire so as to not gather attention, and fired a small and weak, yet effective spell towards the captain of the Silver Eagles. Yami immediately covered Sekke from Nozzle's sight and after waited for Julius to leave, as both him and Sekke fist bumped, seeing that their plan went without any problems. Chapter 61. Well then, brats, I will now go talk with the braided bangs and the others, can't miss the fun, now do we? Saying that, Yami walked towards the Capitaine of Silver Eagles, not wanting to let the silver head get out of here. Sekke, who understood what he meant, just shook his head and said, "I want to see that as well, but it's better to not get anywhere close to them." Oh, there goes the blue rose Capitaine slowly following Yami. "Congratulations, Sekke-kun." Popping out of nowhere, Anna stood behind Sekke and immediately congratulated him, making Sekke, who was focusing on the captains, jump up a bit from surprise. "Thanks, congratulations to you as well, Anna. How have you been?" "I am great, it's been a while since we last met." "It sure is. let me introduce you to them. Saying so, Sekke, who was being looked by his fellow squad mates and the Golden Dawn members he knew, turned towards them and introduced them to Anna. Seeing this, I can conclude that there are two bitches near Sekke. Anna thought as she looked at Noelle and Mimosa with her usual expressionless face. The royals who were being stared at by the Crimson Lion mage were confused as to why she was staring at them, but soon noticed a small smirk on Anna's lips, which was followed by her crossing her arms and lifting her boobs, which clearly showed the two royals who was the dominating one amongst the three of them. Sekke, want to eat something? Immediately after showing the difference in prowess, a slightly smug Anna looked towards Sekke and took him towards a free table. Oh, I want to eat as well, said Asta as she followed Sekke and Anna. The other boys followed as well, leaving behind Mimosa and Noelle, who were still a bit surprised and felt that they were somehow mocked by Anna and Gerchest. Both of them looked down towards their boobs, and immediately Noelle glanced towards Mimosa's and frowned. It's fine, I am still growing, Noelle thought as she looked at Mimosa's chest with an envious look on her face. And Noelle-san, is something wrong? Feeling a bit scared by Noelle's gaze, Mimosa asked Noelle if there was some problem. No. There is no problem, let's just go and join them. Mimosa nodded, and the two royal girls soon joined their squad mates. At the same time, at another part of the hall, Yami walked towards the two captains and called out to them. Yo, Fugolian, braided bangs. Hearing Yami calling them so casually, Nozel frowned a bit, not because he found Yami annoying but because he felt a weird rumbling in his stomach. Yami, it's rare to see you at the decoration ceremonies. Fugolian walked towards Yami, feeling oddly surprised to see Yami attend the decoration ceremony. The idiots from my squad don't usually come here, so it's not important to come anyway. Saying so, Yami took a puff at his cigarette and noticed someone from the corner of his eyes. Oh, it's Her Cold and Prickly Majesty. Can you please be silent, you are very annoying, replied Charlotte with a cold look on her face. Why Yami? What is he doing here today? He never comes to ceremonies like this. Talk about harsh, you're never going to find a guy who'll marry you with that attitude. Averting her gaze from Yami, Charlotte closed her eyes and thought, why did I insult him again? More importantly, how can you say something like that? Oi, braided bangs, what happened? You are not looking well. Looking towards Nozel, who had a slight frown on his face, Yami asked in a casual tone without much change in his expression. Narrowing his eyes towards Yami, Nozel turned back to his expressionless self. I am totally fine, nonetheless I never thought to see the foreigner here. Why the hell are you all being so surprised by me coming here? Well, your regular absence from decoration ceremonies is nothing new, even though it is compulsory for all the captains to attend. I don't see all of us gathered here. Even Vengeance is not here. Saying that, Yami looked around searching for a familiar mask-wearing man. That is indeed surprising, Vengeance is always present for the decoration ceremonies. Must be busy, taking a dump or something, said Yami as he looked towards Nozel, who frowned at him. What? Shut that disgusting mouth of yours, foreigner. What's wrong with taking a dump? Even you must be taking one from time to time as well, who knows that you want to take one right now as well? Saying that, Yami immediately covered his mouth with his hand and tried to hold back from laughing while Nozel's frown deepened at Yami's words. TCH, men really are disgusting. Charlotte looked at Yami with a cold look, who looked back and stared at her. Feeling Yami's intent gaze, Charlotte looked away with a blush on her cheeks, feeling embarrassed on being stared at by Yami. I should have asked the brat to use that spell on Charlotte too. Yami thought as he continued to prevent Nozel from getting away from the room. Asta, you told me that you would behave. Yeah. Replied Asta with his mouth filled with food. Never mind, just forget it. Looking towards Asta, who was eating without any care to the judging and piercing stares, Sekke sighed and looked towards Yuno. So, how does it feel to know that you and that idiot grew up and came from the same place? Asked Sekke. Who are you talking about? I don't know him. Yeah, I will say the same thing when someone asks me about him in future. Sekke-san, want to try this? I think it tastes good. Turning their heads, Yuno and Sekke saw Mimosa standing with a cup in her hands. Is that so? Thanks, Mimosa. Taking a sip from the drink that Mimosa offered, Sekke smiled and said, yup, it tastes great, thanks. Mimosa smiled at that and started talking to Sekke as well as she slowly and unconsciously closed in the distance. So she is the bitch, and thought as she saw Mimosa trying to get closer to Sekke. Looking towards the table, Anna took some things to eat as well and took a bite. Seems like you are enjoying, Anna. Yes, I am enjoying, the food is great, Sekke. You sure are great to ignore all those gazes and act as if everything's normal. I am used to those gazes, what about you, Sekke? You are not bothered by them as well. Hearing her question, Sekke leaned in towards Anna and whispered in her ears. Well, it can't be helped, my greatness is bound to receive envy, you know, that's how the world is. Yeah, muttered Anna with her expressionless face as she tried her best to hold herself back from turning her head and accidentally touch his lips. I really want to take him somewhere with just the two of us. Anna thought, but just sadly smiled as Sekke moved his face away. I should get something as well. What do you think will be good as CCR? How about this? Getting interrupted by Anna, Sekke looked towards the black-haired girl holding out her hand with a plate in it. Is that so? Well, let's go and get a plate. Here, open wide, Sekke-kun. Am I getting the harem protagonist treatment? Sekke thought as he looked at Anna, who was looking at him with a serious expression on her face while holding something bite-sized in her hand. And after waiting for about half an hour, I finally heard the splashing sound and a huge load got off my body. Stop talking about taking a dump already. Mentally yelled Nozel as he saw Yami laughing out loud and telling him about his adventures. Arg, I really want to go. And this foreigner. Where are Fugolian and Charlotte anyways? Thought Nozel as he looked around, soon noticed that both of them were gone back to their respective squad members. How dare they leave me with this foreigner? All of a sudden Nozel felt some weight on his shoulder and turned his head only to find Yami with a glass of wine in his hand. Now let me tell you about the time when I was on the battlefield, when all of a sudden I felt the urge to take a dump. I really want to kill this man, Nozel thought as he looked at the tactless Yami telling him his story as the rumbling in his stomach started to intensify. Oi Nozel, your face is really pale, are you sure that everything is fine? Asked Yami. Humph, keep your hands to yourself. Nozel snorted as he shrugged Yami's hand off his shoulder. You were bothered about that? Then why do you have that expression on your face? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Said Nozel in an angry tone as he was starting to feel pressurized. There is no shame in that, you know, just go if you want to go. Humph, just be quiet, there is a certain class that I have, though I guess that someone like you would not understand that. Oh, he is really feeling it. I know that look. That brat spell is really dangerous, Yami thought as a shiver went past his spine. Yami, who was lost in his thought, missed Nozel, who was clutching his stomach and walking slowly towards the exit, since he felt that if he took any longer the pressure would do a huge damage to his reputation. Chapter 62. Sekke and the others, who were eating silently while maintaining a certain distance from the mannerless boy, finally started to hear the mocking comments made by the nobles. Noel, you hear them? That's what you sounded like when we first met. I am gonna kill you if you mention that one more time. How much longer are you gonna do that? Don't know, it will take a while for me to forget that. You left a pretty strong impression on our first meeting. Oh come on. Well, they say that the first impression is the last impression, so deal with it, and it's not like your first impression could be any worse than that, idiots. Saying that, both Sekke and Noel looked at their fellow rookie with his mouth filled with food. I can already see that in the future he will be called a mannerless magic knight. This stuff's really great. Said Asta as he finally swallowed what he was eating and then immediately started stuffing his mouth. I really can't argue about it, said Noel as she looked at Asta with a disappointed expression on her face. Why would the Wizard King even invite such low-class scum? Haha, the way he is eating is totally unsightly. I don't even feel even an ounce of magic from him. Them capturing that dungeon must have been sheer luck. Man, listen to them tear into me, good thing I'm used to it, said Asta as he heard the others. Pust. Noel, do you have good relationship with that silver hair lady? Nibro Wanisama, well. Perfect, then I will say it without censoring it, that bitch is annoying, said Sekke in a whisper, making Noel feel a bit surprised by his sudden words. Filthy peasants, said one of the nobles, but got no reaction from Asta. You alright, Anna? Asked Sekke. Yes, their comments don't bother me much. I was asking about you being so close to me that your shoulders and arms are constantly touching in a way that my plate was about to fall a number of times, but okay, it's alright if you are fine, I am glad. Said Sekke as he looked at Anna with a smile on his face. It's really getting hard to hold myself when I am this close, thought Anna as she stared intently at Sekke, who looked back at her wondering why she was staring at him. Is there something on my face? Yeah, just stay still, said Anna as she tried to wipe Sekke's mouth, only to get her hand swatted away by Sekke, who stared at the Crimson Lion Magic Knight with her usual cold expression. Seeing that all the people who were near Sekke looked at Anna and Sekke with surprised look on their faces. Wiping his mouth on his own, Sekke thanked Anna with a wry smile on his face and apologized for Sekke, who just sat on his shoulder. We are the ones who embody Lord Vengeance and the Golden Dawn ideals, and speaking of peasants, don't the Crimson Lions have one of them as well, said the Golden Dawn member as he looked towards Anna, who simply ignored him and focused on Sekke. With all due respect. That goes for you as well, Klaus, aren't you ashamed, being here with your lack of skill? And you, Mimosa, I heard that you were wounded early on in the dungeon and left the front line. To think that your royalty of Vermilion line is laughable. Oh, so nobles shit talk other nobles as well. You learn something new every day, huh, muttered Sekke. I am terribly sorry, said Mimosa. No, Mimosa was. Seeing his superior glare at him, Klaus, who was trying to defend Mimosa, stopped and looked down. Now, the most useless fool here is you, said Noel's older brother Solid Silva as he walked close to Noel. Wouldn't you agree, said Solid as he poured the glass of water on top of Noel's head. But before the water fell on top of Noel's head, Sekke, who was standing beside her, moved his hand and made a cup of his bronze magic to prevent the water from falling on Noel's head. Seeing what he did, the whole room turned silent as even Noel, who didn't know what was happening, started to get anxious since her brother didn't do anything to her. Drinking the water that he got in his cup, Sekke looked back at Solid, who was looking at him wide-eyed. Thanks for the liquid, Mr. Solid. It was quite an experience to know that nobles usually don't pass the glass and just its contents. I will remember that, said Sekke with a smile. Wah, Solid and Sama. Noel, who finally heard her brother's name, turned around to see her brother looking at Sekke with an angry expression while also noticing that all the people in the room were staring at Sekke. Do you even know what you just did? Asked Solid. Drank the water that you just offered. Oh, I see, it was meant for Noel. I apologize for not taking that into consideration. At first I thought that you were going to pour water on Noel's head. But remembering how classy and elegant nobles, not to mention royals, are, I didn't think that you will do something so immature that us commoner kids do in their childhood while playing. So I thought that it must be something else that I am not familiar with. Said Sekke. Hearing that, all the people who clearly knew what Solid was trying to do looked at him with a pitiful gaze, while at the same time the nobles looked at Sekke with angry expressions on their faces. Sekke really is brave, muttered Klaus as he looked at Sekke, who was now the center of attention of the whole room. Being at a loss of words to say to the commoner who just insulted him, Solid glared towards Noel and thought, it's because of her that I am humiliated. Humph, coming back to how useless you are, you can't even control your magic, you're such an embarrassment, said Solid as he ignored Sekke and decided to deal with him later. Backing her brother up, Nebra walked forwards as well and with a grin on her face started insulting Noel as well. Meanwhile, Sekke started looking around the room and thought. Yami-san is just looking at us with a bored look, probably observing how we deal with this situation. Good thing is that Braided Bangs is not here in the room, and knowing how good my spell was, he wouldn't be here for a bit longer. But all of a sudden Noel, who was insulted a bit too much by her siblings, turned around and started walking out of the room, making Sekke snap out of his thoughts. Crap, I got trailed off in my thoughts. Asta, who finally stopped eating, grabbed Noel's arm, stopping her, and said, there is no reason to run from these jerks. Asta? So much for the promise to behave here, said Sekke as he saw Asta stand up on top of the table. You two should move a bit away from the table, said Sekke as he looked at Mimosa and Anna, who nodded and stepped back. Asta, who was totally pissed at the people in the room, started to use his protagonist's talk magic. But before the overpowered magic could take effect, one of the members of the Golden Dawn used his own magic and wrapped Asta in sand. That's enough, you scoundrel, you shouldn't even be allowed to talk. Silence. I won't shut up. Yelled Asta as he used his anti-magic sword to slice through the sand. Listen up, you all. I am going to pile up merit, become the Wizard King, and shut you all up. Yup, things can't go peacefully even if you try your best, thought Sekke as he sighed, seeing his mana-less friend on top of the table. The whole room turned silent as all the people looked at Asta with an expression on disbelief. Becoming the Wizard King. Don't make us laugh. Saying so, both Nebra and Solid's grimoires started flipping. Water binding magic, sea serpent's coils. Solid used his magic without any hesitation and a big water serpent appeared and started to move around Asta before rushing for a strike. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. Using his magic, Sekke touched the body of the snake, freezing it in an instant. Don't look at me, you started it, said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping. Fire debuff magic, blaze touch. And immediately magic energy gathered in Sekke's hand and melted the ice snake, making water to spill on the floor only to evaporate the next instant. Mist binding magic, mist spider's threads. Seeing her brother's spell being cancelled easily by Sekke, Nebra changed her target from Asta to Sekke and fired her spell. Ice debuff on my left hand and fire debuff in my right, touch the incoming mist in order and everything will be right. Ooh, that rhymed, said Sekke as the incoming mist turned into water and then evaporated as well. Hey, you know the rules and so do I. Wizard King told that they are his guests, so let's not act rash, though if we are going to continue just make sure that I won't stay silent, said Sekke as he glared at Noel's siblings. Meanwhile, at another part of the Magic Knight's HQ. Why are there no toilets close to that room? Thought the captain of Silver Eagles, who being under the pressure was not able to walk easily, much less fast. Chapter 63. A mere commoner to stand in my way. Looks like I need to deal with you first, said Solid as he glared at Sekke. Turning towards Solid, whose grimoire started flipping pages, Sekke sighed as his other grimoire started floating as well. Oi Sekke. Asta, stand back, let me handle things from here. But. Holy water bullet. And immediately a stream of water started moving towards Sekke at a great speed. Gaster blaster, said Sekke, and a bronze animal-like skull appeared in front of Sekke and fired a beam of magic energy towards the incoming bullet, piercing and destroying the water bullet without any difficulty. Seeing how easily his magic got crushed, Solid frowned and immediately gathered water to make a shield in front of him. But contrary to what the onlookers were expecting, the beam passed through the shield as well and landed on Solid's gut, knocking the air out of it. Sand creation magic, sand armored guard. Called out one of the Golden Dawn members as a huge knight-like figure made out of sand appeared around Asta and held his body in its arms. To act in such a way at a festive occasion like the decoration ceremony, you will be punished. Extase extend, said Sekke as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it towards the sand guards and cut of its arms and freeing Asta out of its grasp. Retract. So you will continue to act like an idiot too? Honestly, I thought you were the smart type, guess I was wrong. Mist magic, Solid mist clones. Using the opportunity when Sekke wasn't looking at her, Nibra used her magic and created a number of clones around Sekke. Oh come on, shadow clones really, alright if we are going down that alley though. Sand restraining magic, sandbox. And immediately a large amount of sand started gathering around Sekke. Shadow clones, sand coffin, alright then I will add on to this party as well, believe it. Magic bullet, giant Rasengan. Gathering a spiraling mana orb in his hand, Sekke slammed it on the sand below him, throwing it around, and then turned towards the clones and fired the orb towards the real Nibra, who immediately panicked and jumped back, making the orb crash near her feet, causing an explosion which sent her flying and destroyed all her clones. Art is explosion, fool ya fool, said Sekke as a smirk appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Who the hell do you even think you are? If considering the decoration ceremony that happened before this nonsense, then I will say that I am a higher ranking magic knight than you, said Sekke as he shrugged his shoulders. Why you? I'm not holding back anymore. Sensing the amount of mana that the royal was gathering, Sekke narrowed his eyes a bit and then glanced towards Yami, only to find his captain digging his nose without a concern on his face. Well, if we are going all out then, Vritra, said Sekke as back gauntlets and leg guards appeared around Sekke's limbs. Water creation magic, see Sare. What is going on here? Suddenly hearing the cold voice, Solid's face immediately turned pale, whereas Sekke also got surprised after hearing the familiar voice. Turning their heads towards the door which opened just now, all the people in the room saw Nozel looking coldly at them. Glancing around the room, Nozel's gaze fell upon Nibra, who was looking a bit roughened up because of Sekke's earlier attack, and immediately his mana started to pressurize his surroundings, making everyone except for the captains and Sekke motionless. Feeling the large amount of mana gathered in his surroundings, the tentacles from Sekke's sacred gears came out and started to move around close to him, absorbing the mana around them. Looking towards Sekke, Nozel started walking towards him with a cold look on his face. Are you trying to shame the name of the Silva family? Asked Nozel. I have no such intentions, I don't know what those two have in their mind though, said Sekke while glancing towards Solid and Nibra. Stopping for a bit and looking towards his siblings, who averted their eyes on meeting Nozel's, the captain of the Silver Eagle soon ignored them and turned back towards Sekke. A commoner that foolishly tried to disrespect royalty, how shall I punish you? Said Nozel in a cold tone. Sekke, who was facing the man with weird bangs, didn't even tremble from the pressure that the man was giving out and instead was about to push back as well. Oi oi, what nonsense are you even talking about, dumbass? You were not even in the room when all this shit happened. But all of a sudden Sekke felt familiar rampaging mana around him and turned towards the man who interrupted the captain of Silver Eagles. Yami walked towards the two of them while releasing his own mana and smoking a cigarette. Don't stand in my way, foreigner, said Nozel as he pointed his hand towards Sekke. That's enough, called out another voice, which made Nozel stop releasing his mana and glance back at the man who joined the conversation as well. You should know about the situation before you take action on it, said Fugolian as he looked at his fellow royal. You should be ashamed of yourself, not only as a magic knight but as a royal as well, said Fugolian. Yami, who retracted his mana as well, walked towards the two captains as well while giving a pat on Sekke's shoulder on his way. Good job, dumbass, said Yami as he walked towards Nozel and Fugolian. Relaxing a bit, Sekke felt a presence behind him and turned around and saw Leopold standing there staring at him. Ha ha ha, it's just as Mimosa said, you're quite amusing. Alright, rejoice. I, Leopold Vermilion, declare you my rival. Looking at the self-declared rival with a deadpan look on his face, Sekke deactivated his sacred gear and said, what a drag, and slumped his shoulders. Chapter 64. Just as Leopold declared Sekke to be his rival, the Dark Lord gave an annoyed sigh and turned towards Asta, who was still holding his swords. What are you waiting for? Keep those swords back. You idiot, I told you to behave when we were here. And you, how can you wimp out for all of a sudden? Oi. It was their fault for. Stop it, Bacasta, said Noelle as she shut Asta's mouth with her hand so as to prevent him from pissing of any more nobles. I am sorry, FO. Nope, no apologies will be accepted. Once we get back, you two need to get straightened out. This idiot needs to learn how to behave, and as for you, Noelle, looks like we need to make you grow some spine so that you can handle whispers. These assholes on your own from next time. We can't have you breaking down in front of them every time we meet, said Sekke with a smirk. Asta and Noelle looked at Sekke with mild surprise as his tone, which seemed like he was scolding them, changed all of a sudden. Both of them nodded their heads and didn't say anything further, since Noelle felt that what Sekke said was true, and as for Asta, he simply forgot about what he was angry about. As expected of my rival. Helping his squad mates to get them on the right track, HM I like it. The trio rookies from Black Bulls looked at Leopold with a deadpan look on their faces, not knowing what the hell he was talking about. Sekke, bring us to right track, thought Noelle. Ha, what the hell is this idiot spouting? Right track my ass, thought Sekke. That guy is wearing even more makeup than Noelle. Nobles are weird, thought Asta. What was your name? Kiki. Leopold-san, it's Sekke, he's Sekke-san, said Mimosa. Haha, Sekke, eh. That's a great name, my rival. Earlier I saw him using this hand to pick his nose, thought Sekke as he glanced at the hand that was smacking his magic knight robe. Haha, come, now. Rejoice. Rejoice. Ah, he is so forceful, and stop slapping that hand oni robe, thought Sekke as he took a deep breath and said. I am a huge freak who like maids more than anything else. All my favorite books are about maids, and I visit maid cafes every single day, and I like maid figurines too, and in my spare time I wear maid costumes and breathe heavily while I stare at myself in the mirror. See ya. Saying his part, Sekke gave a nod and walked away from the royal, not noticing Anna, who was hurriedly writing something in a notebook. Oi, wait, said Leopold as he grabbed Sekke's shoulder, whose face scrunched up as he saw the same hand again his other shoulder as well. Oh come on, I was sure that speech would have left you disgusted and make you keep a distance from me, said Sekke in an annoyed tone as he shrugged Leopold's hand off his shoulder. Huh, I am not someone who will easily give up against my rival. Whisper. And on the occasion of us being rivals, let me tell you this, I like maids as well. Whisper. That was not the point of my words. Whisper. Don't tell me, you don't like maids. Whisper. Of course I like maids. Seeing Sekke and Leopold whisper bicker to each other, Sekke's friends looked at them with a confused and weird look on their faces. As expected of Sekke-san, to be able to get along with Leopold-san so soon. To not only be able to meet Sekke-kun but learning about one of Sekke-kun's taste, this ceremony is getting better and better, muttered Anna. Seeker, who's sitting on top of Noelle's head because of fight, glanced towards Anna and thought, I know most if not all his tastes. And just looked at Anna with a mocking look on her face, though her expression didn't change much from her usual one. A royal acknowledging a commoner as his rival? Said Nozel, gathering the attention from most of people in the room. Hearing that, Fugolian started defending his brother by giving logical explanations, but the other royal didn't even care about his opinion, and both of them started to release their magic. Amidst all this, Yami and Sekke moved away from the crowd and got close to a wall with a serious look on their faces. Oi brat, are you feeling that as well? Unfortunately, yeah. Good, said Yami as he used his mana skin to strengthen his body and punched the wall, destroying it immediately. This surprised all the people who were present in the room, but both Sekke and Yami ignored them and jumped through the newly made hole as Sekke looked back at the others and said, enemy attack. And then followed Yami. Falling down throughout the sky, Yami and Sekke looked at their surroundings and saw the destruction that was done to the capital, as both of them immediately narrowed their eyes. Yami-san. Save the idiots and show hell to the dumbass, said Yami as both of them landed on a nearby roof. I will go that way, said both of them in unison as the two of them stared at each other with an awkward look on their faces. I will go that way. Once again the two of them pointed in the same direction and said that at the same time, causing another awkward moment. A few veins popped up on Yami's forehead as he grabbed Sekke's head and clenched it tightly. Go that way, dumbass, yelled Yami as he threw Sekke away with full force and then started running in the opposite direction. Fuck you, wings in, yelled Sekke while he was still flying in mid-air after being thrown away by his captain. Chapter 65. Sekke, who was approaching the ground at a great speed, took out his grimoire and prepared to land in front of a group of zombies who were moving towards the citizens of the Clover Kingdom. Bronze magic, bronze body. Everybody stay calm. Yelled Sekke, but the citizens didn't even heard him because of panic. Realizing that, Sekke took a deep breath and yelled, everybody stay foo. King calm. Suddenly hearing the loud noise ordering them to stay calm, all the citizens looked up and saw the incoming Dark Lord and widened their eyes in surprise. It's a magic knight, magic knights are here. Declared one of the people who saw Sekke coming towards them. Smirking after noticing that all eyes were on him, Sekke started thinking about making an entrance and shifted his body in mid-air and clenched his fist tightly. Predicting to land in midst of the group of zombies, Sekke didn't held back and with his enhanced strength punched the nearest zombie to the ground, causing a rather strong tremor which made all the nearby zombies fall down while raising a huge dust cloud. Shielding their eyes because of the sudden event, the citizens slowly opened their eyes and looked towards the dust cloud with a hopeful expression on their faces. Do not panic and try to stay close by, there are other groups of creatures like these in the surrounding areas as well. Said Sekke as he walked out of the dust cloud without any scratch, making the citizens sigh in relief, which soon turned back into shock when one of them commented. He is a black bull. Seeing the sudden hesitation in their eyes, Sekke's brows started twitching, but knowing full well why that happened, Sekke sighed and turned back towards the zombies. Don't worry, you are currently under the protection of the Dark Lord, said Sekke so as to reassure the scared and panicked citizens as his sacred gear appeared. Many tentacles started to surround his body, which soon shot forward towards the zombies and restrained them, preventing them from moving any further. Absorb, muttered Sekke, and immediately the tentacles around the zombies started sucking out their mana, and in a few moments the zombies turned back to ash. Seeing that the magic knight, despite being a black bull, took down the strange people chasing them, made the people widen their eyes in surprise, and soon some of them started cheering while many of them thanked Sekke. Sekke retracted his tentacles and then spread around and started absorbing the mana from the flames that were burning down the buildings, and soon got dome with his surroundings. Alright, now let's get to the next area. Thought Sekke and was about to run away, but suddenly he felt someone pulling his hand and looked down and saw a group of children and people surrounding him. Oni-san. My mother, please save her. Wipe your face, kid. Thought Sekke as he took out his handkerchief and wiped the boy's face. My son and his family too, they are caught in the other area, said an old woman with a worried look on her face. My papa too. Said a young girl who was crying in a woman's embrace, whom Sekke presumed to be her mother. Oi, you are not going to leave us here, right? Who knows when more of those guys will appear? Well, this is a mess. Thought Sekke as his grimoire started flipping pages and mana started gathering in the area. I am sorry, but I need to take care of other areas as well. You all can either follow my lead or do whatever you want. I don't know how long will it take for the other magic knight to arrive here, since I came to help as soon as I felt something was wrong. Said Sekke. Saying his part, Sekke fired a line from his sacred gear towards the roof of a house and then got onto the top as well to get a better view of the area. Making a mental map of the surroundings, Sekke landed back down and said, alright you all, in order to be safe and sound you all would be doing this. Explaining to the people while leading them towards a safer area, Sekke made sure to keep out any zombies and put off the fire if he saw one in his way. Many other people joined the group as well, and amongst them many of them got reunited with their families. Most of the new people who joined his group were skeptical of following a black bull, but knowing that it was their only saving grace, they followed him and were glad that they did. They dropped seeing him as a black bull and started recognizing him as the strong and brave blonde magic knight who saved them and reached out to them before the magic knights from the other squads. Sekke, being unaware of their thoughts, was busy ordering a group of people who had magic, which was helpful in putting out fire and saving people from under the rubble, while also letting those who could heal help the injured while making sure to keep the zombies far away from them. Man, it is a huge hassle to handle such a large group. Thought Sekke as he looked at the huge number of people behind him and frowned. Because of being in such a large group, he had to make sure that no zombie from any side gets close to them, and this coupled with clearing the rubble, putting out fire, and calming the injured was getting too much for him. In order to overcome that, he decided to let the people help out as well, since he was sure many of them would have some magic that would be helpful in the situation, and did exactly that too. Only to regret it as soon as he asked them to do so, since now he had to monitor if these people were actually being helpful or not and look after them as well. How long are the others gonna take? Just take them off my hand. Thought Sekke as he suddenly felt his pants getting pulled and sighed. He looked down towards a scared kid who has been pulling his pants for a while, to the point where Sekke was afraid that the kid would take his pants off. What now? Asked Sekke. Oni-san. That. What is that? As soon as Sekke noticed what the kid was pointing at, his eyes widened and a big smile appeared on his face. That kid is my prayers getting answered, said Sekke as he saw a huge humanoid creature coming towards them with 3 people on its back. Alright everyone, other magic knights are here. So don't panic. They are magic knights. Walking towards the earth golem, Sekke was about to call out and ask them to lead them to safety zones, since he didn't know where to take the citizens. But instead of speaking, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed that the golem was not slowing down, and he could feel that it had no intentions to do so as well. Frowning a bit, Sekke looked back, stood aside and looked towards the tanned woman who was controlling the golem with a glare, who glanced back at him and gave a snort in response, totally ignoring Sekke. I really want to slap that man hater bit dash, thought Sekke, but was surprised when he saw the tanned woman getting kicked off her own golem by a familiar black-haired Crimson Lion magic knight who jumped off the golem as well while making sure to kick the man hater off the golem as well. Sekke-kun, are you alright? You are not injured, right? Nope, and good job faking that accidental kick. Sighing in relief that Sekke was alright, she gave a small, nearly unnoticeable smile to Sekke as she thought, she is lucky that I didn't tan that bitch in my flames. Thanking her, Sekke walked back to the group of citizens who were following him and notified them that the people who just came really were magic knights, since many of them turned hostile towards the people who tried to attack Sekke, who saved them. Seeing the situation, Sekke just blinked his eyes in surprise, since he didn't believe that they will stand up against other magic knights for a black bull. The Dark Lord's charm is too great, thought Sekke as he started reporting the situation to Charlotte, ignoring Sol, who was glaring at him, who ignored Anna, who was glaring at her. Chapter 66. Captain Charlotte, I have cleared the area around here, the fire has been put out as well, said Sekke as the captain of Blue Rose looked at the Black Bull Magic Knight before turning towards the people who were looking at her with a mixture of emotions. Fear, lust, relief, admiration, anger, confusion, jealousy, respect, etc. Though anger, relief and lust were the more prominent ones. Nodding her head once, Charlotte looked back at Sekke and said, good work, this will easily make others look over how you and that brute just jumped off after busting through that wall. I followed what my captain told me to do, said Sekke as he glanced at the few kids who were stuck to his legs trying to hide behind him. Oi, what did you say to Nay-san? Said an angry soul. Don't scare the kids, they are already having a hard time to deal with all this, said Sekke as he glared at the tanned man hater and adjusted his pants, which were being pulled by the kids who were surprised by the soul's sudden outburst. Soul, shut up, calmly said Charlotte as she glanced at her subordinate. But dash, said Soul as she tried to voice out her displeasure, but stopped as she noticed the looks of anger from many people. Hey, don't be scared, I will protect you, but I won't be able to do that if you all pulled my pants down, you know, said Sekke as he tried to calm the kids down, who just looked back at him with a scared and pleading gazes. Smiling helplessly at the kids, Sekke slowly freed his pants from their hands and looked back at the crowd of people behind him and then turned towards Charlotte. Do you know where to take the people in situations like the one we have here? I don't think staying in one place with these many people is a good idea, muttered Sekke. Charlotte, who heard what Sekke said, nodded, seeing which Sekke sighed and looked back at the crowd. We will. Alright everyone. We will be going to a relatively safer place. Get back into formations like we discussed earlier. Those who have injuries, do make sure to get yourself healed up and not hold back the whole group. Make sure to keep an eye on the kids. Keep your guard up. Not even giving a chance for Charlotte to speak up, Sekke gave orders to the people, which made them go back to what they were doing before Charlotte and the others came along. Captain Charlotte, please lead them. Being a new recruit, I don't know where the shelter is, said Sekke as he looked at the blonde captain, who just looked at Sekke and thought, even the subordinates of that man's squad don't listen to others. Soul, use your magic to lead the group. As for the two of you, we will be keeping a guard from all sides. I will cover the back of the group while you two take a side each as well. Sekke, Soul and Anna gave a nod as both Sekke and Anna immediately walked away and took their sides. Seeing that, Charlotte looked back at Soul, who used her magic to make a huge golem and got on top of it. Follow them, ordered Charlotte as the citizens started following the earthen giant, seeing which Charlotte got back to observing the surroundings and soon took her position as well. Meanwhile, at other districts, other magic knights arrived as well and started to deal with the zombies and take control of the situation they were in. Asta along with Noel and Leopold were watching Fugolian deal with Raids, who was spouting some nonsense about his magic being greater than any noble and all. Soon enough, Fugolian defeated and restrained the former Purple Orca member, which made all the zombies fall down lifelessly on the ground, making the magic knights the winners of the first battle. Sekke and Anna, who saw that the zombies that they were about to fight fall down without even taking any attack, were surprised and started looking around as they noticed that the other zombies were falling down on the ground as well. Looks like someone defeated the caster, said Charlotte as Soul kicked around the lifeless bodies, spouting something along the lines of how only she was allowed to touch Charlotte's body. The news soon spread amongst the crowd as they started cheering the Magic Knight squad who saved them. Needless to say that the popularity of Sekke was higher amongst the group who were saved by him, as some of them also cheered for Charlotte and Anna as well. Now this is what being a Dark Lord really is, said Sekke as he nodded sagely after hearing the people thanking and cheering for him. The kids who were following Sekke earlier were now looking at him with shining eyes, as some of them even told him that they were going to become a magic knight like him. Seeing the totally innocent and admiring gaze of the children, even Sekke felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head and said, "Sure, I know that you all can do it, work hard and make sure to be safe." "Yes. Thank you Ni-chan," said all the kids in unison as they gave Sekke one last group hug, which something that Sekke returned with a defeated sigh and thought, "I really am feeling glad that I saved these kids." A small smile appeared on Sekke's face as he hugged the kids tighter because of the excitement and said, "You guys really made the Dark Lord happy." "Ah. Too tight. Too tight. Oh sorry." Immediately breaking the hug, Sekke apologized to the kids with a helpless smile, seeing which the kids laughed at the blonde man and soon went back to their families. Now being the handsome, manly and attractive Dark Lord Sekke was. Not to mention the suspension bridge effect from the recent event, many people from the crowd glanced at Sekke with suggestive gazes. But before Sekke could notice any of those gazes, Anna appeared in front of the people who were glancing at Sekke and just looked back at them with a total silence and an expressionless face. Many people were confused by what was happening, but some of them soon backed off. Seeing that the weak-willed were down, Anna smiled a bit before she looked back at the people who were still looking at Sekke and thought, "I really want to release my magic to scare them away or to make them disappear for good." But soon she snapped out of her thought as she heard the voice of someone she was familiar to. "Anna?" "Yes, Sekke-kun." Immediately turning towards Sekke, Anna looked at him with a small smile, trying to be welcoming since one of her fellow squad members told her that she didn't look welcoming at all. Sekke ignored the weird smile on Anna's face as he crouched down and placed his hands on the back of two girls beside him. "These two want to say something to you." "Me?" Tilting her head in confusion, Anna looked at the two girls who were fidgeting. The two girls looked back at Anna and took a gulp. "Thank you for saving us earlier," said the girls in unison as they bowed their heads in front of the Crimson Lion Mage. Widening her eyes in surprise, she looked back at Sekke, who just smiled seeing the surprised Anna and shrugged his shoulders. "You are welcome, and it was my duty to save you too," said Anna as she looked back at the girls who just smiled at the female magic knight before running back to their families. Seeing the kids run back to their families, Sekke gave a pat on Anna's shoulder and said, "Looks like you got two fans, good job Anna." "Thank you, but I think that you got many admirers as well." "Well, you can't help that, it is me after all, I am great and am just built different," said Sekke with a shrug of his shoulders, but soon his eyes widened in shock as he sensed a lot of mana below his feet and noticed a black portal appearing below his and Anna's feet. "Let me catch a break for Fu. KS Sake," said Sekke in an angry tone as he noticed a similar portal appearing below Charlotte's and Soul's feet. Chapter 67. Feeling his legs sinking in, Sekke's sacred gear appeared around his body and tentacles started extending out rapidly. He then looked forward and saw Anna's breasts right in front of his face as she closed in towards him to protect the blonde Dark Lord. Nice, thought Sekke as he saw the hypnotic jiggle in front of him. But soon he snapped out of trance and immediately hugged the Crimson Lion Magic Knight tightly as the tentacles that were already latched onto some building pulled them out of the portal. "Phew, that was close, you alright Anna?" "Anna?" asked Sekke, only to notice that the black-haired girl whom he saved just now was embracing him. "Yes, Sekke-kun, I am fine, thanks to you," said Anna as she placed her head on Sekke's shoulder and did something that Sekke presumed to be sniffing him. Though that thought soon disappeared from his mind as he immediately turned to look towards the place where Charlotte and Soul were standing. "Looks like they were unable to escape," muttered Sekke as Anna lifted her head from his shoulder and looked towards the same direction. "The caster is too talented to pinpoint the magic knights and make a portal directly under them," said Anna as she squinted her eyes. "Oi, dumbass." Suddenly out of nowhere, Sekke heard a familiar voice and turned his head and found Yami standing on top of a roof while carrying Charlotte over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Yami-san? Were you not pulled in by a portal?" "Nah, no portal appeared below me, I was coming here anyway and saw you all getting sucked in and just saved the prickly queen on time," said Yami. "Ha! Looks like the enemy thought that there was no use pulling you in anyways and just ignored you." "What did you say, you dumbass? That aside, why didn't you try to save me? Am I not the one and only Dark Lord of your squad?" "Huh, no way I would have done that," said Yami with an expressionless face. "Hey, that hurt my feelings," complained Sekke as he looked at Yami with a hurt look on his face. His gaze then fell on Charlotte, who was a blushing mess and was panicking while still being carried by the captain of the Black Bulls. Soon his gaze met with hers as both of them stared at each other for a while, with Sekke being calm and Charlotte turning paler and paler by the second. Soon Sekke turned his gaze from the captain of Blue Rose and looked towards Anna, who was staring intently at him. "He is just a bit away from me," thought Anna as she continued to stare at him, but soon a small smile appeared on her face. Seeing the unexpected smile on her beautiful face and that too at such a close distance, Sekke was surprised and felt that his heart started beating faster. But out of nowhere, Sekke felt another presence closing in on him and turned his head only to see a blur pass by him. Wow ow ow. Turning back to his side, Sekke saw Seeker, who came just now, sitting on his shoulder and pecking Anna's hand of Sekke. Whoa! Seeker! Stop! Stop! Hearing his voice, Sekke stopped for a bit, but only after making sure that Anna let go of Sekke. She then looked back at him with her usual expressionless face and saw a few scratches and dust and dirt on his face. She wiped the dirt off his face with her wings and then smacked him with the wing as well. Hey! What was that for? Oi, dumbass, stop fooling around. We are going. Coming, Yami-san. Replying to his captain, Sekke retracted his tentacles and got ready to follow him. He then gave a glance to Anna, who stood up. Glared at Seeker but soon nodded her head as the two of them jumped down on the streets and started running towards where Yami and Charlotte were rushing off to. While running, Sekke felt a huge burst of mana from the opposite direction and immediately looked towards Seeker, who was sitting on his shoulder. That spirit power is bullshit. The amount of mana that just came out is different from what came out of him at the dungeon. Thought Sekke as he could feel the current amount of mana that was available for Yuno's use. And it was way more than Sekke had at his disposal. But he is still not better than the Dark Lord. If he has a fairy, then I have a dragon inside me. Though it does still not awaken. But still I am better than him. Thought Sekke as he felt a bit jealous of the elemental spirit that was in the possession of the Wind Mage. He also tried to call out to the dragon within him, but as usual, the dragon didn't respond to his call, making the Dark Lord a bit pissed. Because of that, Sekke unconsciously increased his pace and soon his grimoire started floating beside him. Bronze creation magic, bronze bike. And immediately his motorbike appeared in front of him. Not wasting a second, Sekke took his seat and channeled his mana through the vehicle, which gave out a loud noise like a roar, making the captains and Anna look at him. Yami-san, I will be going ahead, said Sekke and rushed off without waiting for a reply. Yami just stared at his subordinate, who just rushed off without his approval and started slowing down. Seeing him slow down, Charlotte slowed down as well and asked, why are we slowing down? That brat needs to break his limits soon, was all that Yami said as continued to run slowly towards the location they were heading towards. Sekke, who had a serious look on his face, was driving at a fast speed. He soon saw the figure of Asta and Leopold fighting off several robed mages and got prepared to take them down. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun lightning debuff magic, paralysis touch ice debuff magic, frost touch. Sekke's hands started glowing as both of his hands transformed into miniguns. One was slightly bluish while the other was slightly yellowish. Magic gathered in the hand-turned weapons as the barrels started rotating. Magic bullets started firing rapidly out of the guns and headed towards the robed mages, who were still unaware of the incoming Dark Lord. You guys are just unlucky to be facing Dark Lord when he is not in the mood to drag out the fight, muttered Sekke. Arg, what was that? Was all the robed mage who got hit by the first shot could say before his body stopped responding. A layer of ice appeared all around his body. Soon the other joined their frozen homemade as only one of the robed mage who stopped the bullets in time using a lizard made out of a gel-like substance. Oh. This is some interesting magic, just like the anti-magic. All of them who saw the people around them freeze up looked towards Sekke, who was now close enough that the bike's noise became audible to them. Sekke. My rival. TCH. Another magic knight. Oi Valtos. Can you not even do a simple job? Sekke, who noticed that he missed a few of them, transformed his hands back to normal and increased his speed. Soon he jumped off his bike and let it run straight towards the frozen gel lizard as he landed in front of Asta. Taking Ecstase out of his sheath, Sekke pointed it towards the remaining enemies and started charging his sword. Just as his bike crashed against the frozen gel lizard and broke it, Sekke fired the stored mana towards the remaining enemies. Bang, was all that came out of his mouth as a beam shot forward out of Ecstase's tip, blasting the people that got hit by it in the walls. Frost touch, paralysis touch. Gathering the mana on his fingertips, Sekke fired multiple magic bullets wrapped in his debuff magic towards the people whom he just attacked and restrained them as well. There, all done, said Sekke as he looked around his surroundings to check if he missed anybody else. Meanwhile, Asta, Noel, and Leopold were looking at Sekke with their mouths wide open. The evident shock of how easily Sekke took down all the people who they were having difficulty against made the two Black Bulls remember once again how strong and superior their squad's Dark Lord really is, while Leopold was just left speechless after seeing the actions of his rival. Stop showing off that mana already, thought Sekke as he could still feel the spirit's mana in the surrounding. Chapter 68. After finishing his job of taking care of the mobs, Sekke looked back at his squadmates and noticed that they were quite beaten up. His gaze then fell on Noel, who was trying to stop the bleeding from Fugolian's arm. His eyes narrowed a bit as he took Ecstase out of its sheath and focused on the mana stone embedded in it. Seeing that I was not captured by them means that they have yet to know about the mana stone that is in my possession, thought Sekke as he looked towards his side and noticed Yami and the others running towards them. Soon Yami and the others arrived and Anna immediately started checking Sekke's body for injuries. After she made sure that Sekke was fine, she sighed in relief and then looked around. There are quite a number of mages around here. Yeah, and they were well trained as well. If all the magic knights that were present in the capital were to be teleported away, they surely would have destroyed the capital. You are saying that they were trained but you took them down quite easily, Leopold said as she looked at Sekke with amazement, but soon he frowned and looked towards his armless unconscious brother. Seeing his gaze, Sekke and Anna looked towards him as well. Sekke then gave a pat on Leopold's back as the three of them moved towards the fallen captain. How is he? Is my brother fine? He is not the kind of person who will fall from something like this. Have some trust in your brother, Yami said as he looked at Leopold. Sekke stared at Fugolian for a while before he turned around and ran towards one of the frozen mages he fought against. Absorption line, blaze black flare. A whip encased in black flames shot forward from Sekke's gauntlet and wrapped around one of the frozen mages. Soon the man defrosted and was about to attack, but before he was able to, Sekke pointed his finger at him in the shape of a gun and fired a mana bullet at him. Debuff magic, sleep. And immediately the man fell and went to the land of dreams. He then grabbed the man by his collar and dragged him towards Fugolian and the others. Oi, what the hell are you doing? Asked Leopold as he looked at Sekke with a strange expression. Making sure that your brother can fap once he wakes up. What? Just get to the side. Saying that, Sekke dropped the man beside Fugolian and then gestured to Noel to get away from him as well. Noel followed and got away from Fugolian as Sekke crouched down near the man and removed the cloth around the wounded region, making Leopold frown. What are you doing? Asked Leopold with anger in his voice, but Sekke ignored the ginger head and made some preparations. Soon the pages in his grimoire started flipping as he touched both Fugolian and the man he brought. Body debuff magic, damage transfer. Reciting the name of his spell, his hand started glowing as a pained expression appeared on his face. Seeing that he was doing something to his brother, Leopold tried to barge in and stop Sekke, only to be stopped by Yami, who just focused on his subordinate. Anna too decided to stop Sekke since she saw the pained look on his face, but stopped herself from doing so as she didn't want to stop Sekke from doing what he chose himself to do. She believed in him and believed that Sekke knew that something like that would happen. Yet he decided to do so. I will stop him if it looks like it is going to be dangerous, thought Anna as she clenched her fists to stop herself from doing something reckless. Meanwhile, Sekke, who was using his magic, was suffering from an infuriating amount of pain as he was transferring the damage that Fugolian sustained to the enemy mage through his body and was himself feeling that pain that Fugolian would have suffered. Soon the other noticed the glow on Fugolian's severed arm and widened their eyes in surprise as they saw that the arm started to grow back. They looked at Sekke with a shocked expression on their faces while Yami continued to look at them seriously and thought. His spell is like Julius's, but it looks like he is suffering from pain himself as well. He sure is gutsy one to do something like this. Sekke looked at the glowing regrowing arm and clenched his teeth. He really wanted to scream out loud because of the pain, but stopped himself from doing that since it would look uncool for the Dark Lord to scream out loud from pain. Damn it. This is hurting like hell. I too want to just fall unconscious like him, thought Sekke as he looked at Fugolian with an envious look on his face but didn't stop his magic. It was not very Sekke-like to give up midway, and it was his mentality that made him continue the process despite the pain. A few minutes passed by as Sekke continued to heal Fugolian. Sekke, who was finally about to finish the healing, started getting excited. He clenched his teeth, and as soon as Fugolian's arm healed, Sekke looked towards the other man and transferred all the pain that he gathered into his body. Immediately after that, the other man's arm got severed just like how Fugolian's was, and blood sprayed out of his body. I am done. Ah. Declaring that the process was over, the other got excited but soon got shocked after seeing Sekke fall on the ground while holding his arm and the sudden shower of blood that happened because of the man's arm being cut off out of nowhere. Anna and Noel immediately went to Sekke's side as they saw the Dark Lord holding his arm, which was hurting like hell, while tears gathered in his eyes which were being held back by Sekke. Can't cry. Dark Lords don't cry from pain, thought Sekke as his grimoire started flipping, and he pointed his finger at his forehead and used a spell. Debuff magic, sleep. And in an instant, his body loosened up and he fell asleep without caring for the question that the people around him had. Oi dumbass. That blood ruined my pants. Chapter 69. Sekke, who was unconscious after using his spell, was sleeping calmly without any care of the world. Anna, who sat down and decided to give him a lap pillow, was silently patting his head with a small unnoticeable smile on her face. Seeing the scene of his partner lying unconscious in Anna's lap made Sekke slightly pissed, though she still stopped herself from pecking a hole in Anna's head as she didn't want Sekke to be disturbed. She slowly flew down towards Sekke and landed on top of his chest and stared at the unconscious Dark Lord's face. While this scene was happening with the Dark Lord, on the side the other magic knights were looking at Fugolian's regrown arm with awe. Leopold was hugging his still unconscious brother tightly while muttering his relief and thanks to Sekke. Asta being Asta was happy seeing that Fugolian was safe. Noelle was blushing furiously as she was supporting the injured bare-chested Asta's body. Charlotte was wrapping up the man whose hand was traded off for Fugolian's. And Yami was looking at his pants which were soiled by blood with an annoyed look on his face. "Geez, I bought these just recently, oi dumbass, I will make you pay for it," said Yami as he looked at Sekke. Seeing him asleep, Yami took a whiff of his cigarette and then looked around the surroundings. "Still, looks like it all ended quite faster than I expected," said Charlotte. "Oi, prickly queen, don't you know something troublesome happens when those kinds of words are said at moments like this?" "Shut your disgusting mouth. Anyway, we still need to find the other magic knights. We don't know where they are, but they must be teleported quite far away," said Charlotte as cursed at Yami. Why do you have to sound like that, Charlotte? Yami will hate you if you keep acting like that," thought Charlotte as a chibi Charlotte rolled around in her imagination while holding her head. While the two captains were talking to each other, one of the mages who attacked the kingdom, a bespectacled girl whose body was encased in a layer of ice, glanced around her surroundings. "Ah. I was right to cover myself with my gel magic before that spell hit me. Still, this magic is fabulous. I want to get my hands on that boy and do some research. Also, I want Asta as well. His anti-magic is something way more interesting than any magic that I have seen," thought Sally as she looked at Asta and Sekke. Asta is injured and that boy who attacked us earlier is unconscious. It is the best time to catch them. But I don't have a way to get out of here since Valtos is captured as well." Seeing the unconscious and weakened lab rats, Sally started to get tempted but made sure to not catch their attention since two captains were nearby as well. Let's ask Raya," thought Sally as the magic communicator that was present near her ear lit up. "Raya-san, we got caught, help us," was all that Sally said without thinking twice. Just as Sally used the magic communicator, Yami's eyes turned sharp as he immediately used Ki. Sensing Sally's movements with Ki, Yami looked at the frozen girl with a slightly serious look which made the supposed-to-be frozen girl widen her eyes a bit in surprise. Yami sighed and blew out a smoke cloud from his mouth. He then took out his katana and said, "Oi, prickly queen, this is why you should never raise a flag." Hearing his words, Charlotte looked at him with a confused look on her face but soon frowned as she felt the disturbance in the mana around her. A huge black portal appeared around the frozen mages and people wearing the same kind of robes as the frozen ones came out of it and started attacking the magic knights. Dark magic, dark cloak Tgthegood / Yami immediately intercepted the incoming attacks with his own, and seeing that made the other magic knights snap out of the trance as they got prepared to fight as well. "Ah. More of those with cloak guys, Cam. I will be taking you, Asta," declared Sally as an arm made of gel launched towards Asta and engulfed him immediately, successfully trapping the mana-less boy. "Asta. My other rival. Now the other one," said Sally in an excited tone as she looked at the unconscious Sekke and launched another slime tentacle. "Sekke. My original rival." Noelle and Leopold looked at Sekke with a concerned look on their faces since they knew that he was still unconscious. They followed the tentacle that was moving towards Sekke at blinding speed with horror in their eyes. Fire magic, raging flare. But before the tentacle could get even anywhere near the unconscious Dark Lord, a wave of fire engulfed it and destroyed it without much trouble. Noelle, Leopold, and Sally looked at the scene with surprised looks on their faces. Meanwhile, Anna, who was looking at Sekke with a loving smile while gently patting his head, suddenly looked up at Sally with a cold expression on her face. "Try touching even a single strand of Sekkuin's hair and I will turn you to ashes," said Anna with a threatening glare as her grimoire started floating beside her. Sekke, who felt the sudden temperature change, frowned a bit but remained asleep, albeit he looked a bit more uncomfortable than before. He started moving around to get back into a comfortable position and started adjusting his body. Anna, who was feeling his movements, felt ticklish as Sekke moved around, but for some reason, she felt happy and hot from time to time. "Ah, that won't do, I need him for my research, so give him to me." Gel magic, sticky salamander. Using her magic, a high amount of gel gathered around her as Sally got on top of the huge salamander and looked down on Anna, who looking back at her. "Salamander, go." Pointing her hand forward, Sally made the salamander move towards Anna and Sekke. "Seems like you won't listen peacefully," said Anna as she looked down at Sekke. "Don't worry, Sekkuin, I will give my 100 and won't let anything happen to you," said Anna with a smile on her face. But just as she said that, the smile on her face got stiff and so did her whole body. Anna, who was looking at Sekke with a smile, suddenly turned silent as she felt something. She turned to look behind her and was speechless at what she saw. Seeker, who was worried about what suddenly happened to Anna, decided to look at what Anna was looking at, flew on top of her head, and followed her gaze only to see Sekke's hands on Anna's butt. "I am going to give my 200, was all that Anna said before she looked forward at the incoming salamander. A slightly excited smile appeared on Anna's face along with a blush on her cheeks. Sekke, who was still unaware of what was happening around him, started to unconsciously squeeze the plump and soft object in his hand. A high amount of mana gathered around Anna as her blush intensified. "Won't. That's cute lot of mana." Charlotte and Yami, who were fighting the newly arrived enemies, also felt the huge amount of mana behind them and were slightly surprised that the one who was releasing that much mana was the peasant from Crimson Lions. "Oi, you two dumbass. Take Fugolian and run." Noel and Leopold immediately followed Yami's order as they too felt the mana that was increasing around them to a dangerous degree. Fire magic, fire tornado. The chaotic mana that was surrounding Anna suddenly started to become dense, and in an instant, a fire tornado appeared near the salamander and started pulling everything around him towards itself with great force. Some of the unfortunate mages who got caught up in Anna's attack tried to resist being pulled away. But in the end, the suction force of the tornado was too strong for them, and countless bodies got engulfed in the terrifying spell and got burnt to crisp. Anna, who looked at the huge fire column in front of her, was totally speechless. She then looked down and looked at Sekke and thought, "I got a bit wet, it feels good." Chapter 70. After the tornado made up of fire subsided, the robed people who weren't caught in the attack immediately rushed away from the magic knights, and soon black portals appeared below them, allowing most of the robed magicians to escape. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord, who was drooling while fondling something soft, was being glared at by Sekke, while Anna was looking at him with a slight blush on her cheeks. "If only I was in my original body," thought a certain anti-bird as she looked at her partner who was sleeping in someone's lap. "Sekkoen is looking so happy. Ah, it's making me happy as well. His hands are so big and rough, yet his touch is oddly satisfying," thought Anna as she looked at Sekke. The other magic knights looked at the black-haired girl who used the huge fire spell suddenly were still a bit shocked, except for the captains who were now busy capturing the robed magicians who were left behind. Later that day, Sekke, who was unconscious for quite a while, finally started to wake up. "It's fine, just leave him to me, you must be tired, right? I am absolutely fine, so you need not worry about me." Sekke, who was starting to regain his senses, heard two people near him who were most likely bickering. "What the hell is going on?" thought Sekke as he slightly opened his eyes and tried to lift his body. "Sekke. Seksan. Sekkoen." Seeing Sekke finally gaining his consciousness, his friends around him started making a ruckus. They were both happy and worried about him, but Sekke just ignored his surroundings as he still felt a bit groggy after waking up. "Seeker." Immediately asking about his familiar whom he was not able to find anywhere, Sekke started looking around only to see that a lot of people were around him, and for some reason Anna was directly in front of him with their faces just a bit away from each other. Seeker, who heard her partner call for her as soon as he woke up, made her a bit happy as she flew off Asta's head and landed on Sekke's shoulder. Feeling the familiar weight on his shoulder, Sekke looked in its direction and smiled at seeing the familiar expressionless anti-bird. "So there you were, wait a minute." After finally realizing what he was doing before he fell asleep, Sekke jolted up and looked around carefully as he saw the magic knights from the decoration ceremony all around him. "Judging by my surroundings, I guess that the situation is stable for now," said Sekke as Klaus gave a nod. Sekke, are you okay? You aren't injured? Seksan. Are you alright? Are you injured somewhere? Does it hurt somewhere?" I am totally fine, no pain at all," said Sekke with a smirk. "Then why did you fell unconscious?" asked Klaus. "Well, let's just say the pain of having your hand cut off and then making it grow slowly is not something you would like to experience, unless you are into that stuff," said Sekke with lifeless eyes as he looked at his arm, which suffered from the extreme amount of pain. Hearing his words, the ones who didn't witness the situation got pale and glanced at Sekke's arm, while the others who did witness the scene of Sekke healing Fugolian were still shocked after hearing what Sekke experienced because of his spell. "What happened, Anna? Are you injured or hurt somewhere?" "No, my legs are just a bit numb," said Anna as she, Asta, and Noel explained how she took care of him once he fell asleep. Hearing that, the Dark Lord immediately crouched down to match Anna's eye level and said, "Thank you for taking care and saving me, and I apologize." But before he could finish, Anna raised her hand and placed it on Sekke's mouth. "There is no need to apologize, I did that because I wanted to, so don't apologize to me, your gratitude is enough for me," said Anna with a small smile on her face. Sekke looked at her for a while before he nodded and stood up and extended his hand for her to get up as well. Anna took his hand and blushed as she remembered the hand which groped her but earlier. Seeker and Mimosa looked at the two of them with slight envy as Seeker just slapped his head with her wing. "Ow! What was that for?" Sekke, who got the sudden wing slap, looked at the culprit only to see the bird look back at him before she extended her wing and caressed Sekke's cheek. Sekke sighed seeing the familiar action and realized that the bird on his shoulder was worried for him as well. He smiled at Sekke and thanked her before he looked back at Anna who stumbled a boy because her legs were still numb. Immediately catching her body, Sekke looked at her face which got buried in his chest and was about to ask something when he felt the girl taking a deep breath. He was about to ask about what the hell was she doing, but before he was able to, Julius and Marx came which gathered everyone's attention. Even Anna stood straight but was still leaning against Sekke as her legs were still not responding. Julius then explained the situation about Fugolian who just as Sekke expected was still in a comatose state. He also explained about the duty of the Magic Knights and what the people expected from them. Soon Noel's siblings left the group as Nozel led them with a slightly pissed off expression on his face. Leopold then came out of the building by supporting his body against the walls and declared something about getting stronger and all. Asta. Sekke. As fellow rivals who face the life and death situation, I promise you two that I will get stronger. Stronger than you two as well, so make sure to not slack off. Well, there is no harm in trying, best of luck, said Sekke. But just keep in mind if you want to get anywhere close to the level of the Dark Lord you need to throw away your humanity, said Sekke with a grin as he pointed his finger at himself. Sekke gave up his humanity. So Sekke is not a human. As if solving the biggest mystery, Asta pointed his finger at Sekke with a shocked look on his face. Hearing his answer, the rest of the people near him looked at him with a deadpan look as they sighed. Really bruh? Said Sekke. Sekke, what are you? Asked Asta. Obviously, better than you, replied Sekke in a calm tone. Ha! What the hell did you say, you bastard? How the hell are you better than me? Well, for starters I am bigger than you. Ugh. How does that matter? That doesn't count. Oh. Yeah, I have a bigger sword than yours. My sword is bigger than your toothpick down there, said Sekke with a smirk. Asta, who took a few moments to realize what Sekke meant, soon gritted his teeth and looked down knowing that what Sekke said was true, but there was no way he was going to accept that. He glared at Sekke who just smiled back at him. Chapter 71. A few days passed by since the whole capital zombie attack occurred. And needless to say that because of his contribution to protecting the citizens of the capital, the Dark Lord was promoted once again. Though every Magic Knight who participated in that event got a promotion too, that's not important. The main thing was that Sekke was now a second-class senior Magic Knight. He also got quite popular amongst the people of the capital as being an odd Black Bull member who saved the citizens during the attack when most of the other Magic Knights were not even close by. But despite all of these achievements, the Dark Lord didn't get conceited and just led his daily life. Currently in the Black Bull's HQ, or more correctly inside Sekke's room, Sekke, Vanessa and Sekke were pondering over a serious matter. So what do you think I should do, Vanessa-san? Asked Sekke as he looked at the pink-haired woman. Vanessa, who was reading a letter without even looking up, said, no matter how you look at it, it's an invitation to a date. Just as those words escaped Vanessa's mouth, Sekke, who was sitting on Sekke's shoulder, started pecking his head with all her strength. Reject it. Reject it. Reject it. What other answer could there possibly be? Were the thoughts that his familiar anti-bird had. Ow ow ow, cut it out, Sekke, ow. Sekke, who defended his head from the barrage of beaks, caught the bird in his hand and held her still. Vanessa acted as if nothing happened and put the letter back in the bed and said, well, this Anna person is just asking you out, I think that you should do what you want. Sekke looked at the letter that was placed on his bed and started having many thoughts with a very, very serious look on his face. Seeing him have such a serious look on his face, Vanessa's eyes widened a bit as she thought, what the hell is so complicated about this that it is making him have such seriousness? Hey Sekke, it's just a date, you don't have to worry this moo. That's what she said. Just as Vanessa was about to finish her sentence, Sekke yelled out loudly as he immediately stood up. Both Sekke and Vanessa were shocked by his sudden outburst as they looked at the blonde boy with surprised looks on their faces. It's the same shit that bitch Stella told me and then shoved a gun down my throat when I tried to reject her. Thought Sekke as the memories of the bitch from his previous world resurfaced. Sekke shook his head so as to clear his thoughts and said, no, that's not the problem, Anna is nothing like her, but what if she's just trying to act like that in front of public just like that bitch? Calm down Sekke, calm down, and who the hell is this bitch that you are mentioning, said Vanessa as she made Sekke sit back on his bed. Sekke, seeing her partner like that, got worried and hopped onto his shoulder and started patting his back. Sekke took some deep breaths and soon calmed down and said, no one, just a bad memory that is best kept buried, anyways onto the current agenda. Sekke held the letter in his hands as he ignored the pink-haired woman and the anti-bird and said. I don't think it will be a problem, actually scratch that, I am going on this date, I need to face this someday anyway, after all the Dark Lord's charisma will invite such situations from time to time. Sekke, who had a resolute look on his face, immediately got a wing slap from Sekke, who once again started pecking his head with all her might. Ow ow ow! Cried Sekke as he fell from the bed. Vanessa, who looked at the scene in front of her, chuckled and said, "Fufu, well, it's interesting to see that someone like Sekke, the Dark Lord, will have such trouble with going on a date with a girl." That comment immediately reached Sekke's ears as he shot up from the floor and said, "Oh please, it's just such a trivial matter that it never crossed the Dark Lord's great mind, that's all." Well, it was partially true, since Sekke, who since his childhood was so fascinated by magic which was not present in his previous life, never had a single thought about dating someone. He just practiced his magic to get stronger to reach his goal of becoming the Dark Lord, and just enjoyed his life without thinking much about it. Plus the shitty romantic life in his previous world left a slight trauma on him. Plus she protected me while I was unconscious, so I want to repay her as well, said Sekke. He decided to go on the date. "Well then, good for you then. By the way, why did you call me for such a matter?" asked Vanessa. "Well, I just wanted to make sure that I was comprehending the letter correctly, so I sought after someone who had some experience with these types of things, and you seem to be the best option in the squad," said Sekke. "What about Finral? He should have been a better candidate for this. Can you tell me the number of times he got himself to date a girl?" said Sekke as a look of realization flashed on Vanessa's face as the whole room turned silent. Meanwhile, at some other part of the Black Bull's HQ, Finral, who was reading a not-so-children-friendly magazine, felt as if an arrow pierced his heart. Chapter 72. The next day at the Black Bull's HQ, a man could be seen sitting on top of the building with a thoughtful expression on his face. The said man was Final, the Ride the space magician of the Black Bulls. And currently, he was in a great dilemma about who to invite for a mixer that he arranged. "Asta's a delight, so I am definitely taking him," thought Finral as he nodded several times. Now the main question is, who to take in as the third member. Someone who won't spoil the mixer and also not make the ladies too much attracted to himself, thought Finral. Deciding to do the thinking as he looks over all the members, Finral opened a portal and jumped through it. After looking at most of the members of his squad, Finral decided to invite Luck as the third member, since the other members were somehow not fitting his criteria. "Yosh, now let's just get Asta and be set on our way," declared Finral. "Yeah. I will beat the crap out of everyone at the mixer. Ha ha ha." But soon he stopped thinking about that and went to look for Asta, as he was nowhere inside the HQ, which meant that he must most probably be in the training area, and just as he thought, Asta was indeed there. Though he was not alone, as Sekke and Ains were there as well, making Finral groan. Out of all the members whom Finral considered to be the third member, Sekke was not one of them. Because currently, Sekke's popularity amongst the people of the kingdom was very high, and taking him along might lower the chances of him hitting up with a girl. Well, I can just hope that he would not be interested in the mixer, and if not, I can just say that the 3 people are already selected, thought Finral as he decided to call Asta. But the moment he decided to call Asta, he saw Asta and Sekke, who were sparring with their respective swords, throw their swords away and glare, and the skeleton, who was looking back in their direction. "Oi, why did you take over my body again?" yelled Asta as Ains immediately fired a magic bullet from his finger at the mana-less boy and possessed his body once again. "But didn't you two say whether I would like to join the sparring session or not?" asked the possessed Asta. "We meant on your own, not by possessing him. I was just curious whether you have some kind of attack magic or not," said Sekke. Smacking his bony fist on his bony pal, Ains gestured that he understood and gave a thumbs up. He then gave the control back to Asta and took some distance from the two, who took their swords back and just waited for the skeleton to use his magic. "Ains, you need not worry, just take it at your own pace." "Yeah, you bony bastard, bring it on." But just as the 2 teens who were holding swords said that, the atmosphere around them started to change and a huge amount of mana started gathering around Ains, and his grimoire started floating beside him. Sekke, who felt the amount of mana that started gathering around Ains, widened his eyes in shock and got serious. Even Asta, who could not feel mana, could somehow tell that the situation was serious and took his stance as well. Ains, who noticed the 2 swordsmen prepared to take his attack, started gathering even more mana, but soon realized something and started looking around, when suddenly his eyes fell on Finral and Luck. Not wasting any time, Ains pointed his finger at Finral and fired a magic bullet at him. And not even a moment later, he was now in possession of his body. That shorty doesn't have any mana, but being in a body with a little amount of mana is not that great of a feeling as well. Saying his part, the possessed opened a portal and appeared beside Ains' real body and said, "Now as you asked, Sekke, twerp, here comes my attack magic." Why is Finral senpai fighting as well? And why at his side? Idiot. That's not Finral-san. Ains has taken over his body so that he can speak. Oh. Got it. Ains, who let the 2 kids in front of him finish off their talk, moved his bone arms to the side as a vortex of wind started forming. Possession magic, mana possession, elemental burst. Thrusting his hands forward, Ains fired the 2 giant and powerful vortex at Sekke and Asta. Both of them immediately took some distance from each other as Asta held his sword up preparing for an attack, while Sekke sheathed his sword as his grimoire started floating beside him. That certainly is a string attack, but not something that the Dark Lord can't handle. Bronze creation magic, Hands of Giant. TCH, now even the bone bastard is using magic similar to Yuno's. What's so great about that handsome bastard and his magic? Yelled Asta as he saw the vortex of wind coming towards him and slashed it with his anti-magic sword, making the wind dissipate all over the area. Meanwhile, Sekke opened his hands wide and so did the two giant bronze arms as well. He then smirked as he moved his hands with full force and clapped his hands together, making the two giant arms clap as well, which in turn made a strong gust of wind push back the vortex coming towards him, and soon the two of them cancelled each other out and pushed everyone back from their spots. "Huh, see, that was nothing for me," said, as he narrowed his eyes to prevent dust from entering. "Heh, that what you get for using Yuno's crappy magic," said Asta as he trusted his sword in the ground so as to not get blown away by the wind. "Hey, this looks fun, I want to fight as well," said Luck with an excited expression on his face. "I just wanted to go on a mixer," yelled Finral, who was now back in control of his body, desperately clinging onto a tree branch as he saw the parts of a skeleton being blown away by the wind. Chapter 73. After both Asta and Sekke were able to neutralize Ain's magic, they decided to help the skeleton that got blown away in pieces and started reassembling him. But to their surprise, the bones that were scattered away soon started glowing and then rushed towards each other to assemble the body once again, and soon Ains was back to his normal skeleton form. Surprised by the sudden scene in front of them, both Asta and Luck looked at Ains with amazement. "Oh yeah, Asta. Asta. Want to go to a mixer? Finral was asked me and you to go with him there, he said it will be fun. We can fight there too." Finral, who was still hanging on the tree, mentally cursed Luck and then glanced at Sekke. "Heh, you are taking Asta and Luck to a mixer, well, it's good for them, well anyway, have fun you guys," said Sekke as he picked up the black bull robe that he found earlier and placed it around Ain's neck, who just gave him a nod. Sekke nodded as well and then looked behind as he saw someone coming towards them. "Sekke, hurry up or you will be late," said Vanessa. Is it already that late? Well then, see you guys later, have fun." Asta then asked Vanessa if she had any idea about what Sekke was going to do, and in the end both him and Finral were shocked after hearing that he was going on a date. "Well, then I am going," said Sekke. "Take care," said Vanessa. "Make sure to get something delicious, la," said Charmy. Giving a nod to the two girls, Sekke got out of the HQ building and saw Noelle forcing Magna to take her somewhere. She is most probably going to where Asta and the others are. Well, leaving that aside, Sekke's grimoire started flipping as magic gathered in his hands. Bronze creation magic, Bronze Rider. As his bike appeared, Sekke got on top of it but soon noticed Seeker, who flew down and took her place on the bike. "You coming as well, Seeker?" asked Sekke, to which Seeker just turned towards him and put on her small shades. Sigh. "Well, as you wish," said Sekke and poured mana into the bike and soon zipped away. Meanwhile, Secret, who was sitting in front of him, glanced back at her partner and thought, "I am only doing this because his mother asked me to take care of him and it is necessary to protect him from that bitch." Unaware of the thoughts of the anti-bird, Sekke drove to his destination and soon arrived in front of the town where they agreed to meet. Deciding to enter the town, Sekke got off his bike, deactivated his magic, and started to look around. While walking towards the meetup destination, Sekke noticed Anna, who was in her casual clothes, from a distance and took a deep breath. "Alright, Sekke Bronzaza, it's showtime," thought Sekke as he walked towards Anna, who was walking towards the destination. "Anna-san." Hearing her name being called out, Anna turned towards Sekke and widened her eyes slightly. "Hello, thanks for coming on such short notice," said Anna. "Thank you for inviting me," said Sekke as he looked at the black-haired girl in front of him. "This is getting awkward," thought Sekke as both of them just stood silent in front of each other, with Anna starting at Sekke. "If it is going to be like this, I don't think that I have to take any action," thought Seeker as she looked at the two of them from Sekke's shoulder. But little did the anti-bird know that she just raised a flag, and a lewd one at that. "Sekke-kun. Yeah. If it is not a bother to you, can we hold hands?" asked Anna without any hesitation. Hearing that, the people around them got silent and stared at the two of them with awkward looks on their faces. Many people were now looking at Sekke as if wondering what will the boy reply to the girl's question. Sekke was quite surprised as well by her sudden question and wondered if she was planning something. But he then noticed a faint blush on Anna's cheeks and with an awkward look on his face moved his hand forward. "Sure, I don't mind," said Sekke as Anna's eyes twinkled a bit. She then held his hands lightly and stood there without saying anything, but soon a smile that Sekke knew was rare for her appeared on her face. Sekke and the people around them blushed as they saw the expression on her face. Thank you Sekke, said Anna as she looked up at Sekke with a soft smile. And then for the first time in his life, the Dark Lord felt a throb in his heart. Sekke, who suddenly felt a bad premonition, immediately glanced towards her partner and saw him staring at Anna with a gaze that for some reason she didn't like at all. Don't fall for it. Mentally yelled Sekke as she swatted Sekke's head with her wing, making the Dark Lord snap out of his trance. Sekke then glared at Anna and thought, she is dangerous. Anna immediately noticed Sekke when she swatted Sekke's head and noticed the bird glaring at her. Ow, what was that for Sekke? Sekke, are you alright? Asked Anna. Yeah, anyways, shall we look around for a while? Asked Sekke, to which Anna nodded with her usual emotionless face while she continued to hold his hand. My beak is really itching to peck a hole through their hands. Thought Sekke as she looked at the loot scene. Chapter 74. After the whole hand-holding ordeal with Anna was done, both Sekke and Anna started to head to the place Charmy told him about. And believing that Charmy was someone who would never recommend places with bad food, Sekke decided to follow his squad mate's advice and decided to take Anna there. Anna had no problem with that, since not only it was something that Sekke recommended, but also because at the current moment, she was unable to process information correctly as she was lost in her thoughts while still holding Sekke's hand. Sekke, who saw the two of them, was still a bit dissatisfied, but she felt a bit of relief too. She glanced at Sekke and noticed that he was now back to his normal behavior and was not acting like how he did when the fire bitch Anna asked to let her hold his hand. Sekke was now just leading the black-haired girl who was in her own world while greeting some people who recognized him from the zombie attack incident. He was back in his Dark Lord mode as he felt excited when some children looked at him with admiration. Sekke sighed seeing how simple her partner was and just hopped onto his shoulder and rubbed her head against his cheek. What's with the sudden kindness? Did you get mesmerized by the Dark Lord as well? Feeling calm again? Or are you still moody? Sekke just looked away from him, gesturing that she was still pissed at him, but soon looked back at him only to notice his soft smile. Sekke just looked at Sekke, who soon brought his hand close to her and caressed her head, making the anti-bird lean against his finger. But soon that caressing stopped as Sekke declared that they arrived at their destination, making both Sekke and Anna snap out of their trance. Why so soon? Were the thoughts that the two girls shared as Sekke soon freed his hand from Anna's and then went to check how the place was. Anna slowly followed behind him while Sekke just looked forward while still sitting on his shoulder. It's a tavern rather than a proper restaurant. Hey Anna, if you are not comfortable here we can just check out some other place. No problem Sekke, I am totally fine with this place, said Anna. After getting her consent, Sekke opened the door of the tavern and got inside. He then looked around and noticed that a lot of people were in the tavern happily talking while enjoying their food and drinks. Well, ain't it a lively place, muttered Sekke as he smiled seeing the people around him. Oh, welcome young man. Will you be eating here? That's the plan, any seat available for 2 people. That corner there, said the old man as he gestured towards a corner as he carried the various drinks to the other customers. Sekke and Anna soon took their seats and sat in front of each other. Sitting silently in front of each other, Sekke felt that the situation was very awkward. So Anna, I know that this is late, but thanks a lot for keeping me safe while I was passed out during the zombie incident, said Sekke as he took out a present from his safe and presented it to Anna. Anna, who saw the present in Sekke's hands, widened her eyes in surprise and said, Sekke, you don't have to do this, I would have saved you regardless of something like this, after all. After all? Asked Sekke. You not only saved MS but gave me a way to move forward as well, said Anna with a low voice as Sekke just tilted his head in confusion. Do you remember that time when you told me about the incident when you helped a child back in my hometown by giving away some food? Yeah, so. Wait, I am having a feeling that I just raised a couple of flags just now. He stared at Anna, who looked confused by his comment and thought, black hair, the kid had them as well, huge boobs, noise, that weird passion of staying close to me even though she doesn't have a reason to. Are you the kid from back then? Asked Sekke, to which Anna just gave a nod and lowered her head. Now that's some news. Anyway, here's a present for you, said Sekke as he passed the gift to Anna as if the previous incident never occurred. Both Sekke and Anna looked at Sekke with amazement, not believing how he just brushed the sudden revelation aside. On the other hand, the Dark Lord was feeling happy as he thought, so I was great back then as well, to make a child whom I helped not only remember but also become strong because of following my advice. It's tough being so great. Unaware of his thoughts, Anna was speechless and was unsure about what to say now. But that problem soon resolved as Sekke looked back at her with a smile and asked. So looks like we met each other all the way back then. Sorry, I thought that you were a boy for all this time, so it never crossed my mind that you could be the kid whom I helped. No need to apologize, I guess I looked very boyish back then, even the other kids used to tell me that, said Anna as she shook her head. Well, no need to worry, so, why don't you open it? asked Sekke as he glanced at the present. But. Just accept it. If you are not comfortable taking it for helping me, then let's just say that I am giving this to you as a present for the date, said Sekke. Anna smiled as she heard that and gave a nod before she started opening her present. Soon she opened the box and saw a single earring with a red gem. An earring. Not just any simple earring, it's a magic item that is capable of storing mana inside it and can provide you whenever you are in need, though there is a limit to how much it can store, said Sekke. Anna and Sekke were surprised as they heard the effects of the earrings, and seeing their expressions, Sekke was glad that he did take the trouble of finding something suitable in the pile of artifacts and riches in his storage. Though. In the end, he was not able to find the other one and decided to give her the one that he was able to find. Isn't it too precious? I can't possibly take something like this. I say otherwise. Protecting the life of the Dark Lord is no small task, and for that, I do say that it is a suitable gift, said Sekke. Sorry, Sekke, but I think I made it clear that I will not take anything for saving you, so you can have it back, said Anna as she put the earring back in the box and moved it towards Sekke. Sekke looked at the box in front of him and slid it back towards Anna. No. Anna looked at the box in front of her and slid it towards Sekke. Both of them locked eyes with each other as their small confrontation of passing the gift started making Sekke shake her head at their childish behavior. Soon the old man who was at the counter came and smacked both Anna and Sekke for causing a ruckus and keep sitting there without even making an order. In the end, with him being unable to give the gift to Anna, Sekke sighed and said, "We will settle this later, but first let's order." Anna nodded but made up her mind that she wouldn't accept that gift, which was something that Sekke realized as well and sighed. Soon their food and drinks arrived, and surprisingly Anna ordered alcohol, making Sekke wonder if she was a strong drinker. And he soon got his answer. "Sekke is so unfair, do I really look like a boy?" asked a red-faced Anna who was totally wasted in just half a mug. "Krr. Even Sekke," muttered Sekke as he saw the drunk wobbly anti-bird walking towards the fellow drunk. "Ah, Sekke's birdie," said Anna as she saw Sekke in front of her. Sekke looked at the girl in front of her and continued to stare for a while, but soon raised her wings and started slapping her cheeks with all her might. "Take this. Take this. Take this," thought Sekke as she let loose of her frustration on the fire bitch. Sekke just looked at the scene in front of him and wondered if he should inform Sekke that she is so drunk that she is not hitting Anna at all, who was laughing hard seeing the bird doing something weird. Chapter 75. Sekke. 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 Ha! Fell the power of the Dark Lord. Coo, you brat. Don't underestimate your elders. Sekke looked at the well-built man in front of him with an excited expression on his face. The old man, as if noticing his gaze, looked back at him and glared at the blonde boy in front of him. Currently, at the tavern where Sekke and Anna were dining, a small arm wrestling contest started of nowhere, and seeing that both Anna and Sekke were asleep, Sekke decided to take part in it as well. And at the current moment, Sekke, who had 4 consecutive wins, was now against his 5th opponent. Both Sekke and the old man gritted their teeth as the old man's hand started to slowly descend. "You shitty kid," said the old man as he tried to push Sekke's hand back. "I am not a kid, I am the Dark Lord," declared Sekke as he used all his strength to push the man's hand and made it touch the table. "Oh! Dark Lord!" The crowd erupted in excitement as all the drunk people near him shouted out loud as well. Sekke laughed proudly as the crowd became even more excited, but then suddenly his gaze fell on the table where Anna and Sekke were dozing off. "It's already pretty late. I guess we should be leaving now," thought Sekke as he pushed through the crowd and put Sekke in his pocket before he carried Anna on his back, giving her a piggyback ride. He already paid the tavern owner and just left the building as the others waved him goodbye. Coming out of the tavern, Sekke noticed that most of the stalls around him were already closed, signifying how late it was. But where should I drop Anna? I don't know where the Crimson Lion's HQ is. Well, no choice then, thought Sekke. The next morning when Anna woke up, she felt a severe headache because of her hangover, which made the expressionless lady's face scrunch up in pain. She then rubbed her eyes and then looked around and was confused by the unfamiliar room she was in. Sniff sniff. I reek of alcohol, oh shit. What did I do in front of Sekke? After calming down for a bit, she came out of her room with a small piece of paper in her hand. "Room 302, muttered Anna as she knocked on the door. But no response came. Knock. Knock. Sekke. Sekke. And after a while, the door opened, and a barely awake Sekke came out of the room. "Oh, Anna." Yawn. "Good morning." "Good morning," replied Anna. Soon Sekke started freshening up and got ready. Meanwhile, Anna just waited in Sekke's room and just hoped that she didn't do something horrible or embarrassing in front of Sekke while she was drunk. Sekke soon came out and told Anna what she did after she got drunk and informed her that he booked the rooms in an inn since he didn't know where her squad's HQ was. Sighing in relief that she didn't do something too embarrassing, Anna thanked Sekke for taking her to the inn. "No problem. Anyway, how much should I pay you for the room?" asked Anna as she took out her wallet. "No need for that, I already settled the bill last night," said Sekke as he shook his head. "That won't do, I should be the one paying, not to mention all the trouble you took to carry me here." "Don't fret about it, it was not a big deal." "Don't lie, Sekke-kun, it must have been troublesome." "Not at all, so just leave it at that," said Sekke, but Anna didn't relent at all. "Then how about you treat me to a meal on the next date and we settle it with that," said Sekke. Hearing his words, both Anna and Sekke widened their eyes in surprise and looked at Sekke. "You want to go out with me again?" asked Anna. "Ha! You want to go on another date with this girl?" thought Sekke as she looked at her partner. "Ah, right? If you are not troubled by it, do you want to meet sometime again?" Sekke, although was not blushing like a girl, but was still embarrassed a bit to ask out a girl. It was something he hadn't done in either of his lives since in his previous life any girl he started to take interest in mysteriously disappeared. Anna's brain short-circuited as she heard what Sekke said. But soon she snapped out of her trance and furiously nodded her head. "I would love to meet with you sometime again," replied Anna, hearing which Sekke smiled. "All right then." After that, both of them had their breakfast and left for their respective squad HQ. "What the hell happened here?" asked Sekke as he looked around the totally wet common room of his HQ. "It's Bacasta's fault," said Noelle as she pointed at the manaless idiot. No, it wasn't my fault, Noelle did it." The two fellow rookies started arguing with each other. Ignoring the two of them, Sekke asked Charmy about what happened here and found out the reason. Soon Yami came out while yawning and looked around the messy room. What the hell happened here?" asked Yami, not really caring about the situation. Asta slipped and fell on top of Noelle and touched a few of her no-no zone. She then got embarrassed and squirted water all around the hall, or so Charmy told me, said Sekke as he joined Charmy in her brunch. "Yes. That's what happened, although, what does SQI something mean?" Wah, how dare you?" said an embarrassed Noelle. "Sheesh, get a room to do all these nasty stuff," said Yami as he picked up his newspaper and headed to fight a battle against his mortal enemy, the toilet. Chapter 76. Clang clang. "Not good enough, are you even trying, you dumbass?" "TCH, then how about this?" Clang 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 clang. "Oh, you are picking the pace now, keep going." Currently at a clearing in the forest near the Black Bull's HQ, Yami and Sekke were having their occasional sword fight training. "Ha!" cried Sekke as he found an opening and tried to attack Yami. But Yami immediately used his katana to block Sekke's strike and got pushed back because of the force. Both of them looked at each other with serious looks on their face as Sekke pointed his sword at Yami and said, "Today is the day that I will beat you." Yami rested his sword on his shoulder and said, "We will see," and then dashed towards Sekke intending to attack. Sekke, who saw his captain going on the offensive, immediately parried the incoming attack. But the attack didn't stop at that. Yami immediately changed his sword's direction as he noticed Sekke trying to attack him. Clank. Blocking the incoming attack, both Sekke and Yami went to a standstill as Sekke tried to push through. But Yami, being the physically stronger of the two, pushed Sekke back and broke Sekke's balance. Sekke, who stumbled a step back, noticed the incoming katana and immediately used the flat part of his sword to redirect the attack away from him. Seeing that, Yami smirked as he noticed Sekke's dead-set eyes on him. Sekke, who was successful in redirecting the attack, immediately regained his balance and glanced at Yami, who now gave him an opening. Not wasting even a second, Sekke's sword CIT through the air in an upward slash. Yami, who noticed the incoming slash, slowly took a step back to avoid it. Only to immediately widen his eyes in shock as he saw Sekke take a step forward as well and change his attack's direction from a vertical upward slash to a horizontal slash aimed towards his chest. "Parry this, you filthy casual!" yelled Sekke. "Oi! Do you want to kill me? Stop dodging, you bastard! Take it like a man!" He then swept Yami's leg with his own, making his bent body fall on the ground, and tried to attack him once again, only for Yami to block his attack with his katana. Yami then immediately kicked Sekke away, gaining some distance from him, and got back on his feet. "Phew, that was close, oi! Dumbass, I will beat the shit out of you." "TCH, even that was not enough, Kirito mode on," declared Sekke as he made another sword with his magic and took his stance. It's 2 against 1, that's not fair." "Everything is fair for the Dark Lord," stated Sekke as he rushed towards Yami. Yami narrowed his eyes as he saw Sekke rushing towards him. Being more serious than before, Yami put his katana forward and blocked the two swords that were coming towards him. Too light. Shit. Thought Yami as he noticed the smirk on Sekke's face. Caught you. Thought Sekke as a malicious smirk containing all his frustration appeared on his face. Sliding his swords over the edge of Yami's katana, Sekke redirected his swords away from Yami, only to stop the moment his swords got out of the katana's range and change his attack direction once again. Yami, who saw the incoming attack, tried to move his katana to block it, only to find one of Sekke's swords blocking his katana's path. Shit, thought Yami as he got hit by the blunt sword which contained all of Sekke's brute strength. Hell yeah. Take that, you bastard. The Dark Lord finally wins. He then looked at Yami, who had his mana skin on, and said, "You used your mana skin, so you lose." Yami looked at Sekke with an annoyed expression on his face and said, "You were just lucky this time, you dumbass, but still, good job," and clapped his hands. Seeing Yami clap his hand with a helpless expression on his face, Sekke's smile widened as he felt that all the time he spent practicing his sword was worth it. Let me reward you for luckily defeating me this time," said Yami as he picked up his katana. Hearing that, Sekke looked towards Yami and noticed his grimoire started flipping. "Focus on my sword," said Yami as he held his sword tightly. Without even questioning, his Sekke focused on Yami's katana and noticed his dark magic gathering on the katana. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. Calling out the name of his magic, Yami fired a dark magic slash towards the sky. "Looks like I don't need to tell you what to do with that, right?" asked Yami as he glanced at Sekke, who was already into deep thinking. "Yeah, I guess so, cloaking magic, huh," muttered Sekke as he took out his debuff magic grimoire. Yami looked at Sekke for a while and then lit up a cigarette and thought, he is going to be more annoying to deal with now. And then walked back to the HQ, leaving an excited Sekke behind. Meanwhile, somewhere in a world filled with total darkness, a sudden flickering of light appeared as a deep voice echoed there. "Looks like I got a new host." But as soon as those words came out, the light started dimming down and soon disappeared, leaving the world in darkness once again. Chapter 77. A few days passed by since Yami and Sekke had their training spar where Sekke barely defeated Yami. And since that day he was focusing on the trick that Yami showed him. Currently, in the common room of the Black Bull's HQ, Sekke and Yami were cleaning their swords. "You don't need to clean that sword of yours, right? Why the hell are you wasting my precious powder?" "Oh come on, don't be so stingy, Yami-san, I know that I don't need to, but how can I not care for my precious partner? Besides, Ecstase-chan is like a soulmate to me, so cleaning her is just my way of showing my gratitude." Saying so, Sekke smiled seeing his sword. He then looked at how Yami maintained his katana and followed the same with his own Ecstase. Finished with their cleanup, both Sekke and Yami lifted their swords and showed satisfied smiles. "Now then, on to the next thing," said Yami as he stood up and put his katana back into the scabbard. Sekke looked at Yami curiously as he saw his captain walk away. "That is not the way to the toilet, where is he going?" thought Sekke. "Oi dumbass, gather everyone here within 10 minutes. Hearing Yami's commands, Sekke put his sword back as well and went to call the others. 10 minutes later, all the members of the squad gathered at the same place and stood before Yami, who handed them their salaries. "Is it just me, of my pay increased way too much compared to the last month's? Oh, I forgot that I got promoted," thought Sekke as he looked at his salary. "With this, my job is done. Also tomorrow's a day off," said Yami as he started walking away, only to be confronted by Luck and Vanessa, who started asking him to fight and drink with them. "Well, a day off, huh? I wonder what should I do? Any suggestions, Seeker?" "La, Sekke-kun, Sekke-kun." Suddenly, hearing his name being called out, Sekke looked at his short senpai. "Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" asked Charmy. "Nothing as of now." "Then come with me, I heard a large number of ingredients roaming around near a village, let's go and get them all," exclaimed Charmy as she raised her fist in the air. Ingredients? You mean monster hunting? Sure, I don't mind. What about you, Seeker? Want to go with Charmy-senpai? Sigh, well, if it means that he will stay away from that fire bitch Anna," thought Seeker. "Then it's decided, let's get going then," declared Charmy as various sheep appeared around Sekke and Charmy. "Huh, you mean right now?" asked Sekke as the sheep held Sekke and started running on Charmy's command. Seeing the two leave, Asta and Noel just waved them goodbye as Noel looked at Asta and asked, "But Asta, are you not planning to follow them? Normally you would be yelling and screaming by now about how you will defeat Sekke or something." "I really want to go and challenge Sekke, but I have something to do tomorrow, that's why I can't go with them," replied Asta. "Something to do?" asked Noel. "Yeah, I am going to meet Rebecca and her siblings tomorrow," replied Asta. Hearing his words, Noel remembered the red-haired girl that Asta met at the mixer. He is going to meet that girl. I feel like I am missing something really interesting right now, muttered Sekke as he took another one of the many snacks that Charmy prepared for their journey. La, try this one as well, said Charmy as she offered another one of her new dishes to Sekke and Seeker. Sekke and Seeker looked at the new dish that the little senpai offered them and gulped. Both of them were already filled to their limits, but the food looked so enticing that they were unable to resist the temptation. I will have to burn all these calories tomorrow, thought Sekke as he took a plate from Charmy and offered some of the food to Seeker. By the way, Charmy-senpai, why are we leaving so early? It's still night. Is there something specific you are aiming for? Asked Sekke. La, you are correct, Sekke-kun. You see, there is this tree monster that only roams during the night. I want to. Oh. There they are. Charmy, who was in the middle of her explanation, suddenly yelled out loud and pointed at a group of trees. Sekke and Seeker looked toward the place she was pointing at and saw various trees, but were not able to tell if they were any different from just their appearance. But Sekke and Seeker were both adept at sensing mana and could indeed tell that the trees were not normal. Suddenly the trees started shaking, making Sekke and Seeker a bit wary. La. After them, my sheep. As if in response to that, the trees got uprooted from the ground and some sort of legs became visible. Jaya. Faces appeared on the trunks of the trees, and Sekke and Seeker could clearly tell from their expressions that they were not the least bit friendly. Well, looks like I will be burning those calories right now, said Sekke as one of his grimoires started hovering beside him. Mana started gathering around the trees, and Sekke became serious as well and started preparing a defensive spell for the incoming attack. Jaya. The trees screeched in unison as roots started emerging from the ground. But contrary to Sekke's expectations, instead of rushing toward them in some sort of attack, the roots rose up and formed a wall in front of the trees. La, this is bad. The trees will run away and hide in the forest, and it will be very difficult to find them there. Hearing that, Sekke looked staring at the wall of trees in front of him and then turned back towards Charmy. Charmy-senpai, throw me up in the air. La. Hearing that, Charmy looked at Sekke, but seeing the confident expression on his face, she ordered her sheep to throw Sekke up in the air. Sekke, who was now up in the sky, looked past the wall of trees as both of his grimoires started floating beside him. Bronze creation magic, weapon make minigun ice debuff magic, frost touch. Mana gathered around Sekke's hands as two miniguns appeared in front of his hands. They are fast for just being trees, muttered Sekke as a smirk appeared on his face and he pointed his hands towards the trees. Now let me show you the Dark Lord's shooting capabilities, said Sekke as he channeled magic to the miniguns. The guns started rotating and bullets made up of mana launched toward the tree monsters. One of the monsters, who felt the bullets closing in on them, looked towards Sekke only to be hit by a bullet. The moment the bullet hit the tree, it stopped moving as a layer of ice appeared all over its body. Seeing one of their buddies stopping suddenly made the other monsters look towards Sekke as well, making them meet a similar fate as their frozen comrade. Sekke, who was done with his job, looked towards the ground and landed in the arms of the sheep. He then rushed toward the other sheep who were near the wall of trees and just sighed as he heard the cheerful voice of the excited Charmy from the other side of the wall. Chapter 78. After Charmy was done collecting the fruits from the tree monsters, Sekke defrosted the trees and set them free. Seeing the tree monsters run back to the forest, Seeke sighed and picked up a fruit that Charmy collected. So was that it, or do you have some more plans? Asked Sekke. La. We are just getting started, Sekke-kun. Well, as long as you let me taste those delicious dishes as well, said Sekke as Seeker landed on his shoulder and nodded her head as well. Charmy showed a thumbs up to Sekke as she took out a map from her bag. Sekke smiled seeing his excited senior and just fell back on the sheep standing behind him. After Charmy was done collecting the fruits, she ordered her sheep army to take her to the next location. Sekke and Seeker asked Charmy about the place they were heading to, and after knowing that it was going to take a while, the two decided to take a nap on top of the fluffy sheep. Seeing that, Charmy chided the two for not being enthusiastic about the food, to which Sekke and Seeker just snorted and went back to sleep. Just wake me up when we reach the place, or when you think we are in a danger, said Sekke as he drifted back to his sleep. And just like that, Sekke and Charmy continued their adventure, with Charmy showing Sekke some hunting tips that even the hunter whom he used to accompany before didn't know about. Sekke, who had been hunting since he was a kid, had a newfound respect for Charmy and asked Charmy to teach him more of her methods. Charmy, being Charmy, immediately decided to do so as she heard Sekke praise her. And just like that, their hunt was over. Later that day, Charmy and Sekke finally came back to the Black Bull's HQ, only to see some of the members not being there. The people present in the HQ were Yami, Finral, Gordon, Gray, Vanessa, and Ains. Oh, my dear friends, I am glad that you are back. Now let's sit together and listen to the adventures that you had, said Gordon in a soft voice. Gordon-san, let's do that later. I am going to take a bath and then head to bed straight, said Sekke as went to the bathroom. Later that night, Sekke, who was tired from hunting, was sleeping when suddenly he heard a loud bang, making both him and Seeker jump up in surprise. Oi, dumbass, wake up. Turning towards the source of the voice, Sekke found Yami standing there along with Finral, who was being dragged by Yami. What happened, Yami-san? Some guy just dropped here and said that they needed back or something. The others are totally wasted, so get your ass up and come downstairs, said Yami as he turned back and went down while dragging Finral along with him. Sekke rubbed his eyes for a while but soon got up and put on his uniform. What the hell is wrong with people? What kind of situation it might be that they need backup? Hurry up, dumbass, said Yami as he lit his cigarette. Where are Asta and Noel? Are they still not back? They are the ones who need the backup, said Yami as he puffed up a smoke. Sekke blinked his eyes at the sudden information and just stared blankly at Yami and Finral. Patali, thought Sekke, and then looked towards the bird sitting on his shoulder. Seeker, wait for me here, it might be dangerous, said Sekke as he looked towards Seeker seriously. Seeker looked at her partner's face and was about to peck him, but seeing the serious look that Sekke was giving her, Seeker nodded and then rubbed her head against his cheek. Be careful out there, thought Seeker as she flew off his shoulder. Sekke then stood beside Yami and Finral and gave a nod, gesturing that he was ready to go. Alright then, oi, open a portal to their location, said Yami as he looked at Finral. Why yes, shouted Finral as he opened a portal. But as soon as the portal opened, both Sekke and Yami felt the amount of mana coming from the other side of the portal and took out their swords. The duo then jumped through the portal and immediately noticed the speeding projectile that was launched in their direction. Sekke was about to deflect the projectile with his sword, but Yami beat him to it and slashed it with his katana. The two then landed on the ground and Sekke's eyes immediately landed on the blonde man with a white robe. A magic power comparable to mine, thought Sekke as the blonde man gave a small smile on seeing the new opponents appearing out of the portal. Captain Yami. Sekke. What are you two doing here? Why am I here? Well, obviously, I'm a little lost, give me some directions, damn it. I was kidnapped by the tank top wearing suspicious man, said Sekke as he pointed at Yami. Huh? What the hell did you say, you bastard? Captain, you were lost. And you kidnapped Sekke. Hearing the annoyingly loud noise, both Sekke and Yami looked at Asta as Yami grabbed Asta's head and started crushing it. Of course not, you moron, I was joking, dumbass, said Yami. I was being serious though, muttered Sekke as he looked away when he noticed Yami glare at him. Chapter 79. We are magic knights, of course, we're going to show up, said Yami as he continued crushing Asta's head. He dragged me out of bed and now we're in this mess, thought Finral as he looked at the amount of destruction around him. By the way, didn't I tell you to take a day off? Want me to give you a permanent vacation? Ow, 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 ow. Yami-san, we have someone waiting for you to get over with what you are doing, said Sekke as he looked towards the blonde man with flashy clothes. Yami too then looked towards the man and finally let go of Asta. So, what's the deal with him? Asked Yami. Apparently he's the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, replied Asta. The Eye of the Midnight Sun? Exclaimed Finral. Heh. I thought he'd be some big, burly guy who could eat a cow in a single gulp, but he's just a scrawny-ass beanpole. He wears too much makeup and jewelry as well, said Sekke as he focused himself on any incoming attack that might come his way. He knew that light magic was supposed to be the fastest magic there was, so he just wanted to be on the safer side. The zombie-looking guy then landed beside the blonde man and said, "That's the Black Bull's captain, and the other kid is the one who hindered our plan at the capital. Shall I summon the third eye?" asked the zombie-looking man. "No, I've always wanted to fight him, since he uses dark magic," said the light magic user. "It's going to start soon," thought Sekke as he unsheathed his sword. "Finral-senpai, get the kids and the injured to the town, Asta. If you think that you will slow us down, then go with him," said Sekke. "Sure, leave it to me," replied Finral. "I can still fight," replied Asta as he looked at Yami's back and got excited thinking that he was finally going to see him in action. Just as he said that, Finral asked Gauche and some white-haired kid if they were fine and all, and after he made sure that they were okay, he turned towards Yami and said, "Alright, Yami-san, I'm leaving the rest to you guys." "Oi, you better come back," said Yami as he glared at Finral. Hearing that, Finral started sweating and started making excuses. But soon after that, Sekke felt mana building up and noticed a blade of light launched towards Finral. Honestly speaking, I expected it to be faster. Well, can't complain though, it's hard to fulfill the Dark Lord's expectations after all. Yami intercepted the blade of light with his sword, making it shatter into small particles. "The hell do you think you're doing to my ride?" said Yami as he glared threateningly at the light magician. "So those blades just got speed, huh? They shattered immediately when they hit his katana," thought Sekke as he raised his sword and pointed it towards the light magic user. Extend, and almost instantly Sekke's sword extended forward and pierced through the light magician's stomach. Or so it seemed, but the light magic user just barely dodged the fatal wound. "Oh, you really are fast. Even Luck is not able to dodge one of those, but still looks like you did get hurt," said Sekke in a slightly surprised tone. The light magic user looked at his stomach and saw that the blade did slice through a part of his waist, making him frown. "You." But before he could complete his sentence, Sekke moved his hand, making his extended sword move along with it and slice through the light magic user once again. Surprised by the unexpected outcome, the sword struck the wound once again and cut him even deeper. But the light magic user didn't lose his composure and moved once again at light speed and appeared behind Sekke and the others. "Oi, dumbass, wait for my instructions," the makeup man was about to say something, said Yami as he looked towards Sekke. Do you want to hear his monologue? I mean, he is the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun and, oi, idiot, heal up or something while we are chatting, don't just watch us talk," said Sekke as he looked at the bleeding man who was almost cut in half. "He might have some important shit to share with us," said Yami as he totally ignored the terrorist leader. "Hey, we can just torture him and get info out of him later when we are done with kicking his ass," said Sekke as he too ignored the terrorist leader. The light magic user who just got advice from Sekke had some nerves popping on his forehead as his grimoire started flipping. Light magic, healing ray of light. The man started glowing as the wound started to close up at a great speed. "Listen here, it feels better when you beat someone after he is done with his monologue," said Yami, totally uninterested in the now healed up enemy. "Yeah, I do agree with that, it makes the difference between me and the opponent clearer," said Sekke as he nodded sagely. Seeing the two not even looking at him, the light user clenched his fists as his grimoire started flipping. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Multiple swords made of light magic appeared behind the man as all of them pointed toward the black bulls. Finally sensing the amount of mana gathering near them, both Sekke and Yami looked towards the light swords and thought, "Oh, he was here too." And immediately light swords started raining on them. Yami looked at the incoming blades and just let Ki guide him and started intercepting the swords. Sekke on the other hand didn't know how to use Ki, but his senses were already sharp enough to keep up with the incoming blades of light as he too started intercepting the light swords. Amazing!" exclaimed Asta as he saw both Yami and Sekke easily deflect the swords that he couldn't even follow with his eyes. "Calm down. I should not lose my cool," thought Patali as he looked at Yami and Sekke. "He is using magic to strengthen himself and cutting my light magic with a sword cloaked in dark magic, but that's not all." His gaze then fell on Sekke and he narrowed his eyes. He on the other hand is just using magic to strengthen himself. "What is that sword?" thought Patali. He felt anger well up from the inside as he looked at Sekke. "How about this then?" thought Patali. "He is about to move," thought Sekke as he felt mana gathering inside the light magic user's body. And just as he thought, Patali appeared behind Yami as light magic started gathering on his palms. But without even looking behind him, Yami cut the light magic with his sword. "So, this is the power of the great magic knight heretic," said Patali. "Seriously, I want to learn that as well," thought Sekke as he wished to learn Ki as well. "Oi, dumbass, stop using that sword of yours, it's way too much of a cheat for a battle of this level, you won't break your limits like that," said Yami as he tried to pierce the man only for him to move up in the air at light speed. Well, depending too much on items is not a good habit. "Anyway, let's just make it challenging," said Sekke with a smirk as a new sword made up of his magic appeared in his hand. But just as he said that, a black portal appeared below Sekke's feet. "Really, the same trick as before, do you guys even less?" complained Sekke as he jumped to dodge the portal only to see a flash of light in front of him as a hand appeared in front of him. Sekke closed his eyes because of the sudden brightness but still reacted fast enough to slash toward the incoming person as he felt his sword cut into some flesh once again. "Don't you dare underestimate me, you bastard, you are against the Dark Lord," said Sekke as he grabbed the stunned man in front of him and threw him through the portal at full force, making Patali appear in front of Valtos, who was about to fire a mana bullet through the portal. The light magic user crashed into the zombie-like man and both of them got hurt in the process. "It's very disappointing considering that he is supposed to be the leader," thought Sekke as he looked at his hand, which was bruised because of blocking the light magic attack. "I should not catch one of those with my bare hands," muttered Sekke as he opened and closed his palm and scrunched a bit because of the slight stinginess he felt. "Why you?" Sekke looked towards the source of the voice and saw a slightly angry elf. "The warm-up is done, I guess, now let's get serious," said Sekke. Chapter 80. Seeing the elf glare at him, Sekke just narrowed his eyes and smirked at the elf. The elf clenched his teeth as anger soared inside him, but it faded away soon as he heard the groan of the zombie looking below him. "Sheesh, doing a cabinet in front of us, get a room you too," said Yami as he blew out some smoke. Sekke looked at his totally chill captain and thought, well I mean with the two of us here, he is not that much of a threat. Valtos, are you okay? Asked the elf. Lick-sama, I apologize for my intervention, said Valtos. Don't worry, you tried your best but I think that you should leave those two to me, said Licht as he stood once again. You foolish humans, never seem to understand your place, said Licht as his grimoire started flipping pages. Light magic, light swords of conviction. Multiple swords of light started gathering behind Licht, seeing which Sekke's grimoire started flipping as well. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Sekke applied the dark magic on the sword he was holding as he knew that it would be easier to deal with light magic with a sword enchanted with dark magic. And as soon as Sekke finished applying dark magic on his sword, the rain of swords made of light magic started. Seeing that, Sekke turned serious and started intercepting the swords. It's faster now, thought Sekke as he destroyed the first sword that appeared in front of him. And soon multiple light swords started attacking Yami and Sekke. TCH, it's getting a bit challenging, muttered Sekke as he felt a bit of difficulty in keeping up with the speed of swords. It was true that he could still see the incoming attacks. But now they were appearing more like a blur to him. Previously he was able to deal with the attacks just by his instincts that were honed through his various years of being chased around by magic beasts during the hunt, but now the attacks were getting a tad bit more difficult to keep up with. TCH, getting full of yourself thinking that using faster swords could let you have an advantage against the Dark Lord. Let me show you what a real attack feels like, thought Sekke as his grimoire started flipping pages. Oi dumbass, you giving up already? Geez, what a wimp, said Yami in a mocking tone as he kept on destroying the swords while looking at Sekke and taking a puff from the cigarette which was in his other hand. Sekke, who heard Yami's mocking tone, widened his eyes in surprise and immediately his grimoire stopped flipping pages. Did that asshole just call me, the Dark Lord, a wimp? Thought Sekke as his eyes widened in shock. He looked towards Yami, who was intercepting the attack without any difficulty while casually looking at him and smoking a cigarette. That bastard is totally showing off, right now. Thought Sekke. Who the hell are you calling a wimp, you bastard? Yelled Sekke as he kept on using his sword to deal with the light swords which were grazing him from time to time. Who the hell did you call a bastard, you dumbass? Asked Yami in a cold tone as he started to move towards Sekke while still deflecting the swords. Do you have the time to focus on each other? Asked Licht in a slightly annoyed tone as he saw Yami and Sekke ignoring him once again, with Yami not even damaged by his attack. Licht stopped attacking Sekke and focused solely on Yami, who noticed that stopped moving towards Sekke and got a bit serious. Sekke, who was finally free from the incoming attacks, soon took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, to ignore the Dark Lord during a battle, that elf is going to pay for this. Oi, Sekke, are you alright? Yelled Asta as he came running towards him. Huh, you were still alive? Asked Sekke. Oi. Don't just kill me yet. Anyway, are you fine? I am the Dark Lord, you idiot. I am never not fine, said Sekke as he looked towards Yami and saw him talking with the elf. But you got hit by those swords? Meh, they are fast but weak, my bronze body magic is enough for dealing with that, but it still pisses me off seeing how his attacks are faster for me, said Sekke. He then looked towards Yami and said, well, no good will happen by just standing here, I am going back to deal with that elf bastard and make him pay for ignoring me. Seeing Sekke walk towards Yami, Asta immediately followed behind him, and soon both of them stood near the light and dark magic users. But, he kicked all their asses and became the boss of a group, the end. Said Yami as he slashed the final light sword. Well? What do you think of my response, Fable? Well, it's half of my life, actually. You bastard. You dare mock Lick-sama. Shut up. Your face is scary. Why are there lines on your face? Oh, you all are exchanging stories, huh, then let me tell you about the tale of the #1 hyperactive, knuckled ninja, the tale of Naroi. Let me finish my story. Yelled Sekke as he saw the incoming light sword and destroyed it. I don't have time for your useless stories, said Licht as he looked at Sekke. He then looked at Yami and said. As a foreigner, I suppose my story had nothing to do with you, would you mind stepping off the stage, then? And immediately light swords which were even faster than the previous ones started raining down on Yami. Seeing that, Sekke immediately got ready, but Yami raised his hand to stop him and started dealing with the swords. I wonder how long can you avoid a fatal blow? Said Licht with a calm look on his face. I really want to show that elf what fatal would actually are, muttered Sekke as he saw swords grazing Yami from time to time. But as if not even hearing his question, Yami asked, are you the guy who took out Fugolian? Hearing his question, Licht affirmed and started telling about how he set up a plan and all. Yami got slightly pissed at the elf and immediately went on the offensive, seeing which Sekke looked at his sword and thought, what am I even doing here, if I won't even get to fight? Chapter 81. Seeing his captain and the elf fighting a literal battle of light versus dark, Sekke looked toward Asta, who was looking at the battle with awe. Well, it is a great fight. But seeing how chill Yami-san is against that elf bastard's light speed attacks is making me a bit pissed. Well, seeing that I am not getting my turn anytime soon, let's get back to practice, muttered Sekke as he lifted his sword. You are going to practice right here? Yeah, I mean Yami-san is kicking his shining butt, so I don't think that we need to worry that much, not to mention I am on the backup if things start to look bad for Yami-san, said Sekke. Who is the backup here, you dumbass, said Yami as he landed beside the two boys and smacked Sekke's head. Ignoring the fact that Yami just smacked him, Sekke looked toward Licht and noticed a couple of cuts around his body. He then looked at Yami and said, teach me this trick that you are using to fend off those light attacks. Huh? Do you want to learn my secret technique? Alright then, but I will explain only once, the next time I am going to charge 500 yols, oi short brat, get here as well, said Yami as he smacked another light sword. Hearing that, Asta stood near the two and started hearing Yami's explanation about ki. After he was done telling them about ki, he raised his sword and smacked a magic bullet that came towards Asta from behind. Good timing, practice on that scrawny dude with slanty eyes, said Yami as he pointed at Valtos. Huh? On the scrawny dude with slanty eyes? That's too sudden. Of course, I can't. From where I come from there is a saying, a warrior never goes back on his word. You said you were going to become the Wizard King, didn't you? Surpass your limits, right here, right now, there's no other way. Asta stared at Yami for a while before a determined look appeared on his face. Yes sir. Yelled Asta as he took a stance. What about me, Yami-san? The scrawny dude is slow for me, he won't do, asked Sekke as he pointed toward the zombie-looking guy. You are going to deal with that light show, said Yami as he pointed his sword at Licht. Sekke nodded and then stepped forwards and said, then that means you're not going to interfere in my fight. Huh, who said that? 10 minutes, that's all I am giving you, learn ki within that limit, said Yami as he kicked Asta, who tried to sense the bullet only through his ears. Huh? Only 10 minutes? That's way too less. Ho, well I guess it's way too much to ask from a dumbass like you, said Yami with a sigh. Just you wait, that elf bitch is going down within 5 minutes, and that includes me leaning this ki shit as well, said Sekke with a beam popping on his forehead. Sekke looked towards Licht, who was looking at them with his usual calm expression on his face, and said. The moment I master this ki thing, you should be prepared for the consequences of ignoring the Dark Lord earlier. And then gestured for the elf to continue. He then closed his eyes and immediately cleared his mind and then took a deep breath. Concentrate, concentrate, clear your mind. Control your breathing, thought Sekke as the sounds around him slowly started to disappear. Yami's eyes immediately widened as he noticed the change in Sekke's ki, and a huge grin appeared on his face. This dumbass really is a monster of some sort. Thought Yami. Light, who was provoked by Sekke, pointed all the light swords behind him towards Sekke, but still decided to take a bit of caution and fired just a single sword at him. Seeing the sword fly towards Sekke at full speed, Yami, Licht and Asta looked at the scene with suspense, wondering what was going to happen. And just as the sword reached near Sekke, the three widened their eyes in shock. Ha, it was my mistake to expect much from a human, said Licht with a laugh as he saw Sekke's sword flying out of his hand in a completely different direction. Sekke. Ouch. What was that for? Don't shout, that brat is about to break his limits, said Yami with a serious look on his face. Not hearing what Yami said, Licht started firing light swords at Sekke, which continued to hit him. Though all of them got destroyed as soon as they hit Sekke's body because of his bronze body spell. I've wasted a lot of my time on you, it's time to get this over with, said Licht as the light sword started shining even brighter and immediately launched at Sekke at an even faster speed. What a surprise, you took the words right out of my mouth, said Sekke in a calm tone as he opened his eyes and looked towards the incoming light sword and punched it with full force. Seeing the staring light sword being destroyed by Sekke's punch, Licht's eyes widened in shock as Cell looked at his fist with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. It was a bit off, looks like it will take a bit of practice to get the precision up to a level. Seeing Sekke ignoring him once again, Licht got even more pissed at the blonde guy in front of him and started firing all the light swords towards Sekke. Feeling the mana coming towards him, the Dark Lord glanced at the incoming light attack and said, well, let's strike while the iron is still hot, and started punching the incoming light swords at full speed. Huh, this shit is amazing. So this is what Ultra Instinct feels like. Shit, this is reminding me of some bad memories. Muttered Yami as he saw Sekke punching through the light attacks. He remembered the figure of a woman using fire magic to punch the hell out of him with an excited expression on her face. A shiver ran down his spine as he looked at Sekke, who was now advancing towards Licht at full speed while dodging at punching through the light swords. Soon he got quite close to Licht and started gathering mana over his fist. Reinforce my body with reinforcement magic, gather magic around my arm in layers, thought Sekke as purplish mana started gathering around his fist. Oi! I will sue you for copyright. Shut up and just witness the might of the Dark Lord. Yelled Sekke as the blank pages in his grimoire started shining as words started appearing in it. Dark debuff magic, dark cloaked magic smash. Smash! Yelled Sekke, as the mana gathered around his fist. Launched forward in form of a shock wave of dark magic destroying all the incoming light swords in an instant, and headed towards Licht, who immediately moved from his spot along with the fallen Baltos. Soon the elf appears at a different spot as Sekke looked at him with a smirk and said, "Be prepared to face the might of Dark Lord, I am not going to hold back now." Chapter 82. Licht, who saw the shock waves of the dark magic used by the blonde magic knight in front of him, narrowed his eyes as the said magic knight just cracked his knuckles. "Looks like I have to take this bug seriously," muttered Licht. Feeling that the elf got a bit serious, Sekke just smirked as he got ready to deal with the next wave of attacks. But all of a sudden he felt something with his ki and immediately turned around only to duck the next instant, dodging a fist aimed at his face. "So this dumbass really learned how to sense ki this quick, talk about creepy," said Yami as he looked at Sekke. "What the hell was that for? 10 minutes still aren't up. How dare you copy my magic, you dumbass? Do you even care how long it took me to come up with those names? You don't come up with the names. The grimoire does. For copying my idea I demand payment," said Yami as he opened his hand asking for money. "Like hell, I'm gonna give you money," said Sekke as he started back at Yami. Licht, who saw the two of them ignore him yet again, was getting very irritated at the duo. To mock me to this extent. Veins popped up on Licht's forehead as he saw the two men arguing. His mana flared up, making the two of them finally stop and look at the elf. "Oh yeah, we still have to deal with this guy," said Sekke. "So he was still there, huh? He sure is persistent like a cockroach," said Yami as he puffed his cigarette. "Sekke, did you just call me a cockroach?" "Yup," said Yami as he stared at the elf. The elf remained motionless for a while when suddenly his grimoire started flipping. A large amount of mana gathered around the elf as a whip made of light appeared in his hands. Light magic, bright judgment whip. The long whip made of light started thrashing around, destroying the cave they were in. "I will crush you all like the bugs that you all are," declared Licht as he violently thrashed the whip around. Sekke, Yami, and Asta immediately started dodging the falling rubble as they gathered around. Sekke's and Yami's grimoire started flipping as both of them formed a barrier around them. Bronze magic, magnum shell. Dark magic, black cocoon. The two magics overlapped each other and formed a barrier around the trio as the rubble fell on top of them. "That's why I was saying instead of letting the dude monologue, we should deal with the bastard," said Sekke. "Heh, if you would have dealt a deciding blow this wouldn't have happened," said Yami with a snort, making Sekke glare at the man. The two glared at each other for a while, and once the crumbling stopped, the two of them along with Asta jumped out of the rubble. "You bastard, how dare you to drop all that rubble on me," said Yami as he pointed his katana at the elf. The elf along with the zombie guy stared at the trio, although the zombie guy was shocked seeing the three of them make it out of his master's spell without any scratches at all. "Now let's take it up a notch, oi chibi dumbass, deal with the scrawny-faced guy." "All right. Hope you are ready, scrawny-faced dude." "Good, I will deal with the light show," said Yami. "Wait a minute. That light bulb is my opponent." "Huh, what are you talking about? 10 minutes are up, your turn's over," said Yami. "That didn't count, I took a break during the time the rubble fell on us," said Sekke. "Sounds like a you problem, should have dealt a deciding blow when you had the chance," said Yami as Sekke continued to argue with his captain, ignoring the elf once again. "Then how about this, you fight him for 5 minutes and after that, I switch in and fight for 5 minutes, after which you switch back and so on," suggested Sekke as he tried to bargain. "Huh, now why would I do that for? If you can deal with him in your turn duration I will give you 1,000 yols, said Sekke as he moved his hand forward. "Deal." Not even thinking twice, Yami shook Sekke's hand and looked at the elf with an excited look on his face. "Those 1,000 yols are mine, it's been a while since I've let loose," said Yami. "Oi, light show, try to last at least 5 minutes, you can do it," cheered Sekke as he looked towards the elf. "You two are seriously annoying." "Ha! You are cheering for that guy." "The clock is ticking, Yami-san," said Sekke with a smile as he looked at the angry man. "TCH." Clicking his tongue, Yami tightened his muscles as mana gathered around him and erupted in the form of powerful pressure. Licht, who was angry beyond reason, fired light swords at the man as Yami lifted his sword and gathered dark magic around it. He then fired a dark magic slash at the light swords and rushed toward the elf. "Come here, you 1,000 yo light bulb. I am gonna smash you. You can do it, light bulb, just 4 minutes more and you can go down without any issues." yelled Sekke as he saw the clash between the light and dark magic users, making sure to jump in as soon as the time was up. You two are pissing me off, yelled Licht as he looked toward the two black bulls he was up against. Shut up and just get hit. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. The blade of dark magic destroyed the light spells, seeing which the elf teleported once again. Stop being a pussy and take it like a man, complained Yami as he ran towards the elf. Move again. Seeing the man rushing towards him, Licht made a sword of light in his hand and rushed towards Yami as well. Seeing that, Yami slashed at him as the two blades clashed against each other, making the two of them stop in their tracks. The two soon separated as Yami said, "You have a 4-leaf clover grimoire, which means that you are a citizen of the Clover Kingdom, right?" But instead of answering him, the man rushed toward Yami and started attacking him with his sword. Yami blocked the sword and jumped back, seeing which the elf smirked and said, "You are wide open," and immediately changed his light sword into a light whip and used it to attack Yami. Yami on the other hand just looked at the elf as his magic gathered around his katana. He cut the whip into pieces as he immediately jumped toward the surprised elf and with his full power tried to cut him in half, only for elf to move away at light speed as a dust cloud appeared around the area he was standing before. Licht then appeared in mid-air and started telling Yami about the discrimination in the Clover Kingdom. Yami just sighed and looked at the elf with a disinterested look on his face and said, "I am not seeing the point here, but I know one thing, I hate your guts." Jumping back into the fight, Yami started fighting the elf once again as Sekke looked noticeably worried. "Shit. At this rate, Yami-san will win soon. Oi, take a bit more time, you bastard. Don't you want to break your limits in the toilet or something?" Sekke's gaze then fell on Asta, who was struggling with his fight but didn't interfere just yet. He could see that Asta wasn't struggling much, and knowing him, he knew for sure that he will soon find a way to deal with his opponent. Sekke looked back toward the Yami-Licht fight only to see that Yami was just in front of the elf with a spell charged up around his sword. Fuck. Dark magic, dark cloaked lightless slash. The dark magic slash traveled toward the elf without giving him any time to dodge the incoming attack, and a huge cut appeared on the elf's torso as blood spilled out. "You just had to last one more minute," yelled Sekke as he saw the elf fall to the ground. "Captain Yami," yelled Asta, who miraculously was able to deal with his opponent at the same time. "Nicely done, chibi dumbass, bigger dumbass, get those 1,000 yells ready," said Yami as he pointed at Sekke. "TCH, whatever, I didn't want to fight that weak elf anyway," said Sekke as he kicked a pebble near him. Chapter 83. While Yami was talking with Sekke and Asta, Licht got back up on his feet, albeit stumbling a bit. "You got me," said Licht with a calm expression on his face despite looking quite beaten up. Hearing him, the three black bulls looked back at the elf, who out of nowhere, started explaining his theory about Yami's magic. "You are right, by the way, what's up? You can use recovery magic, can't you? So hurry up and heal, but while you're healing yourself, I'm going to get real close and chop you up even more. Now, Yami-san, don't forget the deal that we made." Suddenly hearing a familiar voice interrupting him, Yami looked toward Sekke. "Huh? What deal, dumbass?" "5 minutes are up," said Sekke with a smirk on his face. Realizing what Sekke meant, Yami looked back at Licht, who was still standing, and clicked his tongue. "Oi, that didn't count, that bastard was monologuing for a while," said Yami as he pointed his katana. Sekke, who was now doing his stretches, looked at Yami and shrugged his shoulders. "Sounds like a you problem." Sekke then turned his attention towards Licht, who was looking back at him, and said, "I hope you are prepared to face the Dark Lord. I'll admit that you are quite strong and very troublesome for our goal, but still compared to Yami Sukahiro you are not that dangerous," said Licht. "Don't underestimate the Dark Lord, no one had a good time after doing that," said Sekke as he finally got ready to get back into the fight. "Thanks for the heads up, but I don. Bronze creation magic, weapon make, Gaster Blaster." Not even allowing Licht to finish his speech, Sekke attacked. An animal skull made of bronze appeared beside Sekke as a beam made up of concentrated mana came out of its mouth and headed toward Licht. Because of being injured and exhausted from his previous battle with Yami, Licht was a bit late to react. The beam hit Licht's stomach, and that was the moment when Licht moved away with light speed. But the damage was done, and Sekke was sure that even with healing magic Licht was not fast enough to heal that wound in time. The Gaster Blaster charged up once again as it turned toward the location where Licht appeared. And once again fired the concentrated mana blast at him. "You know, I am quite grateful that you wrecked this cave earlier, firing this attack in a closed space would have been quite dangerous after all," said Sekke as he kept on firing toward Licht, who was now on the run, though he got hit by the attacks quite several times. The accumulated damage and fatigue were hindering his movements, and Sekke was taking full advantage of that. "So, want to discuss once again why it is a bad idea to underestimate the Dark Lord," said Sekke with a smile as he saw the flashes of light around him. "You are quite an evil man," said Yami as he looked at Sekke. It was his fault for talking that much in the middle of a fight, said Sekke. You are just pissed about the fact that he told you that you are not as dangerous as me, said Yami. Haha, I don't know what you are talking about, said Sekke as he laughed. Still, it's an effective way to deal with him, well as long as that dumbass doesn't get far away enough to be able to do something with his speed, said Yami. And just as Yami said that, Licht's eyes widened as he looked up towards the sky. The ceiling of the cave was destroyed by him, and not taking another moment he rushed out of the cave and got quite far up in the sky. Yami, Asta, and Sekke looked up where the elf was, and Sekke said, "You just had to word it out for him, huh? Didn't think that through, also wasn't expecting that shiny bastard to be listening to our conversation," said Yami as he scratched the back of his head. Light, who was now quite far up in the sky, started healing as he looked at the black bulls with an angry look on his face. "That's it, no more playing around, I will blast them all away with my strongest spell," said Licht. "So how are we dealing with him now? He will be quite troublesome to deal with, now that he got into his favorable distance, that is," said Sekke. "Don't know, break some limits," said Yami as he puffed his cigarette. "As you say, Captain Yami. I will break my limits and come up with a super duper cool move that will finish this." "Yeah, you do that, Asta," said Sekke as he looked back at Licht. While the three of them were talking, Licht was dome healing up to a functional state and got ready to fire his attack. His grimoire started flipping as a huge amount of mana started gathering around him. The black bulls who were looking at the elf getting brighter and brighter were getting serious, as both Sekke and Yami knew that the spell was quite bad news considering the amount of mana contained in the attack. Dark magic, black cocoon. Seeing the orb of dark magic surrounding them, Sekke looked toward Yami and said, "This isn't gonna work. Got any better ideas?" "You stay here, we run away, he will most likely hit you and we will be safe," said Sekke. "Heh, not happening, if I die here I'm making sure to bring you with me." "Huh? Why do I have to die, just because you weren't able to break your limits when you were in need? Don't argue with me, just die when I die." Seeing the black bulls ignoring him once again, Licht started getting visibly angrier. "Again and again and again. How is it possible that you two keep ignoring me when I am seconds away from killing you?" "Meh, that's a problem for me 10 seconds from now to deal with," said Yami as he shrugged his shoulders. Sekke shrugged his shoulders as well and said, "I am the Dark Lord, I will come up with a way to get out of this situation and kick your ass sooner or later anyway." "Huh, you have a way to get out of this situation?" asked Yami as he looked at Sekke. "Yeah, though I am not sure that it will work." "What are the odds?" 10 chance that we will survive." Yami puffed his cigarette and said, 10 huh, well better than 0. Seeing that they started another conversation, Licht gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "The three of you, you truly don't deserve to live in this world any longer." Light magic, divine judgment cannon. Calling out the name of his spell, a beam of concentrated light magic that was quite faster than the swords and witty enough for any of them to dodge, the three black bulls stared at it. Sekke narrowed his eyes as his grimoire started flipping and mana started gathering around him. But before he could even use his spell, Gauche appeared in front of them, with a huge mirror beside him. Mirror magic, full reflection. The light spell hit the mirror as it bounced back towards Licht, who widened his eyes as his spell came flying back at him. "Well, that's one way of countering that, I wasn't expecting him to come back on time though," said Sekke. "Well, looks like I haven't fucked the plot that much," thought Sekke as he sighed and deactivated his spell. He was a bit down since he wanted to test something out with that huge-ass light spell, but just let it go as he could try that with luck some other time. Chapter 84. Seeing Licht get hit by that spell and fall, the black bulls sighed in relief and walked toward the now fallen leader of the Midnight Sun. "He is still alive, huh?" muttered Sekke as he looked at Licht. "Probably resistance towards the same magic affinity," said Yami. Saying that, Yami's grimoire started flipping as he soon found the restraining spell that he was looking for. Dark restraining magic, dark bind. Restraining the two members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the black bulls took a seat on a nearby rock. They waited for Finral's mana reserves to get up to a point so that he could open a portal, while Sekke just waited cautiously. "I can give him some mana, but knowing what is about to happen soon, I don't think that it is a good idea to take this fight in some crowded area," thought Sekke. While Sekke was lost in his thoughts, the duo of Yami and Gauche made sure to rile Finral up. Asta just remained silent, making Sekke look at him. "Asta, anything wrong?" asked Sekke as he thought that it was weird that the gray-haired shorty was this quiet. "Sekke, just what is it that I am lacking? In the last battle, I barely did any of the work, it was mostly you and Captain Yami who took care of the enemy." Hearing him, the rest of the black bulls turned silent and looked toward Asta. Sekke stared at the gray-haired muscle twerp for a while before he smacked his head. "Wah! What the hell was that for?" "That was for thinking this much shit." You think that you can surpass the likes of the Dark Lord or that captain of ours only after a year of getting your hands on your power, then you stop dreaming. I have trained my power and body for more than 10 years. Yami-san and the others have even more experience under their belt. So if you are thinking that just because you trained your body from quite a young age and just a year of training with your anti-magic will make you stand at my or other strong mages level, then just give yourself a damn hard slap and wake up to reality, train harder and learn new skills and then try again. You got that? Yelled Sekke. Asta looked straight into Sekke's eyes for a while before a determined expression appeared on his face. He then stood up, took a deep breath and without holding back slapped his cheek with full force. Ouch! That hurt like hell. I will train like hell and surpass all of you, and after that, I will become the Wizard King. Oh! And marry Sister Lily. Just wait and watch Sekke. Ha ha ha. Ha, what the hell are you talking about? Like hell you can surpass me, maybe you are still dreaming, slap yourself once again, said Sekke. Like hell, a short dumbass like you can surpass me, I knew that you had some screws loose but I didn't know that you were such a gone cause, said Yami as he looked at Asta with pity. My screws are not loose. I will show you the results of my training and surpass you too. Meh, while you work hard or something I will just surpass one or two of my limits and become super ultra crazy strong, said Yami as he just shrugged his shoulders. Well, I am the Dark Lord, I have no limits, I am already super ultra crazy strong, I am just not accustomed to controlling all that strength, said Sekke as he shrugged as well. Seeing the two people whom he wanted to surpass just casually saying that they were stronger than him, made Asta pissed at them and started arguing. But as soon as their argument started, all of them felt the monarchy around and turned towards the location where they felt the disturbance. Spatial magic? Muttered Asta as all the black bulls turned towards Valtos, the zombie-faced dude. Nope, not that one, said Sekke. Reinforcements probably, said Yami as he looked back toward the spatial magic portal. And soon 3 figures appeared out of the black portal. Yawn. Well, this definitely doesn't look good, said the guy with black hair as he started looking around. His eyes then fell on Licht and Valtos. Looks like Licht-kun and Valchan are in trouble. I'm usually pretty lazy, but I gotta save my friends, saying that the guy with black hair turned emitted a bright light and moved just like how Licht was doing in their previous fight. Already expecting that move, a bronze sword appeared in Sekke's hand as he slashed down at the spot where he felt the key of the guy. And just as Sekke predicted, the guy appeared in front of Yami and immediately widened his eyes in shock as he saw the incoming sword. Not wasting a moment, the guy moved back with the same spell, but still was not able to dodge the attack completely. Yami-san, don't drop your guard in front of enemies, said Sekke as he saw blood spill out of the guy's torso which he was able to hit. Ow. Man, you are annoying. But this should be easy to fix, so whatever, said the black-haired dude. Light magic, healing light particles. And the same healing spell that was USD by Licht appeared in the guy's hand as he started healing his wound. That magic, it's the same as round eyebrows, said Asta with a surprised expression on his face. Ignoring Asta, Licht started talking to his teammates. Sekke noticed that and was about to interfere, but Yami moved his hand in front of him, stopping him from taking action. Is it alright to let them do that? Asked Sekke. It's not, but unlike before, we are outnumbered by them, not to mention their ki and mana, you can feel that as well, right? Asked Yami as he continued to look towards the eye of the midnight sun. Sekke nodded and then looked in the same direction as well as he noticed Licht floating in the air covered in flames. These flames, they are similar to that of a phoenix, said a deep voice as Sekke's eyes widened in shock as he started looking around only to notice that no one was there, not to mention no one other than him seemed to have heard that voice. They can't hear me, it's only you that can hear me, at least for now, my other half. Hearing the voice once again, Sekke narrowed his eyes and thought, only I can hear. And what is this other half? It is precisely what I say, there is no deeper meaning to it, I am part of your soul and reside within you in what you call sacred gear, I am the prison dragon King Vritra, said the voice who now identified himself as Vritra. Widening his eyes in surprise, Sekke stopped focusing on the eye of the midnight sun and shifted it towards the important matter. Vritra, huh, I guess introductions are in order. I am Sekke Bronzaza, the Dark Lord. Thought Sekke. I already know, although I got the ability to talk to my host quite recently. I have been conscious for a while. I keep a track of the world through your senses, and I would have to say much like you. This world is also quite different from the world that I know of, said Vritra with a slightly colder tone. Chapter 85. Different from the world that you know of? Thought Sekke. He knew that they were not in the DXD world from where the sacred gears originated, but he thought that his brother would have done something about that. Yes, although this world mainly circles around mana which is both purer and concentrated than the world that I know of, there isn't any speck of demo, lookout. said Vrita in Sekke's head, making the Dark Lord snap out of his thoughts as he noticed the black-haired dude in front of him as he casually touched his grimoire holder, successfully touching his grimoires. Ho, 2 grimoires on a single man, aren't you quite the player? 2 timing is not good, you know. Hey, no hitting faces, said the guy as he stood beside the other 2. But soon his eyes widened as he looked at his hand and said, got nothing at all. He then looked back at Sekke, who looked back at him. Let's talk later, Vritra, thought Sekke as he focused back on his enemies. You tried something with my grimoires, huh? Asked Sekke, though he already knew what the guy tried to do. I don't know what you are talking about. Heh, trying to copy my magic. Well, bad news for you, I keep my grimoires in a transparent cover so that they don't get dirty. Thought Sekke as he internally smirked. So, are they done with their introductions? Asked Sekke, making the black bulls look at him with confused looks on their faces. Oi, dumbass, don't tell me you were spacing out in front of the enemy? Asked Yami. Why else do you think I was not able to respond in time? Asked Sekke back. Huh? And you dare tell me not to space out in front of the enemy? I saved your ass, so I got the right to do so. Huh, I would have taken care of him on my own, you just stole my thunder. Oi oi oi, are they seriously arguing at a time like this? Asked Finral with a horrified look on his face. Seeing the 2 black bulls arguing amongst themselves once again, the injured licked frowned and said, to have the audacity to ignore not only me but also the third eye, these foolish creatures. Sekke and Yami looked toward the eye of the midnight sun. You should be more serious, you know, the third eye surpasses me in combat, said Licht proudly. Well, considering how weak you were, they better be stronger than you if they are acting as your reinforcements, said Sekke as he looked toward Licht, making the said light magic using elf angrier. Oi Sekke-kun. Don't make the situation worse. And he must be bluffing, about them being stronger than him, said Finral. Yawn. It's too much trouble to bluff, if you don't believe it then I'll just show you, even though it's a pain in the butt. Yawn. Said the black-haired dude with a katana covered in dark magic in his hand. That's the same as Captain Yami. Said Asta. Your kingdom uses the clover leaf as its symbol, right? With each leaf representing faith, hope, and love, well, the name of these 3 is the opposite of that. And as if on cue, the black-haired dude moved with the speed of light and appeared closer to the group. Copy magic, dark-cloaked lightless slash. Raya the disloyal. The dude named Raya then swung his blade and the black bulls and fired the dark magic slash at them. TCH, don't go using other people's magic at them, groaned Yami as he fired a counter of his own. Dark magic, dark-cloaked avidya slash. The 2 slashes intercepted, cancelling each other out, but not even giving Yami a chance to think. The burly-looking dude approached him. Veto the despair, commented Licht. Beast magic, bear claw. Pay attention. Yelled. Same goes for you, dude. Bronze creation magic, giant's fists. Hearing Sekke's voice, Veto looked toward him only to notice a giant fist made of bronze heading toward him. Shit, thought Veto, as there was no way to dodge that in midair. Crossing his hands to guard his body against the full force of the attack, Veto got sent flying as his body crashed against the wall. Well, seeing that the light show is giving introductions, let me introduce myself as well, said Sekke as the giant fist hovered above him. Sekke Bronzaza, the ass-kicker Dark Lord. Oi dumbass. How dare you act cool in a situation like this? Sekke looked toward his squad captain and shrugged, I don't act cool, I am cool. I hate you, I'll never forgive you, said the pink-haired girl as a small creature similar to a dragon appeared on her shoulder. Ho, I am sensing some draconic aura from that thing, though it's mostly a spirit dragon, said Vritra as he commented on feeling Salamander's presence. And last but not least, Fana the hateful. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. The spirit started charging mana, feeling which Sekke's grimoire started flipping as well. Careful there, even though small that thing is still a dragon, said Vritra. And I am the Dark Lord. Thought Sekke back as his sacred gear appeared around his limbs. Sacred bronze magic gear, prison dragon's roar. A draconic helmet appeared around Sekke's head as the cables from his sacred gear attached to his helmet. Fana, being the one who started first, fired a huge stream of fire towards Sekke. And just a moment later, huge amount of mana gathered around Sekke as the month of the helmet opened. A stream of similar-sized black flames shot forward. The 2 flames clashed and fought for supremacy, only for the dark flames to turn out superior and overwhelm the normal flames. Never thought someone would be able to use my flame breath without any backlash, commented Vritra. What can I say? I am built simply different. Thought Sekke as he stopped channeling mana, knowing that the spirit's flames were taken care of. I will crush you like an ant. Suddenly yelled Veto as he appeared above Sekke, who just looked up at the burly dude. Beast magic, bear claw. Detaching the absorption line from his helmet, Sekke shot it toward Veto, who just swatted it with his magic-covered hands, only for the whip-like cables to wrap around his body. Huh. Using his full strength, Sekke threw the giant man away as the line retracted back. Phew, oi Yami-san. Deal with some of them as well. Never mind, looks like I will be busy with you guys, said Sekke as he looked towards Fana, Licht, and Veto. Veto looked back at Sekke with a crazed smile on his face and said, I will make you scream in despair. Saying that, Veto got back in action and started to run towards Sekke. Beast magic, cheetah charge. What the dash, was all Sekke could say before he noticed the guy running faster with magic surrounding his feet. Seeing the surprised look on Sekke's face, Veto smirked, thinking that Sekke was surprised because of his speed, but soon that smirk turned into confusion as he noticed the smile appear on Sekke's face as well. That form, that speed, you really know how to make a hunter excited for his hunts, said Sekke as he remembered the days he used to regularly hunt in the forests. Alright, a hunt it is, said Sekke as the two giant fists appeared over his body. Bronze creation magic, giant's fist. Ignoring Sekke's words, Veto started focusing on the giant fists that attacked him earlier and noticed one of the fists heading toward him. That won't work twice, said Veto as he started running haphazardly trying to confuse Sekke. Mosquito slammer. And immediately the first that was above Veto opened its hand and smacked the ground below it, trying to squish Veto like a mosquito. Seeing the incoming hand, Veto dodged it and started rushing towards Sekke once again as the blonde just smirked and gestured to the beastly man to come and get him. Veto grinded his teeth and focused on the other giant fist that was above Sekke, only to notice it move up in the air. Don't look away from me, or you will be the one who will be in despair. Hearing that, Veto got surprised and looked in front of him only to notice Sekke near him with his fist aimed at him. Bronze magic, bronze body. Beast magic, rhinoceros armor. And just as the name suggested, an orangish translucent rhino-like armor appears around Veto that protected him from the attack. The fist still connected, which sent Veto a few meters back, but Veto took the opportunity of Sekke being out of stance and lunged at him. Beast magic, bear claw. Attacking the blonde magic knight in front of him, Veto smirked, seeing that Sekke didn't even have the time to block the attack. Clank. But just as the sharp claw connected with Sekke's body, a metallic clank was heard as close to no damage happened on Sekke's body. Try harder, said Sekke as he too took the opportunity and punched Veto, who was the one out of form now. Planting his fist in his opponent's gut, Sekke made the man move back a few meters as the man who got hit wiped the saliva that came out of his mouth. Not as strong as I expected, said Veto as he smirked and lunged back towards Sekke. Seeing that, Sekke got back into stance. Damn, shouldn't have made that whole show about hunting, well, gotta deal with him in this way now, even though he has the advantage. Thought Sekke as he got a bit more serious about the fight. Beast magic, cheetah charge, bear claw. And just as Veto got close to Sekke, he sped you with his magic, making Sekke a bit surprised but still crossing his arms to block the incoming attack. Grinning after seeing Sekke being the one who went to defense, Veto struck him and sent him flying in the air. Damn, that packed some punch, thought Sekke as he felt some pain from the recent attack despite using his bronze body. Talking about punch. Sekke, who was now up in the air, gathered his mana as the two giant fists that he made earlier came towards him and caught his body. This is going to be a bit of a challenge, said Sekke as he felt a shift of ki in his surroundings and immediately punched to his right without even looking at who it was. Raya, who appeared near Sekke with a dark magic katana, was punched away even before he could do anything. Veto looked back towards Sekke with a crazed smile and said, but it will only end with you being in despair, and similarly punched Yami as Raya was punched earlier. Alright, things are going to get crazy, Yami-san and others, make sure to maintain some distance from me and that guy if you don't want to get hurt. As for you, my dear prey, just try to keep up, said Sekke in a cold tone as both of his grimoires started flipping. Now you will understand why you shouldn't entice the Dark Lord to hunt, said Sekke. A malicious smirk spread across his face. Chapter 86. A huge amount of amna started gathering around Sekke. You revere that light show of your leader a lot, right? Then let me see how you deal with his way of fighting. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Getu, who was looking at Sekke with a challenging smirk, soon turned surprised as he saw the sheer number of swords present in the air. Just by guessing he could say that there were more than 100 swords up in the air. Sekke smirked as he raised both of his hands as the swords that were in the air gathered around him. Let's take them for a spin, said Sekke as he started moving one of his hands in a circular motion. He started slowly and just as if following him. The swords around him started revolving around him. Sekke smiled and started to increase the speed of his hands and thereby increasing the speed at which the swords were revolting around him. And now add the flavor, said Sekke as his other grimoire started flipping as well. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. And a reddish aura appeared around the swords, making a revolving circle of glowing swords around Sekke. I wanted to add more debuffs, but on this many numbers of swords it might be a hassle. Thought Sekke as he looked towards Veto and smirked. They might not be at light speed, but they won't stop once they start coming at you, said Sekke as he looked towards Veto. So, is that it? Overwhelm me with numbers, can you even hit me with all those swords? I don't think that you have enough of them. Sekke stared at Veto for a bit before he sighed. Ha, you think too highly of yourself, mongrel, said Sekke like a certain golden-haired red-eyed king as the giant palm he was standing on moved to make the giant circle of glowing swords surround him. Veto turned serious as the swords that were moving around Sekke at great speed started to lower down a bit. I am Y-, said Veto but immediately stopped as he instinctively felt the attacks aimed at him. Immediately jumping back, Veto dodged the first sword that appeared at the place he was standing before. He looked at the sword which was now stuck in the ground with caution. But he did not have much time to think as the swords, just like Sekke promised, started to rain down at the man. Beast magic, cheetah charge. Veto, who now had cheetah glowing legs, increased his speed as he started dodging the swords that were not stopping to come towards him. Sekke, who saw the desperate man run around, had a small smile on his face as his grimoire started flipping pages. Combination magic, Dark Lord's chilling barrier. And a circular barrier appeared around him, giving out a chilling sensation as he got engulfed in a stream of fire. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. The stream of fire soon died down as Sekke, who was surrounded by his barrier, appeared without a scratch on his body. I won't forgive you, said Fana without a change of expression. Okay, said Sekke as he just ignored the girl and focused back on Veto. Aren't you going to do something about that spirit dragon user? Asked Vritra. One prey at a time, during a hunt, never divert your focus on different prey. Replied Sekke. He then focused back on Veto, who was running around with a few slash wounds around his body. Sekke could also notice some burn wounds and just smirked. Ha! Is that the best you can do? You must be running out of mana pretty soon as well. Just wait, once you are out of it I will show you what true despair is. Well, I have a considerable amount of mana, but if you are that worried about me, said Sekke as he looked towards Fana, who was looking straight at him. His sacred gear appeared around him as he pointed one of his gauntlets toward Fana and fired the absorption line at the pink-haired girl. Fana raised her hand to block the incoming attack, but the whip-like thing just wrapped around her hand. Absorb, said Sekke, making Fana's eyes widen as she felt her mana being sucked forcefully out of her body. Fana tried to free her hand but was not able to even budge the whip. Fana soon fell to the ground as Sekke sucked quite a bit of mana out of her in a short time, making the girl a bit exhausted. Phew. I am full, thanks for the meal, Fana-chan. Said Sekke as he simply retracted the absorption line and started back at Veto. Now where were we? Yes, you asked if that was the best that I could do, right? Veto, who was busy dodging the swords, could not see Sekke's expression, but if he could have seen his smile he could surely say that the smile was not of amusement, but that of malice. All the swords that were around Sekke stopped firing all at once. Seeing the sword stop for a moment, Veto got surprised but still took a deep breath, feeling a bit relieved. What happened? Done, Alria. Now, don't get that surprised, this is just the beginning, said Sekke as a pair of hands made of bronze suddenly came out of the ground and held Veto in position. Ha, what the? But before he could even register what happened, all the swords around him started firing at him. Beast magic, rhinoceros armor. Making an armor of magic around him to block off the swords, Veto looked at the swords with caution. These swords are not normal, not only cutting, they are burning me as well. Thought Veto as he focused on maintaining the armor, as he could see that the swords were starting to crack it. I just need to hold on for a bit longer. Thought Veto as he could see that the number of swords around him have gone down quite a bit. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Flame debuff magic, blaze touch. Hearing Sekke's voice, Veto's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a new batch of swords revolving around Sekke. Soon the swords merged with the old batch, refilling the circle. Don't worry, Veto, you can play to your heart's content. In fact, let me get you more toys. Sekke's grimoire started flipping as another pair of giant hands appeared in the air. Sekke raised his fist in the air, making the fists go up as well, making Veto widen his eyes in horror as he realized what was going to happen. You really like to make your opponents miserable, said Vritra. Hey, it's not my fault that they mock me despite being weak. Thought Sekke as he slammed his fist down, making the giant fist go down at full speed toward Veto. Shit. Was all that Veto could think before the giant bronze fist rained down on him, breaking down the already chipped off armor and smashing him into the ground. Sekke lifted the giant fist of Veto and felt his ki. Feeling that Veto was finally out of commission, Sekke moved back on the ground. Not going to kill him? Asked Vritra. I would like to do that as well. But handing him on to the kingdom will give me more merit and chances of promotion. Thought Sekke as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze restraining magic, bronze shackles. Restraining the huge man in front of him, Sekke relaxed a bit. But soon he felt 3 people approaching the cave with a considerable amount of mana and focused towards the entrance and saw Nozel, captain of the Silver Eagles, Charlotte, captain of the Blue Rose, and Jack, captain of the Green Mantis. Well, seeing that they are here, let's take this guy to them, thought Sekke as he looked toward the unconscious Vedo. My, ain't this troublesome for us, we are seriously outnumbered now, said Raya, who appeared from a portal beside Sekke and kicked him, making Sekke block the kick and move back only to appear at a different location as he fell into another portal. Did that guy just steal my prey, muttered Sekke as he looked toward Raya and saw him carrying an unconscious Vedo toward Licht and Fana, who was recovered from the mana drain. Sigh. They never let me use the peaceful way now, do they, muttered Sekke. What are you going to do now? They are pretty much going to retreat now. Give them a parting gift, thought Sekke as he finally took out Ecstase from his sheath. Ecstase-chan, full power, said Sekke, and the sword started glowing as if responding to Sekke. He raised the sword in the air as mana started gathering up in the sword, making all the people, even the captain who just arrived, look towards Sekke. X! Yelled Sekke as strong gusts of wind moved around him, pushing the dust and debris away from him. You are the second person to get away with stealing my prey, so rejoice, said Sekke as he knew that getting Vedo back in this situation for not possible. So he too is a being who is loved by mana, muttered Licht as he saw the mana gathering around Sekke. Caliber! Shouted Sekke. He swung his sword, firing a strong concentrated beam slash of mana toward the eye of the midnight sun. Seeing the bright light from the attack, all the people closed their eyes shut as Sekke just continued to look at his target, who immediately started to move away through the portal. TCH. That wasn't even my best shot. If only I could have gathered more mana, thought Sekke as he noticed the beam of light die down, revealing the eye of the midnight sun had already gone away. Although I don't think that they got away scot-free, that attack must have passed through their portal as well, said Vritra. It better be, I am pissed at them after all, thought Sekke as he sheathed his sword back. Chapter 87. Giving an annoyed sigh, Sekke walked back toward the rest of the Magic Knights. Seeing that all eyes were now on him, Sekke looked back at Yami, who just looked back at him. So, they got away, huh? Asked Sekke. Kakik, can't even catch one of them. Looks like you are getting rusty, Yami. Huh? If it wasn't for you all storming in here and alerting them, we would have caught them. How are you going to pay me for that? Excuse me, last time I checked it was me who defeated my opponent, not you. Yami looked at Sekke for a while before he clutched his head in his hand and said, and that was possible because of my excellent guidance. GH. Don't crush my head, you brute. The other captains then started talking to Yami, who finally let go of Sekke's head. Sekke himself sat somewhere away from the group, but not that far away. So, should we talk now? Asked Vritra. Ask away. Continuing from where we left off, I noticed that this world doesn't have any energy other than mana, demonic energy, divine power, holy energy. Are any of the terms familiar to you? Asked Vritra. Never heard of them. Only used mana and learned ki today. Mana is all that this world has, or so I know of. What about the beings that live in this world? Only humans, or are there other species like devils, angels, yokai, dragons, and gods? As far as I know, only humans live in this world. Devils, angels, yokai. Never heard of them. Though there are dragons around the strong mana regions, they are scarce. About gods, we do have churches in this kingdom, I don't know if there is a god or not. Replied Sekke. Seeing that he isn't questioning about my reincarnation and all. I suppose he isn't able to look into my mind, or at least not able to access those memories. Meaning no need to inform the dragon about this, and his world is that of fiction. Thought Sekke to himself. By the way, considering that you are talking in my thoughts, are you able to look through my memories and hear all my thoughts? Asked Sekke, just to make sure if his theory was correct or not. And if the dragon was able to do that, he would not make effort to hide things from him, since it would just be a pain to do that. Well, I can do that, but only when both of us have consent for that, since if I can look through your thoughts, you would be able to go through mine as well, replied the dragon. Is that so? Then you won't mind if I keep my thoughts to myself? I would like some sort of privacy, even though we are going to be fighting together from now on. Asked Sekke. I have no problem with that, you are my other half, and I respect your decision of keeping your thoughts to yours. Thanks for understanding. Any other questions? Asked Sekke. There are many, but I will ask them as I experience the world for myself. This world, as far as I can think of, is different from the one where I am from, said Vritra. Feeling depressed? Asked Sekke. Slightly. Since I don't think that there won't be many challenges to face in this world, considering there aren't many dragons and no gods at all to face. Though I am more excited to see this world as well. I don't think many get the chance to experience a world different from the one that they belong to. Replied Vritra. Sekke remained silent as he just let Vritra to his thoughts. Although he felt that he too had the same thought when he first came to this world. Enjoying a world different from the one he belonged to. Sekke soon smiled and thought, don't worry, I will show you the best of this world. We will explore the edges of this world. Although, I will prioritize being the best in this world. Hearing him, Vritra laughed out loud in his head, making Sekke groan a bit. Sorry about that, my other half. But still, I am counting on you to show me this world. As for being the best in the world, you can count on me to achieve that goal. A dragon without the aim to achieve the best is no dragon after all. Replied Vritra with a slightly excited tone. Yeah, I will show the world that the one who stands at the peak is the far Lord Sekke Brunzaza. Thought Sekke. I have been thinking about this for a while, but what is this Dark Lord? Asked Vritra. It is the title that represents me, and in the future will represent the one true strongest being of this world. Replied Sekke. So, it is a title you earned? Asked Vritra. No, I have it to myself. So how do you know that it will represent the strongest person in the world? I will become the strongest person in the world sooner or later and will make it customary for this title to be passed down for generations. Though I will be the first Dark Lord of the world. And why Dark Lord specifically, for a title that is to be passed around, doesn't it sound quite villainous? Asked Vritra. It's cool. Replied Sekke. So it's that phase of a boy's life, huh? Well, not like it's a bother, said Vritra with a sigh. Hey, your title is Prison Dragon King. Sounds quite villainous to me. Unlike you who gave the title to yourself. My title was earned by the battle that I fought. The dragons and gods that fell against me after the legendary battles, gave me my title. I just took this title to show my respect to those valiant warriors that fought against me. Said Vritra. Sekke blinked his eyes for a while before his eyes started shining, making Vritra a bit surprised by the sudden change. That was cool. Almost as cool as me. Thought Sekke in excitement. Thanks I guess, said Vritra a bit speechless from his host's sudden change. You are welcome, but let's talk later. Thought Sekke. Yami-san. How much longer are we going to stay here? And if you are going to take more time, can I go back? Like hell I will let you go back before I am free of this shit. You are staying here till I am done, replied Yami. I am going, said Sekke. Try it, you bastard, said Yami as the two of them continued to stare at each other. Cough. You foreigner, just let your squad go back, we will talk just between the captains, said Nozel as he looked at Asta and the other black bulls. Yami clicked his tongue as Sekke just smirked and walked towards Finral and the others. Sekke, Asta, Finral, and Ghosh then said their goodbyes to Yami, who was just pissed at his squad members who were allowed to go back while he was stuck with the idiots. Yami-san, do your job properly, alright? See you later, enjoy. I will kill you once I come back. Said Yami as he fired a dark magic slash at Sekke, who just dodged and jumped into the portal. Chapter 88. Appearing in what seemed like a medical ward, Sekke looked around in confusion. He spotted quite a lot of healing mages and a grandma lying on the bed being healed by the said healing mage. Where are we? Asked Sekke as he looked towards Finral. We are in Nairn, replied Finral. Any specific reason for us to be here? Asked Sekke. Well, the kids that we rescued earlier are all from this town. I don't think that leaving them here before the mission is officially declared over will be a good thing, replied Finral with a nervous laugh. Good thinking. Said Sekke in an appreciative tone, feeling that the spatial mage from his squad actually had some experience. Thinking this far after the battle was just over was not something Sekke or the other newbies would have been able to come up with after all. Sekke looked at the healing mages and then looked towards his own body. They are not that serious wounds anyway. The granny needs treatment more than me. Thought Sekke. Despite being quite a durable fighter, it wasn't like Sekke didn't have any injuries. The light swords caused quite a few scratches all over his body. Not to mention the few blows from Veto did pack quite a bit of strength behind them, so he felt a bit painful from them. Where is Noel? Asked Sekke as he looked around for the Royal Tsundra. Seeing that he didn't get any response, he just sighed and walked out of the room. Need to find a water source. Thought Sekke as he walked out of the medical ward. I have been meaning to ask this for a while, but why are the mages of this world only using a single attribute? And why do all of you all carry grimoires around? Won't it be better if you just remembered the spells from the grimoires? Well, we are all born with a single attribute of magic that we can use. It's determined from the day that we are born. Looks like that is not the case in your world. As for grimoires, it's not like we learn magic from them. We all receive grimoires of the attribute that we can use at the age of 15. Although being the great Dark Lord that I received 2 grimoires on the day of the ceremony. Anyway, the grimoires have the basic spells of our attribute that we have either learned or can use at that level. As we get stronger or get creative with our mana, the grimoires pages started filling up. It also allows us to use stronger spells. Replied Sekke. I see, quite an unusual setting, but can't you just collect more grimoires from others and use them? Asked Vritra. No, a grimoire can only be opened and used by its wielders. Replied Sekke. These grimoires are somewhat similar to sacred gears, not usable by others, and grows along with the user, said Vritra. Never thought about it like that. Well, you could say that they are somewhat similar. Sekke, who was talking with Vritra, soon spotted an empty bench and just sat there. He took off his robe and his upper clothes and revealed his body, which had some bruises where Veto had hit him earlier. Well, water would have worked better since I could have cleaned my body, but that can wait for later, muttered Sekke. Forming a piece of bronze in his hand, Sekke placed his other hand on top of the piece of bronze, and a chilling air came out of his other hand, turning the piece of bronze cold instantly. Placing the cold object over his bruise, Sekke felt the bruises sting a bit, but he just laid down on the bench. Didn't you just say that the element that a person can use is defined from their birth? And as far as I remember, I saw you use fire, ice, and metal magic earlier, so what's the deal with you? I am just amazing. Replied Sekke. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. I am quite amazing, you know. You see, I was born with 2 types of magic, which in itself is quite amazing. But aside from my bronze magic, the metal magic that you mentioned earlier, I can also use another type of magic. I call it debuff magic, though sometimes even I am not sure if that grimoire is about debuff magic. This debuff magic of mine is a bit special, like how that copy mage from earlier was able to use different types of magic. Yeah, that guy was able to use the same magic that the man you refer to as Captain used as well, and the light magic from the guy before, not to mention space magic, said Vritra. Yeah. As the name says, he can copy other people's magic. I presume that he does so by touching other people's grimoires. That guy touched both Yami-san's and my grimoire before battling us. Though unlucky for him, I use a transparent cover to keep my grimoires dust-free. Could be a possibility, so what's the deal with your magic? Well, unlike that guy, I cannot exactly copy other people's magic, I can use some sort of derivative magic. His trigger was touching the grimoires. My trigger is seeing those magic in action once, to learn their respective magic. Said Sekke. That is indeed an amazing thing, especially in a world like this. Wait, you mean to say that you learned magic each for all the magic that you saw there at the cave? Flipping his grimoire open, Sekke checked and said, I learned 3 spells there, for light magic, cure, for copy debuff magic, limiter, and beast debuff magic, berserk. I already have fire magic, so that's that. Interesting, said Vritra. Right, and as you can see, for light magic it's not debuff magic, that's why I say that sometimes I am not sure whether it is a debuff magic grimoire. Though I mostly get debuff magic. Thought Sekke as he just closed his eyes and continued to apply the cold bronze over the bruises. Haven't you got any healing spells? Nope, Sekke simply thought as he waited for the mission to be officially over. But all of a sudden Sekke was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a familiar voice. Sekke. What happened to you? Are you alright? Hearing the voice, Sekke opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the voice and saw a gray-haired bespectacled man running towards him. Sliding and stopping in front of him, the man took deep breaths trying to calm himself down. Klaus. You okay? I am alright. But what about you? I heard that you fought against the Eye of the Midnight Sun's leader. Are you alright? Deciding to sit up instead of lying down, Sekke looked at the man and said, I am fine, just some scratches and bruises. Hearing his words, Kalu's frown which only deepened as he noticed the scratches and bruises all over his body. Sekke sighed seeing Klaus's frown and said, who told you about my fight though? Klaus adjusted his spectacles which shimmered and reflected the light falling on them and said. You know, Mimosa. And I got the message about the sudden attack and came here as soon as possible, but apparently, we were late. We then came to this town on being ordered by the captains there. We then met Asta and the others who told us about your fight, you know, and Mimosa are there. Mimosa is treating Asta. I came to find you as soon as it was possible to check if you were alright or not. Well, I am fine, so there is no need to worry. Replied Sekke and immediately got scolded by Klaus, saying how can he say that he was okay, and immediately put him in his steel chariot and took him to the place where Mimosa and the others were to get Sekke healed. Your friend really is worried about you, said Vritra. Well, not that it is necessary, though it is a good feeling. Replied Sekke. Yeah, keep this feeling in mind, it helps humans get stronger. Nah, the things that makes a person strong are grind, talent, and will to rise to the top. Said Sekke. Well, can't argue with that, said Vritra with an amused tone. Mimosa. Heals Sekke immediately. Mimosa looked toward Klaus and Sekke and immediately widened her eyes in shock and rushed toward them. Klaus was about to say something but Mimosa just pushed him away and started panicking seeing Sekke. Sekke-san. Where does it hurt? Wait, it must be at those bruises, right? Or is it those scratches and cuts? Seeing the panicked ginger-head royal, Sekke sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Mimosa, I am not that bothered by these, so don't worry that much. Anyway, how have you been? Of course, I would worry. It pains me to see you hurt. Hurry up and lie down, please, I will heal you. But why would she worry this much? They are not that deep anyway. Thought Sekke. Keeping the fact that you have some internal bleeding and a cracked rib for stating all those things about you being awesome and all, you are not quite aware of your surroundings, said Vritra. What does that mean? Asked Sekke. My other half, it's not my place to say, you will have to realize this on your own, not to mention this seems amusing. Said Vritra, confusing the Dark Lord who just ignored the dragon and focused on Mimosa, who was asking about his well-being and if he felt pain somewhere specifically. Chapter 89. After Mimosa was dome healing Sekke, she sighed in relief and then looked at Sekke, who was talking to Asta, and the others were making excuses for not telling them that he was that injured. She just smiled seeing Sekke a bit troubled by the others' worries. I don't remember all of it, but I still know that he was kind back then as well. Helping others without even being asked to. Thought Mimosa. But soon her gaze fell on Sekke's body, which wasn't covered by his clothes, and it was now that she realized that Sekke was lying bare-chested in front of her the entire time. Her face started turning red and her vision started going hazy. Ah! Mimosa. Hearing Noel, Sekke turned towards the ginger head and saw her falling toward him. He opened his arms and caught the ginger head and looked at her with worry in his eyes. She hasn't lost too much mana. What happened to her all of a sudden? You alright, Mimosa? Asked Sekke. Huh? Sekke-san. Q was all that came out of Mimosa's mouth as her head fell on Sekke's chest and she fainted. Looking at Mimsa for a while, Sekke looked toward the others asking what happened. He noticed that most of them were as confused as him, but both Noel and Finral were giving him a stink eye. You idiot! Said Noel as she slapped Sekke's shoulder, who was unable to defend himself as he was holding Mimosa in his hands. What? Asked Sekke, genuinely confused by the sudden situation. But soon he realized something and looked towards Asta and thought, some way or other this shorty chick magnet embarrassed her more than she can handle and she fainted. He sighed as he just scooted over a bit and laid Mimosa on the bed before getting off it. He then covered her with a sheet and asked, is there somewhere where I can get something to eat? Surprised by his unbotheredness about the sudden situation, Noel was a bit pissed at her fellow blonde rookie. But suddenly, both his and Asta's stomachs growled so loudly that it could be considered a bestial roar. We have been fighting for the whole night, so no doubt we will be hungry, said Sekke, making the others understand where he was coming from, but Noel still felt a bit pissed at him. Oh. We can go to Rebecca's place. She makes great food. Why the hell am I the only one who is left behind? Wasn't I the hungry one? He sighed and looked toward Mimosa, who was sleeping peacefully. If you are asking, then. That shirt brat named Asta suggested for everyone to go and eat at some place. The others left while you were changing your clothes, leaving you behind with this unconscious girl. You felt it was wrong leaving the girl and just stood back. Said Vritra. No need to remind me, I know what happened. Who knew that the self-proclaimed Dark Lord is such a big softy, said Vritra. Well, she healed me when I was injured, so leaving her behind alone was not something someone as great as me could do. Replied Sekke as he just sat back on the chair and ate the bread that he had kept in his storage. Next time I will make sure to keep some of Charmy's dishes in my safe. Thought Sekke as he continued eating the bread. Better do that, after all, we need to go on a journey soon, said Vritra. Why and where? Asked Sekke in a confused tone. To improve your use of my sacred gear and incorporate your grimoire magic with my sacred gear too, and if possible, the balance breaker, said Vritra, making the Dark Lord turn serious as well. True, I can surely use a training montage. Thought Sekke as he finished eating his bread and started making plans for his journey. Hearing the groan beside him, Sekke looked at the ginger head royal, who somehow had hair on her face. Sighing and then chuckling at the girl's action, Sekke moved the hair from her face and said, well, ain't you a cute creature? Well, I never got to know whom Asta ended with at the end. Was it Noel? Mimosa, or the most unexpected Sister Lily? Or did the creator go out of his way and did a harem ending? thought Sekke to himself, not noticing the girl's ears which were bright red from embarrassment. Yua! I can't wake up now. How can Sekke-san say such embarrassing things? Complained Mimosa, who woke up when Sekke was fixing her hair. But she snapped out of her thoughts when all of a sudden a sound came out of nowhere. Growl. Looks like the bread wasn't enough, said Vritra. Sekke sighed and said, can't leave her here, and looked towards Mimosa, who was still pretending to be asleep. Hearing his words, Mimosa, who was pretending to be asleep, felt bad for making Sekke stay behind with her. Deciding to stop her act, she slowly opened her eyes and then turned towards Sekke. Sekke-san? Asked Mimosa in a confused tone. She felt so glad that she was good at faking her expressions. Those noble gatherings were not such a waste. Oh, Mimosa. Are you fine? You fainted all of a sudden after healing me. Unaware of his thoughts, Mimosa just sat up and said, yeah, I am fine, sorry for causing you trouble. Where are the others? They all went out to eat, or at least that was where they were heading to, replied Sekke. And you stayed behind? Asked Mimosa, tilting her head a bit. If that growl was any sort of indication, then even the boy in front of her was hungry as well. Well, I felt like leaving you behind all alone was not a good idea, so I stayed behind, said Sekke as he looked at the ginger head. Mimosa turned silent and just blinked her eyes in surprise before she looked away to hide her embarrassment. She held her hand over her chest and felt her heart pounding faster. What should I do? He is going to make me faint once again. Thought Mimosa as she felt both happy and angry at Sekke. Chapter 90. After Mimosa calmed down, Sekke looked at her and asked, if you are fine now, can we go out to grab something to eat? Ah. Yes, let's go. The two of them got out of the medical ward but soon faced a problem. They didn't know where Asta and the others went, and because of the recent incident, no shops were opened. We are going to the neighboring town, said Sekke as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. He got on the motorbike and then looked toward Mimosa and said, come on, let's go. You behind you? Well, if you want to be the one in control, I don't mind, said Sekke as he gestured for her to get in front of him. And no, I am fine with sitting behind you, but what about the others? I don't know where they are and I am not gonna search the whole town just to find those guys. So, it will be just the two of us? Asked Mimosa as she twirled her hair with her finger. Well, that's what I was thinking, but if you want to go and meet with the others, I will help you with that, said Sekke as he sighed, thinking that he had to find the others with empty stomachs. And no. I am fine with this, it will probably be sooner to get to the neighboring town than to find the others. Looking at the ginger head who sat behind him with a determined look on her face, Sekke smiled and said, all right. Let's go. Declared Sekke as he channeled mana through the bike, making the bike roar out loud. The bike rushed forward immediately, making Mimosa yelp in surprise as she grabbed Sekke tightly to not fall off the bike. Sekke-san, slow down a bit, it's my first time riding something like this, said Mimosa. Hearing such misleading words as two soft mounds pressed against his back, Sekke's body flinched a bit but was ignored by Mimosa with the shaking of the bike. The Dark Lord doesn't get swayed this easily, especially by girls who like someone else. Thought Sekke as he just steeled his resolve. The thought of just seeing him taking advantage of someone who likes someone else made Sekke feel bad about himself. I am not like that bitch Lisa. Thought Sekke as he turned serious all of a sudden. You alright, my other half? Asked Vritra with concern as he felt the sudden change in his host's mood. The mana that was inside Sekke was always shining and excited, but it suddenly turned violent, making Vritra question whether his host was alright or not. Yeah, I am fine, Vritra. Replied Sekke, though Vritra was not a least bit concerned as the mana was still violent. I know we just came to know each other, but just remember this, my other half. The two of us stuck together till the end of your life. We are going to be together for the rest of our life. From something as trivial as having lunch to facing the whole world as an opponent, I am going to be by your side. So if there are times when you want to open up, don't hesitate, I am just a thought away. Said Vritra. This violent mana is not good for him. If exposed for a long time, it can corrupt him. Ha! It's always the case with mana-sensitive beings. Thought Vritra as he tried to calm down the violent mana. Feeling his rage subside a bit, Sekke sighed deeply as he emptied his mind of the thoughts of the girl from his previous life. Seeing the violent mana subsiding, Vritra sighed and looked at the world around him through Sekke's mindscape. Mimosa, who held Sekke's waist, just rested her head on his back with a small smile on her face, ignorant of the boy's inner turmoil. I can see the town, we will be there soon, said Sekke as Mimosa just hummed in response, enjoying herself. Soon the two of them entered the town as they got off the bike, much to Mimosa's disappointment. She wanted to just rest a bit longer. Wah! What am I even thinking? Mentally scolding herself, Mimosa snapped out of her thoughts and looked around her. This place is really crowded. Well, the merchants just started setting up their shops, so they are busy with that, meaning we will get mostly fresh items to eat. What about you, Mimosa? Is anything catching your eye? Asked Sekke with a small smile on his face. It has been a while since he visited a marketplace like this. Mimosa looked around with a confused but excited expression on her face. She never visited marketplaces like these before, so it was a new experience for her. Seeing that, Sekke chuckled but still stopped by a stall as he noticed a man was cooking something that looked good. Tapping Mimosa's shoulder, making the royal look at him with a confused look, Sekke gestured for her to follow him as they moved towards the stall. Taking a closer look at the man's stall, Sekke noticed that he was selling some kind of meat-filled wrap. Buying one for himself and one for Mimosa, as she looked at the wrap with an intriguing gaze, he offered it to the ginger head. "Here you go," said Sekke as he handed it to her and paid the stall owner. "You don't need to buy this for me," said Mimosa with a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, just consider it my treat for accompanying me here," said Sekke as he started walking. W8. Following Sekke, Mimosa soon started walking beside him as Sekke just ate the wrap and felt pure bliss spreading inside his mouth. Hunger is the best seasoning after all, thought Sekke as he looked at the ginger head beside him and said, "Better eat it before it gets cold." But I already paid for this, Mimosa, so if you don't eat it will go to waste, so better use that mouth to eat, said Sekke as he just smirked, making the ginger head unable to argue any further. She soon pouted and said, "You are a very mean man, Sekke-san." Yes, now eat it," said Sekke as he took another bite, encouraging the royal to do so as well. She looked at Sekke for a while, but soon gave up and took a bit herself and soon widened her eyes. "Wis Delvius," said Mimosa with food still in her mouth. "Yup, that's the expression of a rookie," said Sekke as he just chuckled seeing the royal's expression. Mimosa blushed realizing what she just did, but soon glared at Sekke, who was laughing at her. "Don't make fun of me," complained Mimosa as she begrudgingly ate the wrap, much to Sekke's amusement. The two of them then walked around the marketplace as the vendors called out to the two of them. Magic Knights were mostly loaded, after all, not to mention with one of them was from the Golden Dawn. This also kept the troublemakers stay away from the two of them. Although some brave ones tried to hit on Mimosa, but either a polite rejection or a strong glare from Sekke kept them away. Sekke bought a few more items for them to eat, much to Mimosa's annoyance as he paid for all the things. But still, she enjoyed as Sekke showed her around the marketplace. "Is this what people call a date?" thought Mimosa as she felt a bit embarrassed realizing that she was on a date. She then glanced at Sekke and then looked down with an embarrassed look on her face. "Look out," said Sekke softly as he held her shoulders and moved her out of an incoming cart's path. Feeling Sekke's hand on her shoulders, Mimosa flinched a bit and then looked at Sekke with embarrassment. Thank you." "No problem," said Sekke as he just continued leading the girl around the marketplace. They soon took a seat under the shade of a tree. "Here," said Sekke as he passed a cup of juice to Mimosa and took a seat beside her. Mimosa took a sip from the cup and then looked towards Sekke. She started at him for a while before resolving herself and scooted a bit closer to him, at a distance where their shoulders touched each other. Glancing at the girl beside him, who just looked down with an embarrassed look on her face. She stole a few glances at Sekke, making Sekke stare back at her for a while before he got stiff as if he realized something. "So, he wasn't as dumb as I thought he was," thought Vritra as he looked at the situation his host was in. The two continued to steal glances for a while, which made even the great Dark Lord a bit embarrassed. What the hell is happening? Wasn't she in love with Asta? Thought Sekke as he tried to remember some instances to clear his doubts, but soon started realizing that there were such developments between her and Asta. At least not in front of him, on the other hand. If even half the things that I am remembering are correct, then I am going to feel like an idiot. Thought Sekke. Chapter 91. "So, how does it feel knowing that you are an idiot?" asked Vritra. "Not now, Vritra," replied Sekke in annoyance as he started back at Mimosa, who drinking her juice with an embarrassed expression on her face. "There is no misunderstanding here," thought Sekke as he stared at the blushing royal. "Me, Mimosa?" asked Sekke, making the royal yelp in surprise. "Why, yes," asked Mimosa as she started at Sekke. The two stared at each other, not being able to say anything for a while, embarrassed to talk about the matter at hand. "Ugh, this is really nerve-wracking," thought Sekke as he took a deep breath. Said both of them at the same time. "You can go first, Sekke-san," said Mimosa as she offered Sekke to speak first. "No, you go first, Mimosa, I am not sure what I might say right now," said Sekke. Seeing that the boy she considered reliable and strong was being embarrassed about something that she might have a clue about made Mimosa feel a bit happy. Taking a deep breath, Mimosa looked at Sekke and then calmed herself down. Sekke-san, thank you for taking me out on a date, but please let me sort out my feelings. Right now, I am not sure about what I feel towards you, so please let's discuss it some other time. Sekke looked at Mimosa for a while and blinked in surprise. Ah. He is shocked by my words. But please, Sekke-san. Give me some time, I cannot handle myself right now. Thought Mimosa. Sekke on the other hand just mentally did guts pose and yelled, hell yeah, I didn't make a fool of myself. I was right. I am not dense. Mentally cheering for himself, the Dark Lord looked at Mimosa and soon sighed. Alright, I understand, said Sekke. Hell yeah, I do. I am not dense. Thought Sekke without any change in his expression. Mimosa sighed seeing Sekke being calm and said, I am sorry, and thank you for understanding, Sekke-san. Nodding his head, the two took some distance and sat comfortably as the two of them talked for a bit longer and then decided to go back to the town where they came from. After reaching the town, they were asked where were they as the others were worried about them, but Sekke just scolded the rest of them for leaving the unconscious Mimosa behind as he knew that Mimosa was way too kind to do so herself. Feeling ashamed for leaving behind Mimosa when she was unconscious and letting the tired Sekke stay behind, the group apologized to the two of them. The Gold Dawn members soon left after that, and after that, the captains came back to the town declaring the mission officially over. The Black Bulls then said their goodbye to the town folk and got back to their HQ. Finally, some proper rest, said Sekke as he came to lay down on his bed. After taking a bath to wash off the dirt, blood, and sweat off his body, Sekke felt refreshed, but soon fatigue came over his body. Rest up my other half, breaks are as important to recover the bodies, human bodies are quite fragile after all, said Vritra. Yeah. I know that you are a great dragon. Thought Sekke as he yawned. But soon Sekke felt a weight on his chest as he looked towards the object that landed there and saw Sekke sitting on his chest with her usual expression on her face, though Sekke somehow felt that Sekke was glaring and interrogating him. Why is there a woman scent all over your clothes? Thought Sekke as she glared at her partner. Ignoring that feeling, Sekke just caressed the bird as the bird made some satisfying sound, making Sekke feel happy as well. He didn't know why, but seeing Sekke's satisfied expression always makes him feel relieved. Don't tell me you are inclined to mating with birds and animals? Asked Vritra, feeling a bit weirded out. He knew that the world was different, but he never thought that it would be this weird. What? Fuck no. What the hell do you even think I am? Asked Sekke in an angry tone. Some guy who spouts delusional things, not to mention not being able to get the girl's signal, said Vritra. Like hell I am delusional. And as for the second part, well, I am not used to it. I never had that kind of feelings for anyone. Not to mention, well, let's leave it at that. Replied Sekke. Okay, won't bring that up, anyway, shall we discuss important topics now? Tell me all the ways you have used my sacred gear, I will think of new ways to benefit us based on those. Alright. Replied Sekke as he started explaining how he fights using his sacred gear to the Dragon King residing in the sacred gear. Sekke, who was unaware of her partner's thought, just sat near his head and slept beside him. Sekke sighed seeing the stubborn yet clingy and cute bird beside him and just let her sleep as he slowly drifted to sleep as well. Later in the evening, Sekke woke up. He soon got refreshed and then went downstairs. Once in the common room, he noticed that the other members were doing some kind of eating competition. Leaving his squad mates aside, Sekke turned his gaze toward Yami and walked toward him. Sup brat, want to join the competition? No thanks, anyway, Yami-san, I would like to apply for a leave, said Sekke. This made all the people stop whatever they were doing and look towards Sekke with surprised expressions on their faces. What? Already tired after just one battle against the Eye of Midnight bastards? Nope, they were challenging, but not something that tires me out. I want to go and focus on my training. There are quite a few things that I have planned out and I would like to do is solely on those for a while, said Sekke. The other looked at Sekke and then turned toward Yami, curious about what their captain would say about it. Yami took a puff from his cigarette and said, you have got a week to do that, give me a written application, I need to submit it to the HQ. Smiling and giving a nod to Yami, Sekke went back to his room to pack his stuff and write the application. Well Vritra, let's get ready to grind. Yeah. Counting on you to do your best. Yeah, but first dash. Charmy-san, please make me a lot of food for the trip. Yelled Sekke as he ran towards Charmy, who just gave him a thumbs up while gobbling up pies one after the other. Chapter 92. So this is where we are going to train, huh? Said Vritra as he looked at the scenery in front of him. Sekke nodded with a smile on his face as Sekke, who was sitting on his shoulder, looked at her partner wondering if the guy was insane. Oh. He is an idiot. Thought Sekke as she sighed and then looked back toward the huge landscape in front of her and once again thought, why is this idiot deciding to do his training in a strong magic region and that too at a desert? Do you want to die? Mentally scored Sekke as she smacked Sekke's head with her wing. Oi! Don't hit me. Well, anyway, ain't this an impressive sight, not to mention the mana, said Sekke. Yup, the mana in this desert is even more concentrated and violent than the normal high mana regions of this world, said Vritra as he felt the mana in his surroundings, and he had to say the energy concentration in the strong magic region was similar to some god's domain. This is a great place to train. I can experiment and try all kinds of strong and dangerous spells without worrying about destruction, not to mention the strong magic region itself will make it harder for me to use mana, said Sekke as he explained to Vritra and Sekke. Though Sekke still didn't agree with Sekke about training at a dangerous location such as this. Not that she could do much about it, she just sighed and decided to follow her partner. She may not be of much help, but there was no way she was going to leave him all alone. He is a reckless idiot who will jump into dangerous situations. It is up to me to stop him as much as possible. Sigh, what all I do about this idiot, and yet he goes after other girls. If only I had my real body, thought Sekke as she looked at Sekke and just sighed. Not knowing about the thoughts of the bird on his shoulder, Sekke took out Ecstase from his sheath as it got bigger and got covered in bronze. Jumping on top of the hovering sword, Sekke and Sekke went deeper into the desert, and soon Sekke could feel a lot of strong energy signatures from his ki. Mana sensing is quite difficult here, thought Sekke as he looked toward Sekke. What about you, Sekke, able to feel all those things? My mana sensing is not that great, asked Sekke, to which the bird closed her eyes and focused to feel her surroundings. Soon her eyes opened as she gave a nod, gesturing that she could use her mana sensing. Anti-birds really are something. Alright, counting on you to keep a check on the surroundings, Sekke. I can sense them with ki, but I might miss them if I focus on something else, said Sekke as Sekke saluted and turned serious. Sekke smiled seeing the bird and focused back on the path while making sure that he can still see the edge of the desert so that they can go back. Landing on the ground, Sekke soon found himself near a huge rock that worked as a shade to keep Sekke and him a bit cooled. He then took out a small container, one of the size that could be tied around Sekke's neck, and filled it with water for the bird to stay hydrated. I have enough water to last us a year, so don't hesitate to ask for more, is that clear? Asked Sekke as he sternly told Sekke, who just nodded her head. He nodded and then looked toward the huge rock in front of him. Making a sword from his magic, Sekke fired the sword toward the rock as it got stuck in it. Go and sit there, make sure to be safe and avoid any enemies or my misfired magic. Nodding her head, Sekke flew off his shoulder and landed on the sword that was stuck in the rock. Don't you care a lot about that bird? Asked Vritra. Sekke is my partner. Of course, I will worry about her. She is my familiar and my first follower. Not to mention she cares a lot about me and takes care of me. It's only right that I respect and care for her, replied Sekke. My god, if she was an actual girl she might have fallen for you, not to mention you are a dragon now as well. What about it? Dragons are crazy strong creatures and attract a lot of attention from the opposite sex. Anyway, let's leave that aside, and focus on the training, said Vritra. Alright. So what's the thing that we are stating? Asked Sekke. Why, of course my sacred gear, is what I would like to say, but before that, we need to work on a big flaw of yours. Hey, the Dark Lord does not have any flaws, complained Sekke. You have many, but let's leave that aside and focus on the major one. You might or might not know about this, but you are a mana-sensitive being, meaning not only can you feel mana quite easily, but also have large reserves of it in your body. But from what I have noticed for quite a few days, your output when considering your huge mana pool is quite low, about 15 to 20, we need to work on that. 15 to 20, are you sure? I mean, I don't want to brag, but I am quite strong. You definitely are my other half, but that is considering the normal populace. They don't have reserves as high as yours, so your being on the same level as them only means that their output is higher than yours. You are strong because despite your low output your reserves are vast. What should I do? Asked Sekke seriously. He was not going to argue with the dragon despite feeling pissed at his words. Good, you have that Midas touch spell, right? Use it, said Vritra, feeling happy that his host didn't argue much. He knew that he was prideful and strong as a dragon should be, but he also knew what is beneficial for him and was ready to improve himself without his pride interfering with it. Nodding his head, Sekke's grimoire started flipping. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Sekke's hand got covered in blue mana as he asked Vritra about what to do next. Start turning sand to bronze, as fast as you can of course, said Vritra. Sekke nodded as he crouched down and started turning the sand to bronze. Sekke looked towards the ground and noticed the mana spreading in the ground, turning the nearby sand to bronze as well. Faster. Yelled Vritra as Sekke turned serious and pushed all the mana that he could into his hands. Faster than that. Are you even trying? Gritting his teeth, Sekke tried to force more mana into his hand, making it a bit painful for him, but the speed of transformation increased noticeably. Just like that, the dragon continued to scold Sekke to turn the ground into bronze, to which the blonde boy just heard him without any complaints. A few hours later, Sekke was now at dangerously low levels of mana, to the point that Sekke was worried about him and was pecking his head to make the guy stop. But Sekke didn't even flinch. If he could feel pain, then he can continue. Stop! Yelled Vritra, making Sekke stop. He took deep breaths to calm himself down, and even though he could not feel his hands as they were numb, he could sure as hell feel pain. He then looked around him and noticed that the whole desert, as far as he could see from his spot, was now turned into bronze. Aren't I impressive? Asked Sekke with a small smirk, feeling proud of himself. Yeah, impressive for an average nobody, that is. Your current output is at 22. Get back to work. I have no mana left. Then use my sacred gear and absorb. Stated Vritra, leaving no room for argument. Taking a deep breath, Sekke stood up, much to Sekke's relief, thinking that he was finally going to rest, but contrary to her thoughts. Sekke summoned his sacred gear as various tentacles shot forward from his gauntlet and penetrated the ground, and started absorbing the mana from it. What is the output limit that we are aiming for? Asked Sekke. Taking this world's average from what I saw during the fight in that cave, let's aim for 40, though I doubt you can achieve that in just a week, replied Vritra. And that was the moment Sekke snapped. Oi, you shitty lizard, you don't dare underestimate the Dark Lord. 40, looks like I need to show you what the great Dark Lord is capable of. Be as much of an asshole as you can be, and I will show that I can overcome all that and still surpass the standards that you have thought of me. Said Sekke, feeling a bit pissed from anger, heat, pain, and mana deficiency all combined. Unknown to Sekke, Vritra smiled, seeing Sekke's reaction, as he knew that the youth would respond like that. Heh. Looks like acting like a harsh trainer will do the trick. Though for some reason he is making the urge to train him like I used to train the dragons back then come up. Thought Vritra as he saw his host drinking water from his storage, waiting for his reserves to fill back. Chapter 93. The night soon came as the Dark Lord was still in the middle of his training. Sekke looked at her partner with worry evident in her eyes. She knew that Sekke was an idiot and did all sorts of weird and dangerous stuff to get stronger, but the current Sekke was scaring even her. Sekke, who was done depleting his mana reserve for the 9th time in a day, fell on his knees and started panting heavily. After his breathing stabilized, he looked around him to take in the scenery that he created. Is it just me, or I covered more area this time? No, your reserves are increasing as well. Since the training started, your reserves went up by 5 to 6, which might not seem much, but considering your already huge mana pool, that's a considerable amount. By the way, your current output is at 27, said Vritra. Sekke sighed and then sat down on the ground and touched the hardened bronze ground below him. I can't even feel my hands now. Why am I using this kind of spell when I can use better spells? Asked Sekke. This is the spell that gives the least output out of all your spells. So it's easier to map out the progress. Not to mention, once the output of this spell reaches a higher value, the output of other spells will increase automatically. Explained Vritra. Nodding, Sekke looked at his own body only to find himself covered in blood, not his but of the monsters that came to attack him. Looking towards the side where a pile of monster bodies lays lifeless, Sekke stood up and walked towards them. There are some good ones. I will give some of them to Charmy-san, the others can be sold, said Sekke as he started absorbing mana using his sacred gear once again. Once he got back some sizable mana back, he opened his storage and tossed the monsters in a separate space and then closed it before opening another space that looked more like a room. He then looked towards Sekke and said, Sekke, let's go. Seeing that Sekke finally stopped, she sighed and then followed her partner and got inside the safe. Once both of them got inside, the safe's gate closed and the safe disappeared from the desert. Once he was inside, Sekke took off his dirty and blood-covered clothes and tossed them to the side. Sekke, whom Sekke most probably forgot was still there in the room, was looking at Sekke's naked body without even blinking. I am just checking if he has any injuries. Thought Sekke as she tried to justify herself. Sekke, on the other hand, looked at his hands, which were paler than the rest of his body, as he couldn't feel his hands. Don't worry, this world may be different, but mana concepts of this world are mostly similar to my own. Your hands will be back to normal after a while, said Vritra as if reassuring his host. Sekke just nodded at the dragon's words as he picked up a pair of clean clothes and walked towards the bathroom, which was just another space that was connected to the space they were in. After he was done washing himself in his blood-covered clothes, Sekke came out of the bathroom looking visibly refreshed. Sekke, who was resting, immediately flew and landed on his shoulders, making the blonde boy look at the anti-bird with a small smile on his face. Walking towards another wall, a transparent display appeared in front of Sekke as he fiddled with it. Soon some food appeared out of nowhere. and landed on a table made of bronze beside him. Looking at his hands once again, Sekke noticed that some color came back, but still it looked pale. "Don't worry, it will get back to normal in due time," said Vritra. But Sekke didn't reply to the dragon and just made a block to sit on as he and Sekke started eating. It replenished their energy. Once the two of them were done eating, Sekke looked back at his hands and remained silent and motionless. He suddenly got so silent that even Sekke looked at him with confusion, wondering what her partner was thinking. But out of nowhere his grimoire, which was lying somewhere else, came flying towards him and started flipping. Time debuff magic, fast forward. A bright light came out of Sekke's hand, but nothing significant happened, which made Sekke confused. "For X," muttered Sekke, and it was now that Sekke and Sekke noticed his hand color visibly change. Soon his hands were back to normal and Sekke stopped using his spell. He moved his hands around and soon smiled. He could finally feel his hands and there was no pain left in them. Wright, who was watching from inside him, was speechless. He never knew that his host had such a spell, and was about to ask him. But before he was able to, Sekke's grimoire started flipping once again. Time debuff magic, fast forward 8x. And just like before, a glow enveloped his body as Sekke's actions became visibly faster for those seeing him. Sekke smiled and in an instant over to the bed and lay down. Debuff magic, sleep. In an instant, Sekke fell asleep, leaving behind a speechless Sekke and Vritra. "This bastard," were the thoughts that the dragon and the bird shared as they soon understood what the blonde boy was planning. And just like the two assumed, Sekke woke up an hour later refreshed and full of energy, though his mana didn't recover as he was using magic all this time. Deactivating his magic, Sekke stretched his body and got ready to grind. "You are a crazy man," commented Vritra. "Should have thought that before provoking the Dark Lord," replied Sekke as he got ready to go out. Sekke sighed, seeing her partner already going out to train, and flew towards him. Seeing the anti-bird coming towards him, Sekke gave a wry smile as he realized the Sekke hadn't rested enough. He patted the bird's head and asked her to wait here and rest, only for Sekke to shake her head in denial. Sighing at her antics, Sekke just gestured for her to sit in her pocket, to which the bird immediately agreed. "Just sleep for a while, all right?" said Sekke softly as he got back to the desert and started the grind once again. Chapter 94. A week has passed since Sekke went on his training journey. During this time the Black Bulls were sent on a mission by the Wizard King to retrieve the magic stone present in the underwater temple where they fought and defeated Veto, one of the third eyes from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. And currently, in the Magic Knights HQ, Yami along with Asta and Charmy were giving their report and the acquired magic stone to Julius. After they were done with the job, the Wizard King was conversing with them when all of a sudden a projection appeared in the room. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Wizard King." "Mushroom Head?" asked Yami as he looked at the projection. "Who are you calling Mushroom Head?" "No, now's not the time for that." "What's the matter, Marks?" asked Julius as he looked towards the projection as well. "The border town of Katon, which has a history of skirmishes with the Diamond Kingdom, is under attack by a Diamond Kingdom squad," said Marks with a slightly panicked look on his face. "That's Sekke's home," said Asta as he remembered about his blood squad mate whom he hasn't seen for a week. "They couldn't have chosen a worse time," said Julius with a grave look on his face. Marks then proceeds to show the live footage of the situation using his magic, which only made the others a bit more serious since quite a few of the elites from the Diamond Kingdom were in the squad as well, with their numbers already being quite huge. Asta and Charmy got even more worried as Yami and Julius started explaining about the members of the Diamond Squad, but out of nowhere Asta noticed something in the footage and pointed at the projection. "Hey, isn't that town of Katon's hometown? I come back to visit after such a long time and they chose to attack, such unfortunate people," said Sekke as he looked toward the incoming mages from the Diamond Kingdom. "Just hold back properly, you still haven't adjusted to your games," advised Vritra as he just pitted the unfortunate idiots who were going to fight against his host. "Relax, it won't be that bad," said Sekke, which immediately earned him a wing slap from Sekke. "Tell that to the ecosystem you destroyed in the strong magic region," said Vritra sternly. He knew that his new host was a delusional idiot. But never in his wildest dreams. He thought that he was a downright crazy training maniac who just had to be talented enough to show off the gains that people take decades to reach. Last I checked his current output rate was 69. If not for his stubbornness in having that noise number, he would have progressed even further. Thought Vritra as he still recalled the mocking smirk the idiot had on his face when he surpassed the 40 at the beginning of the third day. "Aren't you two the glass half-empty people?" said Sekke with a pout, but soon a grin appeared on his face as he grabbed a broom from a nearby Magic Knight post and went in front of the enemy. Seeing that someone was approaching them, the Diamond Kingdom army halted their advance as they waited for the person who just looked like a young man coming towards them. Looking at the army in front of him while standing on top of the broom, Sekke stopped at a reasonable distance away from them and glanced through their ranks when suddenly his eyes fell on a man sitting on top of a car made out of black smoke. "Oh. Lotus-san. Long time no see." Hearing his greeting, both the Closer and Diamond Kingdom people got shocked and looked at Sekke as if he grew a second head. "Oh. Dark Lord Kun, long time no see, how have you been?" "I have been good, so you got back to your kingdom, huh? But why are you here again? Shouldn't you be spending time with your daughters?" "Ah, I wanted to, but my daughters just don't like to do that, not to mention the orders from the kingdom are to be followed or they will cut my salary. I need to feed and provide for my daughters, you know," said Lotus. "What the hell are these two doing in the middle of the battlefield?" were the thought that all the mages from Clover and Diamond Kingdom had in their minds as they saw the two people conversing with each other. "Ah, yeah, I can understand, but you know, Lotus-san, this is my hometown and it would be for your good if you retreat right now. I would not like to, well, do things the hard way so that this town remains safe," asked Sekke nicely. "Ah, Dark Lord Kun, that request is a bit difficult at the moment, you see. I just want to laze around in my home and spend time with my daughters, but these guys are just not willing for that," replied Lotus. "Well, can't be helped, don't say that I didn't warn you guys," said Sekke with a shrug as his grimoire started flipping. "What the hell, are you sporting, you bastard? We will crush you." "Just who is this unsightly person?" asked a blue-haired guy from Diamond Kingdom sitting on top of an eagle made out of electricity. "Kukuku, kids these days don't know their place, huh?" said an old man from Diamond Kingdom sitting on top of a cloud made of slime. "Well, not the first time someone does the mistake of underestimating the Dark Lord," said Sekke. "Oi. Don't use that spell. They all will die." "Okay, them being alive gives me more merit anyways," muttered Sekke as his grimoire started flipping once again. Bronze creation magic, giant reverse magnum cannonball. A huge amount of mana came out of Sekke's body almost instantly as Sekke looked at it with an excited smile on his face. The diamond mages who felt the amount of mana were shocked for a moment, which made them unable to react in time as all of them got engaged in a huge orb made out of bronze magic. "So that's your big plan? Trap all of us in a shell?" But as if responding to his question, a lot of miniguns appeared all around the orb pointing toward the diamond army mages. "Nah. Just weeding out the weaklings first." And almost instantly the minions started rotating and started firing at the Diamond Kingdom mages. "High output is great, you know," said Sekke nonchalantly as he saw the diamond mages trying to dodge the bullets to the best of their ability. Though almost 14th of them were already down in the initial attack and more keep on falling as well. "Yeah, I know, that's why I told you to focus on that, but controlling it is as important as well. Well, at least we have our next task planned," said Vritra. Sekke nodded as he sat on top of the orb while he continued passing mana into it while ignoring the shrieks of panic from the diamond victims. They were so helpless that they were not even able to use any spells to counter the incoming attacks as the mana bullets were raining down on them without stopping. "Oh. Geld-san. Long time no see." The man just sighed seeing Sekke act so carefree while all the panic going on below him. "He is even crazier than before," thought Geld as he looked at Sekke. He knew Sekke from the time he was a kid as he was mostly stationed at this border town, and Sekke was quite famous from quite a young age. Sekke soon spotted the familiar faces from the town magic knight squad and greeted all of them. It had been a long time since he met them and he was indeed happy to see that all of them were doing well. "Well, let's get this over with," said Sekke as he looked down in the orb only to notice that only the 3 squad leaders along with Lotus and a few of their men were left. Half releasing his magic making the remaining people fly out in freedom, Sekke lowered the rest of them to the ground. But because of the huge mana, Sekke had to focus on them so that they didn't fall and die. And taking advantage of this, the 3 diamond general rushed towards Sekke while Lotus just watched from the side. Sekke, who was done with placing the defeated diamond mages on the ground, sighed in relief. "I seriously need to make my control better. But before that dash." Sekke took out Ecstase from its sheath and held it in his hands. Ecstase, extended key blade. Immediately the sword glowed and its blade extended. But instead of going straight, it moved around Sekke like a snake and cut off all the spells that were aimed at him before rushing towards the 3 diamond generals and stabbing their things like a sewing needle. Sekke looked at the 3 of them with a smirk, and not even giving the 3 of them time to speak, Sekke's other grimoire flipped as he pointed his finger towards them like a gun. Debuff magic, sleep. Firing mana bullets covered in debuff magic, Sekke saw as the 3 generals fell unconscious and started falling only for the Clover magic knights who were already there to assist Sekke in catching them. Sekke smiled at his work before turning towards Lotus, who was already far away from the town, retreating shamelessly without even looking back. "Well, the town's safe," muttered Sekke before he flew back. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Knight HQ. "Marks. Let me go. I want to see his magic in person." "You have more important work to do, you idiot of a wizard king." said Marks, who was already back in the HQ to stop Julius from rushing to Katon, knowing full well that the man would try to do so after seeing the battle. Chapter 95. Walking through the streets of Katon with a nostalgic look on his face, Sekke smiled a bit. The people who recognized him were happy to see him back in town. Many were thanking him for saving the town just now, but most were just happy to see the blonde boy back in town. Sekke greeted the people as well, who were asking about how his life was after joining the Magic Knight squad. They didn't even bother to ask about him joining Black Bulls, as according to them, if Sekke joined the supposedly worst squad of the kingdom, then it must have been for a reason. Though many of them thought that it was only a matter of time before Sekke changes the squad's reputation. Soon reaching in front of his house, Sekke knocked on the door. "Aren't you quite the popular man?" said Vritra. "Well, unlike you, they know the Dark Lord's majesty and charm," replied Sekke as he waited for the door to be opened. Soon the door opened and Sekke smiled widely, seeing the blonde-haired woman who was in front of him. But soon his smile started to fade as his mouth started opening, and soon it was wide open. "Say-chan," cheered Sekke's mother Elaine as she saw her son in front of him. She ignored his shocked face and just went in for the hug, which seemingly snapped him out of the trance as Sekke hugged her back and said, "I am back, Mom." Feeling her emotions raise, a few tears came out as she kissed Sekke's cheek after Sekke bent down to her level. Sekke smiled and then the two broke the hug. Not waiting for a moment later, Sekke said what was bothering him for a while and asked, "Tell me that I am wrong, but you are not just gaining belly fat, right? Hey. Is that the way to talk to your mom after coming back after so long? And no, I am not getting fat. Sei-chan is going to become a big brother soon," said Elaine as she smacked Sekke's back before gesturing for him to come inside the house. Entering the house, Sekke looked around and noticed that his house was mostly the same. "What happened to the old sofa?" asked Sekke. It got old, so we decided to change it." They fucked there and broke it," thought Sekke as both he and Seeker cringed. Seeker, who was now out of his pocket, flew towards Elaine, who was happy seeing the anti-bird. Seeker landed on her shoulder as Elaine petted the bird with a soft smile. Sekke looked at his mother and his familiar and soon said his thoughts. "Yup, can't handle it, Mom, rest up, I will do the chores," said Sekke as he walked towards Elaine and moved her to sit down as he started doing the cleaning when he noticed that his mom was in the middle of it. Elaine immediately started protesting, saying that it was her job and that Sekke should rest since he came back after such a long time. But Sekke didn't relent this time, as there was no way he was going to let his pregnant mother do chores. She might be fine and young to do so, but he just didn't want her to strain her body. "We'll have to get a helper to do the chores," thought Sekke as he made a mental note in his mind. He earned enough and he still had all the loot from the dungeon. What was he even going to do with all that saved up money anyway? He would mostly be out of town on his job. If his parents lived well, then it will just give him peace of mind. "Done with the cleaning, what's next?" asked Sekke. Elaine looked around the house, which was just looking very sparkly, and pouted. She was happy that Sekke cleaned the house, but seeing him do it better than she made her pride hurt a bit. "Just rest, or better tell me how about your days at the Magic Knight squad," said Elaine as she wanted the seat beside her. Sekke smiled as he took a seat beside her and told her about all the things that he did, though he still kept a few things secret from her. Elaine was just happy listening to Sekke's story, but soon she noticed something and asked, "Sei-chan, do you have a girlfriend or some girl that you are interested in?" Yes, she didn't hear him talking about any girl. The only thing that Sekke focused on was a promotion, work, training, getting stronger, and the Dark Lord this and that. Getting caught off guard, Sekke just closed his mouth and turned silent. Seeker and Elaine looked at Sekke, who just turned silent, and wondered what was he thinking. Soon Sekke shook his head and said, "No, there isn't anyone like that, at least not yet." "Oh, I sense foreshadowing," said Elaine as she turned curious. "Who knows?" said Sekke with a shrug, which made the lady pout at her son's response. She wanted to hear about any potential daughter-in-law. And this son of hers was keeping the information away from her. She immediately looked at Seeker and asked, "Seeker-chan, is there any potential daughter-in-law in Sekke's life right now?" Seeker looked at the woman who asked her the question and simply pointed at herself. Both Sekke and Elaine blinked in surprise as they looked at the bird. But Seeker didn't fall under their gazes and stood proudly as she continued pointing at herself. Chapter 96. The mother and son continued talking for a while, with Elaine using all the tactics she had to ask Sekke about his love life. But Sekke, being the great Dark Lord, already knew of all those tactics, as he had seen his mother use those tactics to get information out of their neighbors. Seeing that it was already quite late, Elaine was about to cook dinner for him, but Sekke tried to stop her and said that he will get something from the town, but was immediately refused as she wanted to cook for him since he came after such a long time. Failing to stop her from cooking, Sekke just went to take a bath and got refreshed. "It's nice coming here after a long time," said Sekke as he looked around his old room. He then started looking around, and once he was sure that Seeker was not there, he immediately went to his desk. Mana then gathered around his hand as the tabletop shimmered a bit and soon opened up, revealing quite a bit of research books. Smiling at the books that helped him for such a long time, Sekke looked at all of them. Alright, let's add the new ones to my collection. His grimoire started flipping as mana gathered in his hand. Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity. But instead of the huge safe, just the transparent screen appeared on his arm. He fiddled with it for a while and then a few books landed in his hands. Placing those books in the hidden compartment as well. Sekke sealed the compartment with his magic and then went down. Seeing that his mom was still busy cooking while humming, Sekke decided to go out and sort out his business of getting a helper for the time being while his mom was pregnant, and if she wants to then for much longer. Mom, Sekke, I am going out for a while. Okay, but come back for dinner, and don't you dare eat out, said Elaine as she warned her son. She was preparing a feast for his welcome and she didn't want him to not eat properly just because he doesn't have any appetite. Alright, Sekke, stay here and look after mom. Sekke gave a nod as she heard Sekke's request and just watched Elaine cook. She was making sure to learn how Elaine cooks so that once she gets back her body she can cook those for him. She was collecting magic stones for the same but was not very successful, and now even the Clover Kingdom and the elves were after the magic stones. She just needed some magic stones, maybe 3 or 4, but the job was getting difficult for her. So far I have 2. One with me and one with Sekke. I might be able to turn back after just one more stone, thought Sekke. Walking around the town, Sekke was once again swarmed by the people who were happy to see him back in town. After making some small talk with them, Sekke walked around for a bit but soon reached his destination. Is that you, Sekke? Yup, good to see you, Father Ralph. Greeting the old man who was cleaning the entrance, Sekke smiled as he entered the orphanage. The old man smiled as he saw Sekke enter. Good to see you as well, how's Magic Knight Jib going? Asked the old man. He was very fond of Sekke. Since the Dark Lord was a kid, he regularly came to the orphanage and offered meat of the animal that he hunted so that the kids there could eat well. Not to mention he also helped them financially. So what is it? A new job? Sekke helped the orphanage financially by asking around the town for any odd jobs that the older children who got their grimoires or were about to get their grimoires could do. Well, there is one. Is there any girl who could help around the house with chores and stuff? Asked Sekke. An odd request. Who is asking? Me, mom's pregnant and I was thinking of getting someone to help her around the house, said Sekke. Nodding, the old man gestured for Sekke to follow him. The two of them entered the orphanage and immediately Sekke noticed quite a few of the familiar faces. The children and the sisters looked towards the two who just entered and immediately quite a few of them get excited to see him. Sekke-chan, yelled the kids as they ran towards him. Not even a moment later Sekke was surrounded by the kids who started asking him a lot of questions. Sighing at his popularity, Sekke just let the kids have their fun as he answered their questions. Well, he had lots of great stories about himself and he was not shy to spread his awesomeness around. If people liked him, then he would make them admire and like him even more through his sheer awesomeness and charisma. Alright kids, you can play with him later, we are busy right now, said the father as he clapped his hands to get the attention of the kids. The kids groaned as they looked at father and then towards Sekke with pleading looks on their faces. Well, sorry, but he is right, said Sekke. He was not for long in the town, so he needed to deal with the job. The kids, although saddened, still followed Sekke's request and left him alone. The older kids were then called and were explained the job, and soon a girl who still didn't gotten her grimoire was selected. She was good at chores and, as Sekke remembered, had a good nature as well. After discussing the pay with her, Sekke played around with the kids for a while and soon left, though he gave them some mana beast meat, making the kids dance around in joy. Aren't you too famous in this town? Asked Vritra. The Dragon King was shocked to see his host's popularity in the town. Young, old, kids, toddlers, everyone he met simply adored the boy. Well, what can I say? I am simply amazing, that's all. Plus, I have been in this town for as long as I can remember and helped around too, most people know me. And this being a border town made people close to each other, as the only way to live happily in a town susceptible to attacks is by sticking together. Said Sekke as he looked around the town with a happy smile on his face. Sure, his family was not the most wealthy and they had quite a few ups and downs because of many attacks on the town, but this town was a very important place for Sekke. The people cared for him and he cared for the town. So you are normal in some aspects, huh? Good, said Vritra as the two talked for a while. Oi. Sekke. Suddenly hearing the loud voice that Sekke recognized very well. Asta? Called Sekke as he noticed the familiar gray-haired shorty. Charmy and Finral too, and what the hell happened to your arms? Asked Sekke. The trio then told him about their adventure in the underwater temple. I missed such a fun opportunity. thought Sekke as he felt a bit saddened by that but soon sighed. He gained quite a lot from his training, so it wasn't like he was at a loss. So what are you guys doing in Katon? We were at the Magic Knights HQ reporting about our mission to Wizard King. But then the mushroom head gave the news about the attack here. We saw how you defeated all of them and we were sent by the Wizard King to deal with the aftermath. Though the Golden Dawn is here as well and is doing just that. Said Asta. Well anyway, since you all are here, come to my home, Mom will be happy to see you all, said Sekke as he greeted another lady who was running a stall. The trio just nodded as they saw Sekke greeting almost everyone in the town. Soon the Black Bulls reached Sekke's home and Elaine was pleasantly surprised to see Sekke coming back with others. But she was happy to know that they were Sekke's friends and she was excited since it was the first time that Sekke brought friends home. Needless to say, the food prepared by Elaine alone was not enough to feed the gluttons like Asta and Charmy, who was more than happy to cook and share recipes with Elaine. Baha. What's with all this ruckus? Yo. Dad, long time no see, you good? Baha. Sekke. Exclaimed Zook as he rushed towards his son. The father and son shared a bear hug as the two grinned seeing each other. Later that night the Bronzaza family and the Black Bulls partied, which was a welcome change for the Black Bulls as they were busy with their missions or training. Where the hell are those dumbasses? I need to take a dump.